Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Greetings, Celestials. Before the story continues, a word from the gods of Protheka. The tale you're hearing now is an abridged version, not by choice, but by the constraints of YouTube. The full audiobook, complete with every forbidden chapter, every whispered secret, every stolen moment, was simply too powerful and too long to fit in the limited video length allowed by YouTube. Don't worry, we made sure to leave the chapters most crucial to the story. But if your soul craves the full saga, every chapter, unabridged and unbroken, you can claim it at worldsofprotheka.com. There, the full director's cut is waiting, and as a token for the inconvenience, it's offered at a discounted price, just for you, our fellow Celestials. Use code YouTube30 for 30% off. Thank you for listening to Worlds of Protheka on YouTube. May the eternal magic of Protheka guide you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Chapter 1. Caya. The sweet, cloying scent of rersed wine fills my nostrils as I carefully pour another goblet for Lord Theron, whose glazed eyes follow the movement of my hands with predatory interest. Tonight marks the Festival of the Serpent, the most important celebration in Leondor, when even the lowest dark elf nobles become so intoxicated they forget to watch their slaves. More! Lord Theron commands, his silver-white hair cascading over shoulders draped in midnight blue silk. The ruby-red liquid sloshes dangerously close to the rim of his goblet, crafted from the skull of some unfortunate creature, as his long grey fingers brush against mine. I lower my eyes immediately. Yes, my lord. In the 6 years I've served in his household, I've learned that eye contact is an invitation. And tonight, with the palace of King Cress Enamis teeming with drunken nobles celebrating their patron deity, I cannot afford to be noticed. Not when freedom whispers its temptation in my ear. The grand ballroom of black marble glitters with Neptherium-powered lights that cast eerie blue shadows across faces that appear carved from stone. Hundreds of dark elves mingle beneath vaulted ceilings adorned with scenes of conquest and subjugation, a reminder of what happens to those who defy their rule. Slaves like me move among them, silent as ghosts, refilling goblets and collecting empty platters. Lord Theron turns away to join a conversation with another noble, his attention momentarily diverted from the human serving him. My heart thunders in my chest as I realise, this is my moment. I back away slowly, keeping my head bowed as I edge toward the servants' corridor. The heavy silver pitcher weighs down my arms, but I dare not set it aside. A slave without a task would be questioned immediately. 3 more steps to the arched doorway. 2. 1. The corridor beyond is dimly lit and blessedly empty. I quicken my pace, bare feet silent against the cold stone floor. The rough fabric of my grey serving dress scratches against my skin as I walk, reminding me of 6 years of indignity. You there, girl. My blood freezes. I don't turn around, pretending not to hear as I duck around a corner. The voice belongs to Overseer Malthus, Lord Theron's cruelest taskmaster. I've seen him flay the skin from a boy's back for spilling wine on a noble's boots. Heavy footsteps follow me, and I abandon all pretense of calm. I drop the silver pitcher with a deafening clang and run, no longer caring about stealth. The noise will bring others. I have moments, not minutes. I dash down the corridor, my mind recalling every twist and turn of the palace from years spent scrubbing its floors. Left at the kitchens, right past the guards' quarters, straight through the narrow passage that leads to the servants' exit near the eastern wall. Behind me, shouts echo through the corridors. The alarm is raised. My breath comes in ragged gasps as I push myself harder, ignoring the sting of my feet against the rough stone. I burst through the scullery and startle two kitchen slaves scrubbing enormous cauldrons. Their eyes widen at my wild appearance, but neither moves to stop me or raise an alarm. The unspoken solidarity of the oppressed gives me a precious few seconds of advantage. The east door looms ahead, guarded by a single dark elf soldier, whose attention is fixed on the celebration he's missing inside. I slow my pace, hunching my shoulders as I approach, head bowed as if on an errand. 20 paces away. 10. The guard turns, violet eyes narrowing as they fall on me. "Halt! Where are you?" I don't let him finish. I seize a heavy iron ladle from a nearby hook and swing it with all my strength at his head. The impact sends vibrations up my arm as he staggers, momentarily stunned but far from incapacitated. Dark elves are not so easily felled. "Little vermin," he snarls, reaching for the sword at his hip. Panic surges through me as I dive past him, shoving the door open with my shoulder. The guard's fingers graze my hair as I tumble outside into the biting cold of a Leondor winter night. The city sprawls before me, a jagged silhouette of obsidian spires and grey stone mansions against the starlit sky. I run. The lower city streets are narrow and winding, designed to confuse and trap invaders or escaping slaves. The chill air burns my lungs as I navigate through shadowed alleys, keeping to the darkest corners. Behind me, whistles and shouts signal the beginning of the hunt. Memories flash unbidden as I run. The day I was brought to Leondor, chained in a caravan of captured humans. My mother's face, tear-streaked and desperate, as we were separated at the slave market. The first lash of the whip against my back when I spilled Lord Vathran's morning caffo. I push the memories away. The past cannot help me now. The city wall looms ahead, 30 feet of impenetrable stone with guards posted at every gate. No slave has escaped Leondor in living memory. But I have something they don't expect: knowledge. For 3 years I've emptied chamber pots in the eastern guard tower, noticing the crumbling section of wall hidden behind the tanner's workshop, where the stones have begun to separate just enough for a small human to squeeze through. I dart between buildings, using the shadows as cover. The tanner's workshop appears ahead, its windows dark. The foul smell of curing hides provides perfect cover. Dark elves with their sensitive noses avoid this area when possible. The gap in the wall is just where I remembered, concealed behind a pile of discarded hides. I drop to my knees and begin pulling them aside, my fingers numb with cold and fear. "There, by the tanners!" A voice calls out from too close behind me. A sentry has spotted my movement. I abandon stealth and claw desperately at the hides, exposing the narrow fissure in the base of the wall. It seems impossibly small now that freedom depends on it. I lie flat and push my head and shoulders into the gap, feeling the rough stone scrape against my skin. For a terrifying moment, I think I might be stuck, but with a desperate wriggle I push forward. An arrow whistles past, embedding itself in the ground inches from my foot. I kick frantically, squeezing my body through the gap until I tumble out the other side, beyond the walls of Leondor, for the first time in 6 years. But I cannot pause to savour the moment. Before me stretches the open expanse of snow-covered ground, leading to the dense forests of Cowserdern Ridge. Behind me, shouts of rage echo as the dark elves discover my escape route. I force my aching legs to carry me forward, each step sinking into ankle-deep snow. The forest seems impossibly distant, but it represents my only hope. Dark elves are not fond of the wild places of Protheka, where things older and stranger than them still dwell. The cold bites through my thin servant's dress, and my bare feet have gone numb. Still, I push on, even as I hear the horns that signal a hunting party being assembled. They will have equus and tracking batlaz. I have only desperation and a head start. The trees of Corsadern Ridge gradually grow closer, their dark silhouettes promising shelter. The forest is said to be home to Wyra, the man-eaters of legend, but right now I fear the known evil of the dark elves more than the rumoured monsters of the wild. I reach the tree line as the first light of dawn breaks over the eastern horizon. The forest is dense, ancient pines and typh trees creating a canopy so thick that little light penetrates to the forest floor. I pause for a moment, gasping for breath, and listen. In the distance, I hear the baying of batlaz and the thundering of hooves. The hunt has begun in earnest. I plunge deeper into the forest, following a game trail that winds between moss-covered stones and fallen logs. The ground slopes upward, and I realise I'm climbing into the mountains of Corsadern Ridge itself. Good. The higher I go, the harder it will be for the equus to follow. A bitter wind cuts through the trees, carrying with it the first flakes of snow. The weather, at least, is on my side. A blizzard will cover my tracks and force even the most determined hunters to seek shelter. Hours pass as I push forward, my body numbed by cold and exhaustion. The snow falls faster now, driven by howling winds that seem to carry whispers of my name. My mind, foggy with fatigue, begins to play tricks on me. I see shadows moving between the trees that vanish when I turn to look directly at them. Just a little further, I murmur to myself, my voice a cracked whisper. Just a little further and then you can rest. But I know resting means death in this cold. I must find shelter, or I will become another frozen corpse for the dark elves to find when the storm passes. The snowfall thickens until I can barely see 10 paces ahead. The wind drives icy needles against my face, and my limbs grow heavier with each step. Strangely, I no longer feel cold. A dangerous sign. I remember the whispered tales of other slaves who fled only to be found frozen, their faces peaceful as if they'd simply fallen asleep. I stumble on an unseen route and fall to my knees in the snow. Getting up seems an impossible task. Perhaps I could rest just for a moment. No. Something fierce and primal within me refuses to surrender. I did not endure 6 years of servitude to die in the snow at the edge of freedom. I force myself to my feet, swaying unsteadily as I scan my surroundings. Through the curtain of snow, I glimpse something, a darker shadow against the white. A cliff face, rising sheer from the mountainside. And in it, what seems to be an opening. A cave, perhaps, or some ancient dwelling carved into the stone. Hope gives me a final burst of strength. I lurch forward, each step a battle against the deepening snow and my own failing body. The dark opening grows larger as I approach, revealing a weathered archway of carved stone, half hidden by centuries of overgrowth. The baying of the batlaz echoes behind me, closer now. The storm has not deterred the most dedicated of my pursuers. I have no choice but to seek refuge in this mysterious sanctuary, whatever dangers it might hold. I stumble through the archway, gasping as I enter a space protected from the howling wind. My eyes, accustomed to the brightness of snow, struggle to adjust to the sudden darkness. I can make out only vague shapes, what seems to be a vast chamber with columns rising to a ceiling lost in shadow. My foot catches on an uneven stone, and I fall to my knees once more. This time, I lack the strength to rise. Behind me, the hunting horns sound again, closer than before. Soon they will find the entrance, and I will be dragged back to Leondor in chains, if I'm lucky enough to be taken alive. King Krez is not known for mercy to escaped slaves. In the darkness of this ancient place, a strange feeling washes over me, a sense of being watched, of presences older than the stone itself. Perhaps it is merely delirium from cold and exhaustion, but I feel something stirring in the shadows, something awakening to my presence. "Please," I whisper into the darkness, my voice breaking. "If anyone or anything dwells in this place, help me. I ask only for sanctuary." My words seem to echo strangely, as if the very stones absorb and amplify them. The air grows suddenly heavy, charged with something I cannot name. The hairs on my arms rise despite the cold, and I sense a shift in the darkness surrounding me, a weight of attention focusing on my huddled form. "I have nothing to offer in return," I continue, desperation making me heedless of whether I address empty air or something more. "But I swear by whatever gods might listen that I will repay any kindness with loyalty. Just don't let them take me back." Something moves in the darkness ahead, a scraping sound, like stone against stone. My heart hammers in my chest as I strain to see through the gloom. A shape seems to detach itself from the shadows, massive and inhuman. The last of my strength abandons me, and I slump forward, consciousness fleeing even as I imagine glowing amber eyes opening in the darkness, fixing upon me with ancient predatory interest. My final thought before blackness claims me is a strange certainty that my life has irreversibly changed, that the sanctuary I've found is far more dangerous than I could have imagined, yet somehow exactly where I'm meant to be.
Chapter 2. Ravik. Darkness, silence, eternity. These have been my companions for centuries untold. The curse has left me aware yet unaware, trapped in a half-existence between consciousness and oblivion. Time has no meaning in stone sleep. I drift in a void of fractured memories and smothered rage. Sometimes I catch glimpses of the world beyond, faint echoes of sound, shifts in temperature as seasons change, the occasional presence of creatures seeking shelter within our sanctuary. But these sensations reach me as if through murky water, distant and impossible to grasp. Today, if there is such a thing as today in this timeless prison, something changes. A storm howls against the ancient stones of our temple, its fury penetrating even my dulled senses. The wind carries whispers I haven't heard in centuries, the hunting horns of dark elves. Their sound awakens something primal within me, hatred so visceral it threatens to crack my stone prison through sheer force of will. Dark elves. The betrayers. The reason for our curse. Fragments of memory flash through my consciousness, leading warriors into battle against the Vrekin, standing proud in the king's court, the Purna witch's face twisted in fury as she cast the spell that locked us in eternal stone. My brothers beside me turn to statues in an instant. The horns grow louder, and with them comes something else, the rapid, frightened breathing of prey. Footsteps stumble across the temple threshold, hesitant and light. Not dark elf. Something smaller. Weaker. Human. I struggle to focus my awareness, straining against the curse that binds me. I sense the human collapse within our sanctuary, its life force flickering like a candle in the wind. Death approaches swiftly in this cold, and soon the temple will once again stand empty, save for 3 stone guardians locked in eternal sleep. Then the human speaks. "Please," a female voice whispers, desperation evident in every syllable. "If anyone or anything dwells in this place, help me. I ask only for sanctuary." Her words ripple through the temple, stirring ancient magic long dormant. I feel the spell that binds us shudder in response to her plea. The woman continues, her voice growing fainter. "I have nothing to offer in return, but I swear by whatever gods might listen that I will repay any kindness with loyalty. Just don't let them take me back." Something fractures within me, within the curse itself. The sincerity in her voice, the desperation, the willingness to pledge loyalty to unknown entities simply for protection. It resonates with magic older than the Purna's spell, magic woven into the very foundations of this sanctuary. I feel the stone encasing me begin to crack. Pain lances through my consciousness as awareness floods back in a torrent. Sensation returns, the cold air against skin that has known only stone for centuries, the weight of my own body, the burning in lungs that suddenly remember how to breathe. My limbs, stiff from eons of immobility, tremble as the last of the stone shell falls away. I open my eyes to near darkness, my vision adjusting instantly to reveal the familiar contours of our ancient temple. Nothing has changed, yet everything has. Dust and neglect have claimed what was once a sacred place of power. The Neptherium lanterns, once bright with blue-white light, lay dormant and dark. My attention fixes on the small form crumpled on the temple floor. The human, the female who somehow broke our curse. She lies motionless, her skin pale with cold, her breathing shallow. Death's shadow hovers close. I take a step toward her, stone fragments falling from my massive form as I move. My wings unfurl behind me, stretching painfully after centuries of confinement. I tower over her slight figure, standing nearly 8 feet tall, my obsidian skin etched with ancient runes that glow faintly in the dim light. Rage surges within me. Rage at the dark elves who hunt her, at the Purna who cursed us, at my own weakness in succumbing to stone sleep. But alongside that familiar fury burns something unexpected, a fierce, overwhelming impulse to protect this fragile creature. I kneel beside her, my clawed hands hovering uncertainly over her still form. She appears young by human standards, though age means little to one who has existed for millennia. Dark curls frame a face marked by exhaustion and cold, yet still bearing a stubborn determination even in unconsciousness. A slave, judging by the rough gray dress and the faint scar of a brand partially visible on her wrist. The hunting horns sound again, closer now. The dark elves approach, and with them comes the prospect of recapture for the human, and perhaps for us, should the Purna learn of our awakening. Ravik? A voice, hoarse from disuse, echoes through the temple chamber. Is that truly you? I turn to see Zephyr emerging from his own stone prison, silver-gray skin catching what little light filters through the temple entrance. His turquoise eyes widen as they fall on the unconscious human. What is happening? He demands, his voice growing stronger with each word. How is this possible? Before I can answer, another crack of stone announces Thane's awakening. The largest of us after myself, his iron-black skin seems to absorb the very shadows as he shakes off the last remnants of his stone shell. By the 13, he growls, crimson eyes blazing as he takes in our surroundings. We're free. His gaze falls on the human, and his expression darkens. What is that doing here? She broke the curse, I reply, my own voice a graveled rumble after centuries of silence. Her plea for sanctuary awakened magic older than the Purna's spell. A human? Thane spits the word like a curse. Impossible. Zephyr approaches cautiously, crouching to examine the woman more closely. She's dying, he observes, his scholarly detachment failing to mask the concern in his voice. The cold has nearly claimed her. Let it, Thane snarls, stretching his massive wings. We owe humans nothing. Less than nothing. A growl builds in my chest, surprising even me with its ferocity. She stays. Both turn to me, shock evident in their expressions. I am no friend to humans, none of us are. Not after what we endured at the hands of Purnas and their human collaborators. Yet the protective impulse that seized me at her plea only intensifies as I look down at her vulnerable form. She broke our curse, I continue, meeting their stares with unwavering intensity. That creates a debt. Thane bares his fangs. Since when do we honor debts to lesser beings? Since one of them freed us from eternal imprisonment, Zephyr interjects smoothly, ever the voice of reason. He rises, dusting stone fragments from his lean form. Besides, the dark elves hunting her may lead the Purna back to us. We should at least learn what she knows before deciding her fate. The hunting horns sound again, accompanied by the distant baying of batlaws. The dark elves draw closer to our sanctuary, following the human's trail through the snow. Decision made, I gather the woman into my arms. She weighs nothing to my strength, her body cold against my chest. Something stirs within me at the contact, an unfamiliar protectiveness tinged with something more primal. I push the feeling aside, focusing instead on practical matters. Zephyr, see what you can do about the temple defenses. The Neptherium nodes should still function if you can awaken them. Thane, secure the perimeter. Kill any dark elf who approaches. I fix him with a hard stare when he seems ready to object. That is not a request. Thane's crimson eyes narrow, but he nods curtly. As aggressive and combative as he is, he recognizes the authority I held before our imprisonment commander of the elite guard, second only to the king himself in matters of battle. Some hierarchies transcend even centuries of curse. I carry the woman deeper into the temple, toward the inner sanctum where the sacred fire once burned eternal. The chamber lies cold and dark now, but the ancient hearth remains intact. With a thought, I summon a fraction of the magic that flows through my veins, magic born of chaos and transformation. Fire blooms between my clawed fingers, dancing across my obsidian skin without burning. I direct it to the hearth, where it catches on the remnants of wood left there centuries ago. The sanctum fills with warm light, illuminating walls covered in faded murals depicting the glory of the 13. I lay the woman carefully on the stone altar, once used for ritual sacrifice, now serving as an impromptu bed. Her skin appears even paler in the firelight, her lips tinged with blue. Live, I command her, as if my will alone could force life back into her failing body. You freed us. You do not have permission to die. Her eyelids flutter at the sound of my voice, but she does not wake. I remove my scaled cloak, manifestation of my power, not fabric, and lay it over her still form. It carries my body's heat, and will protect her from the cold better than her tattered slave garments. As I stand watching over her, confusion wars with instinct within me. Why do I care whether this human lives or dies? She is nothing to me, a lesser being like all humans. Yet something about her plea, her desperation, her willingness to trust unknown entities for protection, has awakened something within me I thought long dead. Behind me, I hear the distant sounds of combat, Thane engaging the first of the dark elf hunters, judging by the screams. Good. Let him slake his bloodthirst on our ancient enemies. It will help clear his mind regarding the human. Zephyr enters the sanctum, his steps silent, as always. The temple defenses are reactivating, he reports. Slowly, but they will hold against common dark elves. If they bring Perna witches, however... He leaves the implication hanging. They won't, I reply with certainty. Not initially. The Perna keep to themselves these days, from what little I could sense during our imprisonment. This is likely just a slave hunt, nothing that would warrant magical intervention. Zephyr's gaze shifts to the woman on the altar. Curious, isn't it, that after years and years of stone sleep we would be awakened by a human slave seeking refuge from dark elves. The symmetry is intriguing. I grunt noncommittally. Zephyr has always seen patterns where I see only chaos, meaning where I see only coincidence. Still, even I must admit the situation carries a strange sense of fateful design. What will you do with her? He asks, his tone carefully neutral. Keep her alive, I answer curtly. Beyond that, I haven't decided. Zephyr studies me with those unnerving turquoise eyes, seeing more than I wish to reveal. You feel it too, then? The compulsion to protect her? I clench my fists, reluctant to admit to such an inexplicable weakness. It is merely obligation. She broke our curse, intentionally or not. That creates a debt. A debt, Zephyr echoes, his tone suggesting he believes otherwise. Of course. Before I can respond, the woman on the altar stirs, a soft moan escaping her lips. Her eyes flutter open, revealing irises of hazel green that widen in shock and fear as they focus on me. What? She gasps, attempting to scramble backward only to find herself too weak to move. What are you? I lean forward, bringing my face closer to hers, letting her see the full measure of what she has awakened. Let her fear me. Fear will keep her obedient, compliant, alive. I am Ravik, I rumble, watching her pupils dilate with terror. And you, little human, have stumbled into the sanctuary of the Gargoyles of Cossadern Ridge. She swallows hard, her gaze darting between Zephyr and myself, taking in our inhuman forms with remarkable composure for one so clearly afraid. Gargoyles, she whispers. But those are just legends. As are many truths on Protheka, Zephyr interjects, his voice gentler than mine. Yet here we stand, awakened after centuries of stone sleep by your plea for sanctuary. Her expression shifts from fear to confusion, then to a cautious hope. You heard me? You woke because of me? Yes, I confirm, studying her reaction carefully. Your desperation activated ancient magic woven into this temple's foundations, magic of sanctuary and protection that predates even the curse that bound us. She closes her eyes briefly as if struggling to process this information. When she opens them again, a new resolve has replaced some of the fear. The Dark Elves, she says, her voice stronger. They're coming. I heard the hunting horns. A crash and a scream echo from the temple entrance, followed by Thane's triumphant roar. I smile grimly, baring fangs that could tear through dark elf armor with ease. Let them come, I tell her. They will find more than they bargained for in this sanctuary. She studies me for a while, her gaze unflinching despite her obvious terror. You hate them, she observes quietly. The Dark Elves. With every fiber of my being, I confirm, a growl underlining my words. As should any creature with sense. They abandoned us. We were once Dark Elves, too. Something in her expression softens recognition, perhaps, or relief at finding common ground. My name is Caya, she offers, her voice barely above a whisper. And I think I've traded one danger for another in coming here. I lean closer still until my face is mere inches from hers, close enough that she can feel the heat of my breath against her cold skin. Her pulse quickens visibly at her throat, prey instinct recognizing predator despite her outward composure. Make no mistake, little Caya, I rumble, my voice dropping to a dangerous purr. You have indeed found danger in this sanctuary. I reach out one clawed hand to brush a strand of dark hair from her face, watching as she flinches at my touch. But unlike the Dark Elves, we repay our debts. You freed us from our curse, and so you shall have what you asked for. What I asked for? Sanctuary, I reply simply. For as long as you need it, and for as long as you prove useful. Kaya's eyes flash with something that might be defiance, quickly masked behind caution. Interesting. Most humans would be broken by years of slavery, yet this one maintains a spark of spirit. And if I'm not useful? She asks, her voice surprisingly steady. I smile, showing the full extent of my fangs. Then pray you never recover your strength enough to find out. Behind me, Zephyr makes a small sound of disapproval but says nothing. He knows better than to challenge me openly, especially now, when the first taste of freedom in centuries has my blood singing with savage joy and barely contained violence. Outside, Thane's battle continues, each scream of a dying dark elf sweeter than the finest music. Soon he will return, bloodied and satisfied, and we will need to decide our next steps. But for now, I am content to watch this curious human who has unwittingly changed the course of our existence. Caya holds my gaze for several heartbeats before exhaustion claims her once more, her eyes drifting closed despite her obvious effort to remain alert. Wise to fear sleep in the presence of predators, but her body gives her no choice, As she slips back into unconsciousness, I find myself oddly fascinated by her fragile form, by the spark of defiance in her eyes, by the mystery of how one insignificant human could break a curse that has held 3 powerful gargoyles captive for centuries. One thing is certain, Caya may have found sanctuary in our temple, but she has also awakened something dangerous. Not just 3 gargoyles from stone sleep, but something within me that I scarcely recognize, a possessive, protective instinct that wars with my natural suspicion and rage. I do not understand it. I do not welcome it. But as I watch her chest rise and fall with each shallow breath, I cannot deny it. She is mine to protect now. Mine to command. Mine to keep. And may the 13 help any who try to take her from me.
Chapter 3. Caya. Consciousness returns to me in jagged fragments. Warmth seeps into my frozen limbs, bringing with it a paradoxical pain that tells me I'm still alive. I keep my eyes closed, gathering my senses and memories, piecing together how I came to be here, wherever here might be. The Festival of the Serpent, my desperate escape from Lord Vathran's household, the perilous flight through Leandor, the snowstorm in Corzadern Ridge, the ancient temple carved into the mountainside, and then monsters, or perhaps saviours. I crack open my eyes, just enough to assess my surroundings without alerting anyone to my waking state. A skill learned through years of slavery. Observe before revealing yourself. I lie on a stone slab that might once have been an altar, judging by the weathered carvings along its edges. A fire burns in a massive hearth nearby, casting dancing shadows across walls adorned with faded murals depicting the 13. The chamber is vast, with a high ceiling lost to darkness above, supported by pillars carved to resemble twisted forms locked in eternal suffering. But it's not the temple's ominous architecture that sends a chill down my spine despite the warmth. It's the 3 massive figures conversing in low, rumbling voices at the far end of the chamber. Gargoyles. Not legends after all, but flesh and blood, or stone and magic. The largest stands with his back to me, obsidian skin gleaming in the firelight, massive bat-like wings folded against his broad back. Ravik, he called himself. His voice had been like gravel grinding beneath a heavy wheel, deep and threatening. Facing him are the other 2, one with silver-grey skin and thoughtful turquoise eyes that had regarded me with scholarly interest, the other with midnight black skin and crimson eyes that had glowed with undisguised hostility. Each stands at least 7 feet tall, their bodies powerfully built and adorned with strange, glowing runes etched directly into their stone-like flesh. I shift slightly, testing my returning strength, and wince as the stone beneath me scrapes against my back. The movement, small as it is, immediately draws the attention of all 3 gargoyles. 3 pairs of inhuman eyes lock onto me with predatory focus. "She's awake," announces the silver one, his voice surprisingly melodic despite its depth. The colour has returned to her skin. Ravik turns fully toward me, and I struggle not to shrink back. In the better light, I can see him clearly now, towering and imposing with amber eyes that seem to burn from within, his face a harsh sculpture of angles and planes, crowned with spiralling horns, one of which bears a jagged crack near its tip. A battle wound, perhaps, from whatever ancient conflict led to their imprisonment. "Can you stand?" he demands, the question sounding more like a command. I push myself upright, determined not to show weakness despite the way the room spins around me. "Yes," I manage, though my voice emerges as little more than a whisper. "Good." He strides toward me, each step resonating against the stone floor. The dark elves have found the temple entrance. 6 of them, with batlaz. Thane has dealt with 2, but the others are more cautious now. Fear constricts my throat. They'll call for reinforcements. "Indeed they will," says the silver gargoyle, approaching with more measured steps. "I am Zephyr, and while I would prefer to continue awakening the temple's defences at a methodical pace, it seems we must accelerate our preparations. The black gargoyle, Thane I presume, snorts derisively from where he stands by the chamber entrance. Fresh dark stains mar his clawed hands, and I realise with a shock that it must be dark elf blood. Let them come. I've been asleep too long. My body craves the exercise. Ravik ignores him, his intense gaze never leaving my face. You said your name is Caya. Tell me, Caya, how many will come for you? Is this a simple slave hunt, or something more? I force myself to meet his gaze, refusing to cower despite every instinct screaming at me to avert my eyes from this predator. I belonged to Lord Vathran's household. I was personal servant to his daughter. They won't give up easily. Vathran, Zephyr repeats, his expression shifting subtly. That name still exists? The houses have remained stable then. You knew them? I ask, momentarily forgetting my fear in surprise. Thane laughs, the sound like stones grinding together. Knew them? We served alongside them, fought their wars, protected their precious king, before they betrayed us. My confusion must show on my face, because Zephyr sighs, a remarkably human gesture from such an inhuman form. We were not always as you see us now, he explains, gesturing to his stone-like body. Once, we were dark elves, like your pursuers, elite warriors in the King's Guard, transformed by Perna magic during the Great War. When the war ended, our differences made us inconvenient, dangerous. The Perna were commanded to bind us in eternal stone sleep. There are others as well, not only us. From what I gathered during my stone sleep, some Perna have escaped the Dark Elves' slavery and used their powers to fight them. The revelation stuns me into silence. Not monsters after all, but victims of the same cruelty that has defined my own existence in Leondor. The irony is not lost on me. I've fled one form of imprisonment only to encounter beings who understand captivity all too well. A howl from outside interrupts my thoughts. The hunting cry of a batlaz that has caught a scent. My scent. They're coming, I whisper, instinctively drawing back against the altar. Ravik's expression hardens. Then we will give them a proper welcome. He turns to Zephyr. Are the perimeter defences active? Partially, Zephyr replies. The main ward lines are functioning, but the Neptherium nodes require more time to fully awaken. They've been dormant for centuries. Time we don't have, Ravik growls, then fixes his burning gaze on me once more. Stay here. Do not leave this chamber. Before I can respond, he strides toward the entrance, unfurling his massive wings as he moves. The sight is terrifying and magnificent. The wingspan must stretch 15 feet from tip to tip, the membrane between the bony supports seeming to absorb the very light around it. Thane follows, a savage grin splitting his face to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Finally, some proper entertainment. Zephyr hesitates, glancing back at me. The inner sanctum is warded. You should be safe here, but if we fall... He doesn't finish the sentence, merely gestures toward a small doorway partially hidden behind the altar. That passage leads deeper into the mountain, a last resort. With that cryptic advice, he too departs, leaving me alone in the chamber. For a moment I consider running, escaping through the passage he indicated while the gargoyles are occupied with the dark elves. But where would I go? Back into the blizzard, weak and exhausted, to freeze to death in the wilderness, or worse, to be recaptured and returned to Leondor, where King Cress would make an example of me. No, for better or worse, my fate is now tied to these strange, fearsome beings who have offered me sanctuary, however reluctantly. I slide off the altar, testing my legs. They feel stronger now, steadier. The gargoyle's cloak, Ravik's I realise, falls away as I stand, revealing my tattered grey servant's dress. I pick up the cloak, marvelling at its strange texture, Not fabric at all, but something like living stone, flexible yet incredibly strong. It radiates warmth, as though sharing Ravik's own body heat. Wrapping it around my shoulders, I move cautiously toward the chamber entrance, staying in the shadows. I know I should obey Ravik's command to remain safely hidden, but something drives me forward. Curiosity, perhaps, or a need to understand these beings who now control my fate. The sounds of battle reach me before I see it, roars of rage, screams of pain, the clash of weapons against stone. I edge closer to the main hall, peering around a pillar to witness a scene straight from the darkest legends of Protheka. The temple entrance lies in ruins, the ancient door splintered inward. Snow swirls through the opening, dancing in the blue-white light emanating from Neptherium nodes now glowing along the walls. 4 dark elf hunters stand in a defensive formation, their armour gleaming, swords and bows at the ready. At their feet lie the mangled remains of 2 batlars, their vicious jaws forever silenced. But it's the gargoyles who dominate the scene, terrible in their fury. Thane moves with shocking speed for one so massive, his claws tearing through dark elf armour as though it were parchment. Zephyr weaves complex patterns in the air, each gesture leaving trails of silver light that coalesce into binding sigils that trap a dark elf in place, rendering him helpless before Thane's onslaught. And Ravik. By the 13, Ravik is terrifying. He doesn't merely fight, he dominates the battlefield, his wings creating gusts of wind that unbalance his opponents, his claws and fangs weapons deadlier than any forged blade. But it's the magic he wields that truly horrifies, raw chaos energy that warps reality itself, turning the stone floor beneath a dark elf's feet into writhing tentacles that drag the screaming warrior down into the earth. I should be repulsed. I should be terrified. These gargoyles are dealing death with casual, brutal efficiency. Yet I cannot look away, cannot deny the savage satisfaction I feel watching my tormentors face true predators for once. "Behind you!" I cry out instinctively as a dark elf archer takes aim at Zephyr's unprotected back. My warning comes just in time. Zephyr spins, deflecting the arrow with a gesture that turns the projectile to dust. The archer barely has time to knock another arrow before Ravik is upon him, a clawed hand closing around his throat. "You hunt what is mine," Ravik snarls, lifting the struggling dark elf from the ground. "A mistake you will not live to repeat." With a sickening crunch, he crushes the dark elf's throat, then tosses the body aside like discarded refuse. The remaining hunters, seeing their comrades so easily dispatched, begin a fighting retreat toward the entrance. "Cowards!" Thane growls, moving to pursue them. "Let them go," Ravik commands, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Let them carry tales of what awaits those who violate our sanctuary." Thane hesitates, clearly thirsting for more blood, but ultimately yields to Ravik's authority with a reluctant nod. The surviving dark elves back away, maintaining their defensive stance until they reach the broken doorway. The apparent leader, his silver hair stained with blood from a gash across his forehead, speaks in the haughty tones so typical of his kind. "This changes nothing," he declares, his violet eyes glittering with hatred. "The human slave belongs to Lord Vathran. King Cress himself has commanded her return." Ravik steps forward, his massive form silhouetted against the temple's interior lights. "Tell your king that the gargoyles of Khazad-dûm Ridge have awakened. Tell him that what we protect, we keep. And tell him that if he sends more hunters, we will send back fewer survivors." The dark elf's face contorts with rage and fear. "This isn't over, Stone Skin." "No," Ravik agrees, his voice deadly calm. "It has barely begun." The dark elves finally retreat, disappearing into the swirling snow beyond the temple entrance. Only then does Ravik turn, his burning gaze finding me immediately where I stand, half hidden in the shadows. "I told you to stay in the inner sanctum," he growls, stalking toward me with predatory grace. I straighten my spine, refusing to cower despite my racing heart. Your warning saved Zephyr from an arrow in the back. A debt I acknowledge, Zephyr interjects smoothly, moving to stand beside Ravik. His turquoise eyes study me with renewed interest. Though I wonder how a human slave developed such quick instincts. Survival, I answer simply. 6 years in Lord Vathran's household taught me to anticipate danger from any direction. To watch, to listen, to react instantly or face punishment. Thane approaches, wiping dark elf blood from his claws with casual disdain. Up close, I can better see the differences between the 3 gargoyles. Where Ravik projects raw dominance and Zephyr radiates intellectual intensity, Thane exudes aggressive physicality, his crimson eyes still bright with battle lust. She's more useful than I expected, he admits grudgingly, his gaze raking over me with surprising thoroughness. Though still just a human. A human who broke our curse, Zephyr reminds him, his tone mild but pointed. A feat that deserves some measure of respect, Thane. Thane snorts but doesn't argue further, instead turning his attention to the temple entrance. We need to secure this breach before more arrive. Agreed, Ravik says, then fixes those burning amber eyes on me once more. You disobeyed me. It's not a question, but I answer anyway. I did. Why? The directness of the question catches me off guard. Dark elves never ask why a slave does anything. They simply punish disobedience without interest in motivation. I find myself searching for the right words to explain an impulse I barely understand myself. Because knowledge is power, I finally say, and I have precious little power in this situation. I needed to understand what I'm facing, both from you and from them. Something shifts in Ravik's expression, not quite approval, but perhaps a grudging recognition. And what have you learned, little Caya? That you're more dangerous than the dark elves, I answer honestly, but also that you have reason to hate them as much as I do. That makes you unpredictable, but not necessarily my enemy. Zephyr makes a sound that might almost be a chuckle. Perceptive. Irrelevant, Thane counters. She's here because we allow it, nothing more. She's here, Ravik corrects him, because she awakened magic older than our curse, magic that recognizes her right to sanctuary. He moves closer to me, his massive form blocking out the light, surrounding me with his intimidating presence. But sanctuary comes with rules, little human, rules you will obey or face consequences even you, with all your survival instincts, cannot anticipate. I should be terrified. By all rights, I should be trembling before this creature who could end my life with a casual flick of his clawed hand. Yet something in me refuses to bend, refuses to show the fear clawing at my insides. I understand rules, I reply, meeting his gaze directly. I've lived under them my entire life, but I won't trade one form of slavery for another. A tense silence follows my declaration. Thane growls low in his throat, clearly offended by my audacity. Zephyr watches with evident fascination, as if I'm some rare specimen behaving in unexpected ways. But it's Ravik's reaction that matters most, and for long moments his expression remains unreadable. Then, to my astonishment, the corner of his mouth quirks upward in what might almost be a smile. No, he says softly, dangerously. What we offer is not slavery, Caya. It is protection, shelter, perhaps eventually freedom of a sort you've never known. He leans closer still, his face mere inches from mine. But make no mistake, you are ours now, not as a slave, but as a ward, a charge, a responsibility we did not seek but will not abandon. Something in his words, in the intensity of his gaze, sends a strange shiver through me that isn't entirely fear. I've been property all my life, first as a daughter in a poor human family, then as merchandise to be sold, finally as a servant with no rights or dignity. The concept of being protected rather than possessed is so foreign it's almost incomprehensible. Why? I whisper, voicing the question that burns in my mind. Why protect me at all? What am I to you but an unwanted complication? It's Zephyr who answers, his scholarly voice gentle despite its inhuman timbre. You are a mystery, Caya, a human whose desperate plea shattered enchantments that have held for centuries. That alone makes you worthy of our interest. He glances at Ravik. And perhaps something more. Ravik doesn't contradict him, but his expression hardens once more. Enough talk. The dark elves will return in greater numbers, and we must be prepared. He gestures toward the inner sanctum. Go, rest, recover your strength. You will need it in the days to come. This time I don't argue. I've pushed my luck far enough for one day, and exhaustion still pulls at my limbs despite the brief revival brought by the danger and excitement. I turn to leave, then pause, looking back at the 3 imposing figures silhouetted against the snow-filled doorway. Thank you, I say simply, for the sanctuary, and for killing those who would drag me back to Leondor. Thane looks surprised, as if gratitude is the last thing he expected from me. Zephyr inclines his head in acknowledgement, but Ravik's response is most startling of all. We did not kill them for you, little Caya, he says, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. We killed them for ourselves, for vengeance centuries in the making. That our interests align in this matter is convenient. Yet despite his harsh words, something in his eyes tells a different story, a flicker of possessiveness, of protection that contradicts his claim of mere convenience. I don't call him on the discrepancy, merely nod and continue toward the inner sanctum. As I walk away, I hear Thane's low voice behind me. She's trouble, that one. Too much spirit for a human. Indeed, Zephyr agrees, though his tone suggests he considers this a virtue rather than a flaw. Ravik says nothing, but I feel the weight of his gaze following me until I pass beyond the threshold of the inner chamber. Alone once more, I sink onto the stone altar, wrapping Ravik's cloak tighter around my shoulders. My mind whirls with everything I've witnessed, everything I've learned. Gargoyles, once dark elves themselves, transformed and betrayed. Magic older than their curse, somehow recognizing my plea for sanctuary. The terrible, efficient violence with which they dispatched my pursuers. And beneath it all, a current of something unexpected. Not kindness, precisely, but a connection I don't understand. Especially with Ravik, whose amber eyes seem to see through all my carefully constructed defences, whose presence affects me in ways I cannot explain. I should be planning my escape. I should be plotting how to survive these dangerous creatures whose motives I barely comprehend. Instead, I find myself wondering if perhaps, in this ancient temple with these fearsome guardians, I might have found something I've never had before. Not just sanctuary, but home. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world. To protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 4. Zephyr. Knowledge is the one true currency that never devalues. Even after centuries of stone sleep, this principle remains my North Star as I trace delicate claws along the temple's forgotten passages. The dust of ages billows beneath my feet, dancing in the faint blue glow I've conjured to light my path through corridors untouched since our imprisonment. Ravik focuses on fortifying our newly reclaimed sanctuary, while Thane patrols the perimeter, still bloodthirsty after our encounter with the dark elf hunters. I, however, seek a different kind of defense, the understanding locked within these ancient stones. The temple's inner archives lie 3 levels below the main chambers, accessible only through a narrow stairwell carved directly into the mountain. My wings press uncomfortably against the constricted space, a reminder of how much was taken from us when we were transformed. Once, I moved through these passages with the lithe grace of a dark elf scholar. Now I navigate them in a body designed for battle rather than research. The irony does not escape me. None of us chose this existence, transformed into weapons during the war with the Vraken, then discarded when our power grew inconvenient. Yet of the 3 of us, I have perhaps adapted best to the changes. Ravik lost position and authority. Thane lost the simplicity of his warrior's life. But I merely gained a different perspective from which to observe the world's complexities. The archive chamber opens before me, a circular space lined with stone shelves carved directly from the mountain. Most of the ancient scrolls and bound texts have deteriorated beyond recovery, but here and there, protected by preservation spells that have outlasted even our curse, pockets of knowledge remain intact. I move methodically through the chamber, carefully examining each preserved text, sorting useful information from historical curiosities. A treatise on Neptherium, magic stones manipulation, essential for strengthening our defenses. A codex of binding sigils, potentially useful for analyzing the remnants of our curse. A historical account of the temple's original purpose. My hands still as I unfurl this particular scroll. The Temple of Khazad-dûrn was not merely a sanctuary or fortress, as I had believed. It was a nexus point, deliberately constructed at the convergence of ancient ley lines to amplify magical workings. This explains much about how the human girl's desperate plea managed to shatter enchantments that had held for centuries. The human, Caya. A fascinating puzzle that defies my considerable analytical skills. By all logic, a half-frozen slave fleeing through a blizzard should not have possessed the magical resonance to break a Perna curse. Yet she did. And more intriguingly, the temple's ancient magic recognized her right to sanctuary, a right typically reserved for those with significant magical bloodlines. I gather the most critical texts and make my way back toward the main chambers, my mind cataloging possibilities. Could she possess Perna blood, diluted through generations? Might she be something other than the mere human she appears? Or perhaps the desperation of her plea somehow harmonized with the temple's fundamental purpose in ways even the Perna had not anticipated. As I emerge into the main hall, I find Ravik standing before the shattered entrance, now temporarily sealed with a combination of stone and magical wards. The tension in his massive frame speaks volumes about his concerns. "The hunters will return by tomorrow," he says without turning, his acute senses having detected my approach. "With greater numbers. And we will be better prepared," I reply, setting my collected texts on a stone table. "I've found information about the temple's defensive systems. They can be fully reactivated, though it will require significant magical expenditure." He turns to face me, amber eyes glowing in the dim light. Will it be enough? A practical question from a practical mind. Ravik has always valued directness over nuance. "Against conventional forces, yes," I answer, choosing my words carefully. "Against Perna witches, that remains uncertain. The temple's defenses were originally designed to work in concert with a full complement of mages. We are but 3. 3 who were once among the most powerful warriors in the King's Guard," he reminds me, a hint of pride coloring his graveled voice. "And we have the advantage of surprise. The Dark Elves believe us still imprisoned in stone." "A tactical advantage that will evaporate once King Cress learns of our awakening," I counter. "We must consider long-term strategies, not merely immediate defenses." Ravik's expression darkens. You always were one for excessive planning, Zephyr. And you for impulsive action, I return smoothly. Which is why we balanced each other well, even before our transformation. The reminder of our former camaraderie seems to soften his demeanor slightly. We were not always friends, Ravik and I, but we were effective colleagues. He the commander who made swift decisions in the heat of battle, I the advisor who considered all angles before conflict arose. What of the human? He asks, changing the subject. Have your discoveries shed any light on how she broke our curse? Not directly, I admit. Though I've learned this temple stands at a convergence of powerful ley lines. It amplifies magic, particularly magic related to protection and sanctuary. Her plea may have resonated with the temple's original purpose. Ravik makes a non-committal sound, but I note the way his gaze shifts toward the inner sanctum where Caya rests. Something about the human affects him more deeply than he cares to admit, a fact I find both intriguing and potentially concerning. She should be informed about what we face, I suggest. Knowledge of our history and the current political landscape of Protheka could prove useful to her survival. And ours. He considers this for a moment, then nods curtly. Proceed. But do not overwhelm her with excessive details. Humans have limited capacity for complex information. I resist the urge to point out that his assessment of human cognitive abilities might be outdated after our stone sleep. Instead, I gather the most relevant texts and make my way toward the inner sanctum, leaving Ravik to his brooding contemplation of our defenses. The chamber is warmer now, the ancient hearth blazing with magical fire that requires no fuel. Caya sits cross-legged on the floor before it, her small form still wrapped in Ravik's cloak. The garment dwarfs her, yet she wears it with a curious dignity that belies her status as a fugitive slave. She looks up as I enter, her hazel green eyes immediately alert and wary. The survival instinct is strong in this one, a trait I can appreciate from both scholarly and practical perspectives. I've brought information, I announce, gesturing with the scrolls, about this temple, our history, and what you might expect in the coming days. Knowledge freely given? She questions, her tone suggesting skepticism. That seems unlike your kind. My kind? I echo, settling gracefully onto the stone floor across from her, arranging my wings comfortably behind me. Dark elves hoard knowledge, yes. But I am no longer entirely dark elf, am I? She studies me with remarkable composure, considering the circumstances. No, you're something else entirely. A gargoyle, but with the mind of a scholar rather than a warrior. Her perception impresses me. Most would see only the monstrous exterior, the stone skin and claws and wings. But she has already begun to distinguish our individual natures. Before my transformation, I served as historical advisor to the King's elite guard, I explain, unrolling the first scroll between us. Ravik was commander of that guard, and Thane one of his most formidable lieutenants. We were selected for transformation during the war against the Vraken precisely because of our specialized skills. Transformation? She repeats, leaning forward with evident curiosity. You mentioned you were once dark elves. How did you become this? I gesture to the ancient text between us, which depicts crude illustrations of the ritual that forever altered our existence. The dark elves were losing the war against the Vraken. The vampiric race possessed natural advantages, immortality, heightened strength, flight. The king's Perna advisors, more like slaves as they are those that didn't manage to flee with their kin, proposed a solution. Transform the most elite warriors into beings that could match the Vraken in physical power, while retaining the tactical intelligence of dark elves. Her eyes widen as she examines the illustrations. They did this to you willingly? We volunteered, I correct her, the ancient bitterness rising despite centuries of philosophical contemplation. We believed we would be heroes, saviors of our race. We were not told the transformation would be permanent, nor that our success would ultimately be rewarded with imprisonment. I turn the scroll to reveal the next section, showing the chaotic battle that followed the Vraken's retreat underground. When the war ended, we gargoyles became problematic, too powerful to control, too different to reintegrate into society. The The Perna witches who had created us were commanded to neutralize the threat we posed. By turning you to stone, Caya says softly, her fingers hovering over the illustration of gargoyles frozen in various poses of defiance and agony. A fate worse than death, I confirm. We were not the first ones, though. There were those that are transformed before us. I take a deep breath, thinking of them. Then I continue. We're conscious, yet immobile. Aware of the passing centuries, yet unable to interact with the world. Until you. She pulls back slightly, her expression troubled. I still don't understand how I broke your curse. I'm no one special, just a human slave with no magic, no power. That, I tell her, selecting another scroll from my collection, is what puzzles me as well. This temple was built at a convergence of ancient ley lines, designed specifically as a sanctuary for those in desperate need. Your plea activated magic older than our curse, magic woven into the very foundations of this place. I unroll the new scroll, revealing a complex diagram of the temple's magical architecture. Caya leans forward again, her curiosity evidently overcoming her wariness. These lines, she says, tracing a finger along the intricate patterns. They look like the carvings on the walls of the main chamber. Her observation is astute. Indeed, they are conduits for magical energy, drawing power from the ley lines beneath the mountain and channeling it through the temple's defensive systems. And those systems are still functional? After all this time? Partially, I reply. The awakening of 3 gargoyles simultaneously drained significant energy from the temple's reserves. I'm working to restore them. But it will take time. Time we may not have if King Cress mobilizes his forces against us. At the mention of the king, Kaya's expression hardens. He won't stop. Not just for a runaway slave. His pride won't allow it, especially now that you've killed his hunters. You know him well? She shakes her head. Not personally, but his reputation is extensive. They call him the Serpent's Chosen, the cruelest ruler in all of Protheka. Even the other Dark Elf kingdoms tread carefully around Leondor. Her knowledge of Dark Elf politics surprises me. You learned much during your captivity. Slaves are often invisible, she explains with a shrug. People speak freely when they think no one of consequence is listening. A clever adaptation to her circumstances, turning her perceived insignificance into an advantage. My respect for her intelligence deepens. Tell me what else you know of the current political landscape, I encourage, genuinely curious about how Protheka has evolved during our imprisonment. Caya hesitates, likely weighing the strategic value of sharing information against keeping her knowledge as leverage. After a moment, she seems to decide in favor of cooperation. Leondor remains the most powerful of the Dark Elf kingdoms, though Orthani challenges that position increasingly under King Rethun Vatoris. He's expanded aggressively, establishing colonies on Tluz and in the Yakare's Isles. She speaks with the precision of someone who has memorized important details through careful observation. Perthos is more isolated, focused on agriculture and trade rather than conquest. King Throsh Roraeli is considered moderately less cruel to humans than the others. And the other races? I prompt, impressed by her comprehensive knowledge. The Naga keep to Nagaland and are openly hostile to outsiders. I haven't heard much about them. The Minotaurs control trade routes through their naval power. The Manticore? She pauses, frowning. Actually, the Manticore disappeared centuries ago. They're believed extinct, or perhaps merely legendary. Not extinct, I correct her, selecting another text from my collection. Hidden. The Manticore fled to Osiris Island after rebelling against Dark Elf control. Their sanctuary is protected by powerful concealment magic. Her eyes widen. They're real? I thought they were just stories to frighten children. Many truths on Protheka have been reduced to legends, I observe, thinking of our own fate. The gargoyles, for instance. Caya nods thoughtfully. What about the Vraken, the ones you fought in the Great War? Retreated underground after their defeat, I reply, consulting another text. They established domains within the wild-spawned caverns beneath the mountains. Most dark elves now believe them extinct as well, though the more knowledgeable rulers maintain precautionary warding against their potential return. As we continue our exchange of information, I note how quickly Caya absorbs and processes complex concepts. Her questions are incisive, revealing a mind trained to identify crucial details amid overwhelming information, another survival adaptation, no doubt. The time passes rapidly as we delve into histories and magical theories, until eventually I become aware of a presence at the chamber entrance. Thane leans against the doorway, his massive arms crossed over his chest, crimson eyes gleaming with. The time passes rapidly as we delve into histories and magical theories, until eventually I become aware of a presence at the chamber entrance. Thane leans against the doorway, his massive arms crossed over his chest, crimson eyes gleaming with amusement. "Converting the human to your scholarly obsessions, Zephyr?" he asks, his deep voice rumbling through the chamber. "Ravik sent me to inform you that the perimeter wards have been breached twice more. Small scouting parties, easily dispatched." I frown at this news. They're testing our defenses systematically. Classic dark elf military strategy. "Which means they'll launch a coordinated attack once they've identified weak points," Caya adds, earning a surprised look from Thane. "The human understands tactical assessment," he says, sounding almost impressed despite himself. "The human understands survival," she retorts, meeting his gaze without flinching. "And right now, my survival depends on this sanctuary, holding against whatever forces come for me." "For us," I correct gently. "Make no mistake, Caya, while you may have been their initial target, we gargoyles now represent a far greater threat to dark elf authority. Once King Cress learns of our awakening, he will mobilize significant resources to return us to stone sleep or worse. The realization visibly weighs on her. So I've not only endangered myself by coming here, but you three as well." "A rather self-important assessment," Thane scoffs. "We welcome the conflict. Centuries of imprisonment have left us with considerable frustrations to expend." His crude implication earns a flat stare from Caya, who seems increasingly comfortable holding her ground against beings 3 times her size and infinitely more powerful. Fascinating. "Regardless," I interject, "we must accelerate our preparations. Caya, these texts contain information about the temple's defensive systems. With your permission, I'd like to continue our discussion tomorrow, focusing specifically on how you might assist in reactivating certain mechanisms that require delicate handling." Surprise flashes across her face. "You're asking my permission and suggesting I could help?" "Your fingers are considerably smaller than mine," I point out practically, displaying my clawed hands. "Some of the control mechanisms were designed for dark elf manipulation, not gargoyle." "And you trust me enough to let me access your defenses?" she presses, obviously searching for the trap in my request. I consider my response carefully. Trust is not a commodity I distribute liberally, especially to someone I've known for less than a day. Yet there is something about this human that compels a degree of confidence I cannot entirely explain through rational analysis. "I trust your instinct for survival," I finally reply. "Our defenses protect you as much as they protect us. Self-interest is often the most reliable motivator." A smile tugs at the corner of her mouth, the first I've seen from her. Practical and honest, refreshing compared to the manipulations I'm accustomed to from dark elves. "Don't mistake Zephyr's academic candor for kindness," Thane warns, pushing away from the doorway. "We may not be dark elves anymore, but we're certainly not human sympathizers." Yet even as he speaks, I note the way his gaze lingers on Caya with something more complex than mere disdain. The girl has affected us all, it seems, in ways that defy straightforward categorization. "I should continue my patrol," Thane announces abruptly, as if uncomfortable with his own observations. "The storm has intensified. It will provide some cover against immediate attack, but we shouldn't grow complacent." After he departs, Caya turns back to me, her expression thoughtful. "He doesn't like me much, does he?" Thane's antipathy is not personal, I assure her. He harbors particular resentment toward humans who collaborated with dark elves during our imprisonment. The fact that you were a slave rather than a willing servant makes little difference to his broader prejudice. And you? She asks directly. Do you share his prejudice? The question deserves honest consideration. I have always prided myself on intellectual objectivity, on evaluating each situation based on observable evidence rather than emotional bias. Yet I cannot deny that centuries of imprisonment have left their mark on my psyche, coloring my perceptions in ways I may not fully recognize. I try to judge individuals on their own merits, I finally answer. Thus far, you have demonstrated intelligence, adaptability, and a commendable resilience. These qualities earn my respect, regardless of your species. She studies me intently, as if measuring the sincerity of my words. And Ravik? Where does he stand on the question of human worth? An intriguing query, particularly given the undercurrents I've observed between them. Ravik is complicated. More than any of us, he embodies the contradiction of our existence. The dark elf mind housed within the gargoyle form. His feelings toward humans are similarly contradictory. That's not really an answer, she points out. No, I acknowledge with a small smile. It isn't. Perhaps because Ravik himself doesn't know the answer where you're concerned. A faint flush colors her cheeks at this observation, confirming my suspicion that the connection between them runs deeper than either might care to admit. Another fascinating development to monitor. Rest now, I suggest, gathering my scrolls. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, and you'll need your strength. As I rise to leave, Caya's voice stops me. Zephyr, thank you for the knowledge, for treating me as someone capable of understanding. The simple gratitude strikes a chord I had thought long silenced by centuries of stone sleep. I incline my head in acknowledgement, not quite trusting my voice in that moment. As I exit the inner sanctum, I find Ravik waiting in the shadows of the main hall, his expression unreadable. Well, he demands, what have you learned? Many things, I reply carefully. The temple's defenses can be restored with careful application of magical energy. The political landscape of Protheka has evolved in predictable ways during our imprisonment. And our guest possesses a remarkable mind for one with no formal education. His eyes narrow at this last observation. You grow attached to her. I find her intellectually stimulating, I correct him. A rare quality in any species. She is a means to an end, Zephyr. A curiosity that broke our curse, nothing more. Even as he makes this declaration, I note the way his gaze drifts toward the inner sanctum, lingering on the doorway behind which Caya rests. His words contradict his actions, a dissonance I find most revealing. Of course, I agree neutrally. Ravik growls softly, clearly detecting my skepticism, but chooses not to pursue the matter. Continue your research. Identify any weaknesses in our defenses and correct them. I want this sanctuary impregnable by dawn. As he stalks away, wings mantled imposingly behind him, I allow myself a moment of quiet amusement. For all his fearsome power and tactical brilliance, Ravik remains remarkably blind to certain truths, particularly those concerning his own emotions. I return to the archives, my mind cataloging the day's discoveries. The temple's magical architecture. The political evolution of Protheka. The complex relationship developing between 3 gargoyles and one remarkable human woman. Of all these mysteries, it is the last that most intrigues my scholarly mind. How strange that after centuries of imprisonment, our salvation should come in the form of a fragile human slave. How strange still that her presence should awaken within us feelings we had thought long turned to stone. I'm beginning to suspect that some forms of knowledge, particularly those concerning the heart, may prove more valuable than all the ancient texts in my carefully curated collection. A hypothesis worth testing, as we face whatever challenges tomorrow brings.
Chapter 7. Ravik. Dawn breaks cold and clear over Khazad-dûrn Ridge as I complete my 3rd circuit of the temple's perimeter. The blizzard has stopped, leaving behind pristine snow that glitters like scattered neptherium under the rising sun. Beautiful but dangerous, our tracks are now clearly visible to any pursuers. I kneel at the edge of a sheer drop, pressing my palm against the frozen ground, and channel a surge of elemental magic that sends tremors through the mountainside. Snow shifts, then cascades downward in a controlled avalanche that obliterates all evidence of Thane's passage through the eastern tunnel last night. He has not yet returned from his raid on the Dark Elf encampment, though I sense no concern. Thane was always most at home in battle, even before our transformation. If anything, I worry he's enjoying himself too much to maintain the stealth his mission requires. I rise, stretching wings stiff from the bitter cold. The temple stands behind me, ancient and imposing against the mountain face, its weathered stone exterior belying the awakening magic within. Zephyr's wards shimmer faintly at the edges of my vision, a lattice of protective spells that now envelop our sanctuary like an invisible fortress. Not impenetrable, but formidable. It will give even Morwen pause should the old witch accompany King Cress's forces. The thought of Morwen stirs ancient rage within me. I still remember her eyes, cold violet orbs devoid of mercy as she wove the curse that imprisoned us in stone. She had been an advisor to the king, trusted, respected, and she betrayed that trust as readily as the king betrayed his most loyal warriors. A familiar anger burns in my chest, threatening to overwhelm rational thought. I master it with the discipline of centuries, channeling the emotion into the task at hand. Anger clouds judgment, and I cannot afford clouded judgment when so much hangs in the balance, including the human. Caya, the unexpected variable in what should have been a straightforward awakening and retribution. I had anticipated freedom would bring vengeance, not responsibility for a fragile human woman whose desperate plea somehow shattered enchantments that had held for centuries. Yet here we are, and here she remains under my protection, whether I willed it or not. I make one final survey of the immediate area before returning to the temple, entering through a small side entrance rather than the main doors. Better to maintain the illusion that the structure remains abandoned, at least until we determine the full extent of the forces arrayed against us. The inner corridors hum with rekindled magic, Neptherium nodes glowing with blue-white light along the walls. Zephyr has been thorough in his work, reactivating defensive systems long dormant. I follow the sound of voices to the temple's central library, a circular chamber lined with shelves that once held the collected knowledge of ages. Most of the texts have crumbled to dust over the centuries, but some remain, protected by preservation spells cast by their original creators. I pause at the entrance, observing the scene within. Zephyr sits cross-legged on a cushioned stone bench, a fragile scroll unfurled before him. Beside him, close beside him, sits Caya, her dark curls falling forward as she leans to examine the ancient text. The light from the ceiling aperture catches copper highlights in her hair, creating a halo effect that emphasizes the delicate curve of her neck, the subtle point of her ear partially hidden by unruly strands. She looks rested, more vibrant than the half-frozen refugee who stumbled into our sanctuary 3 days ago. The shadows beneath her eyes have faded, and her cheeks show a healthy flush. The simple garment she wears, a tunic fashioned from fabric found in the temple stores, reveals the slender lines of her arms, the graceful arch of her collarbone. Something stirs within me at the sight, a possessive heat entirely inappropriate to our circumstances. I clench my fists, talons digging into my palms. What madness is this? She is human. A temporary ward, nothing more. A debt to be repaid, then released. Yet as Zephyr leans closer to her, pointing to some detail on the scroll, a low growl builds in my chest before I can suppress it. Both heads turn at the sound. Zephyr's expression reveals nothing, though his eyes hold a knowing gleam that irritates me further. Caya straightens, a smile breaking across her face like sunrise warm, guileless, and directed at me. "Ravik!" she greets, the now familiar cadence of her voice sending an inexplicable ripple of pleasure through me. Zephyr's been showing me maps of the old tunnel systems beneath the temple. There are passages we didn't know about. Indeed. I enter the chamber fully, wings folded tight against my back to navigate the narrow space between shelves. And what strategic value do these passages hold? Zephyr rolls the scroll carefully, his movements precise and deliberate. Potential escape routes, should we need them. Several connect to the larger cavern network that runs throughout Khazad-dûrn Ridge. The same network the Vraken claimed after their defeat, I observe, keeping my tone neutral despite the implications. Underground escape would mean confronting our ancient enemies, assuming any still dwell beneath the mountains. A risk, certainly, Zephyr acknowledges, but preferable to facing Morwen's cursecraft again, should it come to that. Caya's eyes widen slightly at the mention of the Perna Witch. You think she'll come herself? Not just send other witches? Morwen was... I hesitate, searching for words adequate to describe the ancient Perna's particular brand of malevolence. Thorough. She would not trust others to correct what she would view as a failure of her original curse. She would also be curious, Zephyr adds, his scholarly detachment failing to mask his unease. A human breaking a Perna binding of such magnitude? That alone would draw her attention, even without King Krez's command. Caya's expression falls, guilt shadowing her features. So I've not only brought the king's forces down on you, but also the most powerful Perna witch in Lyandor. The self-reproach in her voice triggers an unexpected surge of protectiveness within me. You have brought us freedom, I state firmly. Whatever comes as a consequence, the debt falls in our favor, not yours. Her hazel green eyes meet mine, surprise and something warmer flickering in their depths. I hold her gaze perhaps a moment longer than necessary, before turning to Zephyr. These tunnels... show me. Zephyr unfurls the scroll once more, gesturing me closer. As I move to his side, I notice Caya shift subtly to make room, a small courtesy that speaks to her awareness of our physical presence. Most humans would cower or shrink away from beings of our size and appearance. Yet she adapts, accommodates, treats our monstrous forms as simply another aspect of her new reality. The map reveals an extensive network indeed, passages radiating outward from the temple like the strands of a spider's web, connecting to larger caverns and eventually to the vast underground labyrinth that spans much of Khazad-dûrn Ridge. Some of the notations are in an ancient script I recognize from before our transformation, marking defensive positions and emergency caches. Many of these routes may have collapsed over the centuries, I note, tracing a talon along one particularly promising escape path. We should verify their viability before relying on them. My thoughts exactly, Zephyr agrees. I've been teaching Caya to recognize the mapping symbols so she can assist in the exploration. Her size would be advantageous in navigating the narrower passages. The suggestion of sending her into the tunnels alone, even for reconnaissance, ignites immediate opposition within me. Too dangerous. The temple's lower levels have been abandoned for centuries. There's no telling what might have taken residence in the darkness. I'm not afraid of the dark, Caya interjects, a hint of defiance in her tone. And I'm smaller and quieter than any of you. It makes tactical sense. It makes tactical sense to keep our most vulnerable member protected, I counter, harsher than intended. Not to send her undefended into unknown territory. Her chin lifts slightly. I survived 6 years in Lord Vathrin's household and escaped through a blizzard that would have killed most humans. I'm not as fragile as you seem to think. A tension-laden silence follows her declaration. I'm caught between admiration for her spirit and frustration at her willingness to risk herself. Before I can formulate a response that doesn't reveal too much of either emotion, a distant sound reaches my acute hearing, the soft scrape of stone against stone from the temple's western approach. I straighten immediately, wings flaring in instinctive readiness. Someone approaches from the west. Zephyr rises in one fluid motion, all scholarly contemplation replaced by the alertness of a warrior. Thane would return from the east. Dark elves. Single footsteps, light, trying to move silently. I focus on the faint sounds, filtering them through centuries of battlefield experience. A scout, most likely. Alone. I'll check the western wards, Zephyr says, already moving toward the door. If they've been breached. No. I cut him off with a raised hand. Maintain position here with Caya. I'll intercept the intruder before they reach the temple proper. Caya stands, concern evident in her expression. Shouldn't you wait for Thane? If it's a trap. Thane follows his own path, as always. I move toward the exit, pausing only briefly to add, Stay with Zephyr. Do not leave this chamber until I return. I don't wait for her acknowledgement, striding purposefully through the temple corridors toward the western facade. The approaching footsteps grow more distinct to my enhanced hearing, careful, measured, professional. Not a common soldier, then. Someone trained in stealth operations. An elite scout, perhaps, or an assassin. Either way, they will not reach Caya. I select a position among the tumbled ruins of what was once an outer courtyard, now half buried in snow and overgrown with hardy mountain vegetation. The natural camouflage conceals my massive form as I settle into perfect stillness, a skill honed through centuries of combat even before my transformation into a creature of living stone. Minutes pass in silent vigilance. Then, movement, a flash of dark against the pristine snow as a figure darts between cover points with practiced efficiency. A dark elf, clad in the distinctive armor of Lyondor's elite scouts, face obscured by a hood and mask that leaves only violet eyes visible. The scout pauses at the edge of the courtyard, scanning the ruins with the cautious thoroughness of a predator entering unknown territory. I remain motionless, allowing him to advance further into my chosen killing ground. His confidence grows with each step, his guard lowering incrementally as he detects no immediate threat. When he passes beneath my position, I strike. I drop from above, wings snapping open at the last moment to control my descent. The scout's reflexes are impressive. He's already rolling away as my claws rake the space he occupied a heartbeat earlier. A dagger flashes in his hand, its blade gleaming with the telltale blue sheen of enchanted steel. "Gargoyle," he hisses, the word part curse, part wonder. The rumors are true. I advance slowly, wings mantled to block his escape routes. Your comrades failed to return with their report. Did you expect a different welcome? The scout shifts into a defensive stance, clearly trained for encounters with larger opponents. I come alone, under banner of parley. A lie, almost certainly, but an intriguing one. I cock my head, studying him more carefully. Parley requires good faith. Your king imprisoned us in stone for centuries. What faith should I place in his messenger? Not the king's messenger, the scout replies, his violet eyes darting between my face and the claws flexing at my sides. Lord Vathran's. He seeks information regarding his escaped property. Rage floods my veins at the casual reference to Caya as property. With speed that belies my size, I close the distance between us, seizing the scout by his throat and lifting him from the ground. The enchanted dagger clatters uselessly against my stone-like skin before falling to the snow. The human is not property, I growl, tightening my grip just enough to restrict breathing without crushing his windpipe. She's under my protection. Remember that if you live to report back to your master. The scout claws ineffectually at my hand, his feet dangling above the ground. The king wants her, he gasps. More than the escaped slave. She heard things. I ease my grip slightly, allowing him to draw a ragged breath. What things? Plans, rituals. The scout's eyes dart nervously to the side, as if seeking escape. The awakening of ancient weapons. My interest sharpens. What weapons? I don't know details. Lord Vathran sent me to offer terms. Another gasping breath as I loosen my hold further. Return the slave, and he will intercede with the king. Grant you amnesty. A bark of laughter escapes me, harsh and cold. Amnesty? For what crime? Existing after they attempted to erase us? I bring the scout's face closer to mine, letting him see the ancient rage burning in my amber eyes. What does Lord Vathran know of the gargoyles, Scout? What tales have survived our imprisonment? Fear dilates his pupils, the scent of it sharp in the cold air. Stories monsters created during the Vrakan War. Betrayed the king, cursed to stone by the Purna. Betrayed the king? My voice drops to a dangerous purr. Is that the tale they tell? Not that we were betrayed? Not that we were heroes who saved their worthless kingdom from the Vrakan, only to be rewarded with eternal imprisonment? The scout's eyes widen. That's not the history we're taught. Of course not. I release him suddenly, letting him crumple to the snow at my feet. History is written by the victors, and your ancestors needed to justify their treachery. He scrambles backward, rubbing his throat, but makes no move to flee. Interesting. Either he's more dedicated to his mission than most, or there's more to this parley than he's revealed. Lord Vathran believes the king's obsession with the girl is disproportionate, he says, voice raspy from my grip. He seeks to understand why his household slave has become the focus of such extraordinary measures. Now we reach the truth. Political maneuvering among the dark elf nobility, with Caya as the unexpected fulcrum. I've seen such games before, played them myself in my former life. And if I told you why the king wants her so desperately? I ask, circling the kneeling scout like a predator assessing wounded prey. What would Lord Vathran offer in exchange for such valuable intelligence? The scout hesitates, clearly straying beyond his authorized negotiating parameters. Protection, he finally offers. Sanctuary within his estate, away from the king's direct authority. I laugh again, the sound echoing across the snow-covered courtyard, exchanging one prison for another. Your lord's generosity overwhelms me. I stop circling, looming over him with wings partially extended. Here is my counteroffer. You will return to Lord Vathran with a message. The scout's posture straightens slightly, sensing the imminent conclusion of our encounter. What message? Tell him the gargoyles of Cossadern Ridge have awakened. Tell him the human called Caya is under our protection, claimed as our ward by ancient rites of sanctuary. Tell him any who seek to reclaim her will face the full measure of our vengeance, a vengeance centuries in the making. I allow my voice to drop to a menacing rumble, and tell him if he truly wishes to understand the king's interest in the girl, he should investigate the ancient texts regarding the Purna bloodlines and their connection to the temple sanctuaries. Perhaps then he will comprehend what forces he meddles with. The scout swallows hard, committing my words to memory. And if he wishes further parley, there will be no parley. I step back, allowing him space to rise. There will be only surrender or war. The choice is his. The scout retrieves his fallen dagger with a wary eye on my imposing form. You would wage war against all of Leandor for a human slave? The question strikes at the heart of the conflict raging within me, the irrational, overwhelming protectiveness I feel toward Caya, disproportionate to any logical assessment of her value or our debt to her. I don't fully understand it myself, this possessive instinct that grows stronger each day. But I know with bone-deep certainty that I would indeed tear down the walls of Leandor stone by stone before allowing them to reclaim her. She is ours, I state simply, the declaration feeling right in a way I cannot articulate. Go now, before I reconsider your value as a messenger. He backs away, maintaining eye contact until reaching the edge of the courtyard. Only then does he turn and sprint into the shelter of the trees, disappearing as skillfully as he arrived. I watch until certain of his departure, then turn back toward the temple, my thoughts churning with the implications of this encounter. Lord Vathran seeking separate negotiations from the king, the reference to ancient weapons, and most troubling of all, my own visceral reaction to the thought of surrendering Caya, even theoretically. What is happening to me? This possessiveness goes beyond simple protection of a ward or repayment of a debt. It feels primal, instinctive, a claiming deep in my core that recognizes her as mine, in ways I've never experienced before. I find Zephyr waiting just inside the temple entrance, his expression carefully neutral. "I heard," he says simply. "Not the scout's words, but yours. Quite the declaration of intent." "A necessary show of strength," I reply, brushing past him into the warmth of the inner temple. "Dark elves respect only power and the willingness to use it." "Indeed." Zephyr falls into step beside me, his silver-gray form a stark contrast to my obsidian darkness. "Though I wonder if there wasn't something more personal in your claim. She is ours, you said. A collective ownership I don't recall us discussing." I halt, turning to face him fully. "Would you prefer I had said, mine? Because that was my first instinct." The admission hangs between us, more revealing than I'd intended. Zephyr studies me with those unnervingly perceptive turquoise eyes, seeing too much as always. "Fascinating," he murmurs, more to himself than to me. "The sanctuary magic that responded to her plea. I wonder if it created some form of magical bond beyond the simple breaking of our curse." "This isn't about magic," I growl, irritated by his scholarly detachment. "This is about protecting what we've claimed." "What you've claimed," he corrects gently, "though I notice you keep saying ours and we. Tell me, Ravik, have you considered that Thane and I might have our own feelings regarding our human ward? That your possessiveness might not be universally shared? The suggestion ignites an irrational surge of jealousy that catches me entirely off guard. The thought of Zephyr or Thane developing similar feelings toward Caya sends a wave of territorial rage through me that I struggle to contain. "She broke our curse," I counter, emphasizing the collective pronoun. "She is under our protection." "Protection, yes," Zephyr agrees mildly. "But possession, that's a different matter entirely, and one I suspect our Caya might have opinions about. Were she consulted?" "Our Caya." The casual phrase both soothes and inflames my territorial instincts. I open my mouth to respond when a new presence interrupts our conversation. Thane strides through the temple doors, blood-spattered and grim, his crimson eyes gleaming with the aftermath of battle. Bits of frost cling to his iron-black skin, suggesting he flew high and fast to return, rather than using the tunnels as planned. "We have a problem," he announces without preamble. "The main force is closer than we thought, and they've brought more when." Zephyr's expression tightens. "You're certain? You saw her?" "Better!" Thane tosses a small object onto the stone floor between us, a Nephtherium amulet inscribed with curse sigils unmistakably in Morwen's distinctive style. "I took this from one of her apprentices, right before I separated his head from his shoulders." I kneel to examine the amulet without touching it. The magic emanating from it feels cold, ancient, malevolent. "Tracking spell," I identify after a moment. "Calibrated to human essence." "Specifically to Kaya's essence," Thane corrects. "They had a lock of her hair. Must have collected it from her sleeping quarters in Lyandor." The implications send ice through my veins. If they can track her directly, then our sanctuary's defenses mean nothing, Zephyr finishes, his scholarly calm finally cracking to reveal genuine alarm. "They can pinpoint her exact location within the temple." Thane's gaze shifts between us, his expression hardening. "We need to move her, now, before Morwen completes whatever ritual she's preparing." "Where?" I demand, straightening to my full height. "Where in all of Protheka could we hide her from a tracking spell keyed to her essence?" "The Wildspont Caverns," Zephyr suggests. "The ambient magic would disrupt the tracking, but it would mean risking encounter with the Vraken." "Better the Vraken than Morwen," Thane argues. "At least against Vrakens, we stand a fighting chance." Their conversation fades to background noise as a terrible realization dawns on me. There's only one truly safe option for Caya, and it's one I find myself viscerally, irrationally opposed to implementing. "We should send her away," I force myself to say, the words like acid on my tongue. Alone. Without us. Our presence only draws more attention, makes her more valuable as a target. Both gargoyles stare at me in shock, clearly not expecting this suggestion from the one who has been most overtly protective of our human ward. You can't be serious, Thane growls. She wouldn't survive a day out there alone. She survived before she found us, I counter, though every word feels like a betrayal of the promise I made her. And she wouldn't be tracked as aggressively without the complication of awakened gargoyles? Zephyr shakes his head slowly. It would be a death sentence, Ravik. You know this. Winter in Khazad-dûrn Ridge is merciless, and the Dark Elves would still pursue her for what she knows. And if keeping her with us means Morwen recaptures all of us? Returns us to stone sleep, or worse, I argue, playing devil's advocate against my own deepest instincts. What good are we to her, then? The tension in the chamber builds as we face this impossible calculus. I am torn between my promise to protect her and the pragmatic recognition that our presence may be the greatest threat to her safety. The contradiction tears at me, exposing the irrational nature of my attachment to a human I've known barely 3 days. What if she doesn't want to leave? The quiet voice from the corridor doorway freezes us all in place. Caya stands there, her slender form silhouetted against the torchlight behind her, chin raised in that now familiar expression of defiance. How long has she been listening? Long enough, clearly, to understand the essence of our dilemma. She steps into the chamber, eyes moving between the three of us, before settling on me with an intensity that resonates in my core. You promised no one would take me back to Lyondor while you drew breath. Was that just empty words? Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 9. Thane. Blood sings beneath my obsidian skin as I stalk through the dense forest of Khazad-dûrn Ridge, every sense attuned to the morning wilderness. The snow has retreated to patchy islands amid the emerging spring growth, leaving the ground soft and ideal for tracking. Ahead of me, Caya moves with surprising stealth for a human, her steps careful and deliberate as I've instructed. There, I whisper, pointing to a set of 3-pronged tracks pressed into the soft earth. Die, female, by the depth and size, traveling alone. Caya crouches, her slender fingers hovering above the impression without touching it. How can you tell she's alone? Dat rarely travel without their young in spring unless separated from the herd. I kneel beside her, close enough that my wing brushes against her back. The contact sends an unexpected ripple of awareness through my body. See how she pauses here? Listening, uncertain. A diet with her herd, moves with confidence. Caya's scent washes over me, clean snow and wild honey, with an undercurrent of something distinctly her. The possessive instinct that's been growing since her magical display yesterday claws at my insides. She belongs with us now, not just as our ward or the temple's miraculous key, but as something more, something primal that even my battle-hardened mind struggles to define. "You're a surprisingly patient teacher," she says, glancing up with those forest green eyes that somehow make me feel simultaneously powerful and disarmed. I bare my teeth in what might pass for a smile. "Don't spread that rumor. I've a reputation to maintain." Her laugh, a sound still rare enough to be precious ripples through the clearing. "Your secret's safe with me, fearsome gargoyle." The teasing light in her eyes makes my chest tighten in ways that have nothing to do with battle lust or hunger. I rise abruptly, uncomfortable with the sensation. "Come. If we track her carefully, she'll lead us to the herd. Fresh meat for the sanctuary." We move through the underbrush, my massive form somehow making less noise than I would have expected. Centuries as a warrior taught me stealth before I was cursed into stone, and those skills have returned with surprising swiftness. "Why did you suggest this hunt?" Caya asks as we follow the tracks deeper into the forest. Ravik wasn't pleased. The memory of Ravik's thunderous expression when I proposed taking Caya beyond the temple's immediate protection brings a rumble of satisfaction to my chest. Our commander grows too possessive, too quickly. The human deserves to learn survival beyond stone walls. "Ravik forgets you survived 6 years in Vathran's household and a blizzard that would kill most of your kind," I reply. "You're not porcelain to be sheltered. You're steel to be tempered." Something flickers across her face. Surprise, perhaps, or appreciation. She's not accustomed to being seen as capable rather than fragile. "Besides," I add, "you need to understand the land surrounding our sanctuary. If enemies breach our defenses again, knowledge of escape routes could mean the difference between freedom and recapture." The practical justification satisfies us both, though neither acknowledges the deeper truth, that I simply wanted her company, away from Ravik's domineering presence and Zephyr's scholarly lectures. We track the dat for nearly an hour, moving deeper into the ridge's forested slopes. The trees grow denser here, ancient Typh giants, whose twisted branches create a canopy that dapples the forest floor with shifting patterns of light and shadow. Caya stops suddenly, her head tilted. "Do you hear that?" I freeze, extending my senses beyond our immediate surroundings. At first, I detect nothing unusual. The whisper of wind through branches, the distant call of mynas, the subtle movements of small creatures in the underbrush. Then I catch it. A faint hum, like the vibration of a plucked string coming from somewhere ahead. "Stay behind me," I command, instinctively placing myself between her and the unknown sound. "What is it?" she whispers, pressing close to my back. "Magic," I growl. "Not dark elf, different." We advance cautiously until we reach a small clearing dominated by a singular, ancient Typh tree. Its trunk, wide enough that 5 humans might struggle to encircle it with joined hands, rises like a gnarled tower into the canopy. But it's what surrounds the base that stops us both cold. Symbols have been carved into the forest floor in a perfect circle around the tree. Delicate, flowing sigils that pulse with a faint violet light. I recognize some from the sanctuary's defenses that Zephyr has been teaching Caya, but others are unfamiliar and distinctly feminine in their design. Perna markings, I hiss, wings extending partially in instinctive threat display. Fresh, days old at most. Caya steps forward, as if drawn by the sigils. I catch her arm, my claws gentle against her soft skin. Don't approach, I warn. Perna magic is treacherous. It responds to blood and intent in ways even Zephyr doesn't fully understand. Her eyes remain fixed on the circle. It feels familiar somehow, like the sigils in the temple, but wilder, less structured. The admission confirms what we've all begun to suspect since her display of power yesterday. Blood calls to blood, magic to magic. If Caya indeed descends from Perna lineage, these markings would naturally resonate with her dormant abilities. I scan the surrounding forest, every warrior instinct alert for danger. Someone wove powerful protection magic here. Recently. Protection against what? Caya asks. Before I can answer, a twig snaps in the distance, too deliberate to be wildlife. In one fluid motion, I pull Caya against my chest and unfurl my wings, creating a living shield around her smaller form. We're being watched, I whisper against her hair, my voice barely audible even to my own ears. She nods against my chest, her heartbeat quickening but steady. Not panic, awareness. Again, I'm struck by her resilience. Most humans would be trembling with fear by now. Through a gap in the branches, I catch movement. A cloaked figure sliding between trees approximately 50 paces east, moving parallel to our position. The figure pauses, head turning in our direction, as if sensing our presence, despite the considerable distance. I catch a glimpse beneath the hood, not the violet eyes of a dark elf, but a human face, aged and weathered, with eyes that seem to glow with an inner light even at this distance. Perna. Has to be. The figure raises a hand, palm out, not in threat, but in acknowledgement. Then, with unnatural speed, she vanishes deeper into the forest. Only when I'm certain she's gone do I loosen my protective embrace around Caya, though some primal part of me resists even this slight separation. Was that? Caya doesn't finish the question. Yes. I gather her closer to my side, one wing still partially mantled around her shoulders. An old one, by the look of her. Powerful. She didn't attack, Caya observes, her voice steady despite the encounter. No. This troubles me more than an outright assault would have. She observed, assessed. Me, Caya says quietly. She was watching me, wasn't she? I don't insult her intelligence with false reassurance. Most likely, if you carry Perna blood, as your magic yesterday suggests, you would be of great interest to any surviving covens. Kaya's shoulders straighten beneath my wing. Then we should return to the sanctuary. Ravik and Zephyr need to know we're facing threats beyond King Cress's forces. I nod, reluctantly impressed by her practical response to danger. No tears, no hysterics, just clear-eyed assessment and decisive action. She continues to defy my expectations of her kind. As we turn to leave, Caya pauses, looking back at the warded tree. Wait, there's something else. Before I can stop her, she steps toward the edge of the sigil circle, careful not to cross its boundary. Kneeling, she points to a small object partially buried beneath fallen leaves. There. With admirable caution, she uses a stick rather than her fingers to brush aside the debris, revealing a small leather pouch marked with symbols that match those in the circle. Don't touch it, I warn. I won't. She studies it from a safe distance. But it was left deliberately, just at the circle's edge, almost like a gift, I finish, understanding dawning. Or an offering. Our eyes meet, the implications clear. The Perna wasn't merely observing. She was leaving something for Caya to find. After a moment's consideration, I remove a small hunting knife from my belt. Using its tip, I carefully lift the pouch without touching it directly. Risky, Caya says. Less risky than leaving it for others to find, I counter. Zephyr can examine it safely at the sanctuary. I secure the pouch in an outer pocket of my hunting satchel, maintaining the barrier between it and my skin. The forest suddenly feels less welcoming. Shadows deeper, sounds more ominous. Our hunting expedition is over, I announce. We return now. Caya doesn't argue, falling into step beside me as we begin the journey back to the temple. I keep her close, senses hypervigilant for any sign of the Perna woman or other threats. Do you think she meant me harm? Caya asks, after we've put considerable distance between ourselves and the warded tree. I consider the question carefully. Not immediately. Perna are calculating, strategic. If she wanted you dead, she would have struck while you were vulnerable and alone in the blizzard, before you reached our sanctuary. Then what does she want? That, I growl, is what concerns me. Perna witches rarely want anything simple or benign. We walk in silence for a time, the weight of this new threat settling between us. I find myself studying Caya's profile as she navigates the forest path, the determined set of her jaw, the watchful intelligence in her eyes, the graceful economy of her movements. Despite her small stature and apparent fragility, there's an undeniable strength in her that I'm beginning to appreciate more with each passing day. You're staring, she says, without looking at me. I don't deny it. You continue to surprise me. Because I haven't collapsed in terror yet. A wry smile curves her lips. Because you adapt. You learn. You face each new threat with calculation rather than panic. I duck beneath a low-hanging branch. These are not typical human traits in my experience. Perhaps you've known the wrong humans, she suggests. Perhaps. Or perhaps she is simply exceptional. The thought unsettles me more than I care to admit. We're within sight of the sanctuary when I catch the scent of blood, fresh, recent, and unmistakably dark elf. I halt immediately, one arm extended to stop Caya. What is it? She whispers, instantly alert. Someone's been here. Recently. I scan the forest edge, where the trees meet the rocky approach to the temple. Dark elf blood was spilled. Ravik emerges from the sanctuary entrance, his massive obsidian form instantly recognizable. His amber eyes lock onto us, or more specifically, onto my wing still partially curved around Caya's shoulders. "Scout," he calls, approaching with powerful strides. "Tried to infiltrate while you were gone. I dealt with him." His gaze shifts meaningfully to my protective posture. I withdraw my wing slowly, not out of submission, but strategical calculation. Now is not the time for dominance displays, not with multiple threats converging. "We found something," I announce. "Perna activity in the forest. Recent." Ravik's expression darkens, wings mantling slightly. "Show me." I retrieve the pouch from my satchel, careful not to touch it directly. This was left at a warded site approximately 2 miles east, powerful protection sigils surrounding an ancient typh tree. "And we were watched," Caya adds. A cloaked woman. She seemed to recognize me somehow. Ravik's attention snaps to her, intense and focused. "You saw a Perna witch? How close?" 50 paces, perhaps, I answer, before Caya can respond. She made no aggressive move, merely observed, then departed. After leaving this, Ravik gestures to the pouch with obvious suspicion. "We need Zephyr," Caya says. "He'll know what to make of it." Ravik nods curtly. "Inside, both of you." His tone brooks no argument, and for once, I don't feel inclined to challenge his authority. The situation has grown more complex than anticipated. As we enter the sanctuary, I notice Caya glancing back at the forest edge, her expression troubled yet curious. The Perna witch's appearance has affected her deeply, raising questions about her own nature that none of us can yet answer. "You did well today," I tell her quietly, as we follow Ravik into the temple depths. She looks up, surprised by the praise. "I didn't do anything." "You maintained composure, observed carefully, made sound decisions." I allow a rare hint of approval to color my voice. "Not every battle is fought with claws and fangs, little human." A faint blush colors her cheeks, and something stirs in my chest. A protective instinct, tinged with another emotion I'm not yet ready to name. Whatever threats gather beyond our walls, one thing becomes increasingly clear. Caya is no longer merely our ward or the key to our awakening. She is becoming essential in ways that transcend duty or obligation. The realization should trouble me more than it does. As we descend into the inner sanctum, where Zephyr awaits with his ancient texts and scholarly insights, I find myself lingering half a step behind Caya, watching the subtle sway of her movements, the quiet determination in her bearing. The Perna witch saw something in her worth observing, worth approaching, despite the risk of encountering 3 awakened gargoyles. I'm beginning to understand why.
Chapter 10. Caya. Absolutely not. Ravik's voice booms through the temple's main chamber, the sound reverberating off ancient stone walls like thunder trapped in a mountain pass. His wings flare wide, obsidian skin gleaming in the blue glow of the Neptherium lanterns Zephyr reactivated yesterday. The forest encounter only confirms what I've been saying. She stays within the sanctuary's walls. I stand near the stone hearth, fingers pressed against the warm granite as 3 gargoyles, each twice my size and infinitely more powerful, argue over my fate as if I'm not present. 4 days ago, I might have remained silent, head bowed in the practiced submission of a slave. But I am no longer that person. And what happens when your precious walls fail? Thane challenges, crimson eyes flashing as he tosses the Perna's leather pouch onto the ancient map table. The witch tracked us for miles without detection. She could have struck at any moment. But she didn't, Zephyr interjects, his silver-grey form more fluid than the others as he examines the pouch without touching it directly, which suggests observation rather than immediate threat. Or strategic patience, Ravik counters, amber gaze flicking momentarily to where I stand before returning to Thane. First Dark Elf Scouts, now Perna Witches. The sanctuary is our strongest position. Thane's massive fist slams against the stone table, sending centuries-old dust spiralling into the air. The sanctuary is a trap without escape routes. You would have us cornered like prey. I would have us fortified like warriors, Ravik snarls, the runes etched across his chest, pulsing with golden light that matches his eyes. Or have you forgotten how easily the Vraken overwhelmed scattered forces? I've learned enough about their past to understand the barb strikes deep. Before their transformation and curse, the gargoyles were elite dark elf warriors who witnessed the devastating effectiveness of Vraken battle tactics against isolated units. That was different, Thane growls, wings partially extending in challenge. Was it? Ravik steps closer, using his slightly greater height to loom over Thane. The Perna nearly destroyed us once through division. I will not allow it again. The tension crackles between them like lightning seeking ground, primal and dangerous. I've seen Lord Vathran's guards come to blows over lesser disagreements, and they lack the supernatural strength these gargoyles possess. If this escalates to physical confrontation, the damage could be catastrophic, to them and to our sanctuary. Stop, I command, surprised by the authority in my own voice as I step forward. Both of you. 3 pairs of inhuman eyes swivel toward me. Amber, crimson, and turquoise, all widening slightly at my intervention. This isn't about ancient battles or proving dominance, I continue, heart pounding but voice steady. This is about survival, mine and yours, and I should have a say in strategies that concern my safety. Ravik's expression darkens. You don't understand the... I understand more than you think, I interrupt, something I would never have dared with Lord Vathran or any dark elf master. I survived 6 years in a household where one wrong glance could mean a whipping. I navigated political currents you can't imagine, invisible but watching, learning which nobles would kill for a whispered secret, and which guards could be trusted not to sample the merchandise when no one was looking. My words hang in the air, heavy with implications none of us have openly acknowledged. Zephyr's expression softens with something like compassion, while Thane's eyes narrow with renewed appraisal. Only Ravik remains impassive, though a muscle ticks along his stone-like jaw. I agree the sanctuary offers protection, I continue, moderating my tone. But Thane is right. We need escape routes, contingency plans. The Dark Elves mapped these mountains centuries ago. If King Kress commits his full forces, one entrance means 1 point of failure. Zephyr nods approvingly. The eastern tunnels could be cleared relatively quickly. They lead to a ravine beyond the likely perimeter of any siege forces. And leave us exposed in unfamiliar territory, Ravik counters, though his posture has relaxed incrementally. With a human who cannot fly, cannot fight, and possesses magic she can neither control nor understand. His dismissal of my capabilities ignites something molten in my chest, not mere anger, but a deeper indignation born of years being underestimated and objectified. I may not have wings or claws, I reply, approaching the map table with deliberate steps, but I am not helpless. I escaped the most heavily guarded city on Protheka during its most important festival. I survived Corzadern Ridge in a blizzard, and I broke a curse that held for centuries. I spread my hands over the ancient map, tracing mountain passes and ravines with fingers that no longer tremble in the presence of these powerful beings. I don't need to be carried like a child or hidden away like a treasure. I need to be prepared, armed with knowledge, skills, and yes, eventually control over whatever magic flows in my blood. The chamber falls silent as my declaration settles among us. In the quiet, I become acutely aware of how close I stand to Ravik, close enough to feel the heat emanating from his massive form, to see the intricate patterns etched into his obsidian skin. Despite his frustrating protectiveness, I cannot deny the flutter in my stomach when those amber eyes focus solely on me. Before anyone can respond, a high-pitched tone cuts through the tension, a keening sound emanating from the neptherium nodes embedded in the temple walls. The blue glow intensifies, pulsing in a distinct pattern. "Perimeter breach," Zephyr announces, already moving toward the entrance hall. "Northwestern quadrant, multiple signatures." "How many?" Ravik demands, all personal conflict forgotten as he shifts seamlessly into combat readiness. Zephyr presses his palm against a pulsing sigil carved into the wall. 8. No. 12 distinct entities, moving quickly, in formation. "Elite guard," Thane growls, retrieving twin blades from where they rest against a stone column. "Not scouts this time." Ravik's wings flare wide as he issues commands with practiced efficiency. "Zephyr, inner defences. Thane, western approach." His gaze falls on me, hesitating only briefly. "Caya, to the inner sanctum." Part of me wants to argue, to insist on helping defend our home, but I recognise the pragmatic truth. I would be more hindrance than help in direct combat against trained dark elf warriors. Instead, I nod and move toward the corridor leading deeper into the temple. Ravik catches my arm as I pass, his massive hand gentle despite its deadly capability. "Stay within the warded chamber. If we fall—" "You won't," I interrupt, surprising myself by placing my palm against his chest, feeling the living stone warm beneath my touch. "But if things go badly, I'll remember the eastern tunnels." Something flickers in his amber eyes. Respect, perhaps, or possibly something deeper. He nods once, then releases me, turning to join Thane at the sanctuary's entrance. I hurry through winding corridors, deeper into the mountain temple. The inner sanctum Zephyr prepared glows with protective sigils, some ancient, others newly activated by my inadvertent magic 2 days ago. The small chamber feels secure but confining, a gilded cage regardless of its necessity. From this depth, I cannot hear the sounds of battle directly, but the temple itself seems to resonate with distant impacts. I pace the perimeter, examining each symbol etched into the walls. Some now feel familiar, their purpose almost intuitive after Zephyr's patient instruction. Others remain mysterious, their magic humming just beyond my comprehension. I don't know how much time passes, minutes or hours, before the chamber door bursts open. Thane fills the entrance, his iron-black skin streaked with what can only be dark elf blood, crimson eyes blazing with battle fury. "We need to move," he announces without preamble. "They've breached the main hall." My heart stutters. "Ravik? Zephyr?" Holding the secondary position, he extends a clawed hand. "Come, quickly." I take his hand without hesitation, noting how carefully he adjusts his grip to avoid injuring me with talons that just moments ago were likely tearing through dark elf armour. He leads me through unfamiliar passages, descending rather than climbing. "Where are we going?" I ask, struggling to keep pace with his longer strides. "Deeper sanctuary." His voice is clipped, focused. "Ancient chamber Zephyr discovered yesterday, heavily warded." We round a corner and nearly collide with Zephyr, whose silver-grey form bears fewer battle marks than Thane's but radiates exhaustion. The scholarly gargoyle's turquoise eyes brighten at the sight of me. "Good, this way." He gestures toward a narrow staircase cut directly into the mountain stone. The chamber below connects to the eastern tunnels if necessary. "Ravik?" I ask again, unaccountably worried for the alpha gargoyle despite his overwhelming power. "Covering our retreat," Zephyr answers, his expression tightening. He insisted on being the last defense. Something cold settles in my stomach at these words. We need to help him. We need to protect you, Thane counters firmly. That's what he's fighting for. The implication that Ravik values my safety above his own sends a confusing mixture of warmth and dread through my body. Before I can argue further, a tremendous impact shakes the very mountain beneath us, dust and small stones raining from the ceiling. Move! Thane pushes me toward the stairs, his massive body shielding mine from falling debris. We descend into darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow emanating from the runes etched into the gargoyle's skin. The stairway opens into a hexagonal chamber, unlike any I've seen in the temple, older somehow, its architecture predating even the ancient sanctuary above. 6 pillars rise from floor to ceiling, each carved with spiralling symbols that seem to shift and move in the dim light. What is this place? I whisper, the space somehow demanding reverence. The heart of the mountain, Zephyr answers, approaching a central altar. The sanctuary was built around this chamber, not the other way around. The altar pulses with faint magenta light, the same colour that manifested during my unexpected magical display. The recognition sends a shiver along my spine. It knows you, Zephyr observes, watching my reaction. The magic here responds to your presence. Before I can process this information, another impact rocks the chamber, this one closer and more violent. Dust cascades from ancient cracks in the ceiling, and one of the pillars develops a hairline fracture from base to midpoint. They're through the secondary defences, Thane growls, positioning himself between the stairway entrance and where I stand. Zephyr's expression grows grim. Ravik should have rejoined us by now. The implication sends panic clawing up my throat. Despite his overbearing protection and stubborn command, the thought of Ravik falling to dark elf blades is unexpectedly devastating. We have to find him, I insist, already moving toward the stairs. Thane blocks my path with one massive arm. Absolutely not. You don't understand, I argue, my voice rising. He's only in danger because of me, because I brought this down on all of you. He's in danger because he chooses to be, Zephyr corrects gently. As do we all. Another impact, closer still. The damaged pillar creaks ominously. The eastern tunnels, Thane decides, looking to Zephyr. If they've breached this far, we need to evacuate. And leave Ravik? I demand, incredulous. He would want you safe, Zephyr says, though conflict shadows his features. I won't be the reason you abandon him, I state, a new resolve hardening within me. If I'm truly as valuable as everyone seems to think, then I should have some say in how that value is used. Both gargoyles stare at me, clearly unprepared for this assertion of will. Here's what we'll do, I continue, surprising myself with the calm authority in my voice. Thane, you'll check the upper levels. If Ravik is injured, bring him here. If he's still fighting, help him hold the line. Zephyr stays with me to prepare defensive measures in this chamber. I half expect them to dismiss my plan outright, to insist on their original course. Instead, they exchange a look I cannot fully interpret. And if I find him fallen? Thane asks bluntly. The possibility sends a physical pain through my chest, but I force myself to consider it. Then return immediately, and we'll take the eastern tunnels as planned. After a moment's consideration, Thane nods sharply. Acceptable. He turns to Zephyr. 30 minutes. If I haven't returned, assume the worst. May the hunter guide your blade, Zephyr replies, the formal blessing sounding ancient on his tongue. Thane departs with startling speed for one so massive, leaving Zephyr and me alone in the ancient chamber. The scholarly gargoyle immediately moves to the central altar, gesturing for me to join him. If we must make a stand here, this is our strongest position, he explains, indicating symbols carved into the altar's surface. These sigils connect to the mountain's natural energy. With your assistance, I might be able to strengthen them. I place my hands beside his on the cool stone, feeling the subtle vibration beneath my palms. Tell me what to do. For the next several minutes, Zephyr guides me through a series of sigil activations, his patient instruction belied by the tension evident in his posture. Each activated symbol glows with increasing brightness, spreading outward from the altar to the chamber walls in rippling waves of magenta light. The distant sounds of battle grow fainter, though whether from increasing distance or the chamber's strengthening barriers, I cannot tell. My concern for Ravik grows with each passing minute, an emotion more complex than simple gratitude or obligation. You care for him, Zephyr observes quietly, his turquoise eyes watching me with scholarly perception. Despite his challenging nature. I focus on tracing the next sigil, avoiding his gaze. I care for all of you. You've protected me at great risk. True, he acknowledges, but incomplete. His fingers pause above a complex symbol. There is no shame in selective attachment, Caya. Our kind rarely shared bonds equally, even before our transformation. His words force me to confront emotions I've been carefully avoiding. The flutter in my stomach when Ravik's amber gaze falls upon me, the comfort I find in Zephyr's patient wisdom, the exhilarating freedom I experienced hunting with Thane. Different feelings, equally powerful, distinctly confusing. I don't know what I feel, I admit finally. Everything has happened so quickly. Zephyr's expression softens. Time is a luxury we may not have. Before I can respond, heavy footsteps echo from the stairway, too heavy for dark elf soldiers. We both turn as Thane emerges into the chamber, supporting a battered but conscious Ravik. The alpha gargoyle's obsidian skin bears numerous wounds, including a particularly vicious gash across his left shoulder, but his amber eyes burn with undiminished intensity. Those eyes find mine immediately, something like relief washing over his harsh features. You're safe. Thanks to you, I reply, crossing the chamber without conscious thought. All of you. I reach toward his injured shoulder, but stop short of touching it, suddenly uncertain. Ravik captures my hand in his much larger one, the gesture startlingly gentle from a being capable of such violence. The elite guard has retreated, he announces, addressing all of us, though his gaze remains fixed on me. But they'll return with greater numbers. And likely Perna support, Zephyr adds grimly. Then we need to be ready, I state, withdrawing my hand from Ravik's with reluctance. All of us working together, not arguing over who knows best. Ravik straightens to his full height, wincing slightly from his injuries. You gave orders to my warriors, he says, his tone unreadable. Thane tenses beside him, clearly prepared for conflict, while Zephyr watches with cautious interest. I lift my chin, refusing to apologize for taking action when necessary. I did, I confirm, and they were good orders. For a moment, the chamber fills with dangerous silence. Then, to my astonishment, Ravik's mouth curves in what might almost be called a smile. They were, he agrees, inclining his head slightly. The sanctuary defences are compromised. We need new strategies. The simple acknowledgement feels like victory, not against Ravik, but against the invisible barriers that have defined our relationship since my arrival. No longer merely protector and protected, but allies with different strengths. We'll plan together, I suggest, gesturing to include all three gargoyles. Combining your battle experience with my knowledge of dark elf tactics and whatever magic I can learn to control. Ravik studies me for a long moment, those amber eyes seeing more than I'm entirely comfortable revealing. You continue to surprise me, little human. Good, I reply, holding his gaze steadily. I plan to keep doing that. Something shifts in the atmosphere between us, a tension neither wholly comfortable nor unwelcome. In the soft magenta glow of the activated sigils, surrounded by 3 beings of tremendous power who have chosen to protect me, I feel a strange sense of belonging I've never experienced before. Not safety precisely. Danger still presses against our sanctuary from all sides. But purpose, connection, the foundation of something worth fighting for beyond mere survival. As we gather around the ancient altar to plan our next moves, I find my gaze repeatedly drawn to Ravik's commanding presence, to the surprising gentleness in Zephyr's scholarly explanations, to the fierce protectiveness in Thane's crimson eyes. Different connections, equally powerful. For the first time since fleeing Leondor, I allow myself to acknowledge the truth. What grows between us is no longer simply about sanctuary or obligation. Something more complex is taking root, something that terrifies and exhilarates me in equal measure.
Chapter 11. Ravik. Blood sings in my veins as I track the retreating dark elves through the moonlit forest. Their scent lingers in the cold night air, fear mixed with determination, wounded pride poisoning their retreat. I follow at a distance, wings folded tight against my back for stealth, moving through shadow with the deadly precision that once made me the most feared commander in Leondor's elite guard. Ironic that I now hunt those I once led. The elite unit moves with disciplined efficiency despite their wounded, breaking into smaller groups at predetermined points, using the terrain to mask their withdrawal. No random flight of defeated soldiers, but strategic retreat gathering information, preserving strength for future assault. Their commander understands the art of withdrawal. Good. I respect competent enemies. They die more efficiently. I pause at the ridge overlooking a narrow ravine where the main force converges, counting figures in the darkness. 17 survivors from what began as 30 warriors, not including any they left behind to observe our sanctuary. Acceptable losses, but not devastating enough to deter King Krez from sending more. An officer gestures sharply and the unit forms around a glowing Neptherium stone, the light pulsing in a distinctive pattern. Communication sigil, likely connecting directly to Leondor. The patterns shift too rapidly for me to decipher at this distance, but the message is clear. They report failure but not defeat. They will return. My fingers flex, talons extending with the desire to rend and tear. I could strike now, eliminating this threat permanently. The darkness is my ally, their wounds my advantage. None would escape. But the greater threat to our sanctuary, to Caya, lies elsewhere. These soldiers are merely instruments. The true danger comes from Purna witches, who even now may be approaching from another direction while I focus on this decoy. With reluctance, I withdraw, making one final circuit of the temple's surroundings before returning. The ancient mountain paths remain silent and empty, though whether from absence of enemies or simply their superior concealment, I cannot determine. My senses, heightened beyond even the exceptional acuity of dark elves, detect no immediate threat, yet unease prickles along my spine like phantom claws. The sanctuary looms ahead, its weathered stone facade now bearing fresh scars from the attack. Gouges mark where magical projectiles struck ancient walls, while dark stains on the threshold betray where I separated a dark elf captain from his ambitions. The makeshift barricade Thane constructed from fallen masonry blocks, the shattered entrance functional, but hardly impregnable. I slipped through a narrow gap in the defenses, unwilling to announce my return by moving the larger stones. The main hall lies in shadow, illuminated only by the faint blue glow of damaged Neptherium nodes. Weapons and armor fragments litter the floor, testament to the ferocity of our defense. They've retreated beyond the outer ridge, I announce, expecting to find Thane standing guard as ordered. Silence answers. I extend my senses, filtering through the lingering scents of battle blood, sweat, the acrid residue of spent magic. Beneath these, I detect the familiar presence of my companions. Thane's iron-blood musk emanates from the eastern corridor, while Zephyr's more subtle aura drifts from the lower archives. And Caya, the honey snow autumn leaves scent, that has become as essential as air flows from the small antechamber Zephyr converted to healing space after the attack. Alone. Anger sparks beneath my skin, sending amber light pulsing through the runes etched across my chest. I specifically ordered that she not be left unguarded, regardless of our apparent victory. Does no one understand the stakes? The fragility of human flesh against magical assault? I move through the temple with silent fury, wings partially extended in unconscious threat display. The heavy stone door to the healing chamber stands partially open, spilling warm lamplight into the corridor. I pause at the threshold, drawn by movement within. Caya stands with her back to the entrance, bent slightly over a basin of steaming water. Her dark curls have been drawn up and secured with a thin leather cord, exposing the delicate curve of her neck. The simple tunic she wears, fashioned from fabric found in the temple stores, has slipped from one shoulder, revealing a constellation of freckles across skin the color of sun-warmed honey. The sight sends an unexpected surge of possessiveness through me, so powerful it momentarily steals my breath. Mine to protect, mine to cherish, mine to claim. She lifts a cloth from the water, wringing it carefully before raising it to her exposed shoulder. Only then do I notice the angry red abrasion marking her skin, a wound she received during our retreat to the lower chamber, when falling debris grazed her despite Thane's protective shielding. The knowledge that she was injured, however slightly beneath my protection, ignites something primal within me. A growl builds in my chest, escaping before I can contain it. Caya spins toward the sound, eyes wide with momentary alarm before recognition softens her features. "Ravik! You're back! You're injured." I step into the chamber, allowing the door to swing closed behind me. And alone. She returns to tending her wound, seemingly unconcerned by either fact. It's just a scrape, and I'm hardly alone in a temple with 3 gargoyles, even if they're not hovering directly over me. I gave explicit instructions that I would not be left unguarded, she finishes, meeting my gaze directly. The timid slave who stumbled into our sanctuary less than a week ago has transformed into something altogether more formidable. Zephyr is translating texts about Purna-warding magic in the archives directly below us. Thane is reinforcing the eastern tunnel entrance as we discussed. Her calm recitation of facts does nothing to soothe my agitation. And if enemies had breached our defenses while I was gone, if that Purna witch had infiltrated our sanctuary, then I would have called for help and defended myself as best I could until you arrived. She sets down the cloth with deliberate precision. I'm not helpless, Ravik. Vulnerable, yes. Inexperienced with magic, certainly. But not helpless. The echo of our earlier conversation of her assertion of agency during the Dark Elf attack stirs conflicting emotions within me. Pride in her growing strength battles with an overwhelming need to shelter her from all harm. "Let me see your wound," I demand, approaching with careful steps. Despite my transformation, I remain acutely aware of how my massive form might intimidate a being so much smaller and frailer than myself. Caya hesitates only briefly before turning, presenting her injured shoulder with quiet dignity. The abrasion looks worse up close, a raw scrape approximately the size of my palm, already beginning to bruise around its edges. "There's healing salve," she offers, gesturing to a small clay pot on the stone table. Zephyr found it in the temple stores. Said it was infused with magic for accelerated healing. I retrieved the container, removing its sealed lid with careful precision, despite the size differential between my clawed hands and the delicate pottery. The salve within glows with faint luminescence, confirming its magical properties. "This will help," I confirm, gathering a small amount on my fingertips. "But it may sting initially." "I can handle pain," she replies simply, a statement so matter-of-fact it sparks renewed anger at all she must have endured before finding our sanctuary. I apply the salve with utmost gentleness, talons retracted, using only the pads of my fingers against her tender skin. Even so, she tenses momentarily at the contact before relaxing into my touch. The contrast between my obsidian hand and her golden skin captivates me. Darkness against light, stone against silk, predator against prey. Except she has never truly been prey, has she? Not in spirit, regardless of her physical vulnerability. You fought well today, I say, surprising myself with the admission. Your plan to divide our forces was tactically sound. A smile graces her lips, transforming her face from merely beautiful to radiant. High praise from the commander of the elite guard. Former commander, I correct, continuing to apply the healing salve with careful strokes. That life ended centuries ago. Did it? Her question carries no judgment, only genuine curiosity. You still command, still protect, still lead. The observation unsettles me with its accuracy. Despite my transformation, despite centuries of stone sleep, the core of who I am remains unchanged, a protector, a warrior, a leader. But something has shifted since awakening, something fundamental that centers around the remarkable human beneath my hands. I have never sought to protect anyone or anything as fiercely as I wish to protect you, I admit, the confession dragged from some deep, hidden place within me. It disturbs my equilibrium. Caya turns to face me fully, her movement bringing us closer than propriety would allow in any dark elf court. The healing salve glistens on her shoulder, already beginning to work its magic as the angry red fades to pink. Why? She asks, a simple question with a profoundly complex answer. I struggle to articulate emotions. I scarcely understand myself. You broke our curse. You awakened us from eternal imprisonment. That creates obligation. Is that all it is? Her gaze searches mine, hazel green eyes reflecting the lamplight. Obligation? No. The truth emerges against my will, compelled by something in her expression. Not merely obligation. Then what? She steps closer still, close enough that I can feel the warmth of her body, smell the clean soap scent of her skin beneath the herbal tang of the healing salve. Words fail me, I, who once commanded armies with eloquence and authority. Instead, I reach out, tracing the curve of her jaw with one careful finger, my obsidian skin stark against her warmth. I should not want this, I whisper, voice roughened by desire. You are human. Fragile. Temporary. We are all temporary, she counters, leaning almost imperceptibly into my touch. Some just have longer to wait. The simple wisdom of her statement undoes something within me. Some final restraint holding back the flood of emotion, threatening to drown my rational mind. My hand slides from her jaw to the nape of her neck, cradling her head with a gentleness I did not know I possessed. If I start this, I warn, my voice a low rumble that seems to vibrate between us, I may not be able to stop. Her pulse quickens beneath my fingers, but not with fear. What if I don't want you to stop? The last thread of my control snaps. I bend, closing the distance between us, capturing her lips with mine in a kiss that begins as conquest, but transforms instantly into communion. She tastes of Bergona tea and something uniquely her sweet and complex and utterly intoxicating. For a heartbeat she freezes, and I fear I've misunderstood, overstepped, ruined everything. Then she melts against me, her small hands coming up to press against my chest, not pushing away but anchoring herself as she returns the kiss with unexpected fervor. A growl of approval rumbles through me as I deepen the kiss, careful despite my growing passion not to overwhelm or harm her. My free arm encircles her waist, drawing her closer, supporting her as she rises on tiptoes to better reach me. When we finally part, her breathing comes quick and shallow, her lips pleasingly swollen from my attention. Her eyes, when they open, hold no fear, only wonder, and a hunger that matches my own. I have wanted to do that, I confess, my voice rougher than intended, since the moment you stood up to me during the attack. A small laugh escapes her, not mocking but delighted. That's what attracted you? Me challenging your authority? You standing in your power, I correct, stroking my thumb along the delicate skin beneath her ear, claiming your voice after years of enforced silence. Her expression softens, vulnerability and strength intertwining in ways I find endlessly fascinating. I never thought I'd find freedom in a sanctuary guarded by predators. Is that how you see us? As predators? Sometimes, she admits with disarming honesty. You are dangerous, Ravik, all of you. But danger isn't always something to fear. Her insight strikes deeper than she could know. We are dangerous, I most of all, perhaps. My possessive nature, my territorial instincts, my capacity for violence all pose risks to someone as physically vulnerable as Caya. Yet she stands before me without fear, offering trust I have done little to earn. I would never harm you, I vow, the promise burning like Neptherium fire in my blood. Never. I know. She rises again, initiating the kiss this time, her hands sliding up to my shoulders with tentative exploration. The sensation of her touch, gentle, curious, accepting, ignites something molten within me. I deepen the kiss, carefully guiding her backward until she meets the stone table at the chamber's center. With minimal effort, I lift her onto its edge, positioning myself between her thighs without breaking our connection. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
For several heartbeats, we remain joined, breathing heavily, my forehead resting against hers in intimate connection. When I finally move to withdraw, concerned about crushing her with my weight, she makes a small sound of protest, arms tightening around my neck. Not yet, she murmurs, eyes still closed in apparent bliss. Just stay for a moment. I comply gladly, shifting only enough to support my weight on my arms rather than her smaller frame. The position allows me to study her face in the aftermath of pleasure, the relaxed set of her features, the slight smile curving her lips, the peaceful expression so different from her usual watchful alertness. You are precious to me, I confess, the words emerging without conscious decision. More than duty or obligation would explain. Her eyes open slowly, finding mine with surprising directness. And that frightens you. Not a question, but an observation, and an accurate one at that. I consider denying it, maintaining the facade of invulnerability that has served me well as a commander and protector. But she deserves truth, not pretense. Yes, I admit, I was not made for tenderness or attachment. My purpose has always been protection through strength and, when necessary, violence. Yet here you are, she points out, one hand coming up to trace the line of my jaw with gentle exploration. Being tender despite yourself. The simple observation strikes deeper than she could know. Here I am indeed commander of the elite guard, fearsome gargoyle warrior holding this fragile human as if she's made of the most precious Neptherium crystal, my heart exposed in ways I never anticipated. A sudden, unwelcome thought intrudes. Thane and Zephyr will return eventually. They will sense what has occurred between us. The possessive instinct that has dominated my interactions with Caya flares anew, demanding exclusive claim over what we've shared. She reads the change in my expression with uncanny perception. What troubles you? I withdraw carefully, helping her sit upright on the stone table, already missing our connection. The others will return soon. Understanding dawns in her eyes, followed by something more complex, uncertainty, perhaps, or concern. And that bothers you. Again, not a question. I retrieve her discarded clothing, handing each piece to her with more care than such simple garments warrant. I am unaccustomed to sharing what I value, I admit, as she dresses, the confession inadequate to express the depth of my territorial nature. Caya pauses in adjusting her tunic, studying me with that direct gaze that seems to see more than I wish to reveal. Do you think I'm yours to share or withhold? The question catches me off guard with its precision. My instinctive response, yes. Mine wars with my growing respect for her autonomy and strength. No, I answer finally. The admission difficult but necessary. You belong to yourself alone. Your choices are your own. She approaches me then, fully dressed yet somehow more intimate than when we were joined physically. Her small hand comes to rest over the place where my heart beats beneath obsidian skin. My choices brought me to you tonight, she says simply. Just as they may lead me elsewhere tomorrow, but they will always be my choices, Ravik. The implicit message is clear. What we've shared does not grant me exclusive claim, nor does it preclude similar connection with Thane or Zephyr should she desire it. The knowledge should enrage me, should trigger the territorial fury that has defined much of my existence. Instead, I find myself nodding slowly, accepting what I cannot change without destroying something precious in the process. I understand. Do you? Her gaze searches mine, seeking confirmation. Because I won't be a source of conflict between you three. You need each other, we need each other if we're to survive what's coming. Her wisdom continually surprises me, outpacing her years and limited experience. I capture her hand, pressing it more firmly against my chest. I will endeavor to remember that, I promise. The words a struggle, but the sentiment genuine. A smile breaks across her face, transforming her from merely beautiful to radiant. That's all I ask. Footsteps echo in the corridor outside, Zephyr returning from the archives, judging by the lighter tread. Caya steps back, creating appropriate distance between us, though the lingering scent of our coupling will be obvious to gargoyle senses regardless of physical separation. As the footsteps draw nearer, Kaya's expression grows serious once more. Whatever happens, whatever choices I make, know this. What we shared was real, meaningful. I won't forget it. The simple declaration soothes something raw and uncertain within me. Before I can respond, the chamber door opens, revealing Zephyr's silver-gray form. His turquoise eyes take in the scene with scholarly assessment, nostrils flaring slightly as he processes the lingering scents. I found something in the archives, he announces, tactfully ignoring the obvious. Something about the Perna witch who may be tracking Caya. Just like that, we transition from intimate connection back to survival mode. The luxury of personal exploration superseded by external threat. Yet as Caya moves toward Zephyr, eager to learn what he's discovered, she glances back at me with a small, private smile that promises this interlude was not merely momentary distraction, but the beginning of something with greater meaning. I follow, already calculating defense strategies against this new Perna threat, my warrior mind never truly at rest. But beneath the tactical considerations, something unfamiliar pulses in rhythm with my heartbeat. Not merely desire or possession, but genuine attachment. I've claimed her body, yes. But in the process, I fear she may have claimed something far more valuable from me, something I never intended to surrender to anyone. My heart.
Chapter 12. Zephyr. Knowledge has always been my sanctuary, more reliable than allies, more enduring than empires, more comforting than love. Even after our transformation from dark elves to gargoyles, when everything else was taken from us, knowledge remained my constant companion through centuries of stone sleep. The curse that bound our bodies could not fully imprison our minds, allowing fragments of awareness to drift through the void of time like islands in an endless sea. Now, as I trace my clawed finger along a sequence of symbols etched into the floor of a chamber, none of us knew existed until yesterday. I feel the familiar thrill of discovery tingling through my silver-gray skin. The hidden room lies 3 levels beneath the main sanctuary, accessible only through a narrow passage that would have remained concealed had the dark elf attack not damaged the wall concealing it. Remarkable, I murmur to myself, turquoise eyes adjusting effortlessly to the dim light. The chamber is perfectly circular, its walls covered in what initially appear to be decorative patterns, but which my scholarly mind recognizes as Perna family lineages, bloodlines traced through generations in the flowing script unique to their kind. I move methodically around the perimeter, translating symbols few living beings on Protheka would recognize. Unlike the angular precision of dark elf writing or the bold slashes of orc pictographs, Perna script flows like water over stone, each character blending seamlessly into the next. The effect is both beautiful and deliberately obscuring, intended to hide meaning from untrained eyes. Fortunately, my eyes are very well trained indeed. Before my transformation, I served as historical advisor to Leondor's elite guard, specializing in ancient languages and magical theory. Those skills, honed over centuries of practice, now allow me to piece together the fragmented history recorded on these walls. The Great Exodus, I translate, fingers tracing a particularly intricate sequence. Perna covens scattered after the second wave of persecution. 12 bloodlines dispersed to the winds, taking their secrets with them. The account confirms what I've suspected after the initial alliance between dark elves and Perna witches fractured. Many Perna fled rather than face destruction. But not all, it seems. Some remained, either as captives or willing collaborators with the dark elf nobility. I continue my circuit of the chamber, piecing together the narrative recorded in these ancient texts. The story is not continuous, but fragmented, suggesting multiple authors recording information over generations. Certain symbols repeat with particular emphasis, bloodline markers identifying specific Perna families. One such marker draws my attention, a sinuous curve intersected by 3 vertical lines, reminiscent of a stylized flame. I've seen this symbol before, in the records of our cursing. It belonged to Elowin, the matriarch who led the Perna coven responsible for our imprisonment. The Flame Keepers, I whisper, recalling the name her bloodline used among themselves. Particularly powerful in binding magic and cursecraft, their lineage was among the most ancient and respected of the Perna covens. I follow the Flamekeeper lineage across the wall, watching it branch and narrow through generations. Some lines terminate abruptly, extinction through violence or perhaps dilution. Others continue, growing fainter as they spread outward from the central trunk. Near the bottom of the wall, where the most recent entries would be recorded, many of the symbols have faded beyond legibility. Decades or even centuries may have passed since anyone maintained these records. Still, enough remains to trace the primary Flamekeeper line to its apparent end, a final name inscribed with particular care. Seraphina, I translate, the name stirring no recognition. Below it, the lineage appears to terminate, suggesting she may have been the last of her line or perhaps simply the last recorded by whoever maintained these archives. As I turn to examine the chamber's central altar, a flash of magenta light catches my eye, not from the walls, but from the floor beneath my feet. I step back, watching as the light pulses once, twice, then fades. Intrigued, I kneel to examine the stone more closely. Unlike the walls, the floor bears no visible writing or symbols, yet when I press my palm against it, I feel a subtle vibration, magic responding to my presence. Curious, I murmur, reaching into my satchel for the small collection of tools I've assembled since our awakening. From these, I select a slender crystal rod infused with Nephtherium essence, useful for detecting and manipulating magical energies too subtle for direct interaction. I tap the rod gently against the floor in a pattern mimicking the pulse I observed. The response is immediate. Magenta light blooms beneath the crystal's touch, spreading outward in concentric circles that illuminate previously invisible markings across the floor's surface. The hidden pattern reveals itself to be an elaborate ritual circle, complete with protection sigils and channeling conduits. At its center, directly beneath the stone altar, lies a symbol I recognize all too well, the binding knot used in our curse. The same pattern etched into our stone forms during our imprisonment. It can't be, I breathe, mind racing with implications. This chamber wasn't merely a record hall. It was a ritual space, likely the very place where Elowyn and her coven developed the curse that would eventually bind us. I rise quickly, moving to the altar with renewed purpose. The stone slab appears unremarkable at first glance, but when illuminated by my crystal rod, its surface reveals a hidden compartment sealed with perna magic. Such locks would have been impenetrable to most, but my centuries of study, even while trapped in stone, have given me insights into magical mechanisms that few living beings possess. After several minutes of careful manipulation, combining magical theory with practical application, I feel the lock yield beneath my efforts. The altar's surface parts seamlessly, revealing a small chamber containing a single object, a leather-bound book, its cover adorned with the now familiar Flamekeeper symbol. My hands tremble slightly as I lift the tome from its resting place, not from physical effort, but from the weight of potential discovery. If this is what I suspect Elowyn's personal grimoire, it could contain the key to understanding our curse completely, perhaps even revealing weaknesses in its construction that might protect us from future imprisonment. I carry the book to a flat stone bench near the wall, where the light from my crystal rod will best illuminate its contents. The binding creaks softly as I open it, the pages within surprisingly well preserved despite their age. The writing is minute and precise, in the same flowing perna script as the wall inscriptions, but with personal notations and shortcuts suggesting private use rather than formal record-keeping. The first pages contain standard ritual preparations and magical theory, nothing particularly revolutionary to my educated eye. But as I progress deeper into the text, the content grows increasingly specific, detailing experimental approaches to binding magic that even I, with my extensive knowledge, have never encountered. Remarkable, I murmur again, turning the pages with careful precision. She was innovating entirely new forms of cursecraft. About halfway through the volume, I find what I've been seeking, detailed notes on the development of our curse, complete with diagrams and ingredient lists. Elowyn's script grows more hurried here, suggesting excitement or perhaps urgency in her work. Permanent binding requires anchor to living essence, I translate, brow furrowing at the implications. Subject's own life force is insufficient for eternal effect. External essence must be incorporated. Blood of caster creates the strongest bond. This explains much about the curse's resilience. By incorporating her own essence into the binding, Elowyn created a connection that transcended normal magical limitations. Clever and devastating in equal measure. I continue reading, each revelation more troubling than the last. According to these notes, Elowyn didn't merely curse us. She linked our fate to her bloodline, creating a magical tether that would persist through generations of her descendants. "Only blood of my blood may unmake what I have wrought," reads one particularly ominous passage. The binding is sealed through my essence and can be broken only by one who shares it. The implication staggers me. If these notes are accurate, our curse could only be broken by a direct descendant of Elowyn herself, someone carrying her blood, her magical essence. Someone like... My thoughts freeze as a memory surfaces with perfect clarity Caya's shoulder as she wears the blue dress the other day, the small birthmark I glimpsed there. At the time, I dismissed it as an ordinary blemish, but now, with Elowyn's grimoire open before me, I recognize it for what it truly is. The Flamekeeper mark. I flip frantically through the book's remaining pages, searching for confirmation. Near the end, I find a family registry, a personal record of Elowyn's descendants, continuing well beyond the wall inscriptions. The final entry, made in a different hand than the rest, records the birth of a daughter to one Liliana, great-granddaughter of Seraphina. The child's name is Caya. The book slips from my suddenly nerveless fingers, landing with a soft thud on the stone floor. Caya. Our Caya is the direct descendant of the Perna matriarch who cursed us. The revelation explains everything. How she broke our curse with a desperate plea. Why her magic manifested so powerfully in the temple defenses. Why the Perna witch tracked her through the forest. She is the key, not merely to our awakening, but potentially to our permanent freedom or renewed imprisonment, depending on who controls her developing power. I retrieve the book with trembling hands, my mind racing with implications. King Cress's obsessive pursuit suddenly makes terrible sense. If he knows or suspects Caya's heritage, he would stop at nothing to possess her not as a mere runaway slave, but as a magical weapon of incalculable value. The ethical dilemma crashes over me like a physical wave. What do I tell her? What do I tell Ravik and Thane? The knowledge is dangerous in multiple dimensions. It makes Caya an even greater target, and it might shatter the fragile trust growing between us if she believes we value her only for her magical potential. Yet concealing such critical information feels wrong on a fundamental level. Knowledge has always been my guiding principle, the foundation upon which I've built my existence. To withhold it now, even with benevolent intent, would betray everything I believe. I close the grimoire carefully, securing it within my satchel. The chamber's magical illumination fades as I rise, leaving me in near darkness relieved only by the faint glow emanating from the runes etched into my silver-gray skin. The weight of discovery sits heavy on my shoulders as I make my way back through the hidden passage toward the main sanctuary. My mind continues to churn with conflicting imperatives as I ascend the ancient stairs. The scholar in me demands immediate disclosure, full transparency regarding Caya's heritage and its implications for our situation. The strategist cautions measured revelation, careful introduction of facts to avoid overwhelming her already precarious situation. And something else, something less rational but increasingly powerful, urges protection, shielding her from knowledge that might bring only pain and greater danger. This last impulse surprises me with its intensity. When did Caya become more than an academic curiosity or strategic asset? When did her well-being begin to matter to me beyond its practical implications for our survival? Perhaps it was when she listened to my historical explanations with genuine interest rather than mere politeness. Or when she asked insightful questions about magical theory that revealed a quick, curious mind beneath her cautious exterior. Or possibly when she stood her ground against Ravik during the attack, revealing a core of strength I find increasingly admirable. Regardless of when it began, I cannot deny the truth. I care for her as an individual, not merely as the key to our freedom or a subject of scholarly interest. The realization is both unsettling and oddly liberating. As I near the upper levels of the sanctuary, another scent reaches my sensitive nostrils, the unmistakable musk of intimacy. My steps falter momentarily as I process the implications. Ravik and Caya have coupled in my absence, their scents now intermingled in a way that speaks of physical completion. An unexpected surge of jealousy catches me off guard, the emotion so foreign to my scholarly nature that I nearly stumble on the ancient stairs. I have never been the possessive type. Even before our transformation, I preferred to observe and analyze, rather than claim or control. Yet something about this development stirs an uncomfortable heat in my chest. Is it merely territorial instinct, the primal aspect of our gargoyle nature asserting itself? Or something deeper, more personal, rooted in my growing regard for Caya herself? I pause at the corridor junction, gathering my composure. Whatever my private feelings, they cannot interfere with the larger imperatives of survival and protection. Caya's heritage represents a critical piece of information that affects all of us, regardless of who has claimed physical intimacy with her. Decision made, I continue toward the healing chamber where I left Caya earlier. The scent of coupling grows stronger as I approach, confirming my initial assessment. When I open the door, the scene tells its own story. Caya and Ravik standing slightly apart, her cheeks flushed, his amber eyes holding a possessive gleam I've never seen before. Both turn toward me as I enter, Caya's expression shifting from private contentment to alert curiosity at the sight of my satchel and the obvious tension in my bearing. Ravik's response is more measured, a subtle shift of weight that places him fractionally closer to her, unconsciously protective. I've found something in the archives, I announce, deciding that immediate partial disclosure serves our collective interests better than either complete revelation or total concealment. Something about the Perna witch who may be tracking Caya. Caya steps forward, eager for information as always. What did you find? Is it connected to the pouch Thane and I discovered? I hesitate, weighing precisely how much to share in this initial conversation. Possibly. I discovered a hidden chamber beneath the sanctuary, a Perna record hall containing genealogical information about the 12 major covens. 12? Ravik questions, his strategic mind immediately grasping the significance. The historical records mentioned only 7. The official histories were incomplete, I explain, moving further into the chamber. Deliberately so. The Perna concealed much about their true numbers and bloodlines, especially after relations with dark elf nobility deteriorated. Caya's gaze sharpens with interest. And this connects to the witch in the forest how? I believe she belongs to the Flamekeeper bloodline, a particularly powerful coven specializing in binding magic and cursecraft. I set my satchel on the stone table, carefully avoiding the exact spot where their coupling likely occurred. The same coven responsible for our imprisonment. Ravik's expression darkens. They still exist? After all this time. In diminished numbers, but yes. I withdraw Elowin's grimoire from my satchel, placing it gently on the table. This belonged to their matriarch, the witch who designed and implemented our curse. Caya stares at the book with visible fascination, one hand unconsciously rising to touch her left shoulder, precisely where the birthmark rests beneath her tunic. The gesture sends a jolt through me. Does she know? Has she always suspected her connection to the Perna? May I? She asks, reaching toward the grimoire. I nod, watching carefully as she opens the ancient tome. Despite having no formal magical training, she handles it with instinctive reverence, as if recognizing its significance on some fundamental level. I can't read this, she says after a moment, fingers hovering over the flowing script. Yet it feels familiar somehow. Perna script, I explain, moving to stand beside her close enough to guide, but not so near as to invade her personal space. Deliberately designed to be difficult for outsiders to decipher. She glances up at me, hazel green eyes reflecting the Neptherium lamplight. But you can read it? I was a scholar of ancient languages before our transformation, I confirm, though this particular dialect required some effort to translate. Ravik joins us at the table, his massive form radiating protective heat as he examines the book over Caya's shoulder. What does it tell us about our current situation? Here lies the critical juncture. How much to reveal, how much to withhold. I choose my words with scholarly precision. The grimoire details the construction of our curse, including its fundamental anchoring mechanism. The matriarch, Elowin, bound the curse to her own bloodline, creating a magical tether that would persist through generations. Meaning? Ravik prompts, his tactical mind requiring practical implications rather than theoretical framework. Meaning the curse could only be broken by someone sharing Elowin's blood, I explain, watching Caya's expression carefully. Someone carrying her magical essence. Understanding dawns in her eyes, quickly followed by denial. You think, but that's impossible. I'm just a slave from Lord Vathran's household. My mother was a slave before me. And before that? I ask gently. What do you know of your earlier ancestry? Nothing, she admits, a new vulnerability entering her expression. Slaves aren't permitted genealogies or family histories. We exist only in the present, with whatever master currently holds our papers. The casual brutality of this reality strikes me anew, despite my intellectual familiarity with dark elf slavery practices. Knowledge of self, of origins and ancestry is fundamental to identity. To deliberately strip this from a sentient being is a particularly insidious form of control. I believe you may have Perna ancestry, I state carefully, watching her reaction. Possibly direct descent from the Flamekeeper line. She shakes her head in reflexive denial. That's absurd. I have no magic. Don't you? I counter gently. You broke a curse designed to be unbreakable. You activated defensive sigils that should have required years of training to master. Your blood responded to the temple's ancient magic in ways that cannot be explained by coincidence. Caya steps away from the table, arms wrapping around herself in unconscious self-protection. If what you're suggesting is true, why wouldn't I have known? Why wouldn't I have felt something before now? Magic can lie dormant when unexpressed, I explain, resisting the urge to comfort her physically, a gesture that might be unwelcome given her current distress and my awareness of her recent intimacy with Ravik. Particularly in bloodlines diluted through generations of non-magical partnerships. Sometimes it requires a catalyst, extreme circumstances, proximity to sources of magical power, or specific triggering events. Like pleading for sanctuary in a temple built on ley lines, Ravik concludes, his sharp mind connecting the disparate pieces. Precisely. I turn a page in the grimoire, revealing a diagram of the sanctuary's magical architecture. This temple was constructed at a convergence of natural power currents. Your desperate plea, combined with your latent magical heritage, created the perfect conditions for awakening both our curse and your dormant abilities. Caya's gaze returns to the book, a new wariness in her expression. How certain are you about this? The critical question demanding absolute honesty despite the pain it might cause. I consider prevarication, providing reassurance through ambiguity, but dismiss the impulse as unworthy of both of us. I found your name, I admit quietly, in the family registry at the back of this grimoire. You are descended directly from Elowin through an unbroken maternal line. Her face pales, one hand rising again to her shoulder. The birthmark. The Flamekeeper symbol, I confirm. A magical inheritance passed through generations of your maternal line. Ravik's expression shifts from tactical assessment to protective concern as he observes Caya's distress. This is why King Cress pursues her so relentlessly. Not merely as a runaway slave, but as a magical resource of immense value. And why the Perna Witch tracked us in the forest, I add. If any Flamekeepers remain active, they would sense the awakening of Elowin's blood, particularly after such a significant magical event as breaking our curse. That Perna is probably the one that inscribed my name in this. Caya sinks onto the stone bench, the weight of revelation visibly overwhelming her. So, I'm not just a fugitive slave, but a magical bloodline prize that multiple factions are hunting. Her succinct summary encompasses the grim reality of her situation perfectly. I nod, offering no false comfort. I believe so, yes. And that's why you three feel so protective of me, she continues, her gaze shifting between Ravik and myself. Not because of me specifically, but because of what I represent. The key to your permanent freedom or potential re-imprisonment. The accusation cuts deeper than anticipated, striking at insecurities I hadn't recognized until this moment. Is she correct? Is our growing attachment merely a product of magical connection rather than genuine regard? No. Ravik answers before I can formulate a response, his voice carrying the absolute certainty of command. Our protection began as an obligation, yes. But what has grown since then is not about magic or curses. His amber gaze meets mine briefly, acknowledging the complex reality we both face, that whatever our initial motivations, our feelings for Caya have evolved beyond strategic value or magical utility. Ravik is correct, I affirm, choosing honesty over self-protection. While your heritage explains certain aspects of our awakening, it does not define the connections that have formed subsequently. Caya looks unconvinced, her earlier confidence replaced by understandable doubt. How can any of us know that for certain? If my blood broke your curse, might it not also be influencing your feelings? Creating artificial attachment where none would naturally exist? The question reveals both intelligence and insight qualities I've come to deeply appreciate in her. Rather than dismissing the possibility outright, I consider it with scholarly thoroughness. Magic can influence emotion, certainly, I acknowledge, but it cannot create genuine attachment from nothing. At most, it might amplify existing tendencies or lower inhibitions against forming connections. That's not especially reassuring, she notes with a touch of wry humor despite her evident distress. Perhaps this is, I suggest, stepping closer. If our regard were merely magical compulsion tied to your bloodline, it would have manifested immediately upon awakening. Instead, it has grown gradually through interaction, observation, and mutual respect, the natural evolution of genuine connection. Ravik nods in rare agreement. You earned our respect through courage and intelligence, not blood or magic. Caya considers this, some of the tension easing from her posture. I want to believe that. Then do, I encourage, allowing more emotion into my voice than is typical for my scholarly nature. Trust your own perceptions, your own experiences of our interactions. Magic may have brought us together, but what develops from that meeting is still ours to determine. She looks between us once more, something resolving in her expression. What do we do with this knowledge? How does it change our situation? The practical question brings us back to immediate concerns, exactly as I suspect she intended. Fascinating, how quickly she adapts, processing emotional upheaval without allowing it to paralyze decision-making. We must assume both King Krez and the remaining Flamekeepers know or suspect your heritage, I state, returning to strategic assessment. This explains the escalating pursuit and suggests further attacks will be increasingly targeted toward capturing, rather than killing you. I need to learn to control whatever magic I might possess, Caya concludes, standing with renewed determination. If I'm going to be hunted for this power, I should at least understand how to use it. I can help with theoretical foundations, I offer, cautious optimism rising at her practical approach to this revelation. Though my experience with Perna magic specifically is limited to observation rather than practice. We all will help, Ravik declares, the statement both promise and command. But first, we need to share this information with Thane. His patrol of the eastern tunnels should be complete by now. The reminder of our fourth companion and the implications of Caya's heritage for our collective situation brings me back to immediate practicalities. Whatever personal feelings might be developing among us, survival remains the priority. Agreed, I say, carefully returning the grimoire to my satchel. Though we should consider how much to share with others beyond our immediate circle. Knowledge of Caya's bloodline would be dangerously valuable to numerous factions throughout Protheka. We tell no one, Ravik states flatly. Not until we understand the full implications ourselves. Caya nods, straightening her shoulders with visible effort. I need time to process this anyway, to understand what it means for me, for who I thought I was. The vulnerability in her statement strikes a chord within me. Identity is a complex construct at the best of times. To have one's fundamental understanding of self so dramatically altered must be profoundly disorienting. Your heritage doesn't change who you are, I offer gently. It merely expands the possibilities of who you might become. She gives me a small, grateful smile that sends an unexpected warmth through my chest. Thank you, Zephyr, for telling me the truth, even knowing how difficult it would be to hear. Always, I promise, meaning it more deeply than she could know. Whatever complications arise from her heritage, whatever challenges we face in protecting her from those who would use her power, I will not betray her trust through deliberate deception. As we depart the healing chamber to seek Thane, I find myself watching Caya with new understanding. Her courage in facing this revelation, her practical approach to processing life-altering information, her concern for our collective welfare despite her personal upheaval, all confirm what I've increasingly suspected. Her value extends far beyond magical heritage or strategic importance. She possesses a rare combination of resilience, intelligence, and compassion that would be remarkable in any being, regardless of bloodline or magical potential. The scholar in me remains fascinated by the implications of her Perna ancestry. The strategist recognizes her critical importance to our collective survival. But something else, something newer and less familiar, simply appreciates her for herself, separate from any practical utility or magical significance. I believe humans call this emotion admiration, perhaps even affection. Unfamiliar territory for one who has lived primarily in the realm of intellect, yet not entirely unwelcome. As we descend toward the eastern tunnels, I catalog this new development with my usual scholarly thoroughness, another piece of knowledge to integrate into my understanding of our evolving situation. Yet, unlike most information I collect, this insight feels strangely personal, meant for preservation rather than analysis. I will protect her, not merely because her bloodline represents our salvation, but because she deserves protection for her own sake. And perhaps, in time, I might offer her something beyond mere protection, something I've rarely considered valuable until now. Connection, understanding, perhaps even devotion, a most unexpected development indeed.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 13. Caya. The flame of the ancient oil lamp flickers across the pages of Elowin's grimoire, casting dancing shadows over flowing script I still cannot read, but which now feels strangely familiar beneath my fingertips. Dawn is hours away, yet sleep evades me, driven off by revelations too momentous for rest. I sit cross-legged on my makeshift bed in the small chamber adjacent to the inner sanctum, surrounded by bits of parchment, where I've attempted to copy symbols that resonate with something buried deep within my blood. Perna, Flamekeeper, descendant of the very witch who cursed my protectors. The knowledge sits like a stone in my stomach, heavy and undigested. For 6 years I defined myself solely by survival, the clever slave who endured Lord Vathran's household by becoming invisible, unremarkable, forgettable. Now I learn I am something else entirely, heir to a magical lineage powerful enough to break curses that held for centuries. I trace the birthmark on my left shoulder through the thin fabric of my sleeping tunic. The pattern I've always dismissed as a simple quirk of nature now reveals itself as something far more significant. The Flamekeeper symbol, passed through generations of women in my maternal line. My mother. Did she know? Is this why she clutched me so tightly when the slavers separated us in the market square? Was she trying to tell me something more important than simple maternal love? The questions pile upon each other, a mountain with no summit in sight. I close the grimoire with a sigh, my eyes burning from hours of staring at indecipherable text. Zephyr offered to translate more tomorrow, but some restless impulse drove me to examine it alone tonight, searching for connections I might feel rather than understand. A soft sound from beyond my doorway draws my attention, the whisper of clawed feet against stone, too light for Ravik's commanding stride or Thane's purposeful movements. Zephyr, then, still awake despite the late hour. His revelation earlier today about my heritage clearly troubles him as much as it does me, though for different reasons. Decision made, I wrap a woven blanket around my shoulders against the sanctuary's perpetual chill and step into the corridor. The gentle blue glow of Neptherium nodes guides my path toward the central archive, where Zephyr spends most of his time. As expected, I find him hunched over an ancient text, his silver-grey form illuminated by multiple lamps that highlight the intricate patterns etched into his stone-like skin. He looks up at my approach, turquoise eyes brightening with recognition. "You should be resting." "As should you," I counter, stepping fully into the chamber. Yet here we both are. A hint of a smile tugs at his mouth, a more frequent expression since our conversation about my heritage yesterday. Scholars and secrets are rarely compatible with sleep. I settle onto a stone bench across from him, adjusting my blanket more securely around my shoulders. "You're still translating the Perna texts?" "Attempting to, yes." He gestures to several scrolls spread across the table. "Their magical theory is fascinating, fundamentally different from dark elf approaches in several key aspects. The scholarly enthusiasm in his voice would normally engage me, but tonight I'm driven by more personal concerns. You knew about my heritage before yesterday, didn't you? I saw your reaction when I touched my birthmark. You recognized it immediately. His expression shifts, scholarly passion giving way to something more guarded. I had suspicions after your magical display with the temple defences. The grimoire merely confirmed what I already suspected. You told me I can be Perna, but not the possibility of being a direct line. It's a stark difference from being an ordinary Perna to this one. I keep my tone neutral despite the accusation in my words. Zephyr sets down his quill carefully, giving me his full attention. I wanted certainty before potentially upending your understanding of yourself. Was that wrong? The direct question deserves an equally direct answer. I don't know. I'm still processing what it means, who I am now, compared to who I thought I was yesterday. You are exactly who you've always been, he says with unexpected gentleness. Your bloodline explains certain abilities and connections, but it doesn't define your character or worth. Doesn't it? I lean forward, the blanket slipping from one shoulder. Everything has changed, Zephyr. My relationship with you three, my understanding of why I'm being hunted, even my own body feels like a stranger now that I know what potential it carries. Change can be disconcerting, he acknowledges, but it need not be destructive. Think of it as expansion rather than replacement. You are more than you knew, not less than you were. His philosophical approach would be comforting under normal circumstances, but frustration bubbles up inside me now. That's easy for you to say. You've had centuries to come to terms with your transformation. I've had less than a day to accept that I'm descended from a Perna witch powerful enough to curse 3 elite warriors into stone for hundreds of years. A fair point, he concedes, surprising me with his willingness to acknowledge my perspective. Though I would argue that transformation is rarely easy, regardless of time frame. Something in his expression, a flicker of ancient pain quickly masked, reminds me that his own journey from dark elf scholar to gargoyle warrior was likely filled with struggle I cannot fully comprehend. My irritation softens into empathy. I'm sorry, I offer. I know your cursing was traumatic in ways I can't imagine. As is your current situation, he acknowledges. Discovery of self is rarely a gentle process, especially when catalyzed by external threat. The understanding in his turquoise eyes draws me out further. I tried reading the grimoire tonight. The symbols mean nothing to me intellectually, but my fingers seem drawn to certain patterns. Interest flares in his scholarly gaze. Magical memory often manifests physically before mentally. The body remembers what the conscious mind has yet to grasp. Can you teach me? I ask, the question emerging with unexpected urgency. Not just theory, but practical application. If this power is truly mine by blood, I need to understand how to control it. Zephyr hesitates, unusual for one typically eager to share knowledge. Perna magic differs significantly from the arcane arts I studied. I can teach principles and theory, but the specific expressions of Flamekeeper magic may require intuition I cannot provide. But you'll try, I press, leaning forward. I refuse to be merely a passive vessel for power others seek to control. If this magic is my heritage, it should serve my will, not make me a target for everyone else's ambitions. A smile of genuine approval lights his features. Well reasoned. I admire your determination to claim agency, rather than simply reacting to circumstances. The unexpected praise warms me more than it should. Despite our difficult beginning, I've come to value Zephyr's good opinion, his thoughtful perspective balancing Ravik's protective intensity and Thane's blunt pragmatism. We could begin with basic principles, he suggests, setting aside the scroll he'd been studying. Centering exercises to help you connect consciously with the magical current you accessed instinctively when activating the temple defences. Now? I glance toward the corridor. Shouldn't we wait for Ravik and Thane? Their presence might actually complicate initial attempts, Zephyr explains. Multiple magical auras can create interference patterns that make it difficult for beginners to isolate their own energy signature. The explanation makes sense, though I suspect there's more to his reasoning than purely practical concerns. The dynamics between the three gargoyles have grown increasingly complex since my arrival, particularly since my intimate encounter with Ravik yesterday. The memory sends heat flooding through me, both from the physical pleasure we shared and the complicated emotions that followed. Zephyr rises from his seat, moving to a clearer space in the centre of the archive. We'll start with a simple visualization exercise. Come, sit here. I join him in the open area, settling cross-legged on the cool stone floor as directed. He kneels opposite me, close enough that I can feel the subtle heat emanating from his stone-like body, but not so near as to crowd me. Close your eyes, he instructs, his melodic voice dropping to a soothing cadence. Breathe deeply and regularly. With each inhalation, imagine drawing energy from the ground beneath you, up through your spine. With each exhalation, allow tension to flow out through your fingertips. I follow his guidance, focusing on my breath as it moves through my body. At first, I feel nothing beyond the normal sensations of breathing, the expansion of my lungs, the slight movement of my shoulders. But gradually, something else emerges. A subtle warmth beginning in my centre and spreading outward with each breath. Good, Zephyr murmurs, his voice seeming to come from both outside and inside my consciousness simultaneously. Now try to direct that energy to your palms. Imagine it gathering there, a small flame cupped in your hands. I visualize as instructed, picturing energy flowing down my arms to pool in my cupped palms. For several breaths, nothing happens beyond the continuing warmth in my core. Then suddenly, a tingling sensation erupts in my hands, like pins and needles but pleasant rather than painful. I feel something, I whisper, afraid speaking too loudly might break whatever connection I've established. Open your eyes, Zephyr instructs gently, but maintain the visualization. I lift my eyelids slowly, keeping my attention focused on the sensation in my palms. What I see steals my breath. A small, flickering light hovers between my cupped hands, not quite flame but similar, pulsing with the same magenta hue that appeared during my interaction with the temple defences. I'm doing this. My voice emerges thin with disbelief. You are, Zephyr confirms, his expression reflecting scholarly fascination tempered with something warmer. Flamekeeper magic, manifesting in its most basic form. The light pulses in rhythm with my accelerating heartbeat, growing brighter as my excitement builds. It's responding to my emotions. Indeed, Perna magic is intimately connected to emotional states, a strength and vulnerability simultaneously. Strong feelings amplify power, but can also make it more difficult to control precisely. As if to demonstrate his point, the magenta light flares suddenly, expanding beyond my palms to encompass my wrists. Startled, I lose concentration, and the manifestation dissipates like mist in morning sunlight. What happened? I ask, staring at my empty hands with a strange sense of loss. A natural fluctuation as you adjust to consciously channeling energy, Zephyr explains, sounding not at all concerned. Remarkable progress for a first attempt. Most Perna apprentices require weeks of practice before achieving visible manifestation. Pride blooms alongside lingering disbelief. It seemed almost easy, as if my body remembered something my mind never learned. Blood memory, he nods. The magical inheritance passed through your maternal line carries not just potential but patterns, instinctual knowledge embedded in your very essence. The implication sends a shiver through me. How much of me is truly mine then? and how much is predetermined by this inheritance? Before Zephyr can answer, a high-pitched tone cuts through our conversation, the same alarm that signalled the Dark Elf attack yesterday, but at a different pitch and rhythm. He rises in one fluid motion, extending a hand to help me to my feet. Northern perimeter, different signature than before. More Dark Elves? I ask, gathering my blanket around my shoulders as we move quickly toward the main hall. Uncertain. The pattern suggests fewer entities but stronger magical signatures. His expression grows grim. Possibly Perna support has arrived for the King's forces. My heart stutters at the implications. If Perna witches have joined the hunt, our defences, already compromised from yesterday's attack, may prove insufficient. We reach the main hall to find Thane already there, his massive iron-black form silhouetted against the faint blue glow of the Neptherium nodes. His crimson eyes find us immediately, narrowing slightly at our proximity before focusing on more urgent matters. 6 signatures approaching from the northern ridge, he reports. 2 Dark Elf, 4, something else. Similar to the witch Caya and I encountered in the forest, but stronger. Flamekeepers, Zephyr concludes, his scholarly detachment giving way to tactical assessment. Likely drawn by the magical discharge when Caya activated the temple defences. Where's Ravik? I ask, searching the shadowed hall for his commanding presence. Upper observation point, Thane answers, tracking their approach vectors. As if summoned by his name, Ravik appears at the top of the stairs leading to the temple's highest level. His obsidian wings are partially extended, amber eyes glowing with battle readiness. They're not attempting concealment, he announces, descending with powerful strides. Moving directly toward our position in formation. This is no scouting party, it's a deliberate assault. Targeting Caya specifically, Zephyr adds, moving protectively closer to my side. The Flamekeepers must have confirmed her identity through magical detection. Ravik's gaze falls on me, intense and unreadable. To the inner sanctum, now. Yesterday, I might have bristled at the command. Today, with the memory of my newfound abilities still tingling in my palms, I hesitate for different reasons. What if I can help? The magic I just accessed with Zephyr. Untrained power is as dangerous to allies as enemies. Ravik cuts me off, though his tone softens slightly. Your safety remains our priority. They're here for me, I argue. Shouldn't I at least? A tremendous impact shakes the sanctuary, sending dust cascading from the ancient ceiling. The Neptherium nodes flare brightly before several wink out entirely, plunging portions of the hall into darkness. That was not a physical attack, Zephyr observes grimly. Magical countermeasures targeting our defensive wards. They're dismantling our protections systematically, Ravik growls. Thane, northern approach. Zephyr, shore up the inner wards. I'll hold the main entrance. The 3 move with practiced coordination despite centuries of imprisonment, Thane bounding toward the side corridor with surprising speed for his massive frame, Zephyr moving toward the chamber, housing the temple's central defense matrix, Ravik striding purposefully toward the hastily repaired main doors. I stand frozen momentarily, torn between obedience to Ravik's command and a growing certainty that my place is not hiding in the inner sanctum while others fight on my behalf. The magic still hums beneath my skin, awakened by Zephyr's guidance and now responding to the surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Decision made, I follow Zephyr toward the central defense chamber. If I cannot fight directly, perhaps I can at least strengthen the wards as I did before, this time with conscious intent rather than accidental manifestation. The defense chamber pulses with blue-white light when we enter, the central altar already active with flowing sigils. Zephyr moves immediately to the control mechanisms, his clawed hands manipulating complex patterns with practiced precision despite their size. The outer barriers are failing faster than anticipated, he reports without looking up. These Perna know our defences too well for coincidence. They helped create them, I realise aloud. The Flame Keepers were allies of the Dark Elves when this sanctuary was built, weren't they? Initially, yes. His fingers never ceased their complex movements across the altar's surface, before relations deteriorated and they were hunted to near extinction. Another impact rocks the sanctuary, this one close enough to send tremors through the floor beneath our feet. Several ceiling tiles crack, showering us with ancient dust and small debris. "Can I help?" I ask, stepping closer to the altar. "Like before, with the sigils." Zephyr hesitates, scholarly caution warring with practical necessity. "The risk is acceptable compared to capture or death," I finish for him. "Show me what to do." After a moment's consideration, he nods sharply. "Place your hands here and here," he instructs, indicating 2 specific points on the altar's surface. "Focus on the sensation you experienced during our exercise, energy gathering in your palms, connecting with the temple's existing magic." I position my hands as directed, closing my eyes to better concentrate on the internal sensations. The warmth builds more quickly this time, flowing from my centre down my arms to pool in my palms where they contact the ancient stone. Beneath my fingers, the altar's surface seems to vibrate in response, as if recognising something in my touch. "Good," Zephyr encourages. "Now visualise that energy flowing into the temple walls, strengthening them against external assault." I follow his guidance, imagining my energy spreading outward from the altar, flowing through channels carved into the very structure of the sanctuary. The connection feels both foreign and strangely familiar, as if I'm remembering rather than learning. Gradually, a new awareness unfolds within my consciousness, a sense of the temple as a unified whole, rather than separate chambers and corridors. I can feel the pressure points where magical attacks probe for weaknesses, sense the countermeasures Zephyr initiates through the altar's mechanisms. "It's working," I murmur, surprised by the certainty in my voice. I can feel the defences strengthening. "Remarkable," Zephyr breathes, his scholarly fascination momentarily overriding tactical concerns. "You're integrating with the temple's defensive matrix, as if born to it." Pride flashes through me at his approval, and the connection intensifies in response. The magenta glow from our earlier exercise returns, spreading from my hands across the altar's surface, interweaving with the existing blue-white patterns in a complex dance of complementary energies. For several minutes, we work in synchronous harmony, Zephyr directing the temple's established defences, while I reinforce them with my newly awakened power. The external attacks continue, but find increasing resistance as our combined efforts strengthen the sanctuary's magical architecture. Then, without warning, a magical surge unlike anything previous slams against our defences. The altar beneath my palms cracks, a jagged line appearing across its ancient surface. Zephyr staggers backward, one clawed hand pressed against his chest where a corresponding fissure has opened in his stone-like skin. "Zephyr!" I cry, abandoning the altar to catch him as he stumbles. "Direct countermeasure," he gasps, turquoise eyes dimming with pain. They've identified the control nexus. Blood-like silver ichor seeps from the wound in his chest, staining my hands as I try to support his much larger frame. Despite his injury, he pushes me back toward the chamber doorway. "Go," he urges. "They'll target this chamber specifically now. You must reach the inner sanctum." "Not without you," I insist, struggling against his superior strength. "I'll follow," he promises, though the grimace of pain belies his reassuring tone. "Go, Caya. Please." Before I can argue further, the chamber door bursts open. I expect Ravik or Thane, but instead, a dark elf warrior stands framed in the entrance, his violet eyes widening at the sight of us. Behind him looms a hooded figure, whose presence radiates magical power that makes my skin crawl. "The bloodline child," the hooded figure says, voice carrying the lilting accent I now recognize as Perna. Matriarch Elowin's heir, awakened at last. Fear and rage intertwine within me. Fear of this unknown threat, rage at Zephyr's injury and the violation of our sanctuary. The magical energy still coursing through my veins responds to these emotions, surging and building like water behind a weakening dam. The dark elf advances, sword drawn. "Step away from the creature, girl. Come quietly and you won't be harmed." "An unlikely promise," Zephyr counters, straightening despite his wound. "King Cress is not known for gentle handling of valuable assets." The Perna witch laughs, a sound like dry leaves rustling. The king's interests are secondary to the coven's. The bloodline returns to its rightful guardians today. "I am not property to be claimed," I state, my voice steadier than expected given the fear coursing through me. "Not by dark elves, not by Perna, not by anyone." "Brave words from a runaway slave," the dark elf sneers, closing the distance between us with measured steps. "But ultimately meaningless. You'll come with us, willing or unconscious matters little." He reaches for my arm, and something snaps within me. A final barrier between conscious control and instinctive power. The magic erupts outward from my core, no longer channeled through my hands, but emanating from my entire being in a wave of magenta energy. "No!" The denial tears from my throat, my hands rising in an unconscious warding gesture. The effect is immediate and astonishing. A translucent barrier materializes between us and our attackers, a shield of pure magical energy pulsing with the now familiar magenta light. The dark elf's sword strikes it and rebounds, nearly flying from his grasp with the force of rejection. "Impossible!" the Perna witch hisses, pushing back her hood to reveal an aged face marked with the same symbol I bear on my shoulder. No untrained bloodline child should be capable of directed shielding. I stand my ground, hands still raised, the barrier maintaining its position between us, through what feels like pure force of will. Apparently I'm full of surprises. The witch's eyes narrow, her hands beginning to weave a complex counterspell. Raw power without technique. Impressive but ultimately futile. Before her spell can complete, a massive form crashes through the chamber's side wall. Thane, his iron-black skin streaked with fresh blood, crimson eyes blazing with battle fury. Without hesitation, he hurls himself at the dark elf warrior, the impact sending both tumbling into the corridor beyond. The witch turns toward this new threat, momentarily distracted from her counterspell. I seize the opportunity, concentrating on expanding the barrier, pushing it outward with all the determination I can muster. The shield responds, surging forward like a physical wave, knocking the witch off her feet and out of the chamber. "Zephyr!" I gasp, the effort of maintaining the barrier draining my newfound strength rapidly. "Can you move?" He straightens with visible effort, one hand still pressed to his wounded chest. "Well enough. That was extraordinary." "And exhausting," I admit, feeling my knees weaken as the initial surge of power begins to ebb. "I don't know how long I can hold it." "You don't need to," comes Ravik's commanding voice from behind us. He strides into the chamber, his obsidian form bearing numerous minor wounds, but moving with undiminished power. Thane has engaged their forward elements. We have a brief window to reach the eastern tunnels. His amber gaze takes in Zephyr's injury, and my trembling hands still maintain the barrier. Without comment, he lifts me effortlessly into his arms, allowing me to maintain focus on the shield while conserving physical strength. "The grimoire," I manage, remembering the precious text we've left in the archive. "We can't leave it for them." "Already secured," Zephyr assures me, moving to follow Ravik despite his injury, along with the most critical records from the hidden chamber. As Ravik carries me from the defence chamber, I maintain the barrier behind us, creating a temporary wall between our retreating forms and the Perna witch struggling to regain her footing. The effort drains me further, black spots dancing in my vision as my untrained power reaches its limits. Almost there, Ravik murmurs, his deep voice vibrating through his chest against my ear. Hold on, little flame. The endearment, so unexpected from his usually formal speech, gives me a final surge of determination. I maintain the barrier until we reach the corridor junction leading to the eastern tunnels, where Thane rejoins us, blood dripping from a gash across his massive forearm. 4 down, 2 remaining, he reports grimly. The witch and 1 dark elf commander. They're regrouping, likely calling for reinforcements. Then we don't linger, Ravik decides, shifting me in his arms as my barrier finally collapses, my strength utterly spent. The eastern tunnel to the ravine, then north toward the high passes. As consciousness begins to slip away, I'm aware of 3 truths with perfect clarity. My life has changed irrevocably. My power is both salvation and danger. And these 3 beings carrying me to safety have become more essential to me than I ever anticipated. I'm sorry, I whisper as darkness encroaches, for bringing this down on all of you. Never apologize for who you are, Zephyr responds, his scholarly voice warm with emotion I'm too exhausted to fully process. You saved us today, Caya, with courage and power entirely your own. It's the last thing I hear before exhaustion claims me completely, carrying me into darkness cradled in Ravik's strong arms, Thane's protective presence ahead, Zephyr's wounded but steadfast form behind, surrounded by the strange, fierce family fate has granted me.
Chapter 14. Thane. My blood hums in anticipation as I track the retreating dark elves through the forest surrounding our temporary refuge. We abandoned the temple sanctuary 3 days ago, when the Perna witch and her forces breached our defenses, fleeing through the eastern tunnels to this abandoned hunting lodge nestled high in Khazadern Ridge. The primitive stone structure lacks the temple's ancient protections, but its isolation and the treacherous mountain paths leading to it provide their own security. The scent of fear and wounded pride hangs heavy in the pre-dawn air, guiding me unerringly toward my prey. 5 elite warriors, remnants of the force that followed us from the temple, their trail weaving through dense stands of typh trees still shrouded in morning mist. They move quickly, but carelessly, making no effort to conceal their passage, a tactical error that will cost them dearly. I pause atop a rocky outcropping, surveying the valley below through the predator's eyes. My crimson gaze pierces the gloom, tracking the dark elves' progress as they approach a narrow ravine. Perfect. The confined space will limit their mobility and prevent them from surrounding me. Let them think they've escaped, right until the moment they discover the trap they've wandered into. With practiced silence, I launch myself from the ridge, wings extended just enough to control my descent without creating telltale wind currents. I land on a massive boulder overlooking the ravine entrance, my iron-black skin blending with the shadows cast by ancient conifers. The twin blades strapped to my back remain sheathed. This hunt calls for more intimate weapons. The first dark elf enters the ravine, sword drawn, violet eyes scanning the path ahead while completely failing to look up. The second follows. Then the third. I wait. Patience honed through centuries of warfare, until all 5 have entered the natural bottleneck. Only then do I move, dropping from the boulder to land directly behind the trailing warrior. My claws find his throat before he can cry warning, severing arteries with surgical precision. He dies silently, his body lowered to the ground with more care than he deserves. Not from mercy, but from tactical necessity. Silence is my ally until I choose otherwise. The fourth elf senses something amiss, turning just as his companion's body touches earth. His eyes widen, hand reaching for the horn at his belt. Too slow, I close the distance between us in a single bound, driving my fist through his chest armor as if it were parchment rather than enchanted steel. His death rattle alerts the remaining three, who wheel in formation, weapons drawn. "Gargoyle!" hisses the leader, a tall female with captain's insignia on her pauldrons. The battle-hungry one. I bare my fangs in what might charitably be called a smile. You remembered me. I'm flattered. You're outnumbered, she returns, gesturing for her remaining warriors to spread out. Incorrect, I reply, flexing my blood-slicked claws. I am simply giving you the opportunity to die on your feet rather than running like prey. Their attack comes simultaneously from 3 directions, well coordinated and professionally executed. In my former life, I might have admired their discipline. Now, it merely presents a more interesting challenge than hunting them individually. I meet their charge with savage joy, centuries of enforced stillness transformed into explosive violence. My wings snap fully open, the sudden expansion knocking one warrior off balance. My talons find the vulnerable seam between helmet and gorget of another, while I deflect the captain's sword thrust with my forearm, the enchanted blade scraping harmlessly against my stone-like skin. "Impossible!" she gasps, violet eyes widening as her weapon fails to penetrate. "No," I correct her, seizing her sword arm and wrenching it until bones splinter beneath my grip. Merely inevitable. The battle becomes a dance of death, my body moving with fluid precision, honed through countless conflicts before our cursing. One warrior falls, then another, until only the captain remains, her broken arm hanging useless at her side, blood seeping from a gash across her cheek. "Yield," I offer, not from mercy, but curiosity. A live captive might provide valuable intelligence about King Kreezy's plans and the Perna Witch's involvement. Pride straightens her spine despite her injuries. Never to a monster. "Monster?" I laugh, the sound echoing through the ravine. "You forget, Captain. I was once like you, elite guard, servant of Lyandor. The only difference between us is that I've shed my pretensions along with my dark elf skin." "Then you admit your betrayal," she spits, backing toward the ravine wall. "The histories speak the truth." The accusation ignites fresh rage within me. The histories are written by victors and liars. We were betrayed, not betrayers. Her uninjured hand moves suddenly to her belt, withdrawing not a weapon, but a small Neptherium crystal that pulses with communications magic. Before I can react, she crushes it in her fist, the magical discharge sending a beacon skyward, a desperate call for reinforcement. "Foolish," I growl, closing the distance between us. "Now you die for nothing." "For Lyandor," she corrects, meeting my gaze with unexpected dignity. "For King Kress." Poor epitaph, I observe, ending her life with a single decisive strike. The crystal's magic dissipates into the morning air, its signal likely too weak to reach Leondor directly, but potentially detectable by any dark elf forces in the vicinity. Our temporary sanctuary may soon be compromised. I need to return quickly, warn the others, prepare for possible relocation. I gather the bodies efficiently, dragging them deeper into the ravine where scavengers will eliminate the evidence. No point making our trail easier to follow than necessary. The captain's broken Neptherium crystal I pocket. Zephyr will want to examine it, determine its exact capabilities and range. The journey back to the hunting lodge takes longer than my pursuit, as I choose a circuitous route to obscure my trail and check for signs of additional dark elf activity. The mountain paths wind treacherously through stands of ancient typh trees and across icy streams fed by the ridge's permanent snowfields. By the time the lodge comes into view, morning has fully broken, sunlight gleaming off the crude stone structure's moss-covered roof. I approach from downwind, senses alert for any sign of danger. The lodge's surroundings appear undisturbed, and I detect only familiar scents: Ravik's commanding musk, Zephyr's scholarly aura, and Caya's distinctive honeyed warmth, now tinged with the magenta spark of awakened magic. Hours later, as the scent of smoke and Caya's honey-warm aura meets me once more, movement at the side of the structure catches my eye. She stands beside the small spring that provides our water, filling wooden buckets with practiced efficiency. Her dark curls have been pulled back with a leather cord, exposing the elegant curve of her neck. The simple tunic and leggings we salvaged from the temple somehow enhance rather than diminish her beauty, clinging to subtle curves and highlighting the graceful economy of her movements. She senses my presence, turning with a startled gasp that melts into a smile of welcome. "Thane, you're back." Something warm and unfamiliar stirs in my chest at her obvious pleasure in my return. The dark elves won't be following us anytime soon. Her expression sobers as she takes in the blood staining my iron-black skin. "You found them, then?" "And eliminated the threat," I confirm, stopping at the spring to wash away the evidence of battle. Though not before one sent a distress signal. We should prepare for possible discovery. Worry creases her brow, but she nods with the practical acceptance that continues to impress me. 6 days ago, she was a runaway slave. Now, she discusses combat operations with the calm assessment of a seasoned warrior. "I'll tell Ravik and Zephyr," she says, hoisting one of the filled buckets. Zephyr thinks he's found a way to shield my magical signature from detection, which should make tracking us more difficult. "Good," I grunt, scrubbing dried blood from between my claws. "The witch?" "Still pursuing, according to Zephyr's detection spells." Caya balances the bucket against her hip with practiced ease. But she's following a false trail east, at least for now. I finish my ablutions, shake in water from my wings before folding them tightly against my back. Only then do I notice the thinly disguised exhaustion in Caya's bearing, the slight droop to her shoulders, the shadows beneath her eyes. She's been pushing herself too hard, practicing her newfound magic while helping establish our temporary home. "You should rest," I observe, taking the heavy bucket from her hands despite her protest. Magical training depletes physical reserves. She quirks an eyebrow at me. "Says the gargoyle covered in battle wounds." I glanced down, noticing for the first time the gash across my forearm where the captain's blade found a rare, vulnerable spot between stone-like plates. Mere scratches, hardly worth mentioning. "That one isn't a scratch," she counters, pointing to a deeper wound across my ribs. "It needs cleaning at least." I shrug, unconcerned. "It will heal." "Faster with proper care," she insists, and there's something in her tone, a mixture of genuine concern and stubborn determination, that I find myself unwilling to argue against. "If you insist," I concede, oddly pleased by her attention, despite my usual indifference to minor injuries. We cross the threshold, the lodge's chill immediately swallowed by the hearth's low-burning warmth, the crude stone structure a far cry from the temple's ancient grandeur. A central hearth provides warmth and cooking fire, while rough wooden partitions create semblance of private spaces within the single large room. Ravik and Zephyr look up from the makeshift table where they've been examining maps of the surrounding territory. "Dark elf pursuit eliminated," I report without preamble. 5 elite warriors. 1 managed to activate a communications crystal before death. Ravik's amber eyes narrow, the runes etched across his obsidian chest, pulsing slightly with battle readiness. "Range?" "Unknown." I withdraw the broken crystal from my belt pouch, tossing it to Zephyr. "Short range, most likely, but we should prepare for possible discovery." Zephyr examines the shattered neptherium, his scholarly expression focused. "Limited broadcast capacity, effective range perhaps 5 miles in ideal conditions, less in these mountains." "We should move regardless," Ravik decides, his commanding presence filling the crude space as effectively as it did the temple's grand halls. This position was always temporary. "The caves Zephyr mentioned yesterday," Caya suggests, setting down the water bucket near the hearth. "They're higher up the ridge, harder to access." "And defensible," I add, appreciating her tactical thinking. "Single approach, natural chimney for smoke dispersal, multiple chambers for a strategic withdrawal if necessary." Ravik nods. Decision made. We move at dusk, gather only essentials. "Thane needs his wounds tended first," Caya interjects, surprising all of us with her direct countermand of Ravik's implicit order to begin preparations immediately. Ravik's amber gaze shifts to me, noting the injuries I'd dismissed as inconsequential. Something passes between us, unspoken male communication as old as competition itself. After a heartbeat, he inclines his head slightly. "See to him," he tells Caya, the command softened by a gentleness he rarely displays. Zephyr and I will begin preparations. As they move toward the rear of the lodge, where our salvaged supplies are stored, Caya gestures for me to sit on a crude bench near the hearth. "Let me get the healing salve." I settle onto the bench, watching her retrieve a small clay pot from our medical supplies. She returns to kneel before me, her proximity sending an unexpected jolt of awareness through my battle-heightened senses. The scent of her, honey and clean skin with the subtle undertone of awakening magic, fills my nostrils, stirring primitive responses I've rarely experienced since our transformation. "This might sting," she warns, dipping her fingers into the salve. It's infused with typh sap for faster healing. The coolness of the salve against my wounded forearm creates pleasant contrast to the warmth of her touch. I watch her work, fascinated by the delicate movements of her hands against my iron-black skin, the careful attention she gives to cleaning each wound before applying the healing mixture. "You've done this before," I observe. "Tended battle injuries." A shadow crosses her expressive features. Lord Vathran's household included many guards. Sometimes they would return injured from skirmishes with rival houses. And they trusted a human slave with their care. The concept seems unlikely, given what I know of dark elf prejudice. Her lips curve in a wry smile. "They didn't trust me. They simply considered me beneath notice, a tool rather than a threat. Invisible, except when needed." Anger flares at the casual cruelty implied in her statement. Their arrogance will be their undoing. "Perhaps," she allows, moving to the deeper gash across my ribs. "But it taught me useful skills. Hold still. This one needs proper cleaning." She works in focused silence for several minutes, her gentle ministrations at odds with the brutal violence that caused my injuries. The dichotomy fascinates me. Her capacity for tenderness, despite the harsh realities of her existence, her strength emerging not from cruelty, but from its opposite. "Why did you follow us?" I ask suddenly, the question emerging unbidden. "That day in the temple, when we were retreating, you could have escaped through the tunnels alone, possibly avoided capture entirely, without 3 conspicuous gargoyles drawing attention." Her hands pause momentarily before resuming their careful work. "I never considered it." "Why not?" I press, genuinely curious. "Self-preservation would dictate abandoning companions who bring additional danger." She looks up, hazel green eyes meeting mine directly. "Is that what you would have done? Abandoned wounded companions to save yourself?" "No," I admit, "but I am a warrior. My code demands loyalty to battle brothers." "And you think I have no code?" Her question carries no offense, only genuine inquiry. "No principles worth upholding?" The concept gives me pause. I've thought of Caya in many ways, as the miraculous key to our awakening, as a tactical vulnerability requiring protection, as a surprisingly resilient survivor, and increasingly, as a desirable female whose company brings unexpected pleasure. But I've not considered her as a being with her own moral framework, her own code of honor. "What are your principles, then?" I ask, fascinated by this new dimension of her character. She resumes cleaning my wound, considering her answer with characteristic thoughtfulness. "Survival, yes, but not mere existence. Living with purpose, with meaning." Her fingers press slightly harder as she works salve into the deepest part of the gash. "And never abandoning those who've shown me kindness, regardless of convenience." "We've shown you kindness?" The question emerges with uncharacteristic uncertainty. Our protection has been driven by multiple complex motivations: obligation for breaking our curse, strategic value of her Perna bloodline, and increasingly, personal attachment. But kindness seems an inadequate description for the primal possessiveness all 3 of us have displayed. "Yes," she answers simply, finishing with the wound and sitting back on her heels. Behind all the growling and commanding and territorial displays, You three have shown me more genuine consideration than I've experienced in 6 years of captivity. Her assessment strikes deeper than anticipated, challenging my self-perception. I've never thought of myself as kind, effective, loyal, lethal when necessary, but not gentle or considerate. Those qualities belonged to my life before transformation, buried beneath the primal nature of my gargoyle existence. You give us too much credit, I mutter, uncomfortable with her perception. Do I? She rises gracefully, returning the healing salve to our supplies, before coming back to sit beside me on the bench. You hunted me food when I was too weak to forage. Zephyr taught me history and magic, without condescension. Ravik. A faint blush colors her cheeks. Well, Ravik has his own ways of showing consideration. The reminder of her intimacy with our commander sends a complicated surge of emotion through me. Not pure jealousy, as I might have expected, but something more nuanced. Desire, certainly. Competitive instinct, absolutely. But also a strange acceptance, an understanding that her connection with Ravik doesn't diminish whatever grows between her and myself. Does it bother you? She asks, reading my expression with uncanny accuracy. What happened between Ravik and me? I consider lying, presenting the facade of complete indifference, but something in her direct gaze demands honesty. Yes and no. Her eyebrow quirks upward. That's impressively noncommittal. A rough laugh escapes me, the sound surprising us both. I am not known for verbal nuance. I prefer direct action to complicated explanations. Then act directly, she challenges, her tone shifting subtly. Tell me what you want, Thane. No evasions, no tactical considerations, just the truth. The directness of her challenge ignites something primal within me. Battle lust transformed into a different hunger entirely. I turn to face her fully, crimson eyes meeting her steady gaze without flinching. I want you, I state plainly, the admission bringing unexpected relief. Have wanted you since you stood your ground against Ravik during the attack, showing more courage than warriors twice your size. I want to discover every sound you make in pleasure, every expression that crosses your face when touched just right. Her breathing quickens, pupils dilating as she absorbs my blunt declaration. And Ravik? The fact that he and I have already... Ravik claimed first rights, as is his privilege as commander. I acknowledge, the words less difficult than anticipated. But we are not dark elves, bound by rigid hierarchies of exclusive possession. We are gargoyles, primal, territorial, yes, but capable of more complex arrangements when necessary. When necessary, she repeats, a hint of amusement touching her lips. Is that what I am? A necessity? You are far more than that, I growl, the admission dragged from somewhere deep and previously untapped. You are courage and resilience, given physical form. You break curses with your voice and create magic with your touch. You tend wounds received defending your safety, then question philosophical principles as casually as discussing the weather. Her eyes widen at my unexpected eloquence, and I find myself similarly surprised by the torrent of words that emerge when the dam of reticence finally breaks. I want you, I repeat, leaning closer, close enough to feel the warmth of her breath against my face. Not because you broke our curse, or carry Perna blood, or represent strategic advantage. I want you because you are Caya, and that has become reason enough. Something flares in her expression, recognition, perhaps, or affirmation of her own desires. Without words, she closes the remaining distance between us, pressing her lips to mine in a kiss that begins tentatively, but quickly blazes into something far more demanding. I respond with carefully controlled passion, mindful of her fragility compared to my stone-like form. My hands rise to cradle her face, massive claws retracted to avoid inadvertent injury. She makes a small sound of approval against my mouth, her own hands coming up to explore the contours of my chest, tracing the patterns etched into my iron-black skin. When we finally separate, her breathing comes quick and shallow, a becoming flush spreading across her cheeks. That was not what I expected. Disappointing? I ask, suddenly uncertain despite her obvious physical response. Quite the opposite, she assures me, the flush deepening. I didn't anticipate such thoroughness from someone who claims to prefer direct action over words. A rumbling laugh builds in my chest. Words have their place, but demonstration is always more effective. To prove my point, I kiss her again, this time allowing more of my primal nature to surface. My tongue explores the warm sweetness of her mouth, while my hands move from her face to her waist, easily spanning her much smaller frame. When I lift her effortlessly onto my lap, she gasps in surprise before settling against me, her soft curves a delicious contrast to my unyielding form. "We shouldn't," she whispers half-heartedly, as my mouth moves to the sensitive spot beneath her ear. Ravik and Zephyr are just in the next room. "They know," I murmur against her skin, inhaling her intoxicating scent. "They hear. They understand." As if to confirm my words, the sounds of activity from the rear of the lodge fade, followed by the distinct creak of the back door opening and closing. Ravik and Zephyr have granted us privacy, temporary but deliberate. Caya's expression shifts from momentary embarrassment to determination. They're giving us space. Yes, I confirm, watching her process this information. The complex dynamics between three gargoyles who share protective duties, territorial instincts, and now, apparently, their most precious ward. Instead of further hesitation, she surprises me by taking my face between her small hands, her gaze direct and unflinching. Then let's not waste it. The simple declaration ignites fresh heat within me. I stand, lifting her effortlessly, and carry her to the crude pallet I've claimed as sleeping space. Unlike the temple's stone chambers, the hunting lodge offers some basic comforts, including stuffed mattresses of dried grasses covered with furs salvaged from our flight. I lay her gently on the furs, pausing to appreciate the sight of her against the dark pelts, hair spread like ink, eyes bright with anticipation, body relaxed, yet alert. For a moment, I'm struck by the contrast between this moment and my earlier battle. The same primal energy channeled toward creation rather than destruction, pleasure rather than pain.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
keep bringing you these free audiobooks. We have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
For several minutes, we lie in contented silence, her heartbeat gradually slowing against my chest. When she finally stirs, it's to raise her head and meet my gaze with unexpected solemnity. "Thank you," she says simply. The gratitude confuses me. For what? For showing me another side of yourself, for trusting me with your vulnerability as well as your strength. Her perception startles me. I've never considered physical intimacy as revealing vulnerability. Quite the opposite, in fact. Yet something in her expression suggests she's seen beyond the warrior exterior to something I've kept carefully hidden, perhaps even from myself. "I am what circumstances have made me," I reply, uncertain how to respond to such insight. Stone and claw and battle lust. "No," she counters gently, one hand coming up to trace the line of my jaw. "You are what you choose to be, despite circumstances. Protective rather than destructive. Considerate despite your primal nature. Capable of tenderness as well as terrible violence." Her assessment strikes deeper than anticipated, challenging long-held self-perceptions. I've defined myself by battle prowess since awakening, accepting the gargoyle's primal nature as my only truth. Yet her words suggest another possibility, that transformation changed my form, but not my essential self. That choices remain despite circumstances. Before I can formulate a response to this unsettling insight, sounds from outside alert us to Ravik and Zephyr's return. Caya sighs, pressing a final kiss to my chest before rising to retrieve her scattered clothing. "Perfect timing," she observes with wry humor. Just as things were getting philosophical. I watch her dress with unconcealed appreciation, still processing the implications of our encounter. Not merely the physical pleasure, which was considerable, but the emotional landscape she somehow managed to unearth beneath my warrior's exterior. "Caya," I call softly as she finishes adjusting her tunic. When she turns, I find myself momentarily lost for words, uncertain how to express the complexity of what I'm feeling. Finally, I settle for simple truth. What happened between us, it matters to me. You matter. Her expression softens, understanding the significance of this admission from one not given to emotional declarations. You matter to me too, Thane. Very much. The door opens then, ending our private moment as Ravik enters, his commanding presence filling the small space immediately. His amber gaze takes in our disheveled appearance, the lingering scent of intimacy, the furs still bearing evidence of our activities. Something flickers in his expression, not anger or jealousy as might be expected, but something more complex, almost approving. "The caves are prepared," he announces, practical concerns superseding personal dynamics. We move at sunset. As Caya moves to help gather our supplies, she passes close to Ravik, their proximity generating an almost tangible current of awareness. Yet instead of possessive display, he merely inclines his head slightly acknowledgement rather than challenge. At that moment, I recognize a fundamental truth about our evolving situation. What grows between the four of us transcends simple possession or hierarchy. Each connection forms its own unique pattern. Ravik's protective intensity, Zephyr's intellectual bond, my own primal devotion, creating something stronger than individual claims. For a being defined by battle and territory, this revelation should disturb me. Instead, I find it strangely satisfying. Not diminishment of connection, but expansion. Not competition, but complementary strength. As we prepare to abandon our temporary refuge for yet another, I watch Caya move between us with growing confidence, no longer merely our ward, but our equal in all the ways that matter. Whatever dangers lie ahead, whatever enemies pursue us, we face them not as separate entities, but as something new and unprecedented, a family forged through choice rather than circumstance, bound by ties stronger than blood or magic. For the first time since our awakening, I find myself looking toward the future with something approaching hope.
Chapter 15. Caya. Mountain air flows cool and crisp through the cave entrance, carrying the scent of typh needles and distant snow. 2 days have passed since we abandoned the hunting lodge for this higher refuge, a network of natural caverns expanded generations ago by someone with considerable skill in stoneworking. Zephyr believes it might have been a Perna sanctuary during one of the periods when dark elves hunted their kind, though the evidence is circumstantial at best. I sit cross-legged on a flat stone near the cave mouth, hands extended palms up on my knees, practicing the breathing techniques Zephyr taught me yesterday. The mountain panorama stretches before me, jagged peaks piercing a cloudless sky, ancient forests clinging to steep slopes, a ribbon of silver marking a distant waterfall. The vastness should make me feel small and insignificant. Instead, I find it oddly comforting, as if the ancient landscape puts my personal troubles into perspective. Visualize your energy as a flame, I murmur to myself, recalling Zephyr's patient instruction. Not consuming but illuminating, revealing what already exists within. The familiar warmth builds in my center, flowing outward along invisible channels to pool in my palms. After several days of practice, I can manifest the magenta light at will, though controlling its intensity and duration remains challenging. According to Zephyr, the Flamekeepers were named for their affinity with this particular manifestation of magical energy. Neither elemental fire nor divine light, but something uniquely their own. My bloodline's legacy, my inheritance, my burden. The magenta glow pulses between my hands, responding to the conflicted emotions the thought generates. I take another deep breath, focusing on stabilizing the manifestation. The light steadies, forming a perfect sphere that hovers an inch above my palms. Impressive progress. The voice, familiar yet unexpected, breaks my concentration. The sphere flickers and vanishes as I turn toward Ravik, who stands silhouetted against the deeper darkness of the cave interior. His massive obsidian form moves with surprising grace as he approaches, amber eyes reflecting the late afternoon sunlight. 3 days ago I couldn't create it at all, I point out, shifting to make room for him on the stone ledge. I'm still far from controlling it properly. He settles beside me, wings folded neatly against his broad back. Control comes with practice. The raw power was always there, merely dormant. The observation brings a wry smile to my lips. Like having a volcano beneath my skin without knowing it. An apt metaphor, he agrees, his deep voice rumbling pleasantly. Though perhaps less destructive than you imagine. I stretch my fingers, still tingling with residual energy. Tell that to the Perna witch I blasted through a doorway. Defensive instinct, Ravik dismisses with a casual wave of his clawed hand. Protection of self and allies is a natural expression of power, not evidence of destructive tendency. His matter-of-fact acceptance continues to surprise me. Since the revelation of my heritage, all 3 gargoyles have adapted to my changing nature with remarkable equanimity. Zephyr with scholarly enthusiasm, Thane with practical assessment of tactical advantages, and Ravik with this unexpected calm acceptance. Their adjustment seems easier than my own. Despite 5 days of increasingly successful magical practice, I still feel like an imposter, a slave girl playing at being a Perna witch, neither identity fitting comfortably. "What troubles you?" Ravik asks, his amber gaze unnervingly perceptive. "Your progress exceeds expectations. Even Zephyr is impressed, though he hides it behind scholarly reserve." I hesitate, uncertain how to articulate the conflict churning within me. "I spent 6 years erasing myself," I finally explain, "becoming invisible, unremarkable, safe. Now I'm supposedly heir to an ancient magical bloodline with power that makes kings and witches hunt me across continents." "The contradiction disturbs you." "Wouldn't it disturb you?" I challenge, meeting his gaze directly. "To discover everything you believed about yourself was incomplete at best, deliberately hidden at worst." His expression shifts, something ancient and pained flickering in those amber depths. "I understand more than you might imagine. Our transformation was similarly disorienting. Dark elf warriors reborn as creatures of living stone, memories intact, but bodies and instincts forever altered." The comparison gives me pause. I've been so focused on my own identity crisis that I've given little thought to what the gargoyles endured during their transformation and subsequent imprisonment. "How did you reconcile who you were with what you became?" "Through necessity," he answers with characteristic directness. "I could rail against fate or adapt to new circumstances. Only one option offered survival." "Survival isn't identity," I counter softly. "It's mere existence." Ravik studies me for a long moment, head tilted slightly in consideration. "Perhaps that is the difference between us. I define myself through purpose. Protect, defend, lead. The form was secondary to function." His insight strikes deeper than anticipated. "I've defined myself by circumstance rather than purpose. Slave, survivor, fugitive, reactive rather than intentional. The realization offers a new perspective on my current dilemma." "What if I don't know my purpose?" I ask, the question emerging more vulnerable than intended. "Then you discover it," he replies simply, "through choice and action rather than bloodline or circumstance." Before I can respond, a low whistle echoes from deeper within the cavern, Thane's signal that he's returning from patrol. Moments later, the massive warrior appears at the tunnel junction, his iron-black form streaked with forest debris from his reconnaissance mission. "The lower paths remain clear," he reports, crimson eyes flickering briefly to where Ravik and I sit together before continuing. "No sign of pursuit from either dark elves or the witch." Relief washes through me. After days of constant vigilance, the possibility of temporary safety feels almost too precious to believe. "They've lost our trail?" "For now," Thane confirms, moving to join us at the cave entrance. "Zephyr's cloaking spell on your magical signature appears effective, and the storm 2 nights ago obscured our physical trail effectively." "We should not grow complacent," Ravik cautions, though his posture relaxes incrementally. "The Perna witch tracked us from Leondor to the temple sanctuary. She will not abandon the hunt easily." "Let her hunt," Thane growls, settling on my other side with casual possessiveness. "She'll find more than she bargained for if she locates this position." The confidence in his tone warms me even as I recognise the danger still lurking beyond our temporary haven. Both gargoyles radiate protective heat from either side, their massive forms dwarfing mine without making me feel diminished. The comfort of their presence, Ravik's steady command, Thane's fierce devotion, has become essential to my equilibrium in ways I never anticipated. Where's Zephyr? I ask, noting the scholarly gargoyle's absence. Testing the boundaries of his detection spell, Ravik answers. He believes he can extend its radius while maintaining effectiveness. Thane snorts, a sound expressing both amusement and respect, always tinkering with magical theory while the rest of us handle practical concerns. His tinkering has kept us one step ahead of pursuit, Ravik points out mildly. Each of us contributes according to our strengths. The easy exchange between them, teasing without malice, competitive without rancour, represents significant progress from the territorial tensions that marked our early days together. Something has shifted in their dynamic since our flight from the temple, a new equilibrium forming around our shared circumstances. And around me. The realization brings heat to my cheeks as I recall the intimacies shared with both Ravik and Thane. Neither has pressed for exclusivity, seemingly reaching some unspoken agreement about our evolving relationships. Even Zephyr, though he has not yet approached me physically, watches with scholarly interest rather than jealousy. I should prepare the evening meal, I say, rising from the stone ledge partly to escape my increasingly heated thoughts. The root vegetables we gathered yesterday should be ready for cooking. I brought fresh meat, Thane announces with evident pride, producing a brace of mountain hares from his hunting pouch. These were running near the eastern slope. Perfect, I smile, accepting the offering. They'll make an excellent stew with the burjona roots. As I turn toward the cave interior, where we've established a crude cooking area, movement at the forest edge below catches my eye. A flash of colour against the deepening shadows. There, and gone so quickly I might have imagined it. Did you see that? I ask, pausing mid-step. Both gargoyles are instantly alert, rising to flank me protectively. Where? Ravik demands, scanning the terrain with predatory focus. Just beyond the tallest typh tree, I point to the spot, doubt creeping in as I see nothing further. A glimpse of purple or blue, moving unnaturally fast. Dark Elf Scout, Thane concludes grimly. Their elite scouts wear cloaks in that shade. Or Perna, Ravik counters, wings extending slightly in unconscious threat display. The witch's cloak was similar. Anxiety tightens my chest. If they found us again so quickly, Zephyr's cloaking spell must have failed or been circumvented. Should we prepare to move again? Not yet, Ravik decides after a moment's consideration. A single scout poses minimal immediate threat. Better to maintain position and gather information than flee blindly into potential ambush. I'll intercept them, Thane volunteers, already moving toward the narrow path that winds down from our elevated position. No, Ravik countermands, his tone brooking no argument. If it's a scout, they've already reported our location. Better to strengthen defences here and prepare for possible engagement. Thane looks momentarily rebellious before nodding sharply. I'll check the lower cavern access points, set traps if necessary. Do so, Ravik agrees. I'll signal Zephyr to return. As Thane disappears into the tunnel leading to the lower chambers, Ravik moves to a small crystal set into the cave wall, a communication device salvaged from the temple that connects to a matching crystal Zephyr carries. He presses his palm against it, sending a pulse of amber energy through the Neptherium matrix. He'll return immediately, Ravik informs me, turning back with renewed vigilance. Until then, stay within the main chamber where we can protect you. I want to argue that I'm not helpless. My growing magical abilities provide some measure of self-defense. But the practical truth remains that I'm still untrained and vulnerable compared to my gargoyle protectors. I'll prepare the meal inside, I concede, gathering the hares Thane provided. The main chamber of our cave sanctuary serves multiple functions: sleeping area, meeting space, and makeshift kitchen. A natural chimney in the rear wall carries smoke from our small cooking fire to the outside through some hidden exit in the mountainside, allowing us to prepare hot meals without betraying our position with visible smoke. I focus on the familiar tasks of skinning and preparing the hairs, finding comfort in the routine physical activity. By the time Zephyr returns, breathless from his hasty ascent, the stew bubbles promisingly over the fire. "Detection perimeter breached," he announces without preamble, his silver-grey form moving directly to the small table where we've spread maps of the surrounding territory. Single entity, moving with deliberate stealth, not dark elf. "Perna?" Ravik questions, joining him at the table. "Almost certainly," Zephyr confirms, turquoise eyes troubled. The magical signature is similar to the witch we encountered at the temple, but fainter, less powerful. "An apprentice," Ravik concludes, "sent to confirm our location before the full coven commits to attack." Thane emerges from the lower tunnel, his massive form radiating battle readiness. "Lower access secured. They'll find nasty surprises if they attempt entry from below." The three gargoyles fall into tactical discussion, debating defensive positions and potential counterattacks with the practiced efficiency of warriors who have fought countless battles together. I listen while continuing my meal preparations, contributing when appropriate, but mainly absorbing their strategic thinking. "The central chamber provides best defensive position," Ravik decides finally. "Limited access points, solid overhead coverage, multiple retreat options if necessary." "Agreed," Thane nods, "though I still favour preemptive strike. Eliminate the scout before they can report back." "Too risky," Zephyr counters. "We don't know if they're already in communication with others. Aggressive action could trigger immediate response rather than buying time." Their discussion continues as daylight fades beyond the cave entrance. I serve the stew in crude wooden bowls, salvaged from the hunting lodge, the simple meal surprisingly satisfying given our limited resources. Even as we eat, the gargoyles maintain vigilant watch, taking turns monitoring the cave entrance and checking Zephyr's detection wards. Night settles fully over the mountains, bringing deep darkness broken only by our small fire and the faint blue glow of Neptherium crystals Zephyr has placed at strategic points throughout the cavern. The gargoyles establish a watch rotation, with Thane taking first position near the entrance, while Ravik and Zephyr rest. I should sleep as well, conserving strength for whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, but restlessness keeps me awake. After tossing on my makeshift bed of salvaged furs for nearly an hour, I rise quietly and move toward the small side chamber where we store our limited supplies. The storage alcove offers momentary solitude, a rare commodity in our close quarters. I lean against the cool stone wall, closing my eyes and practicing the centering breath Zephyr taught me. The exercise helps settle my scattered thoughts, bringing focus to the swirling anxiety. A faint scraping sound breaks my concentration, so soft it might be imagination or simply the natural settling of the mountain. Then it comes again, more distinct, from the very back of the storage alcove. I freeze, straining my senses toward the sound. The rear wall appears solid, but as I watch, a portion of it shifts slightly, revealing a narrow crack that widens as something, or someone, pushes from the other side. I should call for the gargoyles immediately, but curiosity holds me silent. The opening expands until it's wide enough to admit a slender figure who slips through with serpentine grace, hooded and cloaked in the deep purple I glimpsed earlier. Our eyes meet in the dim light, mine wide with surprise, theirs narrowing with calculated assessment. Neither of us moves for 3 rapid heartbeats, each taking measure of the other. Caya Flameheart. The intruder speaks first, voice soft but carrying a distinctive Perna accent. Daughter of Liliana, granddaughter of Seraphina, descendant of Elowin. At last, we meet. The use of my name, my full name, including a surname I've never heard, sends a jolt through me. "Who are you?" I demand, keeping my voice low enough to avoid immediately alerting the gargoyles. Information might prove more valuable than immediate protection. One who knows you better than you know yourself, the figure replies, pushing back their hood to reveal a young woman, perhaps 5 years my senior. Her features show the same delicate bone structure I glimpse in my own reflection, though her eyes are startling violet rather than my hazel green. I am Lyra, apprentice to Matriarch Valeria of the Flamekeeper Coven. You've been tracking us, I state, mind racing to process this confrontation. Since the temple. Since before, she corrects, making no move to approach closer. Since your magic first awakened during your escape from Leondor. Such power, untrained and raw, creates ripples even the most insensitive practitioner could detect. What do you want from me? I ask directly, one hand slipping to the small knife at my belt. A pitiful defense against magical attack, but better than nothing. Lyra notices the gesture and smiles faintly. If I meant you harm, little cousin, you would already be unconscious. I come as messenger, not hunter. Cousin? The familial term catches me off guard. Distant, but yes, she confirms. All Flamekeepers share blood connection, though yours runs more direct to Elowyn than most. My line branched from Seraphina's sister 8 generations back. The casual recitation of genealogy she clearly expects me to understand reminds me painfully of how much remains unknown about my own heritage. What message brings you sneaking through hidden passages rather than approaching openly? Necessity, she answers simply. Your stone guardians would hardly welcome a Perna witch at their threshold, given recent history. I can't argue with her assessment. Then deliver your message and be gone. My stone guardians will detect your presence soon enough. Indeed, she acknowledges, glancing toward the main chamber. So I shall be brief. Matriarch Valeria extends sanctuary to you, Caya Flameheart. Your place among the coven awaits. Training for your gifts, knowledge of your heritage, protection from those who would misuse your power. The offer strikes deeper than expected, touching the sense of dislocation that has plagued me since discovering my Perna blood. Knowledge of my past, understanding of my abilities, connection to those who share my heritage. All temptations I cannot entirely dismiss. And in return? I ask, knowing such offers never come without price. Lyra's expression remains carefully neutral. You are Elowyn's direct descendant, carrier of her power and potential. The coven requires nothing beyond your presence and participation. I find that difficult to believe, I counter, crossing my arms. The coven tracked me across half of Protheka for the pleasure of my company. A flicker of impatience crosses her features. Your ignorance is not your fault, but it blinds you to your significance. The Flamekeeper bloodline has thinned almost to extinction. Those with direct connection to Elowyn's power grow rarer with each generation. You represent hope for our coven's continued survival. As breeding stock, I conclude, the realization bringing bitter clarity. A vessel for producing the next generation of properly trained Flamekeepers. As honoured matriarch potential, she corrects sharply, your power, once properly trained, could restore our coven to its rightful place among the magical houses of Protheka. The ambition behind her words reveals more than perhaps intended. And that's what this is truly about, isn't it? Not my protection or education, but using my bloodline to advance the coven's political position. Lyra's expression hardens. You understand nothing of our struggle. For centuries we've survived on the margins, hunted by dark elves, our numbers dwindling, our knowledge fragmenting. Your awakening represents opportunity for restoration, for reclaiming what was stolen from us. I am not a tool for your vengeance or ambition, I state firmly, the declaration feeling right in ways I cannot fully articulate. My blood may carry your heritage, but my choices remain my own. And you choose these creatures? She asks incredulously, gesturing toward the main chamber where my gargoyle protectors wait. Twisted abominations born of dark elf arrogance and Perna cursecraft. Anger flares within me at her dismissal. I choose those who protected me without condition, who value me for more than my bloodline or magical potential. Without condition? Lyra laughs softly. How naive you remain, cousin. They value you precisely for your bloodline, the key to their freedom, the guarantee against renewed imprisonment. Why else would such beings protect a human female? The question echoes doubts I've struggled with myself, but something in her condescending tone strengthens rather than weakens my resolve. You know nothing about them, or about me. I know they've manipulated your gratitude and isolation to bind you to them, she counters. I know they've taken physical advantage of that bond. Heat floods my cheeks at the implication she somehow knows about my intimate relationships with Ravik and Thane. My choices, my desires, my life. For now, she concedes with maddening confidence. But consider this, cousin. You've lived 6 years as property, defined by others' expectations and limitations. The Coven offers true freedom, self-determination through knowledge and power. Knowledge without choice is merely another form of captivity, I counter, though her words strike uncomfortably close to fears I've not fully acknowledged even to myself. Lyra sighs, apparently recognizing the futility of further persuasion. Matriarch Valeria anticipated your reluctance. Your human upbringing and recent experiences make trust difficult. She reaches into her cloak, withdrawing a small leather pouch. A gift, regardless of your decision. It belonged to your mother. She places the pouch on a nearby crate, stepping back immediately to demonstrate it contains no threat. When you're ready to learn the full truth of your heritage, use the contents to contact us. The matriarch will come herself. My mother, I repeat, the words catching in my throat. You knew her. Not personally, Lyra admits. She disappeared before my time with the Coven, but her legacy remains, as does yours, waiting to be claimed. Voices approach from the main chamber, Ravik and Thane likely checking my absence from my sleeping place. Lyra glances toward the sounds, her expression shifting to practical urgency. They come. Consider what I've said, Caya Flameheart. Consider who truly seeks to control your destiny, those who would keep you ignorant of your heritage, or those who offer knowledge and belonging. Before I can respond, she retreats toward the hidden passage, movements fluid and silent. Until we meet again, cousin. Sooner than you might expect. She slips through the opening, which closes behind her with a soft scraping of stone against stone. By the time Ravik appears at the storage alcove entrance, Lyra has vanished completely, leaving only the leather pouch as evidence of her visit. Caya? Ravik's amber eyes scan the small space, concern evident in his expression. Why are you here alone? I should tell him immediately about Lyra's intrusion, her message, the hidden passage that compromises our sanctuary's security. Yet some instinct holds me silent on these points, at least momentarily. Instead, I gesture to the supply crates, checking our remaining provisions, planning tomorrow's meals. His gaze sharpens, clearly sensing the partial truth in my response. Before he can question further, I retrieve the leather pouch from the crate, holding it up for his inspection. I found this among our supplies. It wasn't here earlier. Ravik's reaction is immediate and intense, wings flaring, runes etched across his obsidian chest, pulsing with amber light. Stand back, he commands, moving to place himself between me and the pouch. Zephyr! Thane! The other gargoyles appear with startling speed, summoned by the alarm in Ravik's voice. Intruder, he informs them tersely, gesturing to the pouch in my hand. Left this while we were distracted. Zephyr approaches cautiously, turquoise eyes studying the item with scholarly assessment. May I? He asks, extending a clawed hand. I surrender the pouch, watching as he examines it without opening the drawstring closure. Perna craftsmanship, he concludes after a moment. Old, judging by the leather's patina. No obvious magical signatures beyond a preservation spell. She said it belonged to my mother, I admit, the partial confession emerging before I can reconsider. 3 pairs of inhuman eyes fix on me with varying degrees of surprise and concern. She? Thane growls, crimson gaze sweeping the chamber for threats. You saw the intruder? No point concealing the encounter now. A Perna scout, Lyra, apprenticed to someone called Matriarch Valeria. She came through a hidden passage in the rear wall. Ravik's expression darkens to thunderous proportions. When? What did she want? Just now, I answer, bracing for his reaction. She offered sanctuary with the Flamekeeper Coven, training for my abilities, knowledge of my heritage, protection from King Cress's forces. A trap, Thane declares immediately, designed to separate you from our protection. Obviously, I agree, somewhat irritated by his assumption that I would fall for such transparent manipulation. I refused. She left this as persuasion, I suppose, then disappeared back through the passage. Zephyr examines the wall where Lyra entered and exited, his scholarly curiosity momentarily overriding security concerns. Fascinating. The stonework shows no obvious seam or mechanism, likely magical in nature. Which means our position is compromised, Ravik concludes grimly. We move at first light. Is that necessary? I ask, reluctant to face another relocation so soon. She could have attacked while I was alone, but didn't. She delivered her message and left. After confirming your presence and our defensive positioning, Ravik points out, information that will guide the full Coven's approach when they come for you. If they come, I counter. She seemed more interested in persuasion than abduction. For now, Thane growls. Tactics change when gentle methods fail. The truth in his assessment is undeniable, yet something about the encounter continues to trouble me. She knew things, about my mother, about my bloodline. Called me Caya Flameheart, as if I have a surname I never knew. Zephyr's expression softens with understanding. The temptation of identity, of connection to your past, is powerful. The Coven understands this, which makes their approach particularly insidious. Not just manipulation, I insist, needing them to understand. She said my mother disappeared before her time with the Coven. That suggests my mother was once part of the Flamekeepers, but left, or was taken, before I was born. The implications hang heavy in the confined space. If my mother was indeed a Flamekeeper, who somehow ended up enslaved in the human territories where I was born, many questions about my past might find answers through Coven knowledge. What's in the pouch? Thane asks, practical as always. Zephyr loosens the drawstring carefully, turning the pouch to spill its contents into his palm. A single item emerges, a delicate silver pendant on a fine chain, its central design matching the birthmark on my shoulder, the Flamekeeper symbol. May I? I ask, oddly breathless. Zephyr examines it briefly for magical traps before placing it gently in my outstretched hand. The metal feels unexpectedly warm against my skin, pulsing faintly with the same magenta energy I've been learning to manifest. It recognizes you, Zephyr observes, scholarly fascination evident in his tone. Magical artifacts sometimes attuned to bloodlines specifically. I close my fingers around the pendant, searching for some emotional connection to the woman who might have worn it. My mother, whom I last saw being dragged away in the Leondor slave market 6 years ago. No clear memories emerge, only a vague sense of familiarity, as if the pendant belongs with me despite our long separation. Lyra said I could use this to contact the Coven when I'm ready to learn the full truth of my heritage, I explain, opening my hand to reveal the pendant once more. That matriarch Valeria would come herself. Convenient communication device, Zephyr muses, leaning closer to study the artifact. Likely blood-keyed to respond only to Flamekeeper essence. Impressive craftsmanship. And dangerous, Ravik adds, his protective instincts clearly triggered by the potential magical connection to our enemies. We should destroy it. No! The objection bursts from me with surprising force. It may have belonged to my mother. It's all I have of her. The naked emotion in my voice brings momentary silence to the chamber. All three gargoyles study me with varying expressions. Ravik conflicted between tactical necessity and reluctance to cause me pain. Thane surprisingly sympathetic beneath his warrior's exterior. Zephyr thoughtfully assessing alternatives. Perhaps there's a compromise, Zephyr suggests after a moment. I could examine the pendant more thoroughly, determine its exact capabilities and limitations. With proper understanding, we might neutralize its tracking or communication functions while preserving the artifact itself. Relief washes through me at his practical solution. You could do that. With time and careful study, he confirms, Perna artifacts operate on principles similar to other magical constructs, despite their unique approach to energy manipulation. Ravik considers this, amber eyes moving from the pendant to my face and back again. Whatever he sees in my expression appears to influence his decision. Very well. Zephyr will study the artifact under controlled conditions. Until we understand its capabilities fully, it remains sealed in a Neptherium containment box. The compromise satisfies both security concerns and my emotional attachment to this unexpected connection to my past. Thank you. This changes nothing about our immediate situation, Ravik continues, his commanding tone returning. Our position is compromised. We move at first light to the secondary location we scouted 3 days ago. No one argues with this assessment, not even me. Whatever Lyra's personal intentions, her knowledge of our location represents genuine threat. Thane immediately begins organising our limited possessions for rapid departure, while Zephyr constructs a makeshift containment box for the pendant using materials from our salvage supplies. As preparations progress around me, I find myself drawn to the cave entrance, gazing out at the star-filled sky above Khazad-dûm Ridge. The vastness that comforted me earlier now seems to emphasize how small our struggle remains in the grand scheme of Protheka's conflicts. Somewhere beyond these mountains, a coven of my blood relatives seeks to reclaim me for purposes I cannot fully trust. In the opposite direction, King Cress marshals dark elf forces to capture a magical resource he never knew existed within his household. And here I stand, caught between these powerful factions, still struggling to reconcile the slave girl I was with the Perna descendant I'm becoming. Your thoughts are troubled. I turn to find Zephyr beside me, his silver-grey form almost luminous in the starlight. How could they not be? I reply with a weak smile. Every day brings new complications to an already impossible situation. Not impossible, he corrects gently, merely unprecedented, which, from a scholarly perspective, makes it rather fascinating. The academic detachment in his tone draws a genuine laugh from me. I'm glad my identity crisis provides intellectual stimulation. His expression softens, turquoise eyes reflecting genuine concern beneath scholarly interest. It provides far more than that, Caya. You have brought purpose back to our existence, not merely through breaking our curse, but through reminding us what it means to care for something beyond survival. The simple sincerity of his statement touches me deeply. Even with all the danger I've brought down on you. Especially then, he affirms. Meaning rarely emerges from comfort or safety. It grows from challenge, from choice, from commitment maintained despite difficulty. His wisdom, as always, offers perspective beyond my immediate concerns. The Perna scout, Lyra, she tried to convince me you three value me only for my bloodline and magical potential. That you've manipulated my gratitude and isolation to bind me to you. Zephyr considers this accusation with characteristic thoroughness rather than immediate denial. A reasonable tactical approach to sowing doubt, he observes. Particularly effective given your history of exploitation and the unavoidable power differential between us. That's not a denial, I point out, studying his expression. Because partial truth makes the most effective deception, he explains. Did we initially value your role in breaking our curse? Unquestionably. Does your Perna heritage represent significant magical and strategic importance? Certainly. But to suggest these factors represent the totality of your value to us demonstrates profound misunderstanding of what has developed between us. And what has developed? I ask, the question emerging more vulnerable than intended. His gaze holds mine with unusual directness for one typically so measured in emotional matters. Something none of us anticipated or fully comprehended even now. Connection beyond utility. Care beyond strategy. Perhaps even, he hesitates, searching for the precise term, devotion. The word hangs between us, weighted with implications neither of us seems quite ready to examine directly. After a moment, Zephyr gestures to the pendant now safely contained in his Neptherium box. I cannot promise what truths this artifact may reveal about your past, he says, returning to more comfortable practical ground. But I can promise that whatever you discover, whatever you become, your place among us remains secure, not because of blood or magic, but because of who you are. And who am I? I ask the question that has haunted me since Zephyr first revealed my Perna heritage. His answer comes without hesitation. Caya, survivor, protector, the woman who faced dark elf hunters and Perna witches with equal courage, who tends wounds and prepares meals with the same care she manifests magical barriers, who challenges 3 fearsome gargoyles when necessary and comforts them when needed. A rare smile softens his scholarly features. Your identity transcends both the slave girl you were and the Perna witch you might become. It resides in choices made, not circumstances given. The wisdom in his assessment resonates with something deep within me, a truth I've been struggling toward without fully recognizing. My heritage may provide context for abilities I'm only beginning to understand, but it doesn't define the person I choose to be moving forward. Thank you, I say simply, the words inadequate for the clarity his perspective has provided. Inside the cave, Ravik and Thane continue preparations for tomorrow's departure, their powerful forms moving with practiced efficiency despite the confined space. I watch them for a moment, these beings who have become more essential to me than I ever anticipated when I stumbled into their sanctuary less than 2 weeks ago. Whatever complications my newly discovered heritage brings, whatever dangers still pursue us across Protheka's wilderness, one truth emerges with crystalline clarity. My place is here, with these 3 improbable protectors who have become the family I never expected to find. Not because blood or magic or destiny demands it, but because I choose it. Freely. Completely. And in that choice, perhaps, lies the beginning of my true identity, neither slave nor witch, but simply, powerfully, my own.
Chapter 16. Zephyr. Magic leaves traces in the air like perfume, delicate, ephemeral, yet unmistakable to those who know how to sense it. The chamber glows with these traces as I watch Caya work, her small hands hovering above the ancient altar stone we've repurposed as a workspace. Magenta light pulses beneath her fingertips, weaving into the blue-white lattice of protective spells I've established around our new mountain refuge. Feel the resonance between your energy and the existing ward matrix, I instruct, circling her with measured steps. Don't force the connection, allow it to form naturally. Kaya's eyes close, dark lashes casting shadows on her cheeks. The Perna pouch Thane recovered sits on the altar's edge, still sealed, still potentially dangerous, but necessary for what we must accomplish today. I can sense it, she murmurs, her voice barely above a whisper, like strings vibrating at different pitches. Excellent. Now attune your energy to match the sanctuary's defenses. The magenta light intensifies, threading itself more deliberately through the existing magical structure. Since the revelation of her heritage yesterday, confirmation of what I'd already suspected from my research, Caya's abilities have advanced with remarkable speed. The traumatic confrontation with the Perna scout has awakened something dormant within her. Something powerful that both exhilarates and terrifies her. The gaps are sealing, she says with quiet wonder. I can feel the perimeter strengthening. I step closer, observing the elegant precision of her magical signature. While most novice practitioners produce crude, forceful effects, Caya's magic displays a natural sophistication that speaks to her bloodline. The descendant of the very Perna who cursed us now works to protect our sanctuary. The irony is not lost on me. Why does it feel different today? She asks, opening her eyes to meet mine. In the magical light, her irises appear almost luminous, flecked with the same magenta that emanates from her fingertips. Yesterday, you were reacting instinctively. Today, you're creating with intention. I gesture to the complex web of energy surrounding us. The difference between a scream and a song. Her smile, slight but genuine, sends an unexpected warmth through my chest. These unfamiliar emotions continue to disrupt my scholarly detachment, a condition that would have concerned me greatly before our awakening. Now, I find myself increasingly willing to embrace the disruption. The pouch, she says, gaze shifting to the leather container. Do you think it's safe to examine now? Safer with our enhanced defenses, though still not without risk. I move to stand beside her at the altar. The scout clearly intended for you to find it. The question is whether as weapon or offering. Caya's expression hardens at the mention of the scout, the intruder who slipped past our perimeter during the aftermath of the Dark Elf attack, who confronted her with the truth of her Perna heritage before escaping Ravik's wrath. The memory of Ravik's fury when he discovered the breach still echoes through our sanctuary. Only one way to find out. She reaches for the pouch, but I catch her wrist. Allow me. Our eyes meet, and something electric passes between us, a current of awareness that transcends our teacher-student dynamic. Your value is incalculable. Mine is more expendable. Don't say that. Her free hand covers mine where it encircles her wrist. None of you are expendable to me. The quiet intensity of her declaration resonates in the chamber. I release her wrist slowly, fingertips trailing across her skin. Then we proceed together, with caution. I position myself beside her. Extend your senses first. What do you perceive? Caya closes her eyes again, her consciousness reaching outward in the way I've taught her. After a moment, she speaks. No active malice. The magic feels dormant, waiting. For what, I wonder? I murmur, extending my own senses to confirm her assessment. She's correct. The pouch contains power, but not hostility. Stand back slightly. Maintain your defenses. Using a small obsidian blade, I carefully cut the leather cord binding the pouch. The material parts easily, too easily for something so ancient-looking. Inside lies a single object, a pendant of polished neptherium crystal threaded on a silver chain. The crystal pulses with a familiar magenta light. It's attuned to you, I observe, studying the pendant without touching it. A beacon of sorts. Caya leans closer, her shoulder brushing mine. For tracking? Perhaps. Or communication. I gesture to the complex patterns etched into the neptherium's surface. These are familial sigils, marks that connect blood to blood. Her breath catches. The matriarch. Indeed. Your ancestress seeks connection. The implications hang in the air between us. The Perna matriarch, Morwen, the witch who cursed us centuries ago, now reaches across time and space to her descendant. The same witch who, according to the scout's revelations, has actively sought Caya since discovering her existence. I won't be anyone's puppet, Caya says firmly. Not King Cress's, not this matriarch's. And yet, this artifact might provide valuable insights. I indicate the pendant with a careful talon. Knowledge is power, Caya. Even perhaps especially knowledge of one's enemies. She considers this, conflict evident in her expression. Can we examine it without accepting whatever connection it offers? A reasonable precaution. I move to a nearby shelf where I've arranged various magical tools salvaged from the temple. We can create a containment circle. Observe without engaging. For the next hour, we work in harmonious tandem, establishing a complex series of wards around the pendant. Caya follows my instructions with intuitive grace, her magical signature complementing mine in ways that continually surprise me. When our energies interact, the resulting patterns display a symmetry I've never achieved with another practitioner, not even in my days as the royal court's most accomplished mage. There, I say finally, as the last ward locks into place. Now we can safely probe its mysteries. The containment circle glows with layered protections, my cool blue-white energy intertwined with Kaya's vibrant magenta. Within this boundary, the pendant floats suspended, its own light pulsing in response to our magical examination. What do you see? I ask, curious about how her perceptions might differ from mine. Kaya's gaze narrows in concentration. Images. Fragmented. A woman with silver hair. A circular chamber filled with similar pendants. Mountains that aren't Khazadern Ridge. She blinks rapidly. And emotions, pride, urgency, something like longing? Fascinating. Where I perceive only technical information, magical construction, power sources, theoretical applications, she receives emotional and visual content. Our complementary perspectives offer a more complete understanding than either could achieve alone. The pendant contains memories, I explain. Impressions its creator wished to share. The silver-haired woman is likely Morwen herself, or another high-ranking Perna of her bloodline. Why would she reach out to me now, after all this time? Kaya's voice carries equal parts suspicion and curiosity. Because you've awakened. I gesture to her hands, still glowing faintly with magenta energy. Your encounter with the Dark Elves triggered what was dormant. The Perna have ways of sensing when bloodline powers manifest, particularly significant bloodlines like yours. She absorbs this information, her eyes never leaving the pendant. Can they use this to find us? They already know your general location from the Scout's report. This would allow more specific communication, but only if you choose to wear it. I study her profile, admiring the determination etched in her features. The choice remains yours. No. She steps back from the altar. I won't open that door. Not yet. Not until I understand my own power better. A wise decision. I extinguish the examination spell with a gesture, leaving the pendant contained but dormant within our protective circle. Then, let us continue your education. I move toward the chamber's center, where I've prepared a more expansive workspace. The sanctuary's outer defenses are secured. Now we must address your personal protections. Caya follows, her movement graceful despite the weariness I can sense in her aura. You mean shields? Like what I created instinctively when the Dark Elves attacked? Similar in principle, but controlled rather than reactive. I indicate the floor where I've inscribed a complex series of concentric circles. Personal defense requires precision, efficiency. Your instinctive shield was powerful but costly. It drained your energy reserves completely. She steps into the outermost circle, positioning herself as I've previously instructed. I remember the exhaustion afterward. I could barely stand. A common issue for untrained practitioners. I circle her, adjusting her posture with careful touches. Magical energy, like physical strength, must be properly channeled to maximize effect while minimizing expenditure. Her body responds to my guidance, shoulders relaxing, stance widening slightly. Each point of contact between us, my talons at her elbows, the brush of my wing against her back, generates a subtle resonance that distracts me momentarily from our purpose. Begin with visualization, I say, regaining focus. Imagine your personal energy as a sphere surrounding you. Not rigid, but flexible, a membrane rather than a wall. Caya closes her eyes, breath deepening as she follows my instruction. The air around her shimmers faintly as her magic responds. Good. Now condense that energy. Draw it closer to your skin, intensifying its density without sacrificing coverage. The shimmer contracts, growing more visible as it concentrates. Her brow furrows with effort. You're forcing it, I observe. Allow the energy to find its natural equilibrium. Think of water seeking its level, not stone being shaped. It resists, she says through gritted teeth, like trying to hold smoke. I move behind her, my larger form creating a protective enclosure around her smaller one. Magic responds to emotion as much as intention. Your frustration creates resistance. I speak directly into her ear, my voice lowered. What emotion allows flow in your experience? She considers this, her head tilting back slightly. Certainty. When I'm absolutely certain of what I want, what I need, that's when the power comes easily. Then find that certainty now. My hands hover just above her shoulders, not quite touching. What do you know beyond doubt in this moment? Caya's breathing changes, becoming deeper, more centered. That I choose my own path, that I won't be controlled not by King Cress, not by the matriarch, not by anyone. The magenta energy flares brightly, then settles into a perfect, shimmering sphere that clings to her form like a second skin. Excellent. I allow my approval to warm my tone. Maintain this state while moving. She takes a careful step, then another, the shield moving with her effortlessly. A smile breaks across her face, genuine delight at her accomplishment that affects me more profoundly than it should. It feels right, she says, turning within the circle to face me. Like discovering a muscle I didn't know I had. An apt description. I extend one talon toward her shield, testing its resistance. The energy yields slightly at my touch, then pushes back perfectly calibrated. You're a natural, Caya. Your progress exceeds any reasonable expectation. Her shield flickers momentarily at the compliment, emotional response affecting her concentration. I have an excellent teacher. The simple praise shouldn't affect me. I, who once received accolades from the highest echelons of Dark Elf Society for my magical innovations. Yet her words create a warmth that spreads through my chest, disrupting my scholarly detachment once again. Knowledge is worthless if not properly shared, I say, withdrawing my hand. Continue practicing, maintain the shield while performing other tasks. For the next hour, I guide her through increasingly complex exercises, maintaining her shield while casting other spells, while moving rapidly through the chamber, while dividing her attention between multiple magical tasks. She masters each challenge with remarkable adaptability, though her energy visibly depletes as we continue. Enough, I finally declare, noting the fatigue in her aura. You've accomplished more in one session than most apprentices manage in months. Caya releases her shield with a sigh, the magenta energy dissipating into the air. She sways slightly, and I move to steady her, one hand at her elbow. Thank you, she murmurs, leaning briefly against my chest before straightening. I didn't realize how demanding magical practice would be. The mind and body are inseparable in magic, I explain, reluctantly releasing her. One cannot exert one without taxing the other. She moves to a stone bench along the chamber's wall, sinking onto it with graceful exhaustion. Is that why the physical form of a spell matters? The gestures? The sigils? Precisely. I join her on the bench, maintaining a respectful distance despite the curious pull I feel toward her. Magic is not merely mental discipline, but the harmonization of thought, emotion, and physical action. Caya's gaze meets mine, unexpected intensity in her eyes, like dance or love. The comparison startles me, not for its inaccuracy, but for its insight. An astute observation. Both require the unification of mind and body toward a singular purpose. Have you ever danced, Zephyr? She asks suddenly, her question bridging conversational territories in a way I find both disconcerting and intriguing. In my former life, yes, court functions required certain proficiencies. The memory surfaces, crystal chandeliers, formal attire, practiced movements performed with technical precision but little joy, though I suspect my definition differs from yours. And love? Her voice quiets, though her gaze remains steady. I consider my answer carefully, sensing the weight of her question. I have studied love extensively as a theoretical concept. The neurological responses, the historical significance, the cultural variations. I pause, honesty compelling me to add, but experienced it? Not until... I stop myself, surprised by what I nearly revealed. Until, she prompts gently, until recent events challenged my understanding. I choose my words with precision, though the emotion behind them feels anything but precise. Awakening from centuries of isolation has recalibrated many of my perceptions. Caya shifts closer on the bench, the distance between us diminishing both physically and metaphorically, including perceptions about sharing. She refers, I realize, to the complex dynamic developing between herself, Ravik, Thane, and me. Her intimacy with my fellow gargoyles, first Ravik's possessive claiming, then Thane's passionate connection following battle, has created a situation unprecedented in my experience. I have never been possessive by nature, I tell her truthfully. Knowledge, by its essence, seeks distribution rather than containment. Perhaps, I hesitate, formulating my thoughts. Perhaps emotional connections function similarly. And if I told you that what I feel for Ravik and Thane doesn't diminish what I feel for you? Her hand moves to cover mine where it rests on the stone between us. That each connection is distinct, complete in itself? The contact sends an electric current through my form, awakening sensations long dormant. I would find that conceptually sound. Emotions are not finite resources to be depleted through division. A smile appears on her lips, amused but tender. Only you would describe feelings in terms of resource allocation, Zephyr. I speak as I understand, I acknowledge, my own lips twitching in response to her gentle teasing. Though I find my understanding increasingly inadequate to the complexity of my experience. Perhaps some things aren't meant to be understood intellectually. Her fingers intertwine with mine, delicate skin against stone-like texture. Some knowledge can only be gained through experience. The invitation in her words is unmistakable. Despite centuries of scholarly discipline, I find myself momentarily speechless, caught between intellectual analysis and raw desire. You offer a compelling hypothesis, I finally manage, my voice lower than intended. Would you like to test it? Kaya's question comes with a slight tilt of her head, dark curls falling across her shoulder. Scientific method would suggest empirical investigation, I agree, my free hand moving almost of its own accord to brush those curls back, fingertips grazing the delicate curve of her ear. Her breath catches at the contact. And what does Zephyr suggest? The use of my name, so simple yet so intimate, breaks the last of my scholarly reserve. That knowledge without application is hollow. That centuries of observation pale before a moment of direct experience. I lean forward, closing the remaining distance between us. Our lips meet with delicate precision, a careful experiment in sensation. Her mouth is soft, warm, yielding yet responsive in ways that awaken forgotten aspects of myself. The kiss deepens gradually, her hand releasing mine to slide up my arm, across my shoulder, to rest against the side of my face. When we part, her eyes remain closed momentarily, lips slightly parted. The sight affects me profoundly, this powerful descendant of Morwen, vulnerable and trusting in my arms. Your hypothesis shows promise, I murmur, tracing the curve of her cheek with one careful talon. Her eyes open, magenta sparks dancing in their depths. Further investigation seems warranted. Indeed, I stand, drawing her up with me, though perhaps in more suitable surroundings. Kaya's smile holds equal parts desire and affection. Lead the way, Professor. I guide her from the workroom through connecting passages to my private chamber, a small alcove I've furnished with scrolls, artifacts, and a sleeping platform, covered in furs salvaged from the temple. Crystal lamps cast blue-white light across the space, illuminating the ancient texts that line makeshift shelves along the walls. "Your sanctuary within our sanctuary," she observes, taking in the scholarly arrangement with appreciative eyes. "Knowledge has always been my refuge." I close the door behind us, activating privacy wards with a gesture. Now I find myself seeking new forms of sanctuary. Caya turns to face me, her expression open, yet somehow vulnerable. I've never been anyone's sanctuary before. The admission touches something deep within me. I move to her slowly, deliberately, giving her time to reconsider if she wishes. Nor have I been anyone's teacher in centuries. We navigate new territories together. When I reach her, I take her hands in mine, raising them to my lips. The gesture feels both archaic and timeless, a courtly acknowledgement of the precious gift she offers. I won't rush you, I promise, watching her reaction carefully. Knowledge gained too quickly is often imperfectly retained. A smile curves her lips. Always the scholar. Her hands turn in mine, fingers tracing the stone-like texture of my skin with obvious curiosity. Will you teach me this too? With the same patience you've shown with magic? With infinitely more care, I assure her, drawing her closer. For this knowledge transcends mere technique. It requires feeling. Her body aligns with mine, small and warm against my larger, cooler form. Then teach me, Zephyr. Show me what you feel. The invitation undoes me. Centuries of careful restraint dissolve beneath the simple sincerity of her request. I lift her gently, carrying her to the fur-covered platform. As I lay her down, her dark hair spreads across the pelts like spilled ink, creating a striking contrast that emphasizes her vibrant humanity against the remnants of my previous life. "Beautiful," I murmur, half to myself. Her hands reach for me, drawing me down beside her. "Show me," she repeats, her voice a whisper now. "Not just with words." I kiss her again, more deeply this time, one hand cradling the back of her head while the other traces the curve of her waist. She responds with unexpected ardor, her body arching toward mine, her fingers exploring the ridges and planes of my chest with uninhibited curiosity.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. As much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Afterward, as she lies curled against my chest, her breathing gradually steadying, I find myself contemplating the inadequacy of language to describe what we've shared. For perhaps the first time in my existence, I am content to experience without analyzing, to feel without categorizing. "Your hypothesis was correct," I finally murmur, stroking her hair where it spills across my arm. Caya lifts her head, eyes heavy-lidded but curious. "Which one?" "That some knowledge can only be gained through experience." I trace the curve of her cheek with gentle precision. "No amount of theoretical study could have prepared me for the reality of you." Her smile carries a wisdom that belies her years. "And how do you feel about sharing now?" The question should provoke jealousy or possession, yet I find myself experiencing neither. That different forms of knowledge complement rather than compete with one another. That what you share with Ravik and Thane doesn't diminish what exists between us. Exactly. She presses a kiss to my chest, directly over where a heart would beat in a mortal form. Each connection is complete in itself, yet part of something larger. As she settles back against me, warm and trusting in the aftermath of our joining, I contemplate this new understanding. The scholar in me wishes to categorize, analyze, preserve this revelation in neat theoretical packages. But the being I'm becoming awakened not just from stone sleep, but from emotional isolation, is content to simply experience the wonder of connection. Outside our private sanctuary, dangers gather. The Perna matriarch seeks her descendant, King Cress marshals his forces, and the curse that transformed us remains only partially understood. Yet in this moment of perfect harmony between mind and body, I discover something I'd thought lost centuries ago: hope.
Chapter 18. Caya. Consciousness returns in fragments. The cool press of stone beneath my back, the tang of medicinal herbs in the air, a dull throbbing at my temple that pulses in time with my heartbeat. I open my eyes to find Zephyr leaning over me, turquoise gaze intent as he applies a salve to my forehead. "She wakes," he announces, relief evident in his typically measured voice. Thane appears in my field of vision, crimson eyes shadowed with concern. "How do you feel, little warrior?" "Like I've been trampled by a herd of mountain oxen," I mutter, attempting to sit up. The world tilts alarmingly, forcing me back to the stone altar. What happened? The two gargoyles exchange a glance heavy with unspoken meaning. "The ceiling collapsed during the disagreement," Zephyr explains carefully. "You were struck by falling debris." Memories flood back, Ravik's fury, the violent confrontation, the terrifying sound of stone giving way above us, and before that, the possessive rage in Ravik's amber eyes when he saw Zephyr touch me. "Where is he?" I ask, though I already suspect the answer. Thane's massive shoulders tense. "Maintaining the perimeter. He hasn't returned to the inner chambers since he nearly killed me in his jealous rage," the unfinished sentence implies. Except that's not what happened, not exactly. Through the fog of my returning memory, I recall the horror on Ravik's face as I fell, his desperate lunge to protect me from the falling stones. "How long have I been unconscious?" "Nearly a full day," Zephyr replies, helping me into a sitting position with gentle hands. "Your injury wasn't severe, but the body often requires time to recover from such shocks." A day. An entire day lost while our enemies draw closer, while the fractures in our fragile family widen into chasms. I swing my legs over the edge of the altar, ignoring the renewed pounding in my head. "I need to speak with him." "Absolutely not," Thane growls, stepping forward to block my path. "He's unstable, unpredictable, until he masters his possessive instincts." "He won't hurt me," I interrupt, meeting Thane's concerned gaze steadily. "He already has." Thane gestures to the bandage at my temple. "Unintentionally," I insist, "and that's precisely why he's staying away. He believes he's protecting me from himself." Zephyr moves to stand beside Thane, their unified front more frustrating than their individual objections. "Your assessment has merit," the scholarly gargoyle concedes, "but your physical condition makes immediate confrontation inadvisable." "We don't have the luxury of time." I slide from the altar to prove my point, suppressing a wince as my bare feet touch the cold stone floor. King Cress's forces approach from the south, Perna from the east, and our strongest fighter has exiled himself out of misplaced guilt. The sanctuary lies damaged from your confrontation, and you're worried about my headache? Thane's expression darkens, wings mantling slightly at my challenge. "Your safety is non-negotiable." "My agency is non-negotiable," I counter, straightening to my full height, still laughably small compared to their massive forms. But what I lack in stature, I make up for in conviction. "I'm not asking permission, Thane. I'm informing you of my decision." Something shifts in his crimson gaze. Surprise, then a grudging respect. He exchanges another glance with Zephyr, who gives an almost imperceptible nod. Then at least allow me to accompany you to the upper levels. Thane concedes, his tone making it clear this is his final offer. He's taken position in the northern watchtower. Alone, I specify, softening my stance slightly in recognition of their concern. I'll call if I need you, but this conversation must happen without an audience. Reluctantly, Thane agrees, escorting me through the sanctuary's winding passages toward the northern tower. The evidence of yesterday's confrontation marks our path: cracked walls, collapsed sections hastily shored up, scorch marks where magical energy discharged against stone. The sanctuary bears the physical scars of emotional wounds still raw and bleeding. At the tower's base, Thane pauses. He is not himself, he warns, one massive hand gently squeezing my shoulder. Approach with caution, little warrior. I know what I'm doing, I assure him, though in truth, I'm navigating uncharted territory. Before my escape from Leondor, relationships meant only exploitation and power imbalance. Now I find myself at the centre of something unprecedented. 3 powerful beings offering different forms of connection, each vital, each overwhelming in its own way. Thane reluctantly retreats, leaving me to climb the narrow spiral staircase alone. Each step requires concentration, my balance still compromised by yesterday's injury. By the time I reach the uppermost chamber, my head throbs in earnest, and perspiration dampens my tunic despite the mountain chill. The watchtower opens to the sky, its ancient roof long since collapsed. Ravik stands with his back to me, wings folded tightly against his obsidian form, silhouetted against the vast mountain panorama. He doesn't turn at my approach, though I know he's sensed my presence. "You shouldn't be here," he says, voice rough with emotions kept rigidly in check. Yet here I stand. I move closer, stopping a few paces behind him. "Will you at least look at me?" "To what end?" Still, he keeps his back turned. "To see the damage I've caused? To witness the fear I've planted where trust once grew? To see that I'm healing, that I'm whole, that I'm choosing to be here despite what happened?" A tremor passes through his powerful frame. When he finally turns, the anguish in his amber eyes steals my breath. Gone is the imposing commander, the territorial alpha. In his place stands a being stripped to raw nerves, self-loathing etched into every line of his face. "I swore to protect you," he rasps, gaze fixed on the bandage at my temple. "Instead, I became the threat I vowed to shield you from." "You made a mistake," I acknowledge, taking another step forward. "One born of emotion, not malice." "The distinction matters little when the result is your blood spilled by my hand." His talons flex at his sides, then curl into tight fists. "I am what I have always been, violence given form, possession given voice, unworthy of your trust, your touch, your—" He breaks off, jaw clenching. "My love?" I finish for him, the word hanging between us like a challenge. His wings mantling slightly, a reflexive response to emotional exposure. A concept I barely comprehend, let alone deserve. Love isn't earned like battle honours, Ravik. It's given, chosen, created between equals. I close the remaining distance between us, standing close enough to feel the heat radiating from his stone-like skin. And I choose to create it with you, despite your flaws, perhaps even because of them. Confusion clouds his amber gaze. I endangered you, nearly killed you in my jealous rage. You lost control, I correct gently, then found it again at the critical moment. Your first instinct when the ceiling collapsed was to protect me, not yourself. Too little, too late. "No," I reach up, ignoring his flinch to lay my palm against his cheek. "That moment revealed your true core beneath all the possession and jealousy. When life was truly at stake, your instinct was protection, not control." He remains rigid beneath my touch, disbelief warring with desperate hope in his expression. How can you stand before me without fear after what I've done? Because I see all of you, Ravik. The rage and the tenderness, the possessiveness and the sacrifice, the beast and the being. I choose all of it, all of you. Something breaks in his carefully maintained facade. With a sound that's half growl, half sob, he pulls me against his chest, arms encircling me with exquisite care, as if I might shatter at any moment. I do not deserve this chance, he murmurs into my hair. Perhaps not, I acknowledge, nestling closer. But you need it, and so do I. We stand entwined as morning light strengthens around us, neither speaking, each absorbing the other's presence. Gradually, the rigid tension in his frame subsides, replaced by a different kind of alertness, the vigilant protection that defines him at his core. The others, he finally says, pulling back slightly. I owe them apologies as well. Yes, you do. I don't soften this truth. But first, we need to talk about what truly triggered your rage yesterday. His jaw tightens, gaze shifting away from mine. It doesn't matter. It matters completely if we're to prevent a recurrence. I take his face between my hands, forcing him to meet my eyes. Tell me, please. The request, offered without demand, seems to reach him where commands could not. After a long moment, he sighs, the sound carrying centuries of burden. It was not the physical intimacy, he admits reluctantly. I had prepared myself for that inevitability. It was the other connection I witnessed, the intellectual bond, the magical harmony, something I cannot provide with my limited capacities. Understanding dawns. You believe Zephyr offers something you cannot. It is not belief, but fact. His knowledge, his control, his understanding of magic and history. These are valuable beyond measure in our circumstances, while I offer only brute strength and battle strategy. I can't help the small laugh that escapes me. His expression darkens, but I quickly explain. Ravik, each of you offers something unique and irreplaceable. Zephyr's intellectual connection doesn't diminish your protective strength. Thane's warrior brotherhood doesn't overshadow your leadership. They're different facets of connection, not competing versions of the same thing. He considers this, the concept clearly foreign to his experience. Among dark elves, hierarchies are absolute. One leader, one mate, clear lines of authority and possession. We're not dark elves anymore, comes Thane's deep voice from the stairway entrance. I turn to find both Thane and Zephyr standing at the tower's threshold, having apparently followed despite my request for privacy. Before I can object, Zephyr steps forward. We are something new, the scholarly gargoyle says, his melodic voice thoughtful. Our transformation was physical, yes, but perhaps more significantly psychological. We are neither fully what we were, nor entirely defined by what the curse made us. Ravik's wings shift restlessly, but he makes no move to retreat. Progress, however small. The curse altered more than our bodies, Zephyr continues. It changed our fundamental nature, amplifying certain traits while diminishing others. Your protective instincts, Ravik. Thane's battle joy, my analytical detachment, all exaggerated beyond our original personalities. What's your point? Ravik demands, though without the earlier hostility. My point is that we've been assuming the curse's effects are immutable, that we must learn to live within its constraints. Zephyr moves to the ancient stone table that occupies one corner of the tower, brushing dust from its surface. But what if they're not? What if our connection to Caya offers an opportunity to reshape those constraints? My pulse quickens at the implication. You think the curse can be broken completely? Not broken, Zephyr corrects, tracing patterns in the dust with one talon. Transformed, just as we were transformed. Thane crosses his massive arms, crimson eyes narrowed in thought. Explain. The Perna's magic bound us to stone, yes, but more fundamentally, it bound us to isolation, each trapped in our own consciousness, unable to form connections even with each other. Zephyr's gaze meets mine. Until Caya. Ravik shifts beside me, his interest visibly overcoming his emotional withdrawal. The woman whose blood connects to our curse? Precisely. Zephyr nods. Blood calls to blood. Magic recognizes its source. When Caya pleaded for sanctuary, her voice carried the magical signature of the very witch who cursed us. Morwen, I murmur, the name still strange on my tongue despite knowing it belongs to my ancestress. Yes. Zephyr's expression grows animated with scholarly excitement. And now that same bloodline magic flows through you, awakened by danger and necessity. Magic that could potentially reshape the curse that binds us. Hope flares within me. Bright, dangerous, intoxicating. You think I could free you completely? Return you to your original forms? All three gargoyles go still at this question, the possibility clearly having occurred to none of them. Would you want that? I ask into the silence. To return to what you were before? The question hangs between us, weighted with implications. After centuries trapped between forms, would they choose to revert to their original dark elf nature, abandoning the power and primal connection of their gargoyle aspects? No. Ravik's answer comes first, surprisingly definitive. What I was before holds no appeal. A courtier playing political games, valuing status above honour. I would not return to my former self either, Zephyr admits, looking almost surprised by his own conclusion. The detached scholar, observing life rather than experiencing it, knowledge without application or emotion. Thane's crimson eyes meet mine. The warrior I was served a corrupt king without question. The being I am now chooses his own battles, his own family. He gestures to encompass all of us. This is preferable, despite its complications. Their unified response fills me with unexpected relief. I've come to love them as they are, powerful, primal, complex in their duality. The thought of losing these aspects of their nature creates an ache beneath my breastbone. Then what transformation do you envision? I ask Zephyr. Control, he replies simply. Mastery over the transformation, rather than being trapped in either form. The power to shift between stone and flesh at will, rather than being bound to daylight or darkness. Freedom from the curse's emotional amplification, without losing the strength it granted. Ravik's amber eyes narrow thoughtfully. And you believe Caya's magic could accomplish this? With the proper guidance, yes. Zephyr gestures toward me. Her magical signature perfectly counterbalances the curse's construction. Where Morwen's magic constrained, Caya's could potentially liberate. At what cost? Ravik demands, protective instinct immediately surfacing. Such magic would require enormous power. I won't allow her to endanger herself. Allow? I raise an eyebrow, the word choice reigniting our earlier conflict. Ravik catches himself, visibly adjusting. I meant I would not wish you to risk yourself on our behalf. The correction, awkward but sincere, represents significant growth. I acknowledge it with a nod before turning back to Zephyr. What would such a transformation require? Study, preparation. His turquoise gaze grows distant, calculating. And most importantly, absolute harmony between all participants. The magic would flow through all four of us, creating new bonds to replace the curse's constraints. Harmony, Thane repeats skeptically, glancing at Ravik. After yesterday's demonstration, that seems unlikely. Ravik straightens, wings folding tightly against his back, a posture I've come to recognize as his response to challenge. You doubt my ability to control my nature. I doubt all of our abilities to transcend what the curse has made us without help, Thane counters, including my own. The honesty in his admission diffuses Ravik's defensive response. After a moment, our alpha leader nods, a gesture containing more vulnerability than any words could convey. Then we help each other, I suggest, moving to the centre of our small circle, each of us bringing our strengths to compensate for others' weaknesses. A novel concept, Zephyr muses. Interdependence rather than hierarchy. More than novel, Ravik adds quietly. Revolutionary. The word hangs in the air between us, charged with possibility. In that moment, something shifts. A recalibration of power dynamics that have defined our interactions since the beginning. No longer protectors and protected, leaders and followers, but partners in a shared endeavour. I extend my hands, one toward Ravik, one toward Zephyr. After a moment's hesitation, they each take one. Thane completes our circle, his massive hands engulfing theirs. Whatever comes, I say, feeling the distinct texture of each gargoyle's skin against mine. We face it together. Equal voices, equal stakes, equal commitment. Equal love, Thane adds, the sentiment surprising from the typically blunt warrior. Zephyr nods, turquoise eyes warm. A balanced equation. We all look to Ravik, whose amber gaze moves thoughtfully between us. The struggle plays out visibly on his features, centuries of ingrained hierarchy battling against this new paradigm. Equal, he finally agrees, the single word clearly costing him considerable effort, though old habits die reluctantly. We have time, I assure him, squeezing his hand. A harsh cry from outside shatters our moment of connection. One of Ravik's fox scouts appears at the tower's open side, its message conveyed in a series of yips and growls, unintelligible to me, but clearly alarming to the gargoyles. Ravik's expression transforms instantly from vulnerable to commanding. Enemy forces have accelerated their approach. The dark elf vanguard crosses the southern ridge. Perna magical signatures detected less than a mile east. How long? Thane demands, already moving toward the stairs. Hours, not days, Ravik replies grimly. They move with unexpected coordination, dark elves and Perna working in tandem despite centuries of mutual distrust. Joint operation, Zephyr murmurs, his scholarly mind already analysing implications. King Cress must have offered significant concessions to secure Perna cooperation at this scale. Or they share a common goal valuable enough to override their traditional enmity, Ravik suggests, gaze shifting meaningfully to me. The weight of his implications settles heavily in my stomach. Me. They come for me, the human slave with unexpectedly valuable blood, the descendant of their greatest witch, the key to powers I barely comprehend. We need to move, I say, pushing aside fear in favour of pragmatism. This sanctuary is already compromised from your fight. We can't defend a crumbling position. Ravik nods, leadership sitting naturally on his powerful shoulders once more. Thane, ready our essential supplies. Zephyr, secure the most valuable texts and artifacts. We move to the secondary location within the hour. As they turn to execute his orders, I catch his arm. And you? Something flickers in his amber eyes. Gratitude, perhaps, that I still seek his proximity despite yesterday's events. I'll secure our retreat path and lay false trails to delay pursuit. I'm coming with you, I announce, the statement brooking no argument. Surprise crosses his features, followed by automatic objection. It's too dangerous. Everything is dangerous, I interrupt, and my magic might prove useful in creating false trails. He studies me, conflict evident in his expression. Then, surprisingly, he nods. Stay close, follow my lead, and if I give an order related to your safety, I'll consider it carefully, I compromise, a slight smile curving my lips. The answering quirk of his mouth, not quite a smile but far from his usual grim expression, represents significant progress. Acceptable. Gather your things and meet me at the eastern exit in 10 minutes. As I turn to descend the tower stairs, his voice stops me one final time. Caya. When I look back, vulnerability has returned to his expression. Thank you for seeing possibilities where I saw only limitations. The simple gratitude, freely given, means more than any passionate declaration. I nod, acknowledging both his words and the courage they required. That's what family does, I reply. They see the best in each other, even when it's hidden. His expression suggests I've given him something to contemplate as I descend the stairs, my steps lighter despite the looming threat. Yes, enemies approach from 2 directions. Yes, danger surrounds us on all sides. But for the first time since my desperate flight from Leondor, I feel not just protected, but empowered. Not just desired, but valued. In the broken slave girl who fled through snow and darkness, these 3 extraordinary beings have recognized something worth fighting for, worth changing for. And in their transformation from adversaries to protectors to lovers, I've discovered my own metamorphosis from victim to equal. Whatever comes next, battle, magic, sacrifice, we face it not as separate individuals with conflicting needs, but as a unified whole with complementary strengths. As I gather my few possessions from the chamber Ravik and I once shared, my fingers brush the pendant we removed from the Perna's pouch. It pulses with magenta energy that matches my own, the connection to my bloodline undeniable. For a moment, I consider leaving it behind, rejecting the heritage that makes me valuable to our enemies. Instead, I slip it into a small leather pouch and secure it around my neck, hidden beneath my tunic. Knowledge is power, as Zephyr often reminds me. And if Morwen's blood flows through my veins, perhaps her secrets can serve my purposes rather than hers. Outside, thunder rumbles across the mountain peaks, nature's warning of approaching storm. Or perhaps something more significant, the gathering magical energies of 2 ancient enemies united in common purpose. They come for me, these powers that would use me for their own ends. They'll find instead something unprecedented on Protheka. 4 beings united by choice rather than circumstance, by love rather than obligation. Let them come, we'll be ready.
Chapter 19. Thane. Blood sings in my veins as I crouch at the ridge's edge, surveying the approaching forces through the pre-dawn mist. 2 armies converge on our position from different directions, moving with the coordinated precision that speaks of shared purpose, despite centuries of mutual hatred. Dark elves and Perna, united by their desire for what we protect, for who we protect. The dark elf contingent marches in tight formation along the southern approach. At least 40 elite warriors in gleaming obsidian armor, their long white hair bound in war braids, violet eyes scanning the terrain with predatory focus. Leading them, astride a massive shadowhorn mount, whose breath steams in the cold mountain air, rides a figure whose ornate armor and commanding presence can only belong to King Kreese himself. So the rumors were true. The monarch of Leondor considers Caya valuable enough to lead the hunt personally, rather than delegating to his generals. This complicates matters significantly. To the east, where the forest thins before giving way to rocky terrain, the Perna advance with characteristic stealth. I count only 12 figures in silver-gray robes, their hoods concealing features, but not the shimmering aura of magical energy that surrounds them like heat waves on a summer plain. What they lack in numbers, they more than compensate for in arcane firepower. At their center walks a tall woman whose silver hair streams uncovered despite the biting wind, her bearing regal, her power so palpable it distorts the air around her like a mirage. The matriarch herself, Morwen, crafter of the curse that imprisoned us for centuries, now pursuing her own bloodline descendant, Caya's ancestress. The connection still disturbs me, though I've made peace with the irony of it. The bloodline that cursed us now offers hope of liberation through Caya's untrained but potent magic, if we survive the coming assault. I ease back from the ridge, careful to maintain the concealment spell Zephyr crafted before dawn. The enchantment won't fool the Perna for long, but it needn't just long enough for me to return with vital intelligence about our enemy's numbers and disposition. The journey back to our new sanctuary takes me through dense forest and narrow ravines, terrain deliberately chosen for its defensive advantages when we relocated 2 days ago. Since Ravik's outburst and Caya's injury, we've operated with grim efficiency, evacuating the compromised temple, establishing this new position deeper in the mountains, laying false trails to confuse pursuit. Through it all, Caya has emerged as our unexpected center, not through command like Ravik or knowledge like Zephyr, but through a quiet strength that draws us together despite the lingering tension. Her confrontation with Ravik in the watchtower changed something fundamental in our dynamic. The hierarchy that once defined us has transformed into something more balanced, more interdependent, more vulnerable, perhaps, but also more powerful. The cave entrance appears suddenly between 2 ancient typh trees, their twisted trunks forming a natural archway. The entrance itself remains invisible unless viewed from this exact angle, another of Zephyr's clever concealments. I activate the recognition sigil with a swipe of blood across the hidden glyph carved into the leftmost tree, and the illusion parts like mist to admit me. Inside, the narrow passage widens into a series of interconnected caverns, their walls glittering with embedded crystal that provides natural illumination when activated by our presence. The largest chamber serves as our command center, where I find the others gathered around a stone table, bearing a detailed map of the surrounding terrain. Caya notices me first, her dark eyes brightening as I enter. The bruise at her temple has faded to a yellowish smudge, barely visible beneath her tumble of black curls. She's changed since her injury, not just physically, but in her bearing. Where once she carried herself with the careful wariness of prey, she now moves with quiet confidence, claiming space rather than seeking to minimize her presence. Thane, she greets me, the simple sound of my name on her lips, sending a curious warmth through my chest. What news? Ravik looks up from the map, his amber gaze sharp with command, yet tempered with the new awareness Caya's intervention has fostered. He stands slightly apart from Zephyr, maintaining a respectful distance that acknowledges their still healing relationship. The scholar himself bends over an ancient text, turquoise eyes lifting briefly to acknowledge my return before resuming his study. King Cress leads the Dark Elf forces personally, I report without preamble, moving to the table. 40 elite guards at minimum, and the Perna contingent is led by Morwen herself. Zephyr's head snaps up at this, his scholarly detachment replaced by sudden intensity. You're certain it was Morwen? Not another high-ranking witch? Silver hair uncovered despite the mountain chill, power that distorts the very air around her, a presence that makes even King Cress maintain respectful distance. I meet his gaze evenly, Unless another Perna matches that description, it's her. It's her, Caya confirms quietly, one hand rising unconsciously to touch the hidden pendant beneath her tunic. I can feel her searching, like fingers probing at the edges of my consciousness. Ravik's wings flare slightly at this revelation, protective instinct visibly warring with his newfound restraint. Can she locate you through this connection? Not precisely, Zephyr answers, before Caya can respond. Blood calls to blood, yes, but Kaya's awakening magic creates interference that obscures exact positioning. It's why they're approaching from two directions. Uncertainty about our precise location. Small comfort, I growl, tracing the enemy approach routes on the map. They'll converge at the old temple site within hours. When they find it abandoned, they'll fan out to search the surrounding area. Standard dark elf hunting protocol. And the Perna will use magical detection to narrow the search area, Zephyr adds, his talon tapping thoughtfully against the ancient text. Our concealment won't withstand direct scrutiny from Morwen herself. Then we face them before they find us, Ravik states, the battle commander fully ascendant in his bearing now. Choose our ground, set our traps, control the engagement. Against those numbers, Zephyr's skepticism is evident. Even at our full strength, we'd be significantly outmatched, and the curse still limits our daylight capabilities. Ravik's jaw tightens, the reminder of our constraints clearly unwelcome. Since awakening, we've discovered our transformation follows predictable patterns. Strongest at night, weakened but not immobilized during daylight, completely vulnerable during the transitional moments of dawn and dusk. A tactical disadvantage our enemies will certainly exploit if given the opportunity. We don't need to defeat them, Caya interjects, her slender finger tracing a different path on the map. Just delay them long enough to reach the deepest caverns. Zephyr's research suggests they connect to the larger network beneath Khazad-dûrn Ridge. The Vraken tunnels, I confirm, admiration coloring my voice, despite the risk her suggestion entails. The Vraken ancient enemies who retreated underground after their defeat in the Great War represent a different kind of danger. But Caya thinks like a true tactician, weighing relative threats against immediate survival. It's our best option, she insists, meeting each of our gazes in turn. We can't defeat them head-on. We can't outrun them in open terrain. But we can outsmart them, lead them into territory where their numbers become a liability rather than an advantage. I find myself nodding, tactical assessment overriding instinctive desire for direct confrontation. The narrow passages would force them to engage us in small groups, negating their numerical superiority. And the ambient magic of the deepest caverns will interfere with Perna cursecraft, Zephyr adds, warming to the strategy. The residual wild spont energies create natural disruption fields. Ravik studies the map a moment longer, amber eyes calculating. It could work, but we'd need time to prepare the deeper positions, set traps along the pursuit route, create convincing diversions to split their forces. I'll hold them at the forest edge, I volunteer, a plan already forming in my mind. Create a defensive position that appears stronger than it is. Draw their focus while you prepare our true defense. Alone? Caya asks, concern evident in her voice. It's what I do best, I remind her with a grim smile. Hit hard, create chaos, Withdraw strategically. And if you're overwhelmed? Ravik challenges, though his tone suggests he already anticipates my answer. Then I'll ensure my last stand costs them dearly enough to buy you the time you need. I meet his gaze without flinching, warrior to warrior. Sometimes victory requires sacrifice. No, Caya's voice cuts through the tactical discussion with surprising authority. No last stands, no sacrifices. We go together or not at all. Tactically unsound, Ravik counters, though without his former dismissiveness. Dividing our forces creates multiple engagement points, forcing them to split their attention. Dividing our forces creates vulnerability, she argues, her conviction unwavering. We're strongest together, not just physically, but magically. Zephyr's theory about breaking the curse depends on our unified energies, our connected purpose. Her passionate declaration silences even Ravik, who studies her with newfound respect. The fire in her eyes, the certainty in her stance. She's no longer a frightened slave. This is a woman growing into her power, claiming her voice, reshaping our collective destiny through sheer force of will. There may be another approach, Zephyr interjects into the thoughtful silence, one that utilizes all our strengths without requiring suicidal heroics. He gestures to the ancient text before him, turning it so we can see the illustrated pages. Intricate diagrams depict a complex series of chambers and mechanisms beneath a structure that resembles our original temple sanctuary. The temple wasn't merely a place of worship or study, he explains, scholarly enthusiasm animating his typically measured voice. It was a nexus point in an extensive defense network built during the Height Wars, when Dark Elves and Perna still fought as allies against the Vrakan incursion. A weapons system. Ravik leans closer, strategic interest piqued. More sophisticated than that. Zephyr traces the diagram with one careful talon. A series of directed wild-spawned channels designed to redirect magical energy throughout the mountain range. Used correctly, it could create temporary disruptions in magical fields across the entire region. Disrupting the Perna's abilities, I deduce, grasping the tactical implications immediately. And potentially destabilizing the curse's constraints during that disruption, Zephyr adds, his turquoise gaze meeting each of ours in turn. A momentary window where we might implement the transformation ritual while our enemies are magically compromised. Caya's eyes widen with understanding. We could break the curse and escape in one coordinated action. Theoretically, Zephyr cautions, the system hasn't been activated in centuries, and redirecting wild-spawned energy carries significant risks to anyone in proximity to the focus points. What would we need to do? Ravik asks, ever practical. Zephyr indicates various points on the diagram. The system requires simultaneous activation at 3 nexus points, followed by a primary channeling at the central focus, the altar chamber in our original sanctuary. The temple we just abandoned, I note grimly. Now, the likely campsite for our approaching enemies. Precisely why they won't expect us to return there, Ravik counters, tactical mind already adapting to this new information. They'll assume we've fled deeper into the mountains, not doubled back to the very position they've claimed. A slow smile spreads across my face as the audacity of the strategy becomes clear. Not just bold, insane. I approve. It will require perfect coordination, Zephyr warns. Each of us activating a nexus point simultaneously, with Caya serving as the central channel at the altar itself. Each of us? Ravik's protective instinct surfaces immediately. That would leave Caya undefended during her approach to the altar. Not if we create sufficient distraction first, I suggest, the battle plan solidifying in my mind. I can lead a frontal assault here. I indicate the main temple approach, drawing their primary forces away from the structure itself. You two can activate your nexus points from alternate approaches, creating the impression of a multi-pronged conventional attack. While I slip through this passage, Caya adds, indicating a narrow ravine that leads to the temple's rear entrance, using the detection-blocking charm Zephyr crafted yesterday. Ravik's expression remains dubious. The risk, to you, is mine to accept, she interrupts firmly. My choice, my power, my responsibility. Their gazes lock in silent challenge, Ravik's protective instinct battling against his newfound respect for her agency. After a tense moment, he nods, the gesture containing both acknowledgement and reluctant acceptance. Then we plan accordingly, he concedes, but with contingencies for extraction if the situation deteriorates. Of course, she agrees, her tone softening in recognition of his effort. I'm choosing risk, not suicide. With our broad strategy established, so we spend the next hour detailing specific approaches, synchronizing timing, and preparing the specialized equipment Zephyr's plan requires. Throughout the discussion, I observe the subtle shifts in our group dynamic. Ravik consulting rather than commanding. Zephyr offering tactical suggestions beyond his scholarly expertise. Caya providing insights about dark elf patrol patterns from her time in captivity. And myself? I find unexpected satisfaction in strategic planning rather than simply awaiting orders to execute. The warrior in me still hungers for battle, but tempered now by deeper purpose beyond the joy of combat itself. When the planning concludes, Ravik straightens from the map table with renewed purpose. We move at dusk, he announces. The transition hour will conceal our approach from both conventional scouts and magical detection. I'll prepare the focusing crystals, Zephyr says, gathering his texts. Caya, I'll need your assistance with the magical attunement. As they turn to leave, I catch Ravik's eye. A word, Commander. He nods, remaining behind as the others exit toward the workshop cavern. Once we're alone, I face him directly, warrior to warrior. You handle the new dynamic well, I observe, offering the compliment without pretense. A rueful expression crosses his features. Better than my previous demonstration, at least. We all have our breaking points, I acknowledge, recalling my own moments of uncontrolled fury throughout our centuries of service. The measure of a leader isn't perfection, but adaptation. Philosophy, Thane? His tone carries surprised amusement. I thought that was Zephyr's domain. I contain multitudes, I deadpan, drawing an unexpected bark of laughter from him. The brief moment of camaraderie reminds me of earlier days, before the curse, when our bond as warriors transcended the rigid hierarchies of dark elf society. That connection, I realize, remains beneath the transformations we've undergone, tarnished by circumstance, but unbroken. She changed everything, Ravik says quietly, amber gaze drifting toward the passage where Caya disappeared. She reminded us of who we were. I correct gently. Who we could be again, with the right catalyst. He considers this, massive obsidian shoulders shifting as he absorbs the concept. You trust her plan? Her ability to channel the wild spont energy without harm? I trust her commitment to our collective survival, I reply honestly. And her resilience continues to exceed any reasonable expectation. As does her capacity for forgiveness, he murmurs, unconsciously touching his chest where she had pressed her hand during their reconciliation. That most of all. I move toward the exit, pausing at his side. Don't waste it, brother. His hand catches my shoulder in a gesture of solidarity we haven't shared since before our transformation. Watch yourself out there. Your diversion will face the brunt of their initial response. As intended. I grin, battle lust already stirring at the prospect of combat. Save some glory for the rest of us. With final preparations underway, I retreat to my assigned chamber to ready myself for the coming conflict. My armor, salvaged from the temple and adapted to my transformed physique, gleams dully in the crystal light as I secure each piece with practiced efficiency. The familiar ritual centers me, focuses my thoughts on the immediate challenges rather than larger existential questions. A soft sound at the entrance draws my attention. Caya stands watching me, her slight frame silhouetted against the passage's ambient glow. She's changed into garments better suited for our mission. Close-fitting leggings and tunic in dark colors, sturdy boots, a hooded cloak that will help conceal her from casual observation. Preparing for battle? She asks, stepping into the chamber. As I have 1,000 times before. I secure my bracer with a practiced twist, though with considerably higher stakes than most. She moves closer, studying the intricate engravings on my chest plate. You look formidable. The intended effect, I agree, pleased by her appreciation despite the gravity of our situation. Her fingers trace one of the protective sigils etched into the metal. Zephyr explained these to me. Protection in battle, swift victory, return to those who wait. Traditional dark elf warrior blessings, I confirm, though I doubt their effectiveness after all this time. Then perhaps we should add new ones. Her palm flattens against my chest, directly over where a heart would beat in a mortal form. Magenta energy flows from her fingertips, seeping into the ancient metal, revitalizing the dormant sigils with fresh power. Protection through connection, victory through unity, return to those who love. The magic tingles against my skin, warm and vibrant, where the original enchantments felt cold and rigid. Something fundamental shifts within the armor's construction, not weakening but transforming, becoming more flexible without sacrificing strength. Better? She asks, stepping back to assess her work. I roll my shoulders, feeling the difference immediately. More responsive, less constricting. I meet her gaze with genuine gratitude. Thank you. She nods but doesn't turn to leave as expected. Instead, she studies me with an intensity that suggests unspoken concerns. Speak your mind, I encourage, recognizing her hesitation. This plan, she begins carefully. Your role carries the highest immediate risk. As it should. I secure my final piece of armor, vambraces that protect my forearms, while leaving my lethal talons unencumbered. I'm the most expendable. Her expression hardens immediately. Don't say that. Ever. The vehemence in her tone catches me by surprise. Tactically speaking, no. She steps closer, fire in her dark eyes. Not tactically, not strategically, not in any sense are you expendable, Thane. Not to this mission, not to this family, not to me. The declaration strikes deeper than any physical blow could reach. Throughout my existence, first as elite warrior, then as cursed gargoyle, my value has always been measured by my utility in battle, my effectiveness as a weapon. To be valued for myself beyond my tactical usefulness represents a paradigm I have no framework to process. I will exercise appropriate caution, I promise, the words inadequate to the emotion behind them. See that you do. She rises on tiptoes to press a kiss to my jaw, the highest point she can reach without assistance. Because if you sacrifice yourself unnecessarily, I will find a way to resurrect you, just so I can kill you again myself. The fierce declaration, delivered with absolute conviction, startles a laugh from me. A terrifying prospect indeed. Her answering smile carries equal parts determination and affection. Remember that when you're contemplating heroic last stands. As she turns to leave, I catch her wrist gently. Caya. She looks back, questioning. I have led many troops into many battles, I tell her, choosing words with unusual care. But never have I fought for a cause that mattered more to me personally. Whatever happens today, know that you transformed our existence from mere survival to something worth fighting for. Emotion flashes across her expressive features. Surprise, tenderness, resolve. Then let's make sure we all survive to enjoy that transformation. With that promise hanging between us, she departs to complete her own preparations. I finish securing my armor, check my weapons, and move toward the cavern's exit, where Ravik awaits with final instructions. The tactical part of my mind catalogs environmental factors fading daylight that will soon give way to our stronger night form. Approaching storm that might mask our movements, but complicate terrain navigation. Enemy forces moving with precision, born of centuries of military discipline. But beneath these practical considerations runs a deeper current of awareness. For the first time in my existence, I fight not for duty or survival or battle glory, but for something far more precious. Family, home, love. Concepts I once dismissed as weaknesses, revealed now as the ultimate strengths. As I step into the gathering dusk, wings extending in preparation for flight, I embrace this new understanding. Let King Cress bring his elite guards. Let Morwen unleash her cursecraft. They face something they cannot comprehend, four beings united by choice, rather than compulsion, each stronger for the bond they share. The warrior in me still hungers for the clash of battle, the test of strength against worthy opponents. But now, that primal drive serves a higher purpose than mere violence. Tonight, I fight not just with talon and wing and battle rage, but with the fierce certainty that what we defend deserves every sacrifice short of surrender. and surrender has never been in my nature.
Chapter 20. Zephyr. The ancient stone beneath my fingertips pulses with dormant energy, a subtle vibration perceptible only to one attuned to the deeper magical frequencies of Protheka. While Thane creates his diversion at the forest's edge, the distant sounds of battle already echoing across the mountainside, I navigate the forgotten passages beneath our original sanctuary, seeking the first nexus point of the wild spont channeling system. Caya follows 3 paces behind, her steps remarkably silent for one not born to stealth. The detection-blocking charm I crafted for her gleams at her throat, suppressing her magical signature from Perna detection. In the blue-white glow emanating from my skin, her features appear carved from alabaster, her determination etched in the firm set of her jaw, and the unwavering focus in her dark eyes. The inscription changes here, I murmur, pausing before a section of wall where the ancient runes shift from ceremonial declarations to technical specifications. This confirms we're approaching the first nexus. Can you read it? She moves closer, shoulder brushing mine as she studies the weathered symbols. Parts of it. I trace the pattern with one careful talon, translating as I go. Channel, convergence, wild spont, threshold. I pause at a specific glyph, its complexity suggesting importance. Interesting. This symbol refers to transformation potential, a concept rarely referenced outside theoretical magical contexts. Transformation, as in breaking our curse? Caya asks, her perception cutting directly to the heart of the matter as always. Perhaps more nuanced than breaking, I correct gently. The ancients conceived of magical energies as neither created nor destroyed, merely redirected. By that principle, our curse cannot be broken in the conventional sense, but it might be reconfigured. Her brow furrows in thought, the scholarly focus reminiscent of my own expression when puzzling through complex magical theory. The parallel sends an unexpected warmth through my chest. Like water changing states, she suggests. From ice to liquid to vapor still water, just in different forms. An apt metaphor. I allow admiration to color my tone. Your intuitive grasp of magical principles continues to impress. A half-smile curves her lips, though her attention remains on the inscriptions. I have an excellent teacher. Before I can respond to this gentle validation, a tremor runs through the stone beneath our feet, evidence of Thane's distraction intensifying above. Time grows short. This way, I urge, following the inscription trail deeper into the forgotten passages. The tunnel narrows, ceiling lowering until I'm forced to fold my wings tightly against my back and duck my head to proceed. Caya, with her smaller stature, navigates the space more easily, occasionally reaching back to steady me when loose stones shift beneath my greater weight. After several minutes of increasingly difficult passage, the tunnel abruptly widens into a perfectly circular chamber, approximately 20 feet in diameter. At its center stands a crystalline structure resembling a many-faceted obelisk, its surface etched with the same ancient script that marked the tunnel walls. Unlike the weathered inscriptions, however, these runes glow with faint blue luminescence, dormant power, awaiting activation. The first nexus, I breathe, scholarly excitement momentarily overriding tactical concerns. Remarkably preserved after all these centuries. Caya circles the obelisk cautiously, her expression thoughtful. It's beautiful, but not what I expected for a weapon system. That's because it wasn't originally designed as a weapon. I join her beside the structure, careful not to touch its gleaming surface prematurely. This network predates the Height Wars by centuries. It was created during the Great Harmony when all Protheka's races worked together to stabilize the wild spont energy flows that threatened early civilizations. Then how did it become weaponized? The same way most beneficial technologies eventually are, I reply, unable to keep bitterness from my tone. Someone discovered that stabilization could become disruption with the right modifications. The Dark Elf empirical engineers redesigned the network during the Height Wars to create magical disruption fields that neutralized Perna battle magic. Kaya's eyes widen with understanding. And now we'll use it against both Dark Elves and Perna. Poetic justice, one might say. I withdraw a small crystal focus from my satchel, salvaged from the temple archives before our evacuation. This will serve as the activation key. When Ravik signals through our magical link, we'll insert it here. I indicate a perfectly shaped depression in the obelisk's side, and channel our combined energy into the nexus. Another tremor shakes the chamber, stronger this time, loosening small stones from the ceiling. Dust sifts down around us like ashen snow. Thane can't hold them off indefinitely, Caya observes, concern coloring her voice. He knows his role, I reassure her, though my own worry for our warrior brother churns beneath my scholarly composure. As we must focus on ours. While awaiting Ravik's signal, I turn my attention to the inscriptions covering the obelisk's surface. Most detailed technical specifications, energy flow rates, harmonization frequencies, stabilization parameters, but a section near the base catches my scholarly interest. Curious, I murmur, kneeling to study the glyphs more closely. What is it? Caya joins me, her warmth a welcome presence in the chamber's subterranean chill. A warning, I believe. I trace the symbols with a careful talon. Something about resonance between blood and stone. Transformation potentials awakening dormant forms. I sit back on my haunches, mind racing with implications. This appears to reference gargoyles specifically, though that term wouldn't have existed when these inscriptions were created. What does it say about us? Caya asks, her interest piqued. Not us. Not specifically. Rather, it references a stone guardians bound by blood curse, and warns that wild-spawned energy directed through such beings could potentially break the binding completely. My breath catches as I decipher the next section. Caya, this suggests your blood, Perna blood, combined with wild-spawned energy could potentially awaken any gargoyle under similar curse constraints. Her expression shifts from interest to alarm. You mean I could break the curse for others like you? Beyond just you three? Theoretically. I rise, mind already calculating implications. Though this text suggests it would require direct blood contact with each individual gargoyle, plus exposure to focused wild-spawned energy. Are there others? Other gargoyles imprisoned as you were? The question pierces unexpectedly deep, reminding me of brothers-in-arms lost during that final battle. Comrades whose fates remained unknown as stone sleep claimed me. Possibly. Morwen wasn't the only Perna with cursecraft capabilities, and we weren't the only Dark Elves who defied royal commands during the Height Wars. Caya absorbs this information with characteristic thoughtfulness, her innate compassion evident in the softening of her features. If there are others trapped as you were, we should help them. A noble sentiment, I acknowledge, but one that may explain our enemy's coordinated pursuit. I tap the warning inscription. If the Dark Elf monarchy and Perna leadership both possess similar ancient knowledge, they would recognize the potential threat you represent. Me? I'm just one woman. One woman with the bloodline power to potentially awaken an army of gargoyles warriors who once served Dark Elf kingdoms, but might now hold grievances similar to our own. I meet her gaze directly. From King Cress's perspective, you're not merely a runaway slave, but an existential threat to his reign. She finally understands, followed quickly by a complexity of emotions, fear, determination, and something harder to define. Perhaps the weight of responsibility suddenly placed on her shoulders. So they're not just hunting me for my personal value, she concludes. They're trying to prevent a potential revolution. Precisely. I place a comforting hand on her shoulder, careful to keep my touch light despite the protective instinct surging through me. Your significance extends far beyond our small sanctuary, Caya. You represent possibility, change, in a world where power structures have remained unchallenged for centuries. Before she can respond, another tremor shakes the chamber, the strongest yet. Dust and small stones shower from the ceiling, forcing us to shield our eyes. Through our magical link, I sense Ravik's silent signal. Time grows short. Proceed with activation. We must prepare, I tell Caya, returning focus to our immediate task. Ravik will activate his nexus point momentarily, and we must synchronize perfectly. She nods, determination replacing philosophical contemplation. What do I do? Place your hands here and here, I instruct, indicating two smooth patches on the obelisk's surface. Focus your magical energy as I taught you, not forcing, but allowing it to flow naturally through your center. Caya positions herself as directed, eyes closing in concentration as magenta energy begins to shimmer around her fingertips. I position the crystal focus in its designated receptacle, then place my own hands adjacent to hers on the obelisk. Now we wait for Ravik's signal before channeling our combined energy, I explain. The synchronization must be precise to... My instruction halts abruptly as my gaze catches a previously overlooked section of inscription near the obelisk's base. The glyphs here differ subtly from the rest, darker, deeper, as if carved with particular emphasis. As I translate their meaning, cold dread seeps into my stone-like veins. Blood sacrifice required for full activation, life energy to guide wild-spaunt currents. Without willing sacrifice, uncontrolled release will consume all within resonance range. The implications crash through my scholarly detachment like a physical blow. This activation requires more than magical energy, it demands life force. Without that willing sacrifice, the wild-spaunt energy will erupt chaotically, destroying everything and everyone in proximity, including Caya. What's wrong? She asks, her perception attuned to my sudden tension. I hesitate, ethical imperatives warring within me. The tactical part of my mind, the pragmatist shaped by centuries of dark elf politics, calculates that withholding this information increases our chances of successful activation. If Caya knew the full risk, she might hesitate at the critical moment. Yet the being I've become since awakening, since knowing her rebels against such manipulation. She deserves truth, deserves agency in decisions that affect her life. There's a component to the activation I missed initially, I admit. The word's difficult, despite my commitment to honesty. The wild-spaunt energy requires guidance, a channeling force beyond mere magical direction. Her eyes narrow slightly, reading between my careful words. What kind of channeling force? Life energy. I meet her gaze directly, refusing to soften the truth. A sacrifice to control the wild-spaunt flow and prevent chaotic release. Understanding dawns in her expression, followed by the determination I've come to expect from her. My blood, my life force. Not necessarily yours, I correct quickly. The text doesn't specify whose sacrifice is required, only that it must be offered willingly to maintain control of the energy flow. Another tremor, stronger than previous ones, disrupts our conversation. Distant shouting echoes through the passages, enemy forces penetrating deeper than anticipated, despite Thane's delaying tactics. There's no time for alternatives, Caya states, her voice steady despite the gravity of our situation. I'll provide whatever sacrifice is necessary. No. The word emerges more forcefully than intended, surprising us both with its vehemence. I refuse to accept that outcome. Her expression softens, one hand leaving the obelisk to touch my face with gentle understanding. Zephyr, this isn't your decision to make. Nor is it a decision to make without full information, I counter, already turning back to the inscriptions with renewed determination. There must be nuance here. Magical requirements often contain conditions and exceptions. As I frantically scan the ancient text, a previously overlooked glyph sequence catches my attention, a metaphysical qualifier appended to the sacrifice requirement. My breath catches as I translate its meaning. Life essence, yes, I murmur, hope kindling as understanding clarifies, but not necessarily through death. The inscription refers to Kavarit, willingly offered essence, permanent contribution of life force, not its complete expenditure. Meaning? Caya prompts. One could survive the sacrifice, but would be forever altered. I straighten, mind racing through implications. Diminished in some aspects, perhaps, but not destroyed. Ravik's voice suddenly fills our mental link, tense with urgency, engaged with enemy advance force. Thane separated from main group. Proceed with activation immediately. No more time for deliberation. No more time for searching ancient texts for safer alternatives. We must act now or lose everything. I'll make the sacrifice, I state, decision crystallizing with perfect clarity. My life force to guide the wild spawned energy. Zephyr, no. It must be me. I take her hands in mine, willing her to understand. Your blood connection to Morwen is essential for redirecting the curse. Ravik's strength will be needed to defend you during the final phase. Thane already risks everything in his delaying action. I am the logical choice. There's nothing logical about sacrifice, she argues, tears gathering in her dark eyes. Nothing logical about losing you. Not losing, I correct gently. Transforming. And is that not what we've sought all along? Transformation rather than destruction. Another, more violent tremor interrupts us, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of battle drawing nearer. Our time has run out. Proceed with the activation sequence, I instruct, positioning myself between Caya and the obelisk's primary face. Channel your energy through me, allowing my life force to guide and stabilize the wild spont flow. And if it kills you? She demands, tears now streaming freely. Then I die protecting what matters most. I brush away her tears with a gentle talon. A better end than I ever anticipated during our long imprisonment. Before she can object further, I press the activation sequence on the obelisk. The crystal focus flares with brilliant light as wild spont energy begins flowing through the ancient structure. The chamber rumbles with awakening power, dust and small stones shaking loose from the ceiling as magical currents surge through long dormant channels. Now, Caya, I urge, taking her hands and placing them against the obelisk's primary interface. Channel your power through me into the nexus. Reluctantly, she complies, her magenta energy flowing from her fingertips into my silver-gray form. The sensation is exquisite, her vibrant life force mingling with my more constrained magical signature, creating harmonies I never imagined possible during my centuries of scholarly isolation. As our combined power flows into the nexus, I feel the wild spont energy respond ancient primal force older than civilization itself, raw, creative, destructive potential that powers Protheka's most extraordinary phenomena. It surges through the obelisk, seeking direction, seeking purpose, seeking sacrifice. I open myself fully to its demand, offering my life essence as the inscription required not my death, but something perhaps equally significant. My perfect memory, the accumulated knowledge of centuries, the scholarly identity I've cherished since before our transformation. The wild spont energy accepts my offering with frightening eagerness, drawing deeply from my core. Pain unlike anything I've experienced floods my consciousness, not physical agony, but something more fundamental, as if my very self is being unraveled strand by strand. Dimly, I hear Caya crying my name, feel her trying to break our connection. I hold firm, forcing my consciousness to remain present despite the overwhelming drain. The sacrifice must be completed for the system to function properly, for her to remain safe. Through our mental link, I sense Ravik's alarm as he detects my life force diminishing. His nexus point activates in response, adding his powerful energy signature to our combined flow. The wild spont channels brighten further, ancient pathways illuminating throughout the mountain as the system awakens fully in centuries. Hold fast, Ravik's voice commands through our link. Thane approaches the final nexus, almost complete. The pain intensifies as more of my essence transfers into the wild spont channels. Fragments of knowledge begin to fade, complex magical formulas, historical chronicles, languages I once mastered, all dissolving like script in water. I cling to core memories. My awakening from stone sleep, Caya's arrival in our sanctuary, our first connection of mind and body, using them as anchors against total dissolution. Just as my consciousness begins to falter, a new energy signature joins our network. Thane's crimson power surging through the third nexus point, completing the activation sequence. The wild spont channels flare with blinding intensity, magical currents converging toward the temple's central altar, where they must be directed toward our enemies. But something unexpected occurs as the energies merge. Rather than flowing outward as the ancient texts described, the combined power spirals inward, creating a focused vortex centered on our mental link. Through the maelstrom of energy, a new pathway opens, not toward the temple altar, but deeper, toward something ancient and powerful buried beneath the mountains. The true heart of the wild spont, I realize with my remaining scholarly awareness. Not a weapon, but a gateway. As this understanding forms, the vortex stabilizes, the drain on my life force easing slightly. Through our link, I sense Ravik and Thane experiencing similar phenomena, painful transformation, rather than simple energy transfer. And at the center of it all, Caya's distinctive magical signature pulsing with unprecedented strength, somehow guiding the wild spont currents despite her limited training. This way, her voice whispers through our shared consciousness. Follow the path I'm creating. With my remaining strength, I surrender to her guidance, allowing my consciousness to flow along the channel she's somehow fashioned through the wild spont vortex. Ravik and Thane's presences join us, our four distinct energies intertwining into something entirely new as we travel this impossible pathway together. The journey seems both instantaneous and eternal. When awareness returns, I find myself lying on cool stone in a chamber I've never seen before, a perfect dome carved from glittering black crystal, illuminated by soft blue light emanating from a central pool. Caya kneels beside me, her face etched with concern that transforms to relief as my eyes focus on hers. "You're back," she breathes, hands cradling my face with tender care. "Where?" My voice sounds strange in my ears, lighter, less resonant. "The heart chamber," she explains, helping me to a sitting position. At least, that's what the inscription above the entrance calls it. It's deep beneath the original sanctuary, deeper than the temple builders ever reached. As my vision clears, I see Ravik and Thane nearby, both similarly disoriented. And beyond them, extraordinary, I whisper, scholarly wonder overriding physical discomfort. The chamber extends farther than initially apparent, its boundaries housing row upon row of stone figures, gargoyles in various poses of battle readiness, frozen as we once were. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, lining the walls in silent testimony to Morwen's widespread vengeance against those who oppose the Dark Elf monarchy. "They're like us," Thane observes, regaining his feet with warrior's discipline despite obvious fatigue. "Cursed. Trapped." "An army," Ravik adds, strategic mind immediately grasping implications. "Exactly what King Cress fears you might awaken, Caya." She rises, moving toward the nearest stone figure with reverent care. "They've been imprisoned all this time, conscious but unable to move or speak." Her voice breaks slightly. "Centuries of isolation and darkness." "Like us," I confirm, struggling to my own feet despite lingering weakness from my sacrifice. Though they appear to have been placed in deeper suspension, our limited awareness during stone sleep would be merciful by comparison. As I move to join Caya, catching my reflection in the polished crystal wall stops me mid-step. The figure looking back bears my features but transformed, no longer the silver-gray stone of my gargoyle form, nor the midnight-skinned dark elf I once was, but something between. My height and powerful build remain, as do my wings and turquoise eyes, but my skin has softened to a deep slate blue, facial features more expressive, more alive. Similar changes have affected Ravik and Thane, I notice with shock. Ravik's obsidian coloring has warmed to deep indigo, his amber eyes glowing with heightened intensity against this new complexion. Thane's iron-black skin now resembles burnished copper, his crimson eyes no less fierce, but somehow more vibrant. The transformation, I breathe, understanding dawning. Not broken, but reshaped, exactly as I theorized. "We're neither dark elf nor gargoyle," Ravik observes, examining his altered form with cautious wonder. "But something new entirely." "Something better," Thane adds, stretching his wings experimentally. "The strength without the limitation." Caya watches our discoveries with evident joy, though exhaustion shadows her features. Creating our escape pathway through the wild spont energy clearly taxed her developing abilities significantly. You've given us back ourselves, I tell her, moving to her side despite my own weakness, though at great cost to yourself. She shakes her head, dismissing my concern. Not just to myself. Your sacrifice was necessary and freely given. I touch my temple, assessing the extent of my knowledge loss. Significant gaps exist where perfect recall once resided, yet core understanding remains intact. I retain enough knowledge for our purposes. The rest, perhaps, is better left behind. Ravik joins us, his commanding presence somewhat tempered by the wonder of our transformation. We're beyond our enemy's reach for the moment, but that won't last. They'll track the wild-spawned energy disruption to its source eventually. Then we use the time we have wisely, I suggest, gaze returning to the rows of imprisoned gargoyles, starting with understanding exactly what we've discovered here. At the chamber's center, the crystal pool pulses with concentrated wild-spawned energy, raw magical potential in its purest form. Surrounding it, ancient pedestals bear inscriptions unlike any I've encountered before, their glyphs predating dark elf linguistic conventions. This place wasn't built by dark elves or Perna, I observe, examining the nearest pedestal. It may predate both our civilizations. Can you read it? Caya asks, joining me beside the strange text. I trace the unfamiliar symbols, searching my remaining knowledge for comparable linguistic structures. Not directly, but there are patterns, similarities to Proto-Elven pictographs. As my fingers connect with the inscription, unexpected information flows into my consciousness. Not translation in the conventional sense, but direct concept transfer, as if the stone itself communicates with my mind. Resurrection, I gasp, the knowledge settling into place with crystal clarity. This chamber contains resurrection magic, the original source, not the corrupted forms that survived in later grimoires. Resurrection of what? Thane asks, warrior's caution evident in his tone. Not what, who? I gesture to the stone gargoyles lining the chamber. These warriors weren't merely imprisoned by Morwen's curse. They were killed first, their life essence bound to stone form rather than permitted natural dissolution. Kai's expression shifts from wonder to horror. They're dead? Not entirely, I clarify, continuing to absorb information from the pedestal. Their consciousness remains tethered to physical form through the curse, prevented from either true life or final death. A fate worse than our own, Ravik observes grimly. But potentially reversible, I add, the chamber's purpose becoming increasingly clear as more knowledge transfers through my contact with the inscription. The wild-spawned energy concentrated here, combined with the right catalyst, could restore them fully. What catalyst? Caya asks, though her tone suggests she already suspects the answer. Blood of the Cursemaker's line, I confirm. Your blood, Caya. Combined with the sacrifice of life essence from beings already transformed, already walking the boundary between life and death. Ravik steps forward, protective instinct immediately evident. You've already sacrificed enough, Zephyr, and Kaya's power is nearly depleted from creating our escape. I don't propose immediate action, I assure him, withdrawing from the pedestal. Merely sharing discovered knowledge so we can make informed decisions when our strength returns. The crystal pool pulses more intensely, as if responding to our discussion. The chamber itself feels alive somehow, aware in a manner beyond conventional consciousness. We should rest, Thane suggests pragmatically. Recover our strength while our enemies search fruitlessly above. Agreed, Ravik nods. I'll establish a perimeter, ensure there are no other entrances that might compromise our position. As they move to secure our temporary sanctuary, Caya remains beside me at the pedestal, her expression thoughtful despite her evident exhaustion. This is why they fear me, she says quietly. Not just because I might awaken a few gargoyles, but because I could potentially restore an entire army. An army with considerable grievance against the current regime, I confirm. Yes, from King Kreese's perspective, you represent existential threat to his rule. She studies the frozen warriors surrounding us, compassion evident in her gaze. They deserve freedom, as you three did. Freedom, Yes. But resurrection carries greater moral complexity. I gesture to the pedestals surrounding the pool. These inscriptions warn that restored life comes with costs beyond the obvious sacrifice. Those returned exist differently than before, changed in ways subtle but significant. Like your transformation, she observes, reaching up to trace the new contours of my face with gentle fingers. Precisely. Neither what we were nor what the curse made us, but something new entirely. I catch her hand, pressing it against my chest where my heartbeat now resumes after centuries of stone silence. Neither fully living nor truly dead, but balanced between, existing in harmonious contradiction. Her eyes meet mine, weariness momentarily replaced by the curiosity that first drew me to her. Is that terrifying or liberating? Both, I admit, the simple truth easier than scholarly equivocation, as all profound transformations must be. A slight smile curves her lips. Always the philosopher, even now. Some aspects of identity remain constant despite external change. I return her smile, feeling the expression form more naturally on my transformed features. As do certain affections. The tenderness in her gaze deepens, her hand still resting against my chest. We should join the others. Rest while we can. Indeed. I cover her hand with mine, reluctant to break the connection despite practical necessities. Though there's one more discovery I should share first. Something important? Potentially vital. I guide her to a pedestal I'd noted earlier, positioned slightly apart from the others. Its inscription glows with particular intensity, as if demanding attention. This references a specific application of resurrection magic, one with immediate relevance to our situation. Meaning? It describes a method for preserving essence at the moment of violent death, capturing the life force before it disperses completely. I meet her gaze directly, ensuring she understands the significance. Should any of us fall in the coming conflict, this magic offers a possibility of restoration, provided certain conditions are met. Her eyes widen, hope and caution warring in her expression. What conditions? The preservation spell must be cast within moments of death. The wild spont energy must be focused through blood of the caster's line. And I hesitate, weighing whether to share the final requirement. And, she prompts, and the one performing the restoration must be bound to the fallen through genuine soul connection, what ancient texts call kithara. Love, she translates simply. I nod, surprised by her immediate understanding of a concept that took me decades of scholarly study to grasp. In its most essential, uncompromising form, yes. She absorbs this information with characteristic thoughtfulness, her gaze returning to the frozen gargoyle warriors surrounding us. Could this magic help them too? Their situation differs from the preservation spell I described. Their essence remains bound but transformed, requiring different approaches. I brush a strand of dark hair from her face, the gesture feeling both foreign and natural to my scholarly nature. One challenge at a time, perhaps? A tired smile acknowledges the gentle rebuke. Fair point. Rest first. Resurrect armies later. As we move to join Ravik and Thane, who have established a defensible position near the chamber's entrance, I feel the weight of forbidden knowledge settling over me. The resurrection magic this chamber contains violates fundamental magical principles I once considered inviolable. The permanent separation of life and death, the irreversibility of time's passage, the finality of sacrifice. Yet I find my scholarly objections weakening in the face of practical application. If this knowledge could save Caya, or Ravik, or Thane in the conflict to come, would I hesitate to use it? The answer forms with immediate clarity. No. Not for a moment would principle outweigh their survival. When did these three become more valuable to me than knowledge itself? When did preservation of life supersede preservation of magical theory? I cannot pinpoint the transformation's beginning, only acknowledge its completion. As Caya settles beside me in our makeshift camp, her head resting trustingly against my shoulder, I silently commit the resurrection ritual to memory. Every glyph, every intonation, every material component. Knowledge I would once have sealed away as too dangerous for practical application, I now clutch like a talisman against future loss. Some transformations occur gradually, through steady erosion of old certainties by new experiences. Others happen in a single moment of clarity, like crystallization in a supersaturated solution. My willingness to employ forbidden magic to protect those I love represents both the culmination of gradual change triggered by sudden crisis. I wrap a protective wing around Caya's sleeping form, my gaze moving between her peaceful face and the ancient power pulsing in the crystal pool. The scholar I once was would have prioritized understanding this chamber's secrets above all else, would have spent decades cataloging inscriptions and analyzing magical properties while the world continued its chaotic dance above. The being I've become understands that knowledge without application is hollow, that theory without practical purpose serves no one. I will unravel this chamber's mysteries not for scholarly prestige, but for immediate survival, for the protection of the fragile, extraordinary humans sleeping beside me and the transformed warriors who've become my family. As sleep claims me despite my desire to continue researching, one certainty crystallizes in my fading consciousness. Whatever comes, whatever sacrifices still await, I will use every fragment of knowledge at my disposal to ensure our survival, even if that means wielding magic forbidden by every scholarly tradition I once revered. Some principles, after all, matter more than others. Some connections transcend even the boundary between life and death. And some knowledge, forbidden or not, becomes worth any price when those you love hang in the balance.
Chapter 21. Caya. The heart chamber pulses with azure light, steady as a heartbeat as I study the stone warriors lining its crystalline walls. So many of them, hundreds, perhaps thousands, each frozen in the moment of transformation, expressions of defiance and pain etched permanently on their faces. Brothers and sisters to my gargoyles, bound by the same cruel magic, awaiting a liberation I might provide. If I survive the next few hours. Zephyr sleeps nearby, his newly transformed body curled protectively around the space where I rested, before slipping away to examine the chamber more thoroughly. His chest rises and falls with the rhythm of true breath, one of many changes wrought by the wild spont energy. No longer fully gargoyle nor dark elf, but something beautiful in between. His slate-blue skin gleams in the chamber's light, the sharp angles of his face soften just enough to reveal the scholar beneath the warrior. Even in slumber, one hand reaches toward where I should be, seeking connection. Guilt pricks at my conscience for leaving him, but I need this moment alone with my thoughts. The revelations of the past day swirl through my mind, like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. My connection to Morwen, the resurrection magic contained in this chamber, the army of stone that could potentially answer to my blood. Too much power, too much responsibility for a former slave who, mere weeks ago, had no greater ambition than surviving another day in King Cress's palace. I press my palm against the nearest gargoyle statue, a female warrior with wings mantled in defensive posture. Unlike my three, she appears fully transformed. No remnants of dark elf features visible beneath the stone exterior. Was her curse different, more complete? Or has time simply erased what little humanity remained? Could I free you? I whisper, tracing the curve of her frozen wing. Should I? The ethical questions loom as large as the practical ones. What would an army of awakened gargoyles do to Protheka's delicate power balance? What right have I to unleash such force, even against those who enslaved me? And what responsibility would I bear for the actions of those I liberate? Heavy thoughts for one so young. The voice, melodic, female, with an accent I can't quite place, comes from everywhere and nowhere. I whirl, magic flaring instinctively around my hands as I scan the chamber for the intruder. Nothing moves except the pulsing light of the crystal pool. Ravik and Thane remain on guard at the chamber's only entrance, their transformed bodies tense with vigilance even in rest. Zephyr still slumbers, exhausted from his sacrifice during our escape. "Who's there?" I demand, voice steady despite the fear coursing through my veins. A chuckle echoes through the chamber, warm and rich like mulled wine. "Blood of my blood, do you not recognize your own ancestress?" The connection between us vibrates like a plucked string, drawing me to you across mountains and centuries. Horror grips me as understanding dawns. Morwen, the Perna matriarch, somehow communicating directly into my mind despite our physical separation. "Get out of my head!" I hiss, hands pressed to my temples as if I could physically expel her presence. "Such fire," she replies, amusement evident in her mental voice. "Such defiance. You are truly of my lineage, child." "I am nothing like you," I spit, backing towards Zephyr, desperate to wake him without alerting Ravik and Thane. Whatever happens next, I don't want them charging into a magical confrontation they can't win. "No?" Morwen's voice turns contemplative. "You stand in the heart chamber, surrounded by an army of stone, with 3 transformed warriors bound to you through blood and magic. You wield power you barely comprehend yet instinctively master. You've survived impossible odds through will and cunning. We are more alike than different, young one." "You curse them," I accuse, reaching Zephyr's side and shaking his shoulder urgently. "Bound them in stone for centuries. Condemned them to conscious imprisonment without hope of release." "I preserved them," she corrects, her voice suddenly closer, more present. "Saved them from execution when their defiance threatened all I had worked to achieve. The stone sleep was mercy, child. The alternative was death." A shimmer appears at the crystal pool's edge, translucent at first, then solidifying into a tall, slender figure. Silver hair cascades down her back, framing a face of ageless beauty marked by violet eyes that glow with inner light. Her robes, the colour of midnight, swirl around her lithe form as if stirred by invisible winds. Morwen, the Perna matriarch, my ancestress. "There," she says, lips curving in a smile that never reaches those luminous eyes. "Isn't conversation more pleasant face to face? Or nearly so. This is merely a projection, of course. My physical form remains with my coven outside your clever little hideaway." Zephyr stirs beneath my touch, turquoise eyes snapping open with immediate alertness. He takes in the situation at a glance, rising to stand protectively beside me without a word. "Ah, the scholar awakens," Morwen observes, studying Zephyr with clinical interest. "How fascinating your transformation has progressed. Neither dark elf nor gargoyle, but something in between, exactly as theorized in my original research." "Research?" Zephyr's voice carries dangerous calm. "Was that how you justified our imprisonment? An experiment in magical theory?" "Necessity justified your imprisonment," she replies coolly. "Your defiance threatened to expose secrets that would have doomed my entire race. I chose the option that preserved your lives while protecting my people." "You chose wrong," I interject, magic flaring around my fingertips as anger builds. "You had no right to condemn them to centuries of isolation." "Rights?" Morwen laughs, the sound like crystal bells. "Child, you speak of rights while standing in a chamber built by beings who reshaped reality according to their whims. Power creates rights. Magic defines possibility. Everything else is merely philosophy for those too weak to impose their will." Her words strike a visceral chord, not of agreement, but of recognition. How many times had I heard similar sentiments from King Cress and his nobles? How many cruelties had I witnessed justified by the simple equation of power equals right? "You sound like a dark elf," I observe, the comparison clearly striking home as her expression hardens. "Ironic, coming from one who spreads her legs for 3 of them," she snaps, composure momentarily fracturing. Though I suppose they're not entirely dark elves anymore, are they? Thanks to my curse and your blood. At this confirmation of what we've suspected, Zephyr steps forward. You knew from the beginning what her bloodline could accomplish. That's why you've hunted her so relentlessly. Of course I knew. Morwen's composure returns, her projection gliding closer. She carries my direct lineage, the only one who could potentially undo what I worked so carefully to create. Your direct descendant, I repeat, the horror of this confirmation washing through me like ice water. How is that possible? The time difference. Perna lifespans far exceed human understanding, she explains with dismissive wave, and bloodlines can remain dormant for generations before producing a suitable vessel for inherited power. Her gaze sharpens, focusing on me with uncomfortable intensity. You are my great-granddaughter, 20 generations removed, Caya. The only one born with sufficient magical potential to channel my full abilities. The revelation hits like a physical blow, confirming my worst fears. Not just Perna blood, not just magical potential, but direct descent from the very witch who cursed my gargoyles. No, I whisper, backing away. I refuse to accept that. Acceptance is irrelevant. Blood is truth. Morwen's projection moves toward me, hands outstretched. Feel it, child, the connection between us, the power that is your birthright. As she speaks, something within me resonates in response. A deep, primal recognition that transcends conscious thought. The pendant hidden beneath my tunic grows warm against my skin, pulsing in time with the crystal pool's light. Stop it, I command, pressing a hand against the pendant. Whatever you're doing, stop it now. I'm doing nothing but revealing what already exists. Morwen replies, her projection now mere feet away. The connection between us cannot be severed, only embraced or denied, and denial serves no one, least of all yourself. Zephyr moves between us, wings mantling protectively. Your manipulations have no place here, Morwen. Caya chooses her own path, not the one you've predetermined. Such loyalty from my former adversary, Morwen observes with evident amusement. Tell me, scholar, have you shared with her the full extent of your discovery about the resurrection magic, the price it demands, the transformation it requires? Zephyr's expression reveals nothing, but I feel his tension through our connection. What is she talking about? I ask him quietly. Nothing relevant to our current situation, he replies, never taking his eyes from Morwen's projection. Oh, but it is entirely relevant, she counters, violet eyes gleaming with malicious pleasure. The resurrection magic you discovered requires more than blood connection and willing sacrifice. It demands emotional submission, complete surrender to the magical current, something my stubborn great-granddaughter seems constitutionally incapable of providing. Before Zephyr can respond, a disturbance ripples through the chamber, a wave of magical energy that disturbs even Morwen's projection. Her form flickers momentarily as her attention clearly diverts elsewhere. Ah, she murmurs, pleasure evident in her tone. It appears King Cress has finally located your physical sanctuary. How convenient. Alarm surges through me. What have you done? Merely fulfilled my part of our arrangement. I locate you through our blood connection. He provides the military force to secure you. Her smile turns predatory. A mutually beneficial alliance, despite our race's traditional enmity. At the chamber entrance, Ravik and Thane snap to alertness, sensing the approaching threat. They move toward us with urgent purpose, weapons drawn, transformed bodies primed for combat. We have company, Ravik announces grimly, amber eyes narrowing at the sight of Morwen's projection. Magical barriers breached at the upper entrance, dark elf elite guard descending rapidly. How many? Zephyr demands. At least 20, with more following. Ravik's gaze never leaves Morwen's translucent form. I see you've been entertaining our enemy. Not by choice, I assure him, moving to his side. She penetrated our defences through our blood connection. Thane positions himself at the chamber's entrance, massive copper-hued body blocking the narrow passage. We can hold this position temporarily, but we're effectively cornered unless there's another exit. There isn't, Zephyr confirms, frustration evident in his voice. The heart chamber was designed as a sanctuary of last resort, not an escape route. Morwen's laugh draws our attention back to her shimmering projection. How delightful! The mighty gargoyles, trapped like crystal rats in a mining shaft. Perhaps you should have studied the chamber's design more thoroughly before leading your little human into such a perfect cage. Before any of us can respond, the distant sound of combat echoes down the passage. Steel against stone, battle cries in the ancient dark elf tongue, magical discharges that shake dust from the chamber ceiling. They're here, Thane growls, crimson eyes gleaming with battle readiness, despite the dire circumstances. And so am I, comes a new voice. Masculine, cultured, dripping with cruel amusement. A second projection materialises beside Morwen's. Tall, elegant, with the unmistakable white hair and violet eyes of dark elf nobility. His features, beautiful in the cold way of his race, arrange themselves in an expression of smug triumph as his gaze falls on me. King Cress, my former owner, the architect of years of degradation and pain. My precious little pet, he purrs, the familiar endearment sending ice through my veins. How troublesome you've become, and how predictable, seeking shelter with these abominations. Ravik's growl reverberates through the chamber, deep and dangerous. Speak to her like that again, and I will personally separate your head from your shoulders, Your Majesty. Bold threats from a creature trapped in its own sanctuary, Cress replies, unmoved. But then, you always were overconfident, Commander Ravik. It's what made your betrayal so unexpected, and your punishment so satisfying. The revelation startles me. You knew each other. Before? Oh yes, Cress confirms, violet eyes gleaming with malicious pleasure. Your protective gargoyle once commanded my personal guard, the most trusted of my elite warriors, until he chose honour over loyalty and tried to warn my enemies of my plans. His smile widens. A mistake he paid for with centuries of conscious imprisonment. Ravik's expression remains impassive, but I feel the tension radiating from his transformed body. I chose right over wrong, a distinction your corrupt mind never grasped. Morality is luxury afforded to those without vision, Cress dismisses. But we needn't rehash ancient history. The present offers more immediate concerns. His projection turns to me, gaze calculating. You've caused quite the inconvenience, little one. Awakening these three was troublesome enough. Discovering this chamber of stone warriors, potentially catastrophic. For your reign, perhaps, I counter, standing taller despite the fear churning in my stomach. Not for those you've enslaved and oppressed. Such righteous indignation from one who understood her place so perfectly in my household. His smile turns nostalgic. Remember how beautifully you served, how eagerly you anticipated my every need. We can return to that harmony, pet. Just surrender now, come willingly, and I'll consider sparing your stone protectors. The memory of that servitude, the daily humiliations, the constant fear, the surrender of self, threatens to overwhelm me. But something has changed since I fled through snow and darkness weeks ago. I am no longer the terrified slave who believed herself worthless beyond her utility to her master. I would rather die standing than live on my knees ever again, I declare, magic flaring around my hands in response to my emotion. And I am not your pet. Cress sighs dramatically. Disappointing but not unexpected given your recent associations. His gaze shifts to Morwen. It appears we must proceed with the alternative approach. The Perna matriarch nods, her projection moving closer to the crystal pool. Indeed, though I would have preferred voluntary cooperation, blood calls to blood regardless of the vessel's willingness. As she speaks, the pendant against my chest grows painfully hot. Magenta energy surges from it, flowing outward to create a pulsing connection between me and Morwen's projection. Through this unwanted link, I feel her immense power, cold, calculated, terrifyingly precise in its application. "What are you doing?" I gasp, trying unsuccessfully to sever the connection. "Claiming what is mine by right of blood," she replies calmly. "Your power flows from my lineage, child. Did you truly believe it came without obligations?" The magical tether strengthens, drawing energy from me with inexorable force. My knees buckle as weakness spreads through my limbs. Zephyr catches me before I hit the ground, his transformed features tight with concern. "Resistance only increases the drain," Morwen observes dispassionately. "Submit, and the process becomes far less painful." Through the passage comes the sound of battle intensifying, the elite guard clearly engaging with traps Thane laid during our descent. But they're getting closer, the intervals between skirmishes shortening as they overcome each obstacle. "We're out of time," Thane announces, backing from the entrance to join our defensive circle. They'll breach the final barrier within minutes. Ravik moves to stand before me, physically blocking Morwen's projection, as if his body could interrupt the magical connection. "Release her," he demands, voice deadly quiet. "Or I swear by the ancient powers, I will find a way to make your actual death last decades." "Such passion," Morwen mocks. "Such futile devotion to a bloodline that was never yours to claim." As they face off, I feel something shift within the crystal pool, a response to the heightened emotions and magical energies filling the chamber. The blue light pulses faster, more urgently, as if seeking connection. Understanding blossoms suddenly, intuitive rather than intellectual. The heart chamber doesn't just contain resurrection magic, it is resurrection magic. Not a place but an entity, ancient and aware, responding to the convergence of needed elements, Pernablood, transformed beings, and desperate need. I meet Zephyr's eyes, seeing the same realization dawning in his turquoise gaze. He nods slightly, understanding passing between us without words. "Morwen," I call, straightening despite the ongoing energy drain. "You claim my power comes with obligation to my bloodline." "As all inherited gifts do," she confirms smoothly. "Power without purpose is merely potential squandered." "Then I claim that same principle applies to you." I take a deliberate step toward her projection, breaking Ravik's protective stance. "As my ancestress, you have obligations to me as well." This unexpected approach gives her pause. Her projection flickers slightly as her concentration wavers. An interesting perspective, if fundamentally flawed. I am matriarch, you are descendant. The obligation flows in one direction only. "That's not how family works," I counter, taking another step forward despite the magical tether draining my strength. "Even in dark elf society, even among the Perna, ancestral responsibility to descendants remains sacred. Or do you reject the very traditions you claim to uphold?" A flash of uncertainty crosses her perfect features, the first crack in her composure. "You know nothing of our traditions." "I know enough to recognize hypocrisy when I see it." Another step forward, each movement requiring greater effort as the drain intensifies. "You demand my submission based on blood connection while abdicating your own responsibility to protect your lineage." King Cress's projection moves closer to Morwen's, his expression darkening. Enough of this philosophical debate. My forces have nearly breached the chamber. End her resistance now. "Silence," Morwen snaps, her focus remaining on me. The child raises an interesting point about reciprocal obligation. Her head tilts, studying me with new calculation. What exactly do you propose, great-granddaughter? The sound of battle grows louder, metal against stone, magical discharges, the distinctive battle cries of dark elf elite guard. Minutes at most before they break through. Release your hold on me, I demand, forcing strength into my voice despite increasing weakness. Withdraw your forces. Recognize my autonomy as a descendant who has proven her worth through survival and ingenuity. And in exchange, her violet eyes narrow suspiciously. I refrain from awakening the stone army at my disposal. I gesture to the gargoyle warriors surrounding us. I use my power selectively rather than launching the revolution you clearly fear. A complex series of emotions crosses her ageless features: calculation, respect, and something almost like pride. You play the game well for one so young, but your bargaining position weakens by the second as my allies' forces approach. Does it? I counter, reaching back to grasp Zephyr's hand without taking my eyes from Morwen. Or does yours? On cue, Zephyr channels his energy into me, counteracting the drain from Morwen's blood connection. Ravik and Thane move to flank us, adding their strength to our unified stance. The magical tether between Morwen and me flares with competing energies, her attempt to dominate meeting our combined resistance. For a breathless moment, power hangs in perfect balance between us. Then, unexpectedly, Morwen's projection laughs, a sound of genuine amusement rather than mockery. Magnificent, she declares, studying our united front with clear appreciation. 4 distinct beings functioning as a single magical entity. I had not believed such harmony possible between such disparate essences. The energy drain eases slightly, though the connection remains. King Cress's projection moves closer, his expression darkening with suspicion. "What are you doing, witch?" he demands. "Our agreement may require reassessment," she interrupts smoothly. "The situation has evolved beyond our initial calculations." His violet eyes narrow dangerously. Meaning my great-granddaughter demonstrates capabilities that warrant further observation rather than immediate subjugation. Morwen's gaze never leaves mine. Potential that might be squandered through crude captivity. "She is my property," Cress hisses, mask of civility slipping to reveal the cruelty beneath. Recaptured at considerable expense and risk. The agreement was clear. You help locate her, I secure her. We both benefit from controlled study of her abilities. Circumstances change. Wise rulers adapt accordingly. Morwen's tone carries warning beneath its diplomatic surface. Perhaps we should discuss modifications to our arrangement. As they argue, the crystal pool's pulsing intensifies, its rhythm somehow synchronizing with my heartbeat. The connection feels intimate, fundamental, as if the ancient magic recognizes something in me beyond mere blood relation to Morwen. Zephyr notices my distraction, following my gaze to the increasingly agitated pool. "It responds to you," he murmurs, as if awaiting direction. The chamber entrance explodes in a shower of stone fragments and magical discharge. Through the dust and debris stride dark elf warriors in full battle armor, weapons drawn, expressions cold with deadly purpose. Behind them, robed figures move with sinuous grace, Perna witches supporting the military advance with offensive magic. "Time's up," Thane growls, shifting to battle stance, wings extended to shield us from the initial assault. Ravik moves to his side, the 2 warriors presenting a united front, while Zephyr maintains our magical connection against Morwen's pull. King Cress's physical form steps through the shattered entrance, his elegant features arranged in triumphant satisfaction. "Surrender the girl," he commands, addressing the gargoyles directly, "and I might consider a quick death rather than returning you to stone imprisonment." Bold words from one who hides behind his guards. Ravik replies, voice deadly calm. Step forward and make your demands personally, Your Majesty. As tension builds toward inevitable violence, I feel something brush against my consciousness, not Morwen's cold precision, but something ancient and curious, emanating from the crystal pool itself. Without fully understanding why, I take a step toward it, drawn by instinct rather than reason. Caya? Zephyr questions, concern evident in his voice. Trust me, I whisper, squeezing his hand before releasing it. As the first clash of weapons fills the chamber, Thane and Ravik engaging the front line of elite guards with lethal efficiency, I move against the current of battle toward the pulsing heart of the chamber. King Krez shouts orders, directing his forces to secure me without harm. Morwen's projection watches with calculating interest, making no move to either help or hinder as her Perna coven maintains position at the chamber's perimeter. The moment my fingers touch the crystal pool's edge, knowledge floods my consciousness, not in words or images, but in pure conceptual understanding. The heart chamber isn't merely a repository of resurrection magic. It's the original source, the wellspring from which all transformation magic on Protheka ultimately derived. And it recognizes me, not as Morwen's descendant, but as something rarer, a catalyst, a nexus point where multiple magical traditions converge in perfect balance. The pool's surface ripples beneath my touch, clear liquid parting to reveal an ancient text bound in material I cannot identify. Neither leather nor metal nor stone, but something that shifts between all three depending on the angle of light. Glyphs cover its surface, similar to those on the chamber's pedestals, but more complex, more primal. Without conscious decision, I reach into the pool and take the book, its surface dry despite its submersion. The moment it touches my hands, Morwen's projection reacts with alarm. No! She cries, genuine fear replacing her earlier composure. Not the Codex Transforme. You cannot possibly comprehend its power. Neither could you, I reply, knowledge flowing from the text into my mind with each passing second. That's why it remained hidden from you despite centuries of searching. The fighting pauses momentarily as all eyes turn toward our exchange. Even King Krez seems taken aback by Morwen's uncharacteristic loss of composure. What is this? He demands, violet eyes narrowing at the text in my hands. Power beyond your comprehension, Morwen snaps, her projection moving toward me with newfound urgency. Girl, listen carefully. That text contains magic that predates both our civilizations. Magic with consequences no single practitioner can control. Return it to the pool immediately. The genuine fear in her voice, more than any threat, gives me pause. The text pulses against my palms, knowledge continuing to flow into my consciousness faster than I can process. Transformation magic beyond anything the modern world remembers. The power to reshape reality at its most fundamental level. Power that terrifies even Morwen. For a heartbeat, doubt creeps in. What right have I to wield such forces? What wisdom could I possibly possess that centuries-old Morwen lacks? Then my gaze falls on my gargoyles, Thane bleeding from a gash across his transformed chest, Ravik standing protectively before an injured dark elf soldier rather than delivering a killing blow, Zephyr maintaining our magical shield despite clear exhaustion. These beings who chose protection over vengeance, connection over isolation, love over power. And I know with sudden clarity why the Codex revealed itself to me rather than Morwen, despite her greater magical knowledge and direct bloodline connection. Some powers require more than magical aptitude to control, I tell her, clutching the text firmly against my chest. They require qualities you sacrificed long ago in your pursuit of dominance. Morwen's expression darkens with fury. Insolent child, you know nothing of sacrifice. I know enough to recognize the difference between sacrifice for others and sacrifice of others, I counter, backing toward my gargoyles. Enough to choose a different path than the one you carved through blood and betrayal. The crystal pool's light intensifies dramatically, bathing the chamber in pulsing blue radiance. The stone gargoyles lining the walls seem to respond, their features appearing almost alive in the fluctuating illumination. "Enough of this," King Cress snarls, signalling his guards forward. "Secure the girl and the text. Kill the abominations." As the elite guard advances, Morwen's physical form finally appears at the shattered entrance, silver hair flowing like liquid moonlight, violet eyes blazing with magical energy, power radiating from her slender form in palpable waves. "The girl is mine," she declares, voice reverberating with magical amplification. "The text is forbidden to all but Perna hands. Stand down, Cress, or face consequences beyond your limited comprehension." The alliance fractures before my eyes, Dark Elf monarchy and Perna coven turning against each other in the face of power too tempting for either to relinquish. As they argue, I clutch the codex tighter, its knowledge continuing to flow into my mind like water into parched soil. Within its ancient pages lies the key not just to breaking the gargoyle curse, but to fundamentally reshaping the power dynamics of Protheka itself. The kind of knowledge that starts revolutions, or ends them before they begin. And now it's mine. Through the chaos of confrontation, Zephyr appears at my side, his transformed features tight with concern. "We need to move," he urges quietly. "Their conflict provides temporary distraction, nothing more." "The text," I begin. "Keep it," he interrupts. "Whatever it contains clearly terrifies Morwen. That alone makes it valuable to our cause." With Ravik and Thane creating a defensive perimeter around us, we begin edging toward the far side of the chamber, where shadow conceals a narrow fissure in the crystalline wall. An escape route Zephyr discovered during his earlier exploration, but kept hidden as contingency. Morwen's attention snaps to our movement, her power flaring in response. "Stop them!" she commands, Perna and Dark Elf alike. "The girl must not leave with the codex." Too late. Thane hurls a concealment orb, Zephyr's creation, that explodes in blinding light and disorienting smoke. In the ensuing confusion, we slip through the hidden fissure into a narrow passage beyond, Ravik sealing the entrance behind us with a controlled rockfall. "This leads deeper beneath the mountain," Zephyr explains as we navigate the tight confines of the passage, eventually connecting with the Vraken tunnel network, if my calculations are correct. "And if they're not?" Thane asks, bringing up the rear guard position. "Then we've traded one dead end for another," Zephyr admits, "but with greater distance between ourselves and our pursuers." The passage slopes downward, darkness deepening until only the natural glow from the gargoyles' transformed bodies provides illumination. The codex in my arms emits its own subtle luminescence, its surface warm against my skin, as knowledge continues transferring directly to my consciousness. So much information, too much to process all at once. Fragments surface randomly, transformation principles that defy conventional magical understanding, resurrection techniques beyond anything Zephyr discovered, methods for reshaping reality itself through properly channeled wild-spont energy, and deeper, more personal knowledge. Confirmation of my direct descent from Morwen, the circumstances of my mixed heritage, the reason my magical potential remained dormant until crisis activated it. "You're her heir," the codex whispers directly into my mind. "Not merely by blood, but by potential, the vessel she failed to become through her choices." Horror washes through me at this intimate connection to the woman who cursed my gargoyles, who now hunts us with single-minded determination. I want to reject the connection, deny the heritage that links me to such calculated cruelty. Yet the Codex offers another perspective. Bloodline provides possibility, not destiny. The same power flows through your veins, but your choices determine its expression. The passage widens suddenly into a small cavern, offering momentary respite from our flight. Ravik calls for a brief halt, his amber eyes assessing our condition with tactical precision. "We've gained temporary advantage," he announces, keeping his voice low. "But they'll find alternate routes to intercept us. We should rest briefly, then continue deeper." "The Vraken tunnels pose their own dangers," Thane reminds us, crimson eyes scanning the darkness beyond our small circle of light. "Calculated risk versus certain capture," Zephyr counters. "The Vraken may be territorial, but they hold no specific grudge against us, unlike our current pursuers." As they discuss options, I sink to the ground, the codex cradled in my lap. Its knowledge continues flowing into me, though the transfer has slowed to manageable levels. Among the magical theories and transformation principles emerges information of immediate value. Maps of the underground network, details of Vraken society since their retreat beneath the mountains, potential safe passages through their territory. "There's a neutral zone," I interject, the knowledge crystallizing as I speak. "A section of tunnels the Vraken consider sacred ground, where violence is forbidden by their deepest taboos. If we can reach it, we'd have sanctuary long enough to recover our strength and plan our next move." 3 pairs of eyes turn to me with varying degrees of surprise. "How do you know this?" Ravik asks, no challenge in his tone, merely tactical assessment. I tap the codex gently. "It's showing me things, knowledge beyond what Morwen or King Cress possess, including safe passage through Vraken territory." Zephyr moves closer, scholarly interest evident in his expression despite our dire circumstances. "The codex is communicating directly with you, not merely through text but through knowledge transfer." "Yes." I hesitate, uncertain how to explain the intimate connection forming between myself and the ancient artifact. It's as if it's been waiting for someone with the right combination of attributes. "Perna blood but human heart," Zephyr muses. "Magical potential tempered by compassion. Perhaps that's why it remained hidden from Morwen, despite her greater power and direct bloodline." "Whatever the reason, it's chosen you," Ravik states, acceptance replacing his initial suspicion. "And we need every advantage available. How far to this neutral zone?" Before I can answer, a distant rumble echoes through the passage behind us, magical energy discharging against stone. Our pursuers have breached Ravik's rockfall barrier sooner than anticipated. "No more time for discussion," Thane declares, helping me to my feet with gentle urgency. "Which direction, Caya?" I clutch the codex tighter, allowing its knowledge to flow more freely through our connection. "There." I indicate a narrow offshoot from the main passage, barely visible in the gloom. 3 levels down, then east toward the crystal formations. The sacred boundary lies approximately 2 miles ahead. Ravik nods, tactical mind already mapping our route. "I'll take point. Thane, guard our rear. Zephyr, stay with Caya." As we move deeper into the mountain's heart, the passages grow increasingly alien. No longer shaped by dark elf or Perna hands, but carved by creatures with different anatomical considerations. Surfaces gleam with phosphorescent fungi that provide eerie green illumination, revealing bizarre ecological adaptations to subterranean existence. The tunnels themselves seem almost alive, occasionally shifting subtly as we pass through, as if the mountain breathes around us. The sensation would be terrifying if not for the codex's steady warmth against my chest, its ancient knowledge providing context for these unsettling phenomena. "Wild spont influence," I explain as Zephyr eyes a particularly dramatic shift in the tunnel wall. "The deepest caverns exist in flux between physical reality and magical potential. The boundaries blur here." "Fascinating," he murmurs, scholarly interest momentarily overriding survival concerns. "I'd theorized such environments might exist, but never encountered documentation of actual instances." "Less admiration, more movement," Ravik calls back, his transformed body navigating the narrowing passage with surprising grace despite his bulk. They're gaining ground. The sounds of pursuit grow louder behind us. Not just physical movement, but magical probes seeking our energy signatures. Morwen's connection to my blood gives her tracking advantages that conventional magic couldn't provide. She feels so close, I whisper to Zephyr as we round another bend. Like she's breathing down my neck, even though she's physically behind us. The blood connection, he confirms grimly. Distance matters less than magical resonance in such cases. A new voice speaks directly into my mind, not Morwen this time, but the Codex itself, communicating through our deepening bond. Blood can shield as well as expose, it suggests. The very connection she exploits can be reversed. Understanding blooms instantly. I stop abruptly, drawing confused looks from my companions. I need a moment, I announce, dropping to one knee in the centre of the passage. I can slow her pursuit, but it requires concentration. We don't have time, Thane begins, glancing anxiously toward the sounds of approaching forces. Make time, I counter, the codex already open in my hands, its pages moving on its own to reveal instructions my conscious mind couldn't locate, but my magical intuition recognizes instantly. Shield her, Ravik commands, understanding without explanation. He and Thane position themselves on either side of the passage, while Zephyr crouches beside me, lending magical support without interfering. The ritual requires little physical preparation, but intense mental focus. Following the Codex's guidance, I reach for the blood connection between myself and Morwen, that unwanted tether that allows her to track us through solid stone. Rather than fighting it, I embrace it, following the connection backward to its source. Her presence slams into my consciousness like a physical blow, ancient, powerful, coldly calculating as she directs her coven's pursuit. For one terrifying moment, she senses my intrusion, her attention swinging toward me with predatory focus. Clever child, her voice purrs in my mind. But dangerous games have consequences. Instead of retreating, I push deeper, using the very techniques the Codex reveals. Techniques based on the principle that blood connection flows in both directions. If she can track me through our shared lineage, I can potentially affect her through the same channel. Blood of my blood, I intone, the words emerging instinctively rather than from conscious choice. Power recognizes power. Lineage acknowledges lineage. What flows one direction must flow the other. I feel her alarm as the connection between us transforms from her tool to my weapon. The tracking spell she's maintained inverts, magical energy flowing back toward her instead of drawing her toward me. Stop this immediately, she commands, but the authority in her mental voice has diminished, uncertainty creeping in. You cannot possibly control. I don't seek control, I correct, continuing the ritual with growing confidence. Only balance. What you take, I return. What you send, I reflect. With a final surge of will, I complete the working. The blood connection between us remains, but now acts as mirror rather than window, reflecting her magical probes back upon themselves, creating a disorienting feedback loop that will temporarily blind her tracking abilities. It's done, I announce, collapsing back into Zephyr's waiting arms as exhaustion claims its due. We have perhaps an hour before she recalibrates. Then we move, Ravik decides, helping me to my feet with surprising gentleness. Can you continue? I nod, tucking the codex securely under my arm. Lead on. We press forward with renewed urgency, the passages growing increasingly strange as we descend. Crystalline formations sprout from walls and ceiling, their facets reflecting our passing forms in fragmented patterns. The air grows warmer, heavy with mineral scents and underlying magic that tingles against exposed skin. We're approaching the boundary, I announce as the codex feeds me recognition signals. The sacred zone begins where the crystal density reaches a specific threshold. And how will we know when? Thane begins, then stops abruptly as we round a final bend. Before us stretches a vast cavern, unlike anything I've ever seen or imagined. The ceiling soars hundreds of feet overhead, encrusted with massive crystal formations that glow with inner light in every colour imaginable. The floor drops away in terraced levels, each supporting what appears to be a small city. Buildings carved directly from living crystal, connected by delicate bridges spanning rainbow-hued chasms. And everywhere, moving with sinuous grace among the crystalline structures, are the Vraken, beings I'd known only through terrifying legends whispered among slaves. Their serpentine lower bodies support humanoid torsos covered in iridescent scales. Multiple arms, 4 to 6 depending on the individual, move with hypnotic coordination as they conduct their inscrutable business among the crystal towers. The Undercity, Zephyr breathes, scholarly awe momentarily overriding caution. I never believed it truly existed. Believe it, Ravik murmurs, wings mantling slightly in defensive posture. And pray the legends of its sanctuary status are equally real. We've barely taken 3 steps into this wondrous cavern when Vraken guards materialise from concealed positions, at least a dozen warriors with weapons crafted from the same crystal that forms their city. Unlike their civilian counterparts, these bear elaborate armour that enhances rather than conceals their serpentine characteristics. Surface dwellers, one hisses, voice melodic despite its reptilian quality. State your purpose or perish where you stand. The codex pulses against my side, knowledge flowing forth in response to this new challenge. Words form in my mind, not modern language, but something ancient, something the Vraken will recognise as predating their conflict with the surface world. I step forward before my companions can stop me, the ritual greeting emerging from my lips as if I'd spoken it all my life. We claim Calithvor, sanctuary under ancient compact, blood pursued, magic threatened. We seek refuge within the sacred boundary until pursuit ends or strength returns. The guards exchange startled glances, clearly unprepared for a surface dweller, a human no less, to invoke their oldest traditions in their own ceremonial tongue. The compact lies dormant since the Height Wars, the lead guard replies, suspicion evident despite their surprise. No surface dweller has honoured its terms in generations. Yet its principles remain valid, I counter, continuing to draw from the Codex's knowledge. Justice transcends time. Sanctuary outlasts conflict. The sacred boundary welcomes those who respect its traditions regardless of era. A new figure approaches from the Crystal City. Older, judging by the elaborate patterns etched into its scales and the multiple jewelled bands encircling its upper arms. Its eyes, vertical-pupilled and golden, study us with ancient intelligence. Who vouches for these surface dwellers? It demands, addressing the guards rather than us directly. Before we can respond, the codex in my arms pulses with brilliant light, its cover opening to reveal a specific page marked with a symbol identical to one adorning the elder Vraken's chest ornament. The Codex Transforme. The elder breathes, all 6 arms making complicated gestures of respect. Unseen since the sundering. It guides us, I explain, allowing the book to speak through me, and grants us understanding of the old ways, the true boundaries, the sacred compacts that predate our conflicts. The elder approaches slowly, movements deliberate as it studies first the codex, then each of us in turn. Its gaze lingers longest on my gargoyles, taking in their transformed state with evident fascination. Neither dark elf nor gargoyle, it observes. Something new walks the ancient paths. Something born of necessity and choice, I agree. As the Codex teaches, transformation rather than destruction. After a long, tense moment of consideration, the elder inclines its upper body in a formal gesture. The Calithvor is acknowledged. You may enter the sacred boundary, and claim guest right for the traditional period of 3 cycles. Relief floods through me, though I maintain the formal demeanour the situation demands. We accept with gratitude and pledge adherence to all sanctuary protocols. The elder gestures to the guards, who lower their weapons with obvious reluctance. Escort them to the Wayfarer's Terrace, provide basic necessities as tradition demands. As we follow our escorts deeper into the Crystal City, the sounds of pursuit fade behind us, blocked by the sacred boundary that apparently represents more than mere tradition. Some kind of magical barrier shimmers into existence across the cavern entrance, its iridescent surface reminiscent of soap bubbles, but undoubtedly far more substantial. "They can't follow us here?" I ask Zephyr quietly, as we descend a spiralling crystal staircase toward the designated guest area. "Unlikely," he confirms, voice equally low. "The Vraken maintain the most sophisticated magical boundaries on Protheka. Even Morwen would hesitate to violate them directly. The magical backlash would be significant. Then we have breathing room. Time to plan our next move." The Wayfarer's Terrace proves to be a platform of polished crystal overlooking one of the rainbow chasms, furnished with cushions and low tables that accommodate various physiologies. As promised, our escorts provide basic necessities: water in crystal decanters, strange fruit with iridescent skin, and something resembling bread but with a curious blue tint. When the guards withdraw to a respectful distance, my gargoyles gather close, forming a protective circle as we assess our situation. "Temporary reprieve only," Ravik cautions, ever the tactical commander. 3 cycles likely means 3 days. After that, we're on our own again. 3 days to recover our strength and formulate a strategy, Thane counters, always more optimistic beneath his warrior exterior. "Better odds than we faced an hour ago." Zephyr's gaze fixes on the codex I still clutch protectively. The real question is what that contains, and why both Morwen and the Vraken react to it with such reverence. I place the ancient text on the low table between us, its cover now closed, its knowledge temporarily dormant, though I feel it maintaining connection to my consciousness. "It's more than a book," I explain, struggling to articulate the bond forming between myself and the ancient artifact. "It's alive, in some sense. Aware. It chooses what knowledge to reveal based on need and worthiness, rather than merely recording information." "Sentient magic," Zephyr breathes, scholarly excitement momentarily overriding exhaustion. "Theorized but never conclusively documented. May I—" He reaches toward the codex with scholarly reverence. The moment his transformed fingers touch its surface, the book shivers slightly, then relaxes, accepting his contact after brief assessment. "Extraordinary," he murmurs, as the pages open of their own accord. It's organizing itself according to my research interests, presenting information about the gargoyle transformation first, followed by curse theory, then Wildspont channeling. "It showed me escape routes and Vraken customs," I confirm. "Earlier, it revealed my connection to Morwen in greater detail than she provided." At this reminder, Ravik's expression darkens. "What exactly did you learn about that connection?" I hesitate, the knowledge still raw and painful. "She spoke truth about being my direct ancestress. 20 generations removed, she said. But the codex revealed something she omitted, the circumstances of that lineage." My 3 protectors wait silently, allowing me space to continue at my own pace. The consideration in their silence gives me strength to voice the difficult truth. My bloodline descends not from willing union, but from magical experimentation. Morwen combined her essence with captured human genetic material, creating hybrid offspring with specific magical aptitudes. I swallow against sudden nausea. Breeding stock, essentially. Generation after generation, culling those without desired traits, advancing those with promising abilities. Horror reflects in their expressions, not directed at me, but at the cold calculation behind such a program. You are not defined by her actions, Zephyr states firmly, his hand covering mine where it rests on the codex. Genetic heritage provides material, not destiny. Exactly what the codex told me, I admit, a small smile breaking through my distress. Ravik leans forward, tactical mind already processing implications. Does this knowledge provide any advantage against her? Any weakness we might exploit? Perhaps. I turn to the relevant section the codex obligingly presents. Blood connection flows both ways, as I discovered during our escape. The same channel she uses to track me can potentially be used against her, though not without risk. What kind of risk? Thane asks, crimson eyes narrowing with concern. The deeper the connection I establish, the more vulnerable I become to her influence. I explain. It's a double-edged sword. Zephyr's expression grows contemplative as he studies the information revealed by the codex. There's something here about gargoyle awakening, specifically how your blood might affect those still imprisoned in stone. Morwen's greatest fear, I confirm. The codex suggests I could potentially awaken any gargoyle with similar curse constraints, creating an army opposed to the current Dark Elf regime. Explaining King Cress's personal involvement in your recapture, Ravik observes. You represent existential threat to his rule. But should you? Thane questions, surprisingly thoughtful for our usually straightforward warrior. Awaken an army, I mean. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. The question strikes at the heart of my own ethical struggle since discovering the stone warriors in the heart chamber. The power to potentially reshape Protheka's political landscape sits literally in my hands. But what right have I to make such momentous decisions? What wisdom could I possibly possess that justifies such intervention? I don't know, I admit, the simple truth easier than pretended certainty. Part of me wants justice, not just for myself, but for all those who suffer under King Cress's rule. Another part fears becoming exactly what Morwen represents, someone who imposes their will because they have the power to do so. There lies the difference, Zephyr observes quietly. The very fact that you question your right to such power suggests you might be worthy of wielding it. Or perhaps worthy of choosing not to, Ravik adds, surprising me with his philosophical depth. True power sometimes manifests in restraint rather than exercise. As we contemplate these weighty matters, the Vrakan elder approaches our terrace, its serpentine lower body moving with hypnotic grace across the crystal floor. All 6 hands are empty, a gesture of peaceful intent, I realise, as the codex feeds me cultural context. The blood pursued finds respite, it observes in its melodic voice. Yet questions remain heavy as stone upon your spirits. We have much to consider, I acknowledge, showing appropriate respect through my posture and tone. And limited time before we must face our pursuers again. The elder's vertical pupilled eyes study me with disconcerting intensity. The codex chooses rarely, and with great purpose. That it reveals itself to you, when it has remained hidden for millennia, suggests significance beyond your immediate concerns. You know of its history? Zephyr asks, scholarly interest piqued. We are its caretakers, not its masters, the elder corrects. The codex existed before Vrakan walked Protheka's surface. We merely ensured its preservation during the cataclysms that reshaped our world. This new information sends my thoughts spinning in unexpected directions. Then the heart chamber is one of many such repositories scattered throughout Protheka's depths, the elder confirms. Places where primal magic maintains direct connection to physical reality. The ancients called them confluence points. And the stone warriors? I press, seeking confirmation of my growing suspicion. The elder's expression shifts subtly, a ripple of scales that suggests complex emotion. victims of various conflicts throughout our troubled history. The heart chamber you discovered contains primarily those transformed during the Height Wars, but other chambers hold similar victims from earlier and later conflicts. How many? Ravik asks, tactical mind immediately calculating implications. Thousands, the elder replies simply. Perhaps tens of thousands across all confluence points. The curse craft you experienced was not unique to your situation, Commander Ravik. It represents a particularly cruel application of transformation magic that has been employed by various factions throughout our history. The scale of suffering implied by this casual statement staggers me. Not just my 3 gargoyles, not just the hundreds in the heart chamber, but thousands across Protheka. Conscious, aware, imprisoned for centuries without hope of release. The Codex can free them, I whisper, the knowledge cementing in my mind with absolute certainty. That's why it revealed itself now, why it chose me despite my limited training and experience. Perhaps, the elder acknowledges, its tone neutral despite the revolutionary implications. Though freedom without purpose often leads to greater chaos than imprisonment with meaning. Philosophical debate seems secondary to their right to choose their own fate, I counter, unexpected fire in my voice. The elder's multiple arms make a complex gesture that somehow conveys both agreement and caution. Indeed. Yet choice without context merely substitutes one form of imprisonment for another. The Codex chose you not merely for what you might do, but for how you might do it. With that cryptic statement, the elder withdraws, serpentine body gliding silently across the crystal floor until it disappears into the iridescent city beyond our terrace. Well, that was helpfully unhelpful, Thane mutters, breaking the contemplative silence that follows the elder's departure. Despite everything, a laugh escapes me, the simple human reaction cutting through layers of magical complexity and philosophical weight. One by one, my gargoyles join me, the sound of our shared amusement echoing through the crystal cavern like music. In that moment of unexpected joy amid desperate circumstances, I feel the Codex pulse against my hand, approving, it seems, of this capacity for lightness even in darkness. Perhaps this, more than magical aptitude or bloodline connection, represents the quality it truly seeks in its chosen vessel. As our laughter fades, I open the Codex once more, its pages flipping on their own accord to reveal information previously hidden. Detailed instructions for a ritual far more complex than anything we've attempted, yet somehow intuitive to my awakening abilities. Is that? Zephyr leans closer, turquoise eyes widening as he recognizes key elements of the working. The complete transformation ritual, I confirm, both excited and daunted by what the pages reveal. Not just for breaking individual curses, but for fundamentally reshaping the magical constraints that allow such bindings in the first place. Revolution through magical restructuring rather than physical conflict, Ravik observes, strategic mind immediately grasping implications. Exactly. I trace the intricate diagrams with one finger, the knowledge flowing directly into my consciousness. Change the underlying rules rather than fighting within their constraints. And this is what Morwen fears most, Thane concludes. Not just an army opposing her ally, but a fundamental threat to the magical system that grants her power in the first place. Which makes our next steps extremely dangerous, Zephyr cautions, ever the voice of scholarly restraint. They will commit every resource to preventing this ritual's completion once they realise our intention. I close the Codex, decision crystallising with unexpected clarity. Then we don't give them time to prepare. We rest tonight, recover our strength, and proceed at first opportunity. To where? Ravik asks, practical as always. The primary confluence point, I reply, the knowledge flowing from the Codex with absolute certainty. The place where all wild spont channels converge, directly beneath King Cress's palace in Leondor itself. Their expressions register appropriate shock at this revelation. Of course it is, Thane groans, because nothing in our lives can ever be simple. Despite the dire implications, I find myself smiling at his blunt assessment, at the absurd perfection of our target's location, at the loyalty that keeps these three extraordinary beings at my side, despite ever-mounting odds. Simple would be boring, I tease, reaching out to touch each of them in turn, Ravik's indigo cheek, Thane's copper-hued shoulder, Zephyr's slate-blue hand. And we are anything but boring. Their responding expressions, Ravik's reluctant half-smile, Thane's appreciative grin, Zephyr's scholarly amusement, fill me with renewed determination. Whatever heritage flows through my veins, whatever destiny the Codex envisions for me, my choices remain my own. And I choose them. This unlikely family formed through desperation and strengthened through love. Whatever comes next, we face it together, bound not by curse or blood or magical compulsion, but by something far more powerful. Free will, mutual respect, shared purpose, and love in all its complex, transformative glory. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 23. Caya. Copper dust shimmers between my fingers, catching the uncertain light filtering through the abandoned forester's cabin we've claimed as temporary shelter. 3 days since we fled Lyandor amid chaos, awakened gargoyles flooding the palace, while King Cress's forces scrambled to maintain control. 3 days of numbness, of mechanical movement without true purpose, of breathing without fully living. 3 days without Thane. Rain patters against the rough-hewn roof, the steady rhythm a counterpoint to the hollow silence in my chest, where grief has carved a void too deep for tears. I've shed enough of those already, silent rivers tracking down my cheeks as we journeyed through forests and mountains to this remote outpost on the eastern edge of Corzadern Ridge. Ravik stands sentinel by the single window, his transformed indigo form a darker shadow against the grey afternoon light. The days following our escape have aged him somehow, not physically, for our transformed bodies resist such mundane processes, but in the weight of his amber gaze, the new lines of his mouth, the careful gentleness that has replaced commanding authority. Zephyr kneels before the cabin's small hearth, coaxing reluctant flame from damp wood with methodical patience. His slate-blue hands move with characteristic precision, despite the sorrow evident in the slope of his shoulders, the occasional tremor in his movements. We are broken, the three of us, unbalanced without our fourth, like a table missing a leg, functioning but precariously. You should rest, Ravik suggests, his voice gentler than I ever imagined possible before recent events. You've barely slept since... He stops, unable or unwilling to name what happened. Since Thane sacrificed himself, I finish for him, refusing to shrink from the reality despite how it tears at me. Since he burned out his life force to save us all. Zephyr glances up from the fire, turquoise eyes reflecting flickering flames. Naming grief doesn't diminish it, but it does make it more navigable, he offers, scholarly detachment failing to mask his own pain. Thane would appreciate the directness. A broken laugh escapes me at this truth. Thane always valued straightforward speech over diplomatic evasion, one of countless small details about him that now cut like glass shards against my heart. I keep expecting to hear him, I admit, carefully returning the copper dust to the small leather pouch hanging around my neck. Some inappropriate joke about our situation, or a blunt assessment of tactical weaknesses. It feels wrong to experience anything without his commentary. His absence creates negative space as definitive as his presence once did. Zephyr agrees, abandoning scientific distance for genuine emotion. A Thane-shaped void in our reality. Ravik moves from the window to join us by the hearth, his massive frame settling beside me with careful awareness of his greater weight. He understood the choice he made, he says quietly. Found purpose in it. There's honour in acknowledging that, even amid grief. Understanding doesn't ease the loss. I whisper, fingers curling around the pouch. Doesn't fill the emptiness where he should be. A log shifts in the growing fire, sending sparks spiralling upward through the crude stone chimney. Outside, the rain intensifies, drumming against the roof like impatient fingers. We should discuss our next steps, Ravik suggests after a moment, ever the practical commander despite his evident sorrow. The ritual's success buys time but not security. Both Morwen and King Cress will regroup, reassess, pursue new strategies for recapturing you. And the awakened gargoyles will need guidance, Zephyr adds, leadership during their transition to this new reality. Their return to practical concerns, though well-intentioned, scrapes against raw nerves. Grief demands space, acknowledgement, time that circumstance seems determined to deny. Can we just... My voice catches, frustration warring with sorrow. Can we allow ourselves one night to mourn him properly before planning our next tactical manoeuvre? Just one night to remember who he was to us, what he gave, why it matters. The unexpected vehemence in my tone silences them both. Ravik's amber eyes widen slightly in surprise, while Zephyr's scholarly composure slips to reveal genuine remorse. Of course, Ravik agrees after a moment, reaching for my hand with uncharacteristic gentleness. Forgiveness, Caya. Tactical thinking becomes reflexive after centuries of command. A shield against emotions too complicated to process. And scholarly detachment serves similar purpose. Zephyr acknowledges, moving from the hearth to my other side. Analysis as defence against grief's rawness. Their honesty, their willingness to acknowledge these coping mechanisms rather than hide behind them, breaks something loose inside me. Tears I thought exhausted well up again, spilling down my cheeks in silent rivulets. I miss him so much, I whisper, the simple truth more devastating than elaborate grief. Ravik's arm slides around my shoulders, drawing me against his side. Zephyr takes my hand between both of his, offering silent comfort through touch. For long moments, we simply exist together in shared sorrow, the fire's quiet crackling and rain's steady drumming the only sounds. He knew how to live in his body, Zephyr observes eventually, breaking our silence with unexpected insight. While I lived in my mind and Ravik in his duty, Thane inhabited the present moment with unparalleled wholeness. Made the rest of us look like we were sleepwalking through life, Ravik agrees, a hint of rueful admiration colouring his tone. Even during stone sleep, his consciousness burned brighter than ours. Their memories open a floodgate, and suddenly we're exchanging stories. Ravik recounting Thane's outrageous battlefield exploits from before their transformation. Zephyr sharing moments of surprising philosophical insight from our seemingly straightforward warrior. Me describing the tender care beneath his gruff exterior when he taught me to hunt in the forest surrounding our first sanctuary. The sharing doesn't diminish grief, but transforms it somehow, from crushing weight to bittersweet warmth, from isolating pain to shared experience. Through our memories, Thane remains present, his essence surviving in stories and recollections. As I listen to Ravik describe a particularly audacious battle maneuver from centuries past, my hand drifts unconsciously to the pouch containing Thane's remains. Something unexpected happens as my fingers brush the leather container. A tingle of magical energy, faint but unmistakable, pulsing like a heartbeat against my skin. I freeze, attention shifting abruptly from Ravik's story to the sensation beneath my fingertips. "Caya?" Zephyr questions, immediately alert to my changed demeanour. Without answering, I untie the pouch and carefully empty its contents into my palm. The copper-coloured particles, all that physically remains of Thane, glimmer with subtle luminescence, pulsing in rhythm with my own heartbeat. "It's warm," I breathe, extending my hand for them to observe. "And look, it's glowing." Zephyr leans closer, scholarly interest instantly engaged. "Residual magical signature," he suggests, though uncertainty colours his typically authoritative tone. The curse energy may have imprinted on the physical remains during transformation. "No," Ravik counters, amber eyes narrowing as he studies the particles. "This is something else. The pulse pattern matches life force, not residual magic." My heart leaps at the implication, hope rising so painfully I almost can't bear it. "Are you saying some part of him still lives in these remains?" "Not lives, precisely," Zephyr cautions, tempering hope with scholarly precision. "But perhaps persists, essence rather than consciousness." The codex, quiet since the ritual's completion, suddenly pulses against my side where it rests in its makeshift satchel. I reach for it instinctively, and the ancient text responds. Cover warming beneath my touch, pages turning of their own accord when I open it. "It's showing me something," I murmur as knowledge flows directly from text to consciousness, bypassing conventional reading. About essence preservation and reconstitution, about the nature of sacrifice and transformation. The information arrives not as technical instruction, but as intuitive understanding. Concepts too complex for language rendered accessible through direct magical communion. I gasp as comprehension dawns, possibilities unfolding like flowers opening to sunrise. "His sacrifice wasn't final," I whisper, wonder and terror mingling in equal measure. The wild spont energy interacted with the curse in ways even Morwen couldn't have anticipated. Instead of destruction, it created transformation. Conversion of physical form to pure essence, temporarily disembodied but not destroyed. Hope blazes across Ravik's transformed features before caution reasserts itself. "If what you're suggesting were possible—" "It is possible," I interrupt with newfound certainty. "The codex shows me clearly. Thane's essence remains intact within these particles, dormant but preservable, like seeds awaiting proper conditions for germination." Zephyr's turquoise eyes widen with scholarly excitement, tempered by ethical concern. "You're describing resurrection magic of the most fundamental kind, not reanimation of deceased tissue, but reconstitution of dispersed essence. The theoretical implications alone." "Forget theory," Ravik cuts in with characteristic directness. "Can it be done? Can we bring him back?" I close my eyes, allowing the Codex's knowledge to flow unimpeded through my consciousness. The ritual it reveals is complex beyond anything we've attempted, requiring precise magical harmonics, specific material components, and perfect synchronization between participants. "Yes," I answer finally, opening my eyes to meet their anxious gazes. But not easily, not quickly, and not without significant risk to all involved. "What kind of risk?" Ravik demands immediately, protective instinct surfacing. "The ritual creates a channel between life and non-life," I explain, struggling to translate intuitive understanding into comprehensible terms. "Those performing it temporarily exist in both states simultaneously. partially crossing the boundary to guide the dispersed essence back through. Meaning, we would partially die during the working, Zephyr concludes with scholarly precision. Fascinating from theoretical perspective, but practically speaking. Dangerous beyond measure, Ravik finishes, amber eyes troubled. One misstep and all participants could be trapped in liminal state, neither fully alive nor properly dead. Like the stone sleep, but without physical anchor, Zephyr agrees, expression grave. Consciousness adrift in the void between existent states. Their concerns echo my own, yet something deeper than rational assessment drives me forward, an emotional certainty that transcends logical risk calculation. He deserves the chance, I state simply, gathering Thane's copper dust back into its pouch with reverent care. He sacrificed everything for us. How can we not attempt the same for him? Silence follows my declaration, broken only by the steady patter of rain and occasional pop from the hearth's flames. The decision weighs heavily, not just practical risk assessment, but fundamental questions about natural order, about what we have right to attempt, about where courage becomes hubris. What do we need for this ritual? Ravik asks finally, decision evident in his straightened posture. Relief floods through me at his support. Specific location requirements primarily, a nexus of elemental energies, earth, air, fire, and water in natural convergence. The obsidian falls, Zephyr suggests immediately, where volcanic activity creates steam pools beside the northern waterfall, natural convergence of all elements in perfect balance. Remote enough to provide security during the working, Ravik adds, tactical mind already mapping logistics. Defensible approaches, multiple escape routes if needed. Their immediate problem-solving, their unquestioning support despite obvious risks, fills my chest with emotion too complex for simple naming. These beings who have transformed so profoundly since our first meeting, from cursed gargoyles driven by rage and revenge, to partners willing to risk everything for love and loyalty. Thank you, I whisper, inadequate words for overwhelming gratitude. Ravik's hand covers mine where it clutches the pouch, his touch gentle despite his warrior's strength. He would do the same, has done the same, for any of us. The fundamental principle of our connection, Zephyr agrees, scholarly detachment giving way to quiet certainty. Reciprocal sacrifice freely offered. Their unanimous support steadies me, transforming desperate hope into actionable determination. Grief still pulses beneath the surface, but now it fuels purpose rather than paralysis. We'll need to prepare carefully, I say, the codex continuing to feed information about necessary components and conditions. The ritual requires precise timing, the convergence of specific celestial alignments with elemental harmonics. The blood moon approaches in 4 days, Zephyr observes, when Protheka's twin moons align in conjunction while passing through the warrior's constellation. Significant timing for resurrection working, particularly for one with Thane's warrior nature. 4 days to reach Obsidian Falls and prepare the ritual space, Ravik calculates, ever the strategist. Challenging but feasible if we depart at first light. As they discuss logistical details, routes, supplies, potential obstacles, I cradle the pouch against my chest, focusing on the faint pulse of energy within. Not imagination or wishful thinking, but genuine essence, preserved through some combination of wild-spont energy, blood connection, and what I can only call love, the emotional bond that transcended curse and transformation alike. We're coming for you, I whisper to that flickering presence. Hold fast wherever you are. We're bringing you home. Whether he can hear or sense this promise seems less important than making it. Commitment manifested through spoken word, intention given form through voice. The ritual the Codex reveals operates on similar principles, will and word combining to reshape reality at its foundations. The greatest risk falls to you, Zephyr cautions, his attention returning to me. As primary channel for the resurrection energy, you'll bear the brunt of dimensional transition. Your blood connection to Morwen provides necessary power, but also creates vulnerability to backlash effects. I understand, I assure him, having absorbed this reality through the Codex's direct knowledge transfer, and accept the risk without reservation. There must be protective measures we can implement, Ravik insists, protective instinct warring with respect for my agency. Magical buffers, energy distribution systems. Some risk can be mitigated, I acknowledge, but not eliminated. Resurrection magic fundamentally requires exchange, life force temporarily surrendered to guide dispersed essence back to cohesion. Then we distribute the burden equally among the three of us, Ravik decides, his tone leaving no room for argument despite its gentleness, each contributing proportionally to our capacity. Zephyr nods agreement. Logical approach. My scholarly training provides discipline for controlled energy channeling. Ravik's warrior resilience offers necessary endurance. Your blood connection supplies the power source, perfect triangulation of complementary strengths. Their calm rationality in face of extraordinary risk humbles me. These beings who've lived centuries, who've only recently escaped curse-bound imprisonment, willingly risk everything to restore our fourth, not from obligation but from love. When did I become so fortunate in my companions? I wonder aloud, the question slipping past emotional barriers before I can contain it. Fortune suggests random chance, Zephyr corrects gently. What binds us transcended probability from the moment you awakened us. Some connections exist beyond conventional explanation. Some treasures are worth any risk, Ravik adds simply, the former commander's economy of words carrying deeper meaning than flowery declarations. The fire crackles in momentary silence, casting dancing shadows across our transformed features. Outside, the rain begins to ease, suggesting clearer weather for tomorrow's departure. Despite overwhelming odds and uncertain outcome, something settles within me. Not quite peace, but its precursor. Purpose. We should rest, I suggest finally, practical concerns asserting themselves. The journey to Obsidian Falls will test our endurance, especially while maintaining vigilance against pursuit. Both nod agreement, though neither moves immediately to prepare sleeping arrangements. The unspoken question hangs between us. How to configure ourselves tonight, with Thane's absence creating negative space in our usual sleeping formation. Together, I decide, answering the unvoiced concern. As close as possible, his essence remains with us. I touch the pouch at my throat, and deserves place in our circle. Without further discussion, we arrange the cabin's limited bedding before the hearth, furs and blankets forming communal sleeping space rather than individual bedrolls. As we settle together, Ravik's powerful form curves protectively around my back while Zephyr faces me, the pouch containing Thane's essence placed carefully in the small space between us. Sleep, Ravik murmurs, one indigo arm draped with careful weight across my waist. We maintain watch in shifts. Wake me for second watch, I insist, unwilling to be excluded from shared responsibility despite their protective instincts. His hesitation feels physical before he concedes with slight nod against my hair. As you wish. Zephyr's hand finds mine in the narrow space between our bodies, turquoise eyes reflecting firelight as they meet mine. Rest. Absorb the Codex's knowledge through dreams. The subconscious often integrates complex magical concepts more effectively than waking mind. The suggestion makes sense, yet sleep feels like betrayal of Thane's memory, like abandonment of the urgent mission to restore him. As if sensing this conflict, Ravik's arm tightens slightly around my waist. He would want you at full strength, he reminds me, voice rough with his own exhaustion. Rest honours his sacrifice more than pointless vigil. The simple truth in his statement deflates my resistance. I allow my eyes to close, focus shifting to the comforting warmth of bodies on either side, and the subtle pulse of energy from the pouch between Zephyr and me. As consciousness begins to fade, something extraordinary happens. The faint pulse from Thane's essence strengthens momentarily, synchronizing with my slowing heartbeat. Not imagination, but connection, maintaining itself even across the boundary between life and non-life. The Codex's knowledge surfaces in my drifting consciousness. True bonds transcend physical form, persist beyond conventional existence parameters. What appears as death to limited perception may represent merely transition to alternate state, awaiting proper conditions for reconvergence. Hope blossoms anew as sleep claims me fully, not desperate, frantic hope built on denial, but quiet certainty founded on knowledge and connection. Thane isn't gone, merely transformed again, awaiting proper circumstances for return. And we will provide those circumstances, whatever the cost. Not from obligation or magical compulsion, but from love freely chosen and freely given. The last thought before dreams claim me carries surprising comfort despite our circumstances. We've already accomplished the impossible multiple times since that desperate night in the blizzard when I first stumbled upon 3 stone guardians. What's one more miracle among friends, among family?
Chapter 24, Zephyr. Obsidian Falls earns its name through stark majesty, volcanic glass cliffs rising 700 feet from the valley floor, their polished black surfaces reflecting crimson sunset as we approach the ritual site. Water cascades over these ebony precipices, steam rising where the frigid torrent meets thermal pools below. Fire, water, earth, and air. The elemental convergence required for resurrection magic manifests here with rare perfection. The energy confluence exceeds theoretical parameters, I observe, measuring magical resonance with scholarly precision, despite the emotion tightening my chest. Optimal conditions for trans-dimensional working. Ravik nods, amber eyes scanning our surroundings with tactical assessment that never fully relaxes, even here in this remote corner of Khazadern Ridge. His transformed indigo form stands silhouetted against the darkening sky, wings mantled slightly against the wind that whips through the narrow valley. Defensible, he confirms, completing our complementary evaluation. Single approach path, multiple high ground vantage points, natural concealment from aerial observation. His gaze softens marginally as it falls on Caya. How do you fare? She stands at the edge of the largest thermal pool, steam wreathing her small form like spectral embrace. The pouch containing Thane's essence hangs open in her hands, copper particles catching dying sunlight in mesmerizing patterns. 4 days of arduous travel have left visible marks, shadows beneath her eyes, new tension in her shoulders. Yet her determination burns undiminished. The convergence responds to his essence, she answers, wonder threading through exhaustion in her voice. Feel it? I extend my magical senses beyond conventional perception, detecting what her naturally attuned abilities recognize instinctively. The energy patterns surrounding Thane's remains pulse in synchronization with the elemental confluence, creating harmonics that transcend theoretical possibility. Extraordinary, I acknowledge, scholarly detachment failing to mask genuine awe. The resonance suggests pre-existing connection to this specific location. As if he was always meant to return here, Caya finishes, insight bridging our different perspectives as it often does. The Codex indicated elemental affinity would guide our choice, but this exceeds guided selection. This is recognition. Ravik approaches, practical concerns tempering our academic fascination. Daylight fades. If the ritual requires blood-moon alignment, we have approximately 3 hours for preparation. He's right, of course. The twin moons rise late tonight, their conjunction with the Warrior's constellation creating the celestial alignment necessary for our working. A convergence that occurs once every 73 years, either cosmic fortune or destiny guiding our timing. We should establish the ritual space immediately, I agree. withdrawing preliminary sketches from my satchel. The diagrams, transcribed from knowledge Caya extracted from the Codex, depict complex magical geometries that must be precisely replicated in physical space. While Ravik secures our perimeter with both conventional and magical safeguards, Caya and I prepare the ritual site at the thermal pool's edge. Using volcanic sand mixed with specific mineral components carried from our sanctuary, we create intricate patterns across the smooth stone, concentric circles bisected by triangular formations that represent the boundaries between existent states. The innermost triangle represents the liminal space, I explain as we work, scholarly instinct to categorize and explain asserting itself even now, where life and non-life intersect, allowing transition between states. Caya nods, fingers tracing sacred symbols with intuitive precision that puts my calculated measurements to shame. And we three will form the outer triangle, channeling combined energy to create stable pathway for Thane's essence to follow. Precisely. The confluence provides necessary power. Our combined magical signatures establish direction, and the blood-moon alignment creates temporal window for transition. My hands move automatically, positioning crystalline focus points at precise intervals around the ritual space. In theory, perfectly balanced system. In theory, she repeats, the simple phrase carrying weights of hope and fear in equal measure. As final preparations near completion, Ravik returns from establishing our defensive perimeter. His expression reveals nothing, yet the slight tension in his powerful frame suggests concerns he chooses not to voice. Perimeter secure? I inquire, reading the unspoken in his posture. Adequately, he responds, characteristic economy with words revealing more than verbose explanation would. No immediate threats detected, but your instincts suggest caution, Caya finishes, knowing him as well as I do after our shared journey. He inclines his head slightly. Confirmation without elaboration. The ritual remains priority. My concerns may simply reflect Commander's paranoia. This admission, acknowledging potential overreaction rather than insisting on absolute certainty, represents profound evolution from the rigid Commander who first awakened from stone sleep. Transformation beyond physical form, beyond magical restructuring, into emotional territory once forbidden to all of us. We proceed as planned, Caya decides, leadership sitting naturally upon her shoulders where once she carried only the burdens of slavery and survival, but maintain heightened awareness during the working. The Codex warns that resurrection magic creates dimensional distortions that might attract attention. Attention from what precisely? Ravik inquires, tactical mind immediately assessing potential threats. I hesitate before answering, weighing scholarly accuracy against practical necessity. Theoretical entities that exist between conventional reality states. Liminal beings attracted to transitional energies. Demons, Caya translates bluntly, her growing magical knowledge bridging scholarly abstraction and practical application. Or something close enough that the distinction matters little. Ravik's wings flare slightly, battle readiness instinctive even in his transformed state. Additional variable to monitor. Proceed with preparations. As twilight deepens toward true night, we complete final arrangements for the ritual. The thermal pool steams more vigorously as darkness falls, its mineral-rich waters glowing faintly with bioluminescent organisms that thrive in its heated depths. This natural illumination combines with carefully placed mage lights to reveal our ritual space in eerie blue-white radiance. The first moon rises, Caya announces, dark eyes tracking the larger of Protheka's twin satellites as it crests the eastern ridge. Its surface appears rust-colored tonight, reflecting solar light through Protheka's atmospheric particulates at this specific angle. The blood moon of ancient prophecy and magical significance. The second, smaller moon will follow within the hour, creating the conjunction we require for our working. Time grows short, yet much remains to be established before we can begin the actual resurrection sequence. We should prepare ourselves, I suggest, retrieving 3 crystal vials from my satchel. Each contains carefully measured potion, my own creation, combining scholarly knowledge with ingredients gathered during our journey. This will help stabilize our consciousness during partial transition state. Caya accepts her vial without hesitation, trust replacing the wariness that once characterized her responses to magical interventions. Ravik examines his briefly before nodding acceptance. Effects? He inquires, ever practical. Enhanced perception across dimensional boundaries, temporary immunity to disorientation effects common in liminal spaces, and moderate protection against consciousness fragmentation. I uncork my own vial, the liquid within shimmering with subtle iridescence. Duration approximately 4 hours, sufficient for our purposes, unless complications arise. And if complications do arise? Caya asks, the question requiring answer despite how it tightens anxiety's grip. Then we improvise, I reply honestly. No theoretical model perfectly encompasses resurrection magic's complexities. The Codex provides framework, but actualizing transdimensional transition remains partly intuitive process. Rather than increasing her concern, this admission appears to steady her. Good thing intuition happens to be my specialty, she says, with ghost of smile that momentarily illuminates exhaustion-shadowed features. In synchronized motion, we consume the stabilizing potions. The effect manifests immediately. Enhanced awareness of energy patterns previously at perception's periphery. Sharper definition of magical currents flowing through our ritual space. Heightened sensitivity to the pulse emanating from Thane's preserved essence. By the ancients, Ravik murmurs. Amber eyes wide as enhanced perception reveals magical complexities normally invisible even to transformed senses. The convergence patterns. Magnificent, aren't they? I acknowledge, scholarly appreciation, momentarily overshadowing our dire purpose. Natural harmonic resonance creating self-sustaining energy matrix perfectly suited to transdimensional working. It's more than that, Caya interjects, her natural magical sensitivity amplified by the potion to levels that exceed even my scholarly understanding. The patterns aren't just compatible with our purpose, they're responding to it, anticipating. Almost as if the confluence itself possesses consciousness, I finish, the concept simultaneously fascinating and disturbing from theoretical perspective. Sentient magical nexus, documented in ancient texts, but never conclusively verified. Until now, she confirms, wonder momentarily replacing grief in her expression. It wants to help. It recognizes Thane somehow. This unexpected variable both complicates and potentially enhances our working. Sentient confluence could provide stability and direction beyond our individual capabilities, or introduce unpredictable factors impossible to calculate in advance. The second moon crests the ridge, smaller but brighter than its companion, their combined illumination casting double shadows across our ritual space. The celestial alignment we've awaited begins taking shape, the warrior's constellation gradually moving into position between the twin satellites. It's time, I announce, moving to my designated position at one point of our triangular formation. Ravik, northeastern point for stability and protection. Caya, southern point for power channeling and blood connection. I'll take northwestern point for knowledge integration and transition mapping. They move to their positions without question, absolute trust replacing the hierarchy that once defined our interactions. As we settle into triangular formation around the thermal pool, Caya places the pouch containing Thane's essence in the ritual circle's exact center, copper particles spilling onto the black stone like metallic constellation. The invocation begins with blood offering, I instruct, drawing a small obsidian blade from my robes. Freely given, precisely measured, 3 drops each at our individual positions, symbolizing willing sacrifice. The ancient phrase proves true once more. Magic demands symmetry. What we attempt to reclaim through resurrection magic requires payment. In kind life, essence offered to guide life, essence returned. The small blood sacrifice we make now merely foreshadows greater offering the ritual's culmination will demand. One by one, we pierce our palms, allowing exactly 3 drops of blood to fall upon the ritual circle at our respective positions. The effect manifests immediately magical energy surging through the patterns we've created, the concentric circles illuminating with power that reflects our individual signatures. Ravik's position glows amber, Caya's magenta, mine turquoise, 3 points of colored light forming perfect triangle around Thane's copper remains. Now we establish connection, Caya directs, the Codex's knowledge flowing through her with instinctive grace that makes complex magical theory appear effortless. Extend your consciousness toward the center while maintaining physical position. Following her guidance, I project my awareness toward the ritual's center while remaining physically anchored at my designated position. The sensation resembles mental scrying, but with greater immediacy, consciousness partially detaching from physical form to extend into liminal space where Thane's essence currently exists. Ravik and Caya do likewise, their projected awareness meeting mine above Thane's remains. Where our consciousnesses intersect, new composite entity forms, not merging of individual identities but temporary cooperative consciousness, with attributes drawn from each contributor. Through this shared awareness, we perceive Thane's essence more completely. Not merely physical remains, but complex energy signature maintaining cohesion despite lacking conventional form. Like scattered light reassembling into coherent beam, his essence maintains fundamental pattern that defines his identity. He's still here, Caya's voice whispers through our shared consciousness, wonder and relief intertwining, completely intact, just dispersed. Awaiting proper conditions for reconvergence, I confirm, scholarly understanding enhancing emotional perception. The sacrifice transformed rather than destroyed his fundamental pattern. Then let's bring him home, Ravik's presence resonates, determination flowing through our connection. The celestial alignment reaches perfection overhead, twin moons framing the warrior's constellation in precise configuration that occurs once in a generation. Magical energy surges through our ritual space, the thermal pool's waters glowing with increasing intensity as elemental convergence responds to cosmic timing. Begin the summoning sequence, I instruct, the most technically complex portion of the ritual falling naturally to my scholarly expertise. Maintain triangular formation while I establish transition pathway. This represents the working's most dangerous component. To create viable passage between conventional reality and liminal space where Thane's essence currently exists, someone must extend consciousness fully into the boundary state, becoming temporary anchor point between dimensions. Theoretical knowledge and practical experience make me the logical choice for this hazardous role. I begin the incantation, ancient words flowing from memory enhanced by the Codex's knowledge transferred through Caya. The language predates Dark Elf civilization, possibly even Perna settlement on Protheka syllables that reshape reality through sound vibration alone, independent of magical energy conventionally understood. As I speak the summoning sequence, my consciousness extends further beyond physical form, penetrating the boundary between existence states. The sensation defies conventional description, simultaneously stretching and compressing, expanding and focusing, until perception itself transforms into something transcending normal cognitive frameworks. Through this altered awareness, I perceive Thane's essence with unprecedented clarity. Not copper dust, but intricate energy pattern maintaining coherence through sheer force of will. His identity, his memories, his fundamental self preserved despite catastrophic transformation that destroyed physical form. Thane, I call through the liminal space, my consciousness extending like bridge between worlds. Follow my voice. Follow the connection between us. Return to form, to life, to us. His essence responds, recognition flickering through dispersed pattern like lightning through storm clouds. Not words but intention, not thought but purpose, awareness without conventional consciousness, identity without physical anchor. The path between worlds stabilizes as I maintain the incantation, syllables growing increasingly taxing as reality itself resists the manipulation we attempt. Sweat beads on my physical form despite the ritual circle's protective barriers, my life force draining to maintain transdimensional connection. Through our shared consciousness, I sense Caya and Ravik supporting my efforts, their energy flowing through our triangular formation to reinforce the pathway I've established. Without their strength, the connection would collapse immediately, my consciousness trapped in liminal space or scattered like Thane's. The pathway stabilizes. I manage through increasingly labored breath. Initiate reconvergence sequence. Caya begins her portion of the ritual, the blood magic that only her direct connection to Morwen's lineage enables. From her position, magenta energy intensifies, flowing toward Thane's remains in spiraling patterns that resemble double helix structure. Where this energy contacts the copper particles, molecular reconfiguration begins, basic physical form reconstructing, according to pattern preserved in his essential identity. Ravik's contribution follows protective energy, creating stabilizing framework around the developing reconstruction. His amber power forms lattice-like structure that contains and directs the transformative process, preventing energy dispersion during critical reconvergence phase. My role intensifies as physical reconstruction progresses, maintaining dimensional pathway while simultaneously transferring precise knowledge of anatomical structure. Every detail matters. Cellular composition, neurological connections, energy pathway configurations, all must match original pattern exactly, or the reconvergence fails. The strain exceeds theoretical predictions. My consciousness stretches dangerously thin between dimensions. Life force draining at accelerating rate to maintain necessary connection. Through our shared awareness, Caya senses my dangerous depletion. Zephyr. Her voice echoes through our connection, alarm evident despite dimensional distortion. You're extending too far. The drain exceeds sustainable levels. Necessary for complete pattern transfer, I respond, pushing consciousness even further into liminal space, where Thane's essence now moves toward the pathway I've established. Anatomical precision requires direct knowledge interface. Not at cost of your own essence, Ravik's presence resonates with uncharacteristic emotion. Adjust approach, or we lose you both. Their concern registers but cannot alter necessity. Complete resurrection requires perfect pattern transfer. Approximation means failure, and failure means losing Thane forever. The choice presents itself with crystalline clarity. Risk my own existence to ensure his return, or maintain safe distance and guarantee failure. No choice at all, really. Maintain triangular stability, I instruct, already pushing beyond sustainable limits. I must extend fully into transitional state to guide final convergence. Before they can object further, I project my consciousness entirely into liminal space, maintaining only tenuous connection to physical form. The sensation transcends ordinary experience, existence without conventional boundaries, perception without sensory limitation, understanding without cognitive constraint. Here, in this between place, Thane's essence approaches completion, energy pattern fully cohesive, lacking only final integration with reconstructed physical form. I extend my consciousness toward this nearly complete pattern, offering essential knowledge for final transition. The way back requires sacrifice, I communicate without words, concepts transferring directly between our non-physical presences. I offer guidance at my own risk, freely given. His essence responds with characteristic directness, gratitude and concern intermingled with fierce determination. Even without conventional form, his identity remains unmistakably Thane. Warrior's directness, protective instinct, passionate intensity that defined him in life. Together, his response forms without words. Not your sacrifice alone. Shared transition. Understanding flows between us, not his rejection of my sacrifice, but proposal of more efficient approach. Rather than my consciousness serving as bridge, our combined essences could traverse the pathway simultaneously, supporting each other through final transition. The solution presents significant risk potential entanglement of our distinct patterns during crossing, but offers superior probability of mutual survival compared to my original approach. Theoretical implications alone would occupy scholarly analysis for decades, were circumstances less urgent. Agreed, I communicate, our essences aligning in preparation for simultaneous transition. On synchronization mark. Through our shared connection, Caya and Ravik sense the modified approach, their energies adjusting to accommodate the altered transition sequence. The triangular formation shifts slightly, magical currents reconfiguring to support dual crossing rather than guided return. 3. Kaya's voice resonates through dimensions, counting down our synchronized attempt. 2. Ravik continues, amber energy intensifying around the physical reconstruction now complete in the ritual circle's center. 1. I conclude. aligning perfectly with Thane's essence as we begin transition together. Reality blurs, dimensions overlap. Existence itself seems to fold and unfold simultaneously as we traverse the pathway between states. Physical sensation returns in overwhelming rush. Weight, temperature, pressure, pain, as consciousness reintegrates with material form. The transition completes with concussive force that disrupts the ritual circle, magical energies discharging in brilliant flash that temporarily blinds conventional perception. When awareness returns, I find myself sprawled beside the thermal pool, physical form intact but dangerously depleted. Beside me lies copper-hued form Thane's reconstructed body, perfectly recreated in his transformed state. For heart-stopping moment, no movement indicates successful consciousness transfer. Then his chest rises in sudden, desperate inhalation, crimson eyes snapping open with warrior's immediate alertness. It worked. Caya breathes from her position across the ritual circle, exhaustion and elation mingling in her voice. You're back. Thane sits up with characteristic fluid grace, despite just returning from non-existence. Crimson gaze sweeping our ritual space with tactical assessment, before settling on each of us in turn. When his eyes meet mine, understanding passes between us. Shared experience of liminal space, creating connection, transcending conventional relationship. You risked everything, he states simply. The familiar rumble of his voice affecting me more powerfully than expected after hearing it only through dimensional filter. Calculated risk, I reply, scholarly detachment failing to mask genuine emotion. Acceptable exchange rate for specific outcome. His knowing smile suggests he sees through academic phrasing to emotional truth beneath. That I would have sacrificed completely had partial sacrifice proven insufficient. That love, not calculation, drove my decision. Ravik approaches cautiously, amber eyes wide with wonder and lingering disbelief. Brother, he greets simply, the single word carrying centuries of shared history and recent grief transformed to joy. Commander, Thane returns with hint of his old irreverence, then more seriously, thank you for bringing me back. Thank Zephyr and Caya, Ravik corrects, uncharacteristic humility replacing former authority. Their knowledge and power made resurrection possible. I merely provided stability. You all brought me back, Thane amends, rising to his full impressive height despite recent reconstitution. His transformed body appears identical to its previous state, copper-hued skin gleaming in moonlight, powerful wings extending experimentally behind him. I remember fragments, awareness without form, waiting, then Zephyr's voice guiding me home. Caya approaches last, her small form practically vibrating with contained emotion. When she reaches him, words seem inadequate. She simply presses herself against his chest, arms circling his waist with fierce possessiveness that belies her physical delicacy. Never again, she murmurs against his chest. No more heroic sacrifices. His arms enfold her gently, transformed features softening with tenderness few besides us ever witnessed. No promises an uncertain world, he replies honestly. But perhaps more consultation before dramatic gestures. Their reunion affects me unexpectedly scholarly detachment, dissolving completely before genuine emotional response. The completion of our circle, the restoration of balance between four distinct yet complementary beings, satisfies something fundamental in my transformed nature. Ravik meets my gaze over their embracing forms, similar emotion evident in his amber eyes, despite Commander's habitual reserve. Without words, we move to join them, completing the circle of connection that defines our unusual family. As fourfold embrace gradually relaxes, practical concerns reassert themselves. The resurrection ritual, while successful, has attracted attention. Magical disturbance of this magnitude creates ripples through reality detectable by sufficiently sensitive practitioners. We should move soon, Ravik suggests. Tactical awareness never completely dormant despite emotional circumstances. This location, while remote, cannot be considered secure after working of such magnitude. Agreed, I confirm, scholarly assessment aligning with tactical evaluation. Transdimensional working creates distinctive magical signature. Anyone specifically searching would detect residual energy patterns. Where do we go? Caya asks, the question fundamental to our future course. The query hangs momentarily unanswered as we contemplate implications. With Thane restored, with all four of us transformed beyond curse constraints, countless possibilities present themselves. Return to Lyondor to help guide awakened gargoyles. Seek remote sanctuary to recover and plan long-term strategy. Confront Morwen and King Krez directly, leveraging our combined power against their traditional authority. I know a place, Thane offers unexpectedly, crimson eyes distant with memory. Valley beyond Twilight Range, 3 days' journey east, hidden entrance, defensible position, self-sustaining ecosystem inside ancient outpost abandoned since Height Wars. You never mentioned this location before, Ravik notes, curious rather than accusatory. Thane's expression turns oddly vulnerable, unusual for our typically straightforward warrior. Intended as last resort, place for after, if we survived long enough to consider future beyond revenge. The implication silences us momentarily. Before awakening, before Caya's arrival in our lives, we focused exclusively on vengeance against those who cursed us. Concepts like after or future seemed irrelevant to beings defined by rage and past injustice. How profoundly we've transformed beyond physical change, beyond magical restructuring, into emotional territory once deemed impossible for creatures like us. Future beyond revenge, Caya repeats softly, dark eyes moving between us with wonder, despite exhaustion shadowing her features. I think we've earned that consideration. Agreement passes between us without need for formal decision. The path forward clarifies not through command structure or scholarly analysis, but through shared understanding. 4 distinct beings choosing common direction from mutual desire rather than obligation. East at first light, Ravik confirms. Tactical mind already mapping journey details. Minimal provisions required if location sustains internal ecosystem as described. Time to recover, I add, scholarly assessment noting our collective exhaustion after resurrection working. Rebuild strength before determining long-term strategy. Thane nods, wings settling comfortably against his back. Time to live rather than merely survive. Novel concept for warriors accustomed to endless battle. As moonlight bathes our ritual space, highlighting the mystical aftermath of Thane's resurrection, something shifts within me, final transformation from observer to participant, from scholar analyzing life to being fully experiencing it. The change began with awakening, accelerated through connection with Caya and my transformed brothers, and completes itself now in this moment of perfect balance between 4 distinct yet harmonious beings. Whatever comes next, whatever challenges Morwen and King Krez might yet present, whatever responsibilities the awakened gargoyles might place upon us, whatever futures might unfold from choices still unmade we face together. Not as commander and subordinates, not as protectors and protected, but as family forged through shared transformation. Complete at last.
Chapter 25. Caya. Twilight bathes our valley sanctuary in lavender and gold, transforming the hidden paradise into something from ancient legend rather than mortal realm. From my perch on the natural stone balcony overlooking our home, I watch as the last rays of sunlight catch on the crystalline waterfall that bisects the valley floor. The water sparkles like scattered diamonds before plunging into the luminescent pool below, our own private wonder in this place that exists on no map of Protheka. 3 months since Thane's resurrection at Obsidian Falls. 3 months of healing, building and discovering what it means to live without constant threat. 3 months of creating something entirely new. Not just a physical sanctuary, but a way of existing beyond the rigid hierarchies and brutal power structures that defined our previous lives. The Valley Thane led us to exceeded even his descriptions. Hidden behind an illusory cliff face that responds only to specific magical signatures, the enclosed ecosystem spans approximately 2 square miles. A perfect microclimate sustained by underground thermal springs and mysterious ancient magic that maintains ideal growing conditions year-round. Ruins of an outpost dating back to the Height Wars provided foundation for our permanent dwelling, a graceful structure of stone and living wood that combines practicality with unexpected beauty. Contemplating the universe again. Thane's voice rumbles behind me, his approach deliberately audible despite his warrior's stealth. Since his resurrection, he moves with even greater purpose and presence, as if his time in liminal space intensified rather than diminished his connection to physical existence. Just our small corner of it, I reply, leaning back against his copper-hued chest as his powerful arms encircle my waist. His transformed body radiates comfortable warmth against the evening's gathering cool, wings partially extending to cocoon us both in private sanctuary. Small but significant, he counters, chin resting atop my head in casual intimacy that would have seemed impossible during our early days together. Ravik reports the latest magical adjustments to the perimeter defences are complete. Zephyr's modifications to the illusion barrier now recognise specific magical signatures of any awakened gargoyles seeking sanctuary. This information warms me in ways beyond physical comfort. Each of my mates contributes unique strengths to our shared home. Ravik's strategic protection, Zephyr's scholarly innovations, Thane's intuitive understanding of living systems, creating something far stronger than any could achieve alone. How many have found us so far? I ask, though I already know the answer. The question serves more as acknowledgement of the responsibility we've chosen to shoulder, despite our retreat from wider conflicts. 17, Thane confirms. Most recently the mated pair from the Eastern Mountains, the healer and the blacksmith. Zephyr's already consulted with the healer about expanding our medicinal garden. 17 awakened gargoyles who discovered our hidden sanctuary through the subtle magical pathway we established after settling here. Not actively recruiting an army as King Cress feared, but offering refuge to those who needed it most. Those struggling to adapt to their sudden freedom after centuries of stone imprisonment. Most stay only temporarily before establishing their own lives elsewhere on Protheka, armed with knowledge and support we freely provide. A few have chosen to remain nearby, establishing satellite communities within the greater valley system that surrounds our hidden sanctuary. Not subjects or followers, but allies connected through shared experience and mutual respect. The evening meal awaits, Thane murmurs against my hair. And the others have something to discuss with us both. Curiosity piqued, I allow him to guide me from the balcony into our home's main living space. The great room centres around a circular hearth where cheerful flames dance within a ring of black volcanic stone. Comfortable furnishings crafted from local materials create conversation areas that accommodate various physiologies, from human-sized cushions to sturdier structures that support transformed gargoyle frames. Zephyr and Ravik await us there, deep in conversation that pauses as we enter. Something in their posture, a mixture of solemnity and barely contained excitement, suggests this discussion involves more than routine sanctuary business. "There you are," Ravik greets, amber eyes warming as they meet mine. His transformed indigo form reclines against cushions beside the hearth, wings folded comfortably behind him. The rigid military bearing that once defined his every movement has softened into something more balanced, still powerful and commanding, but tempered with newfound capacity for relaxation and even occasional playfulness. "We've been discussing something of significance," Zephyr adds, scholarly precision coloured by uncharacteristic emotional undertone. His slate-blue hands cradle an ancient text I recognise as one recovered from the temple sanctuary months ago, not the codex, which remains securely hidden, but something almost as rare. The bonding codicum, I identify, recognition sparking as I settle beside Ravik, while Thane takes position completing our informal circle. "You've been researching binding ceremonies?" A slight flush darkens Zephyr's transformed features, scholarly composure momentarily disrupted by emotional vulnerability that still surprises me despite our months together. Research initially undertaken for academic purposes evolved toward practical application consideration, he admits, typical verbal complexity betraying nervous excitement. He means he started reading about ancient mating ceremonies and realized we should have one. Thane translates with characteristic bluntness, though his crimson eyes glimmer with affectionate amusement. Not precisely how I would phrase it, Zephyr protests mildly, but essentially correct in principle. Ravik leans forward, amber gaze intent as it meets mine. We four have forged connection transcending conventional definition, created family through choice rather than circumstance, built sanctuary that shelters not just our physical forms, but our collective spirit. His words emerge with careful precision, each clearly chosen with deliberate intent. Yet we've established no formal recognition of this bond. Understanding blooms within me, warm, radiant, and slightly overwhelming. You want us to marry, I translate, simplifying scholarly complexity and strategic formulation into emotional essence. Not marriage as human custom defines it, Zephyr clarifies, scholarly precision reasserting itself. Something more fundamental. The bonding codicum describes ceremony predating dark elf civilization, ritual that connects participants at essential level transcending conventional relationship structures. Soul binding, Thane contributes, surprising me with his knowledge of magical theory typically left to Zephyr's expertise. Formal acknowledgement of connection already existing between us, but strengthened through ceremonial intent. My heart beats faster as I absorb their proposal. My former life as slave in King Cress's household never permitted contemplation of formal bonding, marriage or otherwise, with anyone, let alone three extraordinary beings who together form perfect complement to my own nature. The ceremony requires unanimous consent, Ravik adds, careful to establish my agency in this decision. Equal participation freely chosen, without coercion or obligation. And offers option for any participant to maintain partial rather than complete binding, Zephyr continues, ensuring I understand all possibilities. Individual autonomy preserved within collective connection, if desired. Or complete integration if chosen, Thane concludes, crimson eyes holding mine with characteristic directness. Full commitment without reservation. Their perfect cooperation in presenting this proposal, each contributing distinct perspective while maintaining unified purpose, exemplifies why this decision requires no deliberation on my part. The connection between us transcended conventional boundaries long ago. Formal ceremony merely acknowledges what already exists in essence. Yes, I answer simply, emotion making elaborate response impossible. Complete integration. No reservations. The joy that illuminates their transformed features, Ravik's rare full smile, Zephyr's glowing turquoise eyes, Thane's wings mantling with pleasure, fills my chest with answering radiance that threatens to overwhelm. When? I ask, practical considerations emerging through emotional haze. Tonight, Ravik suggests, uncharacteristic impetuousness replacing strategic calculation. The celestial alignment favours binding magic, twin moons in harmony phase, constellation of union ascending eastern sky. Tonight, I agree, matching his unexpected spontaneity with my own. What preparations are required? Zephyr consults the ancient text briefly. Minimal physical components, sacred herbs for purification, water from our crystalline pool for cleansing, personal tokens symbolizing individual essence freely exchanged. His scholarly detachment falters slightly as emotion resurfaces. The ceremony emphasizes intention over elaborate ritual. Genuine commitment matters more than procedural complexity. Refreshing change from magical workings requiring precise astronomical alignment and dimensional manipulation. Thane observes dryly, referencing our resurrection ritual with characteristic irreverence that masks deeper feeling. Preparations proceed with efficient harmony that characterizes our shared life. While Zephyr and Ravik arrange the ceremonial space before our dwelling, a natural stone circle overlooking the valley's central pool, Thane accompanies me to gather required components from our garden and surroundings. "Second thoughts?" he inquires, as we collect sacred herbs beneath deepening twilight, his perception missing nothing despite casual demeanour. "None," I assure him, reaching to trace the strong line of his transformed jaw. Only wondering what twist of fate or divine intervention brought me to that specific temple on that specific night, when all other paths led to continued slavery or likely death. His powerful hand captures mine, pressing my palm more firmly against his face. "Not fate," he counters with surprising certainty. "Choice, your courage seeking freedom despite overwhelming odds, your resilience surviving wilderness journey that would have defeated lesser beings, your compassion awakening something in us beyond vengeance and rage." His crimson eyes hold mine with fierce intensity. "Never doubt you earned this happiness through your own strength, Caya." His words penetrate layers of lingering insecurity I hadn't realized still existed. Remnants of slave conditioning that whispered I deserved nothing, earned nothing, existed only through others' tolerance. The truth in his assessment washes through me like cleansing flame, burning away final vestiges of that former existence. "Thank you," I whisper, stretching upward to press my lips briefly against his. "For seeing me even when I couldn't fully see myself." His answering kiss contains no restraint, passionate claiming that would have frightened me once, but now feels like coming home. When we finally separate, both slightly breathless, his crimson eyes gleam with promise for later celebration. "We should return," he suggests reluctantly, "before Ravik sends a search party." Our companions await at the ceremonial circle, the space transformed through simple yet powerful arrangements. 4 stone pillars mark cardinal directions, each adorned with symbols representing our individual natures: Ravik's protection sigil, Zephyr's knowledge glyph, Thane's warrior emblem, my transformation mark. Between these pillars, magical lights hover like captured stars, illuminating the circle with soft radiance that mimics twilight's glow, while providing necessary visibility for the ceremony. At the circle's centre burns a small sacred fire in shallow stone bowl, fragrant herbs releasing purifying smoke that spirals upward in patterns too precise for natural air currents. Beside this fire waits crystalline vessel containing water from our valley's central pool, living water charged with the location's unique magical properties. "Perfect timing," Zephyr greets us, scholarly robes replaced by simple ceremonial garment of deepest blue that complements his slate-coloured skin. Celestial alignment approaches optimal position. Ravik stands opposite, similarly attired in ceremonial garment of rich amber that matches his intense gaze. His transformed features hold unusual softness as he observes our approach, commander's authority yielding to partner's appreciation. "The circle awaits completion," he says simply, extending one hand in welcome gesture that contains no command, only invitation. As Thane and I join them at the circle's edge, perfect quadrangle forms between us, 4 points of balance creating stable foundation no triangle could achieve. The magical lights respond to our positioning, brightening slightly as energy begins flowing between our positions. The binding ceremony requires no external officiant, Zephyr explains, scholarly knowledge providing framework for emotional experience. We 4 stand as equal participants, each simultaneously giving and receiving commitment according to ancient pattern predating hierarchical relationship structures. Each speaks personal pledge according to individual nature, Ravik continues, amber eyes moving between us. Order matters less than authenticity. Speak truth rather than formula. "I'll begin," Thane offers unexpectedly, our typically action-oriented warrior volunteering for verbal vulnerability with characteristic courage. He steps forward, entering the circle's center beside the sacred fire, copper-hued form illuminated by dancing flames. "I pledge protection without possession," he declares, voice carrying through the evening air with resonant clarity. Strength without dominance, passion without demand. His crimson eyes meet each of ours in turn, holding gazes with fierce intensity. "Before I knew you, I existed only for battle. Through knowing you, I discovered purpose beyond conflict. In loving you, I found completion beyond imagining." He kneels beside the fire, drawing small copper dagger from ceremonial belt. With quick, precise movement, he cuts shallow line across his palm, allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into the flames. My life force freely shared, my essence freely given, my soul freely bound to yours through time and beyond. The fire flares copper bright as it receives his offering, magical energy pulsing outward to connect with each of us standing at circle's edge. The sensation resembles physical touch but deeper, more fundamental. Essence recognizing essence across conventional boundaries. Zephyr moves forward next, scholarly composure temporarily abandoned for emotional authenticity, rarely displayed so openly. He stands where Thane knelt moments before, turquoise eyes luminous in ceremonial fire's glow. "I pledge knowledge seeking understanding rather than control," he begins, voice steady despite evident emotion. Observation embracing participation, analysis enriched by feeling. His gaze holds the same intensity as Thane's, though expressed through different temperament. "Before you, I studied life without experiencing its fullness. Through you, I learned participation exceeds observation in both knowledge and satisfaction. With you, I discover integration of mind and heart previously deemed impossible." From his ceremonial garment, he produces small crystal blade, using it to create precise incision across his palm. 3 drops of silvery blood join Thane's in the sacred flame. My knowledge freely shared, my discoveries freely offered, my consciousness freely merged with yours, through dimension and beyond. The flame shifts colour again, turquoise mingling with copper in mesmerising dance that reflects their combined essences. The magical connection strengthens, energy flowing between all 4 positions with increasing intensity. Ravik approaches the circle's centre, transformed features solemn yet suffused with emotion, typically kept carefully concealed beneath Commander's mask. In the ceremonial fire's illumination, his indigo form seems to radiate power held in perfect, deliberate restraint. "I pledge leadership through service rather than command," his deep voice resonates, carrying authority even in moment of vulnerability. "Protection through partnership rather than control, strength through connection rather than isolation." Amber eyes burn with intensity that rivals the sacred flame before him. "Before you, duty defined my existence, rigid, unyielding, solitary. Through you, I discovered duty best fulfilled through love freely given and received. In you, I found family worth protecting above all other considerations." With deliberate precision, he draws obsidian blade across his palm, contributing 3 drops of midnight dark blood to the ceremonial fire. "My strength freely offered, my protection freely extended, my spirit freely joined with yours through battle and beyond." The fire responds dramatically to his contribution, amber light weaving through existing copper and turquoise to create complex pattern reflecting their distinct yet harmonious natures. The magical energy connecting our positions intensifies further, creating visible threads of light between the 4 points we occupy. My turn arrives with both intimidating significance and perfect naturalness. Culmination of journey, beginning that desperate night in blizzard conditions when I first stumbled upon their sanctuary. With steady steps, I approach the circle's centre, standing where my 3 mates consecrated our union with blood and pledge. I pledge love without limitation, I begin, voice finding strength through emotion rather than despite it. Trust without reservation, commitment without constraint. Meeting each transformed gaze in turn, amber, turquoise, crimson, I find perfect reflection of what fills my own heart. Before you, I existed as possession, defined by others, valued for utility, denied personhood. Through you, I discovered my own power, not granted but inherent, not borrowed but owned. With you, I create family transcending conventional definition, chosen through love, maintained through respect, strengthened through difference. From ceremonial pouch at my waist, I withdraw small silver blade fashioned by Thane's hands from material found within our valley. 3 drops of my blood, bright crimson against firelight, join theirs in sacred flame. My magic freely shared, my heart freely given, my soul freely bound with yours through transformation and beyond. The ceremonial fire responds immediately, magenta light spiraling upward to intertwine with existing colours, creating harmony from 4 distinct magical signatures that shouldn't theoretically combine, but do so perfectly in practice. The energy connecting our positions flares with blinding intensity, visible manifestation of bond already existing between us now formalized through ritual intent. What happens next transcends verbal description. Magical resonance creating temporary consciousness merger, where 4 distinct individuals maintain unique identity while simultaneously experiencing complete unity. Through this ceremonial connection, I perceive my mates with unprecedented clarity, not just their thoughts or feelings, but their fundamental essence, their core identity beneath physical form and personal history. Ravik's structured brilliance, organizing reality into protective patterns, perpetually calculating threat assessment and defensive positioning, not from fear, but from profound love that manifests as shield against all danger. Zephyr's kaleidoscopic mind, perpetually categorizing and connecting information across disciplines, creating knowledge frameworks that enhance rather than limit understanding, curiosity driven not by academic ambition, but by genuine wonder at existence itself. Thane's passionate intensity, experiencing every moment with warrior's complete presence, sensory information processed with predator's precision, yet tempered by surprising tenderness. Battle joy transformed into life joy through connection with chosen family. And they perceive me likewise, not the broken slave who stumbled into their sanctuary, but the woman who awakened them, who matched their transformation with her own, who completed their triangle with essential 4th point creating perfect balance impossible in previous configuration. The ceremonial connection gradually recedes, individual consciousness re-establishing normal boundaries while maintaining newfound awareness of essential unity beneath surface separation. As the sacred fire returns to normal coloration, we 4 find ourselves standing together at circle's centre, rather than at separate cardinal points, physical positioning reflecting spiritual reality without conscious movement. The binding is complete, Zephyr confirms, scholarly assessment coloured by evident wonder. Unprecedented efficacy in my experience, theoretical maximum integration achieved without identity dissolution. Perfect balance, Ravik agrees, amber eyes reflecting ceremonial fire's diminishing glow, each maintaining individual nature while creating composite entity stronger than sum of components. In other words, Thane translates with characteristic directness, we're officially mated for life and beyond. His crimson eyes gleam with satisfaction and barely contained desire. Traditional celebration seems appropriate. The implication sends anticipatory heat through my body despite ceremony's emotional intensity. Among dark elves, formal binding ceremonies conclude with physical consummation. Tradition my 3 transformed mates clearly intend to honour, despite their complicated relationship with their original culture. Traditional celebration indeed, Ravik agrees, amber gaze darkening with similar desire. though our dwelling seems more appropriate setting than stone circle, given extended nature of anticipated activities. The journey from ceremonial space to our home passes in blur of shared anticipation and lingering magical connection. Unlike previous intimate encounters, passionate but often influenced by immediate circumstances, tonight's union carries deliberate significance, acknowledging permanent commitment just formalized between us. Our dwelling's central chamber has been transformed in our absence, sleeping platform enlarged and covered with luxurious furs, magical lights creating intimate illumination that flatters all skin tones, fragrant oil warming in small brazier that fills the air with subtle aphrodisiac scent. You planned this well in advance, I observe, amusement mingling with appreciation for their thoughtfulness. Strategic preparation enhances successful outcome, Ravik responds without apology, though slight darkening of his indigo features suggests embarrassment at being so transparent. Scholarly research indicates ceremonial consummation benefits from appropriate environmental conditions, Zephyr adds, scholarly precision failing to mask his own anticipation. They mean they wanted everything perfect for you, Thane translates bluntly, crimson eyes warm with affection for his brothers, despite teasing tone. For us. Their consideration, their desire to create perfect experience rather than merely satisfying physical urges, touches me deeply. These beings who began as fearsome predators, who evolved through connection and transformation into passionate, thoughtful partners, never cease revealing new depths of care that contradict their fearsome exterior. It's perfect, I assure them, moving toward the prepared sleeping platform with deliberate invitation in my movements, though perhaps slightly overdressed for traditional celebration. The ceremonial garments we wore for binding ritual represent only minimal barrier, yet their removal carries ritual significance of its own, each garment symbolizing final separation between individual and unified existence. One by one, we disrobe with deliberate reverence, transformed bodies revealed in magical light that emphasizes our complementary natures. Ravik's powerful indigo form practically radiates controlled strength, amber eyes glowing with intensity that once frightened but now merely excites. Zephyr's leaner slate blue body moves with scholarly precision that belies surprising strength concealed beneath academic exterior. Thane's copper-hued musculature gleams like living metal in magical illumination, crimson gaze holding predatory focus that promises pleasure rather than threat. And myself, no longer viewing my human form as inadequate compared to their transformed magnificence, but recognizing essential complement it provides to our union. Where they embody power in different manifestations, I contribute adaptability. Where they represent varying expressions of immortal transformation, I provide mortal perspective that enhances rather than diminishes our connection. How shall we begin? Zephyr inquires, scholarly detachment completely abandoned for naked desire rarely displayed so openly. Together, I answer simply, settling onto the sleeping platform's centre. Equal participation, equal pleasure, perfect balance. They join me with careful coordination that speaks of prior discussion, positioning themselves around me to create perfect symmetry that mirrors our ceremonial arrangement. Ravik behind me, providing support that allows me to recline against his powerful chest. Zephyr and Thane on either side, creating triangle that places me at its centre while maintaining connection between all participants.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Unprecedented, Zephyr murmurs against my shoulder, scholarly assessment returning though coloured by lingering pleasure. Theoretical maximum integration achieved through combined ceremonial and physical bonding. Worth waiting centuries for, Ravik agrees, amber eyes holding uncharacteristic peaceful satisfaction as they meet mine over Zephyr's recumbent form. Family, Thane summarises with characteristic directness, the simple word carrying complex meaning through evident emotion in his crimson gaze. Chosen, created, completed. As night deepens around our valley sanctuary, conversation gradually transitions from immediate experience to broader considerations. The binding ceremony, both magical ritual and physical consummation, has formalized connection already existing between us, yet practical questions about our future remain for discussion. Morwen and King Cress have gone suspiciously quiet, Ravik observes, strategic mind never completely abandoning assessment of potential threats despite our remote sanctuary. Intelligence gathered through awakened gargoyle network suggests internal challenges consuming their attention, yet prudence dictates continued vigilance. The magical restructuring accomplished through primary confluence ritual fundamentally altered power dynamics throughout Protheka, Zephyr adds, scholarly analysis complementing strategic assessment. Traditional authorities struggle to maintain control in environment where conventional magical constraints no longer function reliably. Revolution without armies, Thane translates, military experience informing tactical understanding. More effective than direct confrontation could ever achieve. Their observations remind me of responsibility we still bear despite our chosen retreat from direct conflict. The awakened gargoyles, the magical restructuring, the potential for fundamental change in Protheka's power dynamics all represent consequences of choices we made and actions we took. We cannot abandon those still struggling, I acknowledge, giving voice to consideration already evident in their assessments. Yet direct involvement risks recreating power structures we sought to transform rather than replace. Balance, Ravik suggests, amber eyes thoughtful as they meet mine. Selective assistance rather than direct leadership. Guidance without governance. Information sharing, Zephyr elaborates, scholarly mind immediately expanding conceptual framework. Knowledge distribution that enables informed choice rather than creating dependency. Sanctuary, Thane concludes, crimson eyes holding surprising wisdom beneath warriors' direct manner. Not just for ourselves, but for any seeking freedom from oppressive systems. Place of healing and learning before returning to wider world with new perspective. Their suggestions coalesce into vision that resonates perfectly with my own developing thoughts. Not complete withdrawal from Protheka's ongoing transformation, but measured, thoughtful participation that empowers others rather than controlling them. A network rather than hierarchy, I summarize, the concept crystallizing through our collective consideration. Connected sanctuaries rather than centralized authority, each self-sustaining yet part of larger whole. Revolution through example rather than conquest, Zephyr translates, scholarly precision capturing essential concept in accessible terms. As discussion continues into night, our vision for future develops through collective wisdom rather than individual declaration. The balance we've achieved between our four distinct natures, Ravik's protective leadership, Zephyr's scholarly insight, Thane's passionate directness, my adaptive integration, creates perfect foundation for building something entirely new on Protheka. Not kingdom or empire or traditional power structure, but constellation of connected sanctuaries where transformation occurs through choice rather than compulsion. Where beings from various races and backgrounds can find temporary refuge, healing and knowledge before determining their own paths forward. Revolution not through destruction, but through creation. Change not through conflict, but through example. Freedom not through conquest, but through conscious choice. As our discussion gradually yields to comfortable silence, I find myself overwhelmed by journey that brought us to this moment. From desperate slave fleeing through blizzard, to powerful woman bound to three extraordinary beings through love and choice. From broken creature defined by others' control, to complete person defining her own existence through conscious decision. Thank you. I whisper into peaceful quiet that has settled around us, gratitude encompassing far more than can be adequately expressed. For what specifically? Zephyr inquires, scholarly precision seeking clarification even in emotional moment. For everything, I answer simply. For awakening to my desperate plea. For protecting me when I couldn't protect myself. For seeing me as person when I'd forgotten how to see myself that way. For loving me as equal rather than possession or symbol. The gratitude flows both directions, Ravik counters, amber eyes holding uncharacteristic emotional openness. You awakened us from stone sleep, yes, but also from rigidity of thought and feeling that imprisoned us more completely than physical curse. You made us alive again, Thane adds with simple eloquence that requires no scholarly translation. Not just moving and breathing, but truly living. As night deepens toward dawn, we remain awake, savouring connection formalised through ceremony, yet existing long before ritual acknowledgement. Outside our dwelling, the hidden valley continues its peaceful existence, waterfall cascading into luminescent pool, night-blooming flowers releasing sweet fragrance into gentle breeze, magical lights marking pathways between scattered buildings that house occasional visitors seeking temporary sanctuary. Our creation, our home, our chosen destiny. The future remains uncertain, Morwen and King Crest temporarily distracted but not permanently neutralised, awakened gargoyles still finding their place in transformed Protheka, magical restructuring continuing to alter fundamental power dynamics throughout the realm. Yet whatever challenges arise, we face them not as separate individuals with conflicting priorities, but as unified whole with complementary strengths. Not commander and subordinates, not protectors and protected, but equal partners whose differences enhance rather than divide. Family created through choice rather than circumstance. Sanctuary built through love rather than fear. Future shaped through conscious decision rather than passive acceptance. As first light touches eastern horizon, illuminating our valley sanctuary with golden radiance that transforms ordinary landscape into magical realm, I find perfect contentment in simple truth that once seemed impossible. We are home, we are whole, we are free. Epilogue. Caya. Spring transforms our valley into living artwork. Crystalline waterfalls reflecting rainbow light. Meadows carpeted with wildflowers whose scent perfumes the air. Fruit trees heavy with blossoms promising abundant harvest in seasons to come. 1 full year since we established our hidden sanctuary, and nature has responded to our care with extravagant beauty that sometimes catches my breath with its perfection. From my perch on the natural stone terrace overlooking our expanded garden, I watch as 2 figures move among the cultivated plots, one copper-hued and powerfully built, the other small and delicate with pale blue skin. Thane and Lyria, the young gargoyle girl who arrived last month after wandering lost through Corzadern Ridge for weeks following her awakening. His massive hands demonstrate proper planting technique with surprising gentleness, her delighted laughter carrying upward on the spring breeze when her first seedling settles successfully into fertile soil. Another gardener in training. Zephyr's melodic voice comes from behind me, his approach deliberately audible despite his natural grace. Since our binding ceremony 9 months ago, such small considerations have become instinctive between us. Tiny acknowledgements of respect and care that require no discussion. Thane claims she has natural talent, I reply, leaning comfortably against his slate blue chest as his arms encircle my waist. Though he says that about every child who shows the slightest interest in his plants. Accurate assessment nonetheless, Zephyr observes, turquoise eyes tracking the pair with scholarly precision, softened by genuine affection. Lyria demonstrates remarkable aptitude for nurturing growth, both botanical and personal. Her recovery progression exceeds statistical expectations for traumatic awakening circumstances. The clinical phrasing fails to mask the pride in his voice. Though our sanctuary has welcomed dozens of awakened gargoyles over the past year, Lyria holds special significance. The first child found preserved in stone sleep, her age equivalent to human 8-year-old when transformation occurred centuries ago. Her arrival challenged and expanded our sanctuary's purpose in ways we never anticipated. The network messenger arrives within the hour, Zephyr continues, referencing our established communication system that operates through trusted contacts across Protheka. Ravik awaits your presence for message review before responding. Though phrased as casual information, the subtle request beneath his words speaks to the continued balance we maintain between individual autonomy and collective decision-making. No orders or commands, merely information allowing informed choice. Important news? I ask, already rising from my comfortable position. Potentially significant, he confirms, falling into step beside me as we follow the winding path toward our main dwelling. Preliminary indications suggest increased underground resistance activity in Leondor and corresponding escalation in King Cress's suppression tactics. The information sends familiar tension through my shoulders, despite our sanctuary's remote security. 1 year of safety hasn't completely erased survival instincts honed through years of slavery and months of desperate flight. Zephyr's hand finds mine, his touch grounding and reassuring. Our security protocols remain uncompromised, he reminds me gently. Multiple defensive layers, both conventional and magical, protect our location from discovery. I know, I acknowledge, squeezing his hand in gratitude for understanding the anxiety I didn't need to verbalize. Our binding connection allows such emotional resonance without requiring explicit expression, one of countless benefits from the ceremony that formalized our unusual family. Our dwelling has expanded over the year, growing from simple structure to harmonious complex that incorporates living spaces for permanent residents and temporary quarters for those seeking brief sanctuary. The central building, our original home, remains private space for just the 4 of us, while satellite structures accommodate both long-term companions like Lyria and transient visitors seeking respite or guidance. Ravik awaits in the communication room, his transformed indigo form bent over detailed maps spread across the circular table dominating the space. Amber eyes lift at our approach, his serious expression softening slightly upon seeing us together. Perfect timing, he greets, straightening to his impressive height. Wings folded neatly against his back, he gestures toward the maps with characteristic precision. The latest intelligence reports suggest significant developments in 3 key regions. I move to his side, studying the marked locations with practiced eye developed through months of similar briefings. No longer the terrified slave who stumbled through wilderness seeking any escape. I've become strategic partner in maintaining our sanctuary network. My personal experience providing insights even Ravik's military brilliance sometimes overlooks. Underground resistance in Leondor grows bolder, Ravik continues, indicating the capital city with Talon tip. King Cress responds with increasingly desperate measures. Public executions, extended curfews, magical monitoring in previously exempt districts. Signs of weakening control despite escalating response, I observe, recognizing patterns similar to noble household dynamics when master's authority begins crumbling. He projects strength precisely because his actual power diminishes. Ravik nods, approval warming his amber gaze. Precisely. Meanwhile, Perna activity increases along eastern territories. His talon moves to relevant map section, suggesting Morwen consolidates power separate from Dark Elf Alliance. The magical restructuring continues affecting traditional power structures, Zephyr contributes, scholarly analysis complementing tactical assessment. Conventional hierarchy based on magical dominance becomes increasingly unstable as transformation magic spreads through awakened gargoyle population. Our revolution progresses without our direct leadership, organic transformation spreading through example rather than conquest, through information rather than indoctrination. Exactly as we intended when establishing our sanctuary network 1 year ago. A gentle chime announces our messenger's approach, magical alert system triggering as they cross the first security perimeter with proper authorization. Ravik moves to prepare formal response documents, while Zephyr gathers statistical information the messenger will carry back to other sanctuary nodes. Left momentarily alone with the maps and reports, I trace the expanding network of sanctuary locations now established throughout Protheka. 37 confirmed safe havens, providing temporary refuge and permanent options for those seeking freedom from oppressive systems. Not centralized authority, but connected constellation of independent communities, each reflecting its founder's unique vision while adhering to core principles we established. Freedom through choice, strength through diversity. The messenger, a transformed gargoyle named Theron, whose wings bear distinctive silver markings along their trailing edges, arrives with characteristic punctuality. His copper-hued form, leaner than Thane's but similarly powerful, moves with the quiet efficiency that makes him perfect for his dangerous role, carrying information between sanctuary nodes. Sanctuary Seeker. He greets me with formal title I've never quite grown comfortable wearing, despite its practical necessity for organizational purposes. The network flourishes despite increasing challenges in central territories. Welcome, Pathfinder. I return with equal formality, before relaxing into more natural interaction. Your journey passed without incident. Minor complication near Mirrored Lakes, he reports, accepting refreshment from Zephyr with grateful nod. Dark Elf Patrol expanded their search pattern beyond established boundaries, necessitated alternative route, adding approximately 8 hours to journey time. Ravik's expression darkens at this information. Expanded patrol range suggests increased search parameters, potentially concerning development requiring additional monitoring. Already implemented through Sanctuary 7 and 12, Theron assures him, producing sealed message pouch from his travel pack. Complete intelligence reports within, including updated patrol schedules and identified safe passages. While they discuss tactical details, my attention shifts to smaller pouch Theron removes from inner pocket with greater care. For you specifically, Sanctuary Seeker, from recent arrivals at Sanctuary 23. The simple leather container bears no external markings, yet something about it sends anticipatory tingle through my fingertips as I accept it. When opened, it reveals a small carved wooden figure, crude but recognizable representation of female form with distinctive physical characteristics. My breath catches as recognition dawns. From the palace kitchens in Leondor. Theron nods, understanding my intentionally vague question. 6 individuals arrived together 3 nights ago. The eldest asked specifically that this token reach you personally, said you would recognize its significance. Tears blur my vision momentarily as fingers trace the wooden figure's familiar contours. Melia, the kitchen overseer who showed what kindness she dared during my years in King Cress's household. The woman who slipped extra food when she could, who treated injuries palace guards inflicted, who whispered warnings when noble tempers turned particularly dangerous. She escaped. With 5 others, according to Theron's report. Found sanctuary through the network we established. Freedom after lifetime of servitude. They're safe? I confirm, voice tight with emotion I make no attempt to conceal. Sanctuary 23 reports all 6 in good health considering journey circumstances, Theron assures me, currently undergoing integration orientation before determining permanent placement preferences. Another success. Another small victory in revolution that advances not through armies or magical dominance, but through individual choices compounding into systemic transformation. Not the dramatic confrontation with Morwen and King Cress that once seemed inevitable, but something potentially more powerful. Gradual, relentless change from below, rather than conquest from above. After completing official business, Theron departs for well-earned rest before tomorrow's outbound journey, carrying our responses and updates to other sanctuary nodes. The wooden figure remains in my hand as I exit the communication room, its simple form representing something far more significant than its crude craftsmanship might suggest. Hope, connection, continuation. The evening finds us gathered in our private dwelling's central chamber, comfortable furniture arranged around circular hearth, where cheerful flames provide both warmth and cooking heat for shared meal. Thane entered minutes ago, copper-hued form, slightly dirt-smudged from extended gardening session with Lyria, crimson eyes bright with satisfaction from successful teaching experience. "The child demonstrates remarkable aptitude," he announces, accepting goblet of spring wine from Zephyr with grateful nod. Planted entire row of moonbell seedlings with perfect spacing and appropriate depth calibration. Her cognitive development accelerates commensurately with physical recovery, Zephyr notes, scholarly assessment delivered with genuine warmth. Preliminary educational assessment indicates potential specialization in botanical sciences with secondary aptitude for healing practices. "She needs playmates as much as education," I remind them, thinking of the young girl's delight when discovering simple games I remembered from brief childhood before slavery. We should consider outreach to other sanctuary nodes with awakened children. Already incorporated into next communication packet, Ravik confirms, amber eyes holding appreciation for suggestion presented without undermining authority, partnership rather than competition in decision-making process. Sanctuary 12 reports 3 awakened juveniles of compatible developmental stages. The conversation flows naturally from sanctuary business to personal matters as we settle around evening meal. Fresh bread from our own grain, vegetables from Thane's carefully tended gardens, fish from crystalline stream that bisects our valley. Self-sufficiency achieved through combined effort rather than individual brilliance. Sustainability ensured through shared commitment to balanced consumption and production. After meal concludes, Thane produces small carved wooden box with obvious pride. "Completed yesterday," he announces, presenting it to me with characteristic directness that never diminishes the underlying affection in such gestures. "For your collection." The box opens to reveal perfectly formed crystal, not natural formation, but intentionally grown through combination of Zephyr's scholarly knowledge and Thane's intuitive understanding of growing things. Its structure contains all 4 of our magical signatures: amber, turquoise, copper, and magenta energies swirling together in harmonious pattern that symbolizes our binding connection. "It's beautiful," I whisper, genuinely moved by thoughtfulness behind the gift and technical mastery required for its creation. Perfect representation of our balance. "And practical application beyond symbolic significance," Zephyr adds, with scholarly enthusiasm that now comfortably coexists with emotional expression once deemed incompatible with academic precision. The harmonic resonance pattern enhances binding connection across increased spatial parameters. He means it helps us feel each other's presence even at greater distances. Thane translates with fond exasperation for our scholars' complex phrasing. Potentially useful enhancement considering expanding sanctuary responsibilities, Ravik observes, practical assessment complementing emotional appreciation. Operational efficiency increases with improved communication capabilities. Their combined perspectives, each contributing unique viewpoint while maintaining cohesive whole, exemplify what makes our unusual family function so effectively. Not despite our differences, but because of them, creating balance impossible in more homogeneous grouping. As evening deepens toward night, conversation gradually yields to comfortable silence, broken only by fire's gentle crackling and occasional night birds' call through open windows. Without discussion or command, we migrate from common space to private sleeping chamber, the most personal area of our dwelling, reserved exclusively for the four of us. The sleeping platform has evolved over months of practical experience, now perfectly sized and configured to accommodate 4 beings of disparate physical dimensions in maximum comfort. Plush cushions and soft furs create inviting nest that encourages both rest and more intimate activities as mood dictates. "Shall I extinguish the lights?" Zephyr inquires, turquoise eyes already darkening with anticipation that scholarly detachment no longer conceals. "Leave one," I suggest, the request carrying implications understood by all through long familiarity with each other's preferences. Single light source creates intimate illumination that allows visual appreciation without harsh exposure. Perfect balance for what wordlessly develops between us. Clothing falls away with practiced ease, ceremonial formality of early encounters replaced by comfortable familiarity that diminishes neither significance nor pleasure of physical connection. Their transformed bodies never cease fascinating me. Ravik's powerful indigo form with subtle patterns etched across broad chest, Zephyr's leaner slate-blue physique bearing scholarly markings along elegant limbs, Thane's muscular copper-hued figure gleaming like living metal in soft light. And they regard my human form with equal appreciation. Not tolerated difference, but essential complement. Not fragility requiring protection, but adaptability offering unique contribution to our collective strength. Unlike our binding ceremonies' formal consummation or early encounters driven by desperate circumstances, tonight's connection unfolds with unhurried appreciation, born of absolute security in relationship transcending mere physical pleasure. Touches carry history of countless previous encounters, each caress informed by perfect knowledge of preference and response, developed through months of intimate exploration. Ravik's commanding precision finding expression in deliberate stimulation of sensitive points, identified through careful observation and responsive feedback. Zephyr's scholarly thoroughness applied to methodical pleasure-giving that leaves nothing unexplored or unappreciated. Thane's passionate directness offering counterpoint through unabashed enthusiasm that balances his companion's more measured approaches. And myself, no longer uncertain recipient but confident participant, no longer grateful supplicant, but equal partner in exchange carrying significance beyond physical release. Our binding connection enhances every interaction, allowing partial perception of pleasure experienced by partners in addition to personal sensation, creating feedback loop that amplifies every touch, every kiss, every moment of ultimate completion when distinction between individual participants temporarily dissolves in shared ecstasy. Afterward, we arrange ourselves in comfortable configuration developed through practical experience. Ravik's larger form creating protective perimeter, Thane's natural warmth providing comfortable heat source, Zephyr's leaner frame fitting perfectly against curve of my back, our limbs intertwined in arrangement that maintains physical connection throughout the night's rest. 1 year, Thane observes into comfortable silence, the anniversary of our sanctuary's establishment, apparently occupying his thoughts as it has mine throughout day. From desperate flight to this. Statistically improbable outcome, considering initial circumstances. Zephyr contributes, scholarly assessment coloured by evident wonder at our journey's trajectory. Yet tactically sound development sequence when analysed retroactively, Ravik adds, strategic mind-finding pattern in what once appeared random chance and desperate improvisation. Their perspectives, each valid, each incomplete without others, merge into comprehensive understanding of journey that brought us from stone curse and slavery to this perfect balance between 4 distinct yet complementary beings. We've created something unprecedented, I murmur, fingers tracing patterns across copper-hued chest beneath my cheek. Not just sanctuary for ourselves, but possibility model for others seeking different path. Revolution through example rather than conquest, Zephyr confirms, scholarly precision capturing essential concept in accessible terminology. More effective than armies, Thane agrees. Warrior's assessment, acknowledging strategic advantage of our approach over conventional conflict. And sustainable through distributed responsibility rather than centralized authority. Ravik concludes, Commander's understanding of organizational structure, recognizing fundamental strength in network we've established. As conversation gradually yields to comfortable drowsiness preceding sleep, my thoughts drift across years' extraordinary journey, from desperate slave fleeing through blizzard to woman who helped reshape Protheka's magical foundations, from terrified fugitive seeking any shelter to partner in creating sanctuary network that offers freedom through choice rather than conquest. Not the destiny Morwen envisioned when she tracked her bloodline descendant, not the recapture King Cress plotted when hunting his escaped property. Something entirely different. Revolution through transformation rather than destruction, through connection rather than domination. My gargoyles, once cursed stone sentinels, now transformed beings balance between previous nature and new possibility. Shift slightly in shared sleep, unconscious adjustments maintaining perfect comfort for all participants. Their breathing synchronizes gradually through a binding connection that transcends physical proximity, creating a peaceful rhythm that soothes remaining tensions from day's responsibilities. Outside our private chamber, our sanctuary continues its quiet nighttime existence. Bioluminescent plants illuminating garden pathways, security wards humming with protective energy, occasional nightbirds call, carrying through perfect stillness. In distant buildings, permanent residents and temporary visitors sleep peacefully, secure in protection our combined efforts provide. The wooden figure from Melia sits on small shelf beside our sleeping platform, humble testament to network functioning beyond our direct involvement, to revolution advancing through individual choices rather than centralized command. Beside it rests newly created crystal with our combined magical signatures, symbol of connection transcending conventional relationship structures. Perfect balance between past and future, between memory and possibility, between individual autonomy and collective strength. As sleep claims me completely, last conscious thought carries perfect contentment in simple truth that once seemed impossible fantasy. We have created sanctuary, not just from something, but for something. Not merely refuge from oppression, but foundation for transformation extending far beyond our individual lives. Home, family, purpose, complete.